this is gorgeous. The spinning against, he has the ball in hand.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. From that GM
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left? I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Bienvenue tout le monde, bonjour. Welcome back to the Pokémon Regional Championships here at Lille, France. I'm David Partington, and I'm once again joined by Charlie Merriman, Lou Actos-Chromie, and Marcus Statter. What a cast we have here today, and we're all very excited here for day 2 here in Lille. We've had almost 700 players yesterday, and now we're only down to 92. But of course, we can only crown one winner here. Lou, how are you feeling here this Sunday morning in Lille?
This is one of my favorite parts of the competition, right? Because like you said, we had over 700 competitors, and today we're going to start whittling it all the way down to find out who our grand champion will be at the end of the day. And if the matches from yesterday were a clear kind of indication of what the whole weekend's going to be like, I mean, I'm going to be having a front row seat the whole way.
Exactly, that's what we like to hear, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of excellent action throughout this time here, especially people using those spooky ghost types here for our Pokeween special this weekend too. But yeah, so let's have a look at where we are in the calendar for this kind of weekend here, because we've obviously had Dortmund, which was our previous EU regional here, and we had Louisville over in the States last weekend. But we've got plenty more of action for the rest of Europe throughout the season and all of next year as well. Any highlights, Charlie, that you can think of for the coming season?
Oh, any highlights for the coming season? I mean, it's going to be absolutely full of highlights. We're going to take a look at the calendar very shortly. But I mean, Dortmund, a couple of weeks ago now, we had Davide Moralia going all the way there. All of the winners of our regional championships so far in the 2025 season, they've all been brand new. I mean, Nicolas Morales claiming the first event they ever attended. Davide and then Andrew Zhang last week in Louisville, going, finally getting that victory after years and years of hard work. And we could well see the tables continuing to turn over the course of this season, and I can't wait to see which winners we are going to be crowning, and fundamentally we just get the opportunity to visit such beautiful cities along the way.
Okay. I mean, there's so much that we're going to be able to see. Marcus, have you got any kind of like favorite sort of place that you've previously been to in other kind of seasons? I know you're a veteran of VGC yourself.
Well, we got a lot of great tournament locations coming up this season. Hard to pick one in particular. I'm looking forward to returning to Birmingham. I think it's a place where I played back in, what was it, 2013, some UK tournaments back in the day. But yeah, returning there in January for regionals will be great. But then also some of the other locations. I'm also really looking forward to going to Sevilla in Spain. That's going to be a fun one. I think it's the first time we're having one of our big major tournaments there.
It really is, isn't it, actually? Like, that'll be a great time of the year to go as well. It's a fantastic city. A lot of oranges, I seem to remember, the last time I've been there too. It just kind of litters the streets everywhere. Beautiful trees there. Absolutely love it. But obviously, we're here in Lille this weekend. That is where our focus is this weekend. And on the massive amounts of championship points and prizes that are up for grabs here for so many of our players. But because of all the changes this season, due to the World's qualifications, this works slightly different here, Charlie, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. Now we no longer have a championship point bar. It's just the top 75 players in North America and EU. As long as you have the most championship points to be within that top 75, you will qualify for the World Championships, as well as anyone who wins the events along our road to the World Championships in Anaheim in summer 2025. The Latin America region, of course, the top 50 players will qualify, and then in Oceania, the top 20. And then a whole host of championship points as well. If you don't go all the way and get that automatic invitation to the World Championships, you can see there, second, 325, all the way down to 33rd, 64th, 100.
Exactly. So even if you're coming top 64 here, that's still a lot of championship points here. So here in day 2 with 92 players here at the moment, there's still a lot to fight for as to how much you want. But the prizes here, obviously, are something else that many players here are going to be very excited for, too. We've got cash prizes and those booster boxes as well, Marcus. Have you pulled anything awesome recently from any trading packs?
Yes, I did, but let me remember. Well, I definitely pulled a couple of great cards with some of the last packs that I won, but
stuff, isn't there? Yeah.
Of course, then also these players in both the junior, senior, and masters division are also playing for some of that sweet, sweet prize money, as well as, and we cannot forget this, of course, our winners will also go home with a unique medal, really showing to them and the world what they have achieved here. And yeah, that's definitely something to play for, right?
And putting yourself on that awesome graphic that we've got as well from NA and EU too. Like getting your name up on there, especially with all our newer players that we've kind of had this season and last season too, honestly, is something that I'm sure a lot of our players are very excited for too. But let's see who is actually going to be in contention for that as well. I think we've got a bit of a graphic to kind of show you about the particular players who we want to be looking out for in day 2. We've obviously seen lots of notable players on the stream yesterday as well, and we're going to see lots more today, I'm sure, too. But yeah, 92 is a lot of players, so it feels like an entire new tournament today, except we know that everybody here is already at that caliber where they've done so well, they've pushed so far with their team, and look at all those names there, Charlie.
Yeah, Eduardo Cunha, 2022 world champion. Oliver Gowsden, great to see them there as well. Marco Silva, our Latin America international champion from the previous season. We've got some really cool teams coming out as well. I believe Juan Garcia is running a Baxcalibur. I think that's a Pokemon that's being really slept on at the moment. Nils Dunlop there, our EUIC champion. But of course, that's just the names we're familiar with. Also ones we're less familiar with, Lou.
That's the thing. There's so many international champions whose names pop out straight away on these graphics. And trainers we got to see yesterday as well, like Marco and Edu, taking a second look at some Day 2 Swiss players as well. Players like Pierre that we actually got to feature on our very first broadcast yesterday. Alberto Lara coming all the way over from the US to be able to test his skills against the European scene, as well as trainers like Michael Kelch and Wei Deng that we got to see compete yesterday. Fantastic to be able to see them going all the way into Day 2.
Any highlights there for you, Marcus, as well? I know Aurelion Sula, the runner-up to NAIC last year, they are sure going to be a strong contender in this, well, in Lille, and of course, all the EU tournaments coming up too.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, some of the strongest players in Europe definitely still in this tournament. I mean, we've got a world champion, we've got international champions, multiple of them. We have regional champions, special event champions. We really have it all here, and only one of them, of course, will be able to lift that trophy at the end of today, and that's always the exciting thing. And going through some of the teams earlier in the day as they were published online, so our players could have a look at what to expect for today. I also found some really cool Pokemon that we really haven't seen. I mean, there's a Flapple flapping around there somewhere in Day 2. Of course, Yanmega also making an appearance on that team. I mean, that just makes sense, right? Flapple, Yanmega. And then, of course, we also have some other really cool Pokemon that, yeah, I'm looking forward to showcasing, looking forward to kind of seeing how they will progress throughout the day. And maybe, yeah, we will get to feature some of them on the stream later on as well.
Yeah, and even maybe seeing some of our players who we saw yesterday again in Day 2 here as well. So, like Jamie Boyd, for instance, he's 6-2 with that Weavile team, which is really cool. He was kind of saying how, like, it naturally outspeeds Sneasler, and so you kind of get that priority fake out over the top of that Sneasler every single time. And then you've got that beat up to kind of boost the defenses of your Archaldon, which I really, really like as well. And, like, something that came out of Day 1 as well was that, like, we had like 2-0 sets every single game. What does that mean, Lou?
Honestly, the fact that these games were so fast, so competitive, just meant that in a lot of our, best of 3 situations, we weren't seeing that game 3 come through at all. I'm sure out on the tournament floor, it might have been a little bit different, but for the snapshot we could give on the broadcast, the games were kind of very high octane, a lot of very interesting Pokemon choices as well, and I think that might have contributed to that fact, because if you've got these Pokemon that are maybe a little bit off meta, maybe a little bit more tuned in for one particular matchup, if they're able to get into their alignment and shine, then they can just get KO after KO, and we saw that happen with a lot of the offensive meta that we've got at the moment.
Nearly unprecedented. We can't confirm if it's never happened before, but certainly very, very rare for every single game to be 2-0.
What do you think, Marcus? Like, I mean, like, have you kind of gotten to 2-0 in a few of your games over the years?
Well, every now and then, but yeah, I think it also, I guess, is a testament to how quick-paced this format can feel sometimes, but that, of course, doesn't mean that every match is just decided on, I don't know, the matchup, or like, oh, one player is just better. And I'm sure we'll see some Game 3s today. And I think that, yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a really fun format. And yeah, as we were saying, we are only showing a glimpse here of what's going on down on the floor, but yeah, definitely interesting to see.
Okay, yeah, that 3-game hype is always something we'd love to see as well. That adjustments that suddenly turn a set around. We'll definitely see some of that today, I'm sure. So make sure that you're following us along so you do not miss any of the action. On using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, you can let us know who you're watching with, whether it's a pet, family, your plushies at home. Do let us know. We'd love to see your art as well, especially. And you can follow us on /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Facebook, and use that hashtag #PlayPokemon in Instagram as well. And we'll be shortly getting into the Day 2 action here at Lille. So all the players are already sat down, already playing at the moment. So there's plenty of action already happening, so we do not want to miss a second of it right now. So we're going to hit that parting shot button, lower your attack and special attack, and we're going to switch on out, and we'll be right back very shortly. Let's get into it.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
As promised, Pokemon traders, we are back with all the fantastic Day 2 action. I hope the parting shot didn't do too much detrimental damage to you, and you're going to be able to enjoy this amazing tournament that we're going to have today. Exactly. Here we are, Day 2. This is where the action really gets intense, Lou. We've got so many cool players that we've seen. Surian Samurott, we've seen an Avalugg yesterday. Like, if you haven't missed, if you've missed that, oh my gosh, you need to check that out. Like, we had so much Pokemon that we didn't even expect to see at all, or we've even seen maybe in
years of Pokemon VGC.
There were definitely a few Pokemon choices that I kind of had to remember a little bit more about the mechanics and things. I felt like we were in Hisui at the beginning of the day with Hisui and Decidueye and then Hisui and Samurott coming through. And those are Pokemon that I don't think I've played since I did my playthrough of those games. So I was kind of, you know, doing a little bit of recap, making sure that I remembered exactly what these Pokemon are capable of doing. But I almost didn't have to do that because the trainers were able to show it in style.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that Tentacruel was a form of Toadscruel yesterday, honestly. Like, I was like, wait a second, which was the first discovered one? I couldn't even remember. And then there it was, going for Terra Ground, Terra Blast. I absolutely loved it. Unfortunately, it didn't make it past Jamie Boyd. Not too much of a surprise, some would say, but like, as the so-called kind of master of like niche sort of picks, he kind of pushed through right that final set and is in day 2 himself.
I think I saw some of our American co-casters as well, actually, when they were kind of waking up with the time zones, being like, let's tune into Lille, see what Pokemon action is going down. Is it going to be more Sneasler, more Garchomp, that kind of thing? And then there was like an Avalugg on screen with a Tentacruel, and they were kind of a bit like, what is EU cooking up? That is the question.
Exactly. EU can build. That's what I want to say, honestly. Like, look at that sort of stuff. And as Marcus kind of hinted to earlier in our kind of couch segment as well, that there's a few more spicy picks there. It's not just that, even though that has been knocked out of contention of day 2. There was the Flapple he mentioned as well, and there's an extra duel going round 2. So we're going to have to see what matches that we want to kind of showcase for you today.
Exactly. There are so many notable matches kicking things off here in Lille day 2, but this one is going to be an outstanding one for you. We've got Luca Marcato versus Victor Medina. Victor Medina, a trainer we've been able to showcase a lot throughout the 2024 season, not only on a regional level, but an international level as well. And I love that we are going to have another weather war on our hands here, David. This has kind of been my hot pick coming into the tournament, and seeing a Torkoal versus the Alolan Ninetales. What a way to kick off Sunday.
It really is, and not a classic weather war either. Usually you've got rain and sun battling out each other, but it's snow and sun here as well. And I think Victor's going to really want to use that snow to kind of block off that sun to prevent that Typhlosion from doing loads of damage and that Jumpluff from like just outspeeding everything and putting everything to sleep.
Exactly. I love the interactions that you get from a lot of these kind of weather situations. The fact that that chlorophyll ability can be activated, giving Jumpluff, who looks so adorable and kind of not intimidating at all, but then it will put you to sleep, and it's like, I see the tricks up your sleeve or in your little pom-poms that you got going on. And that is only facilitated by the fact that you've got Torkoal on the field that, interestingly enough, is a very slow and sturdy kind of Pokemon. It doesn't really get that speed advantage unless Trick Room is up on the field.
Well, exactly. And interestingly, we saw Joseph Ugarte get second at Louisville last week with Luca's team, using that Jumpluff to great effect, but unfortunately missing quite a lot of moves along the way. So we'll see if Luca's had any better luck in day 1 and whether he'll have any better luck in this match.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of composition Victor has brought with that Alolan Ninetales, because traditionally we see kind of variants that are able to set up that Aurora Veil and put a little bit of a defensive spin onto the team. But then yesterday we were able to see a Choice Specs variant as well. You know, this little Alolan Ninetales going out on the offensive, and I wonder which option Victor Medina has gone for today.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of options at the moment. Like, that Double Dragon is just so strong into so much of the team. When you just kind of lock in Terra Blast flying and you've got that Earthquake at the same time, you've got so much coverage that almost nothing can resist. So just going with that sort of mode, I think, is going to be really strong, especially when you resist Grass, you resist Fire from the Torkoal as well, and from that Typhlosion too. So just on first glance, I think Victor definitely has kind of the upper hand here.
Yes, and the way we've seen Victor Medina play in the past as well, he's someone who doesn't mind taking a cheeky risk or two in the way that he plays both these trainers, kind of saying hello to you at home as well, so you can get seated and focused for their match. But look at these accolades here. Luca has been able to get lots of top 8 finishes, most notably and prestigiously, I think, is that EUIC top 8 finish in 2019. But then on the other side, Victor Medina as well, known to be good at these internationals, top 4 at EUIC, and then the following year at NAIC.
Yeah, some amazing accolades there. There is so much EU talent here that we've been seeing already, only in day 1, and we're only going to see more of it in day 2. And even if there are some newer players up in here, they've already made it to day 2 of the Lille Regional. So, like, that's an amazing achievement in itself.
Particularly early on in the season as well, you really want to kind of leave your mark onto the meta, and then people kind of know you as a trainer to watch out for, someone who maybe you don't want to be paired up against in those team pairings. But let's dive a little bit deeper into Luca's team here. We have got obviously the Jumpluff and the Torkoal that we've talked about, but I want to dive deeper into that Hisui and Typhlosion. We were kind of saying that we're seeing the trio of first partner Pokemon here from Hisui, and Typhlosion is one that we would be able to showcase with that Choice Specs. It can hit so hard and so ferociously with those fire type moves, boosted up not only by Choice Specs, but potentially by the sun as well that Torkoal can set in the sky.
There is so much sun to be had here, and the thing is about if you're shutting off the sun with snow, then you're switching in your Ninetales, which is still going to just take a whole load of damage from the fire moves anyway. Doesn't reduce it like Rain does, so it makes it a little bit trickier. But there is Victor's team there for you. We've still got the Double Dragon on this side as well, which is really interesting and really fun. And Life Orb, Garchomp as well, a piece on either side too. And obviously that Ninetales, which I think is going to be really key here. But of course, that Torkoal getting to that right position, or being just led, in fact, that sun's going to be immediately set up, and so you kind of need to switch in Ninetales to kind of counteract that, and it could, as I say, it could just go down to a fire move.
I honestly like the way this Ninetales is set up here. It is the Choice Specs variant, so it's going to be a little bit more on the offensive side, but it is running that Misty Terrain as well. Obviously, that's a move that doesn't do any damage, but it will set that Misty Terrain on the field, meaning status afflictions cannot come into effect. That's a really nice tech in a Sneasler meta to be able to work around those Diaclaw secondary effects, but in this particular matchup, I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head here. The one thing that Ninetales is going to be doing is changing that weather, trying to slow down the momentum a little bit of what that Torkoal is capable of. But then it's at that risk. Ninetales, even in a snowy environment, doesn't want to take any fire type attacks, particularly when it's holding Choice Specs, not Focus Sash.
And something else that we could potentially see here as well is that eject pack interaction on the Torkoal here, where if the Torkoal is led by Luca and Victor leads the Incineroar, Intimidate and activates, lowers the stat of the Torkoal, eject pack activates, so after already setting up the sun, Torkoal then immediately actually switches out. So that we have that potential here, and that means that a Typhlosion can suddenly come in already in 5 turns of sun, just ready to go. So that's what kind of makes this item on Torkoal really, really effective. And for some reason, if Intimidate doesn't come out, it can just click it overheat, lower its own special attack, and it gets out that way instead.
I love that methodology so much. It gives so much flexibility to that Torkoal to be able to do what it needs to do to help set up its teammates, but also enabling that it's not just there to be that particular role. You can have it safely in the back so that it can come and fulfill its potential maybe a little bit later on in the match. But Pokemon trainers at home, I hope you are seated. I hope you are ready. We are diving into the opening match of day 2. We're going to have the Dragonite and Garchomp, a double Dragon Fiesta out here front and center against a Dragonite and Jumpluff on the opposing side.
Oh, look at a little Jumpluff there, Lou. Just amongst all of these huge big dragons there. Let's go, Jumpluff. Okay, so we're moving right, obviously, straight into this match here. Torkoal, if it's in the back for Luca, can obviously switch in here and Sleep Powder either of these targets, which will put a huge stopper to any of the offense that Dragonite or Garchomp can offer out here, except for the Lumberry that Victor has on that Dragonite, which will completely shut off that Sleep Powder option. So the Garchomp's probably a little bit threatened at the moment, especially if a Sleep Powder goes into that slot, and then the Dragonite on Luca's end can easily just scale shot either attack here as well. So interestingly, the abilities on Dragonite is something we don't often see. We often see in focus, but multi-scale is on both of these Pokemon. But Scale Shot will get around that first bit of the multi-scale and then do the rest of the damage through it.
You kind of have to act a bit like it's a Focus Sash. You want to be able to give it that little bit of chip to expose its vulnerability through the rest of the game. And Intimidate coming through, but that's only really going to affect that opposing Dragonite, which is a nice play to come through here, knowing it's not that inner focus variety and will be affected by the Intimidate as the Dragonite decides to get all beautiful and bejeweled here as it goes into its flying Terra type, drops that Dragon typing, leaves itself potentially a little bit less vulnerable to any Ice type moves that could come through. Jumpluff is going to go for that Sleep Powder, but it's not going to be connecting thanks to the safety goggles that Incineroar is very fashionably wearing.
And there's Terra Blast with that flying. It's not too effective into the Jumpluff, it's just into the Dragonite. And look at that, with that multi-scale, it's taking that so well. And Scale Shot's coming out. 2 hits, 3, 4 maybe, and maybe 5, we'll have to see.
Well, did I say Ice type moves? I meant Dragon type moves. That's why you drop that Dragon typing. Make sure the Dragonite is going to be able to hang on as it's hit 4 times by that Scale Shot. Dragonite obviously taking a defense drop here as well, but going to be boosting up its speed, giving it maybe the opportunity to go for another Scale Shot in this next turn.
Exactly. So when you've got that boost, it's going to be really, really key. But obviously, Scale Shot has the downside of lowering its defense. So Victor's Dragonite at the moment does have extreme speed. So if it's powerful enough, it can target a streak speed into that Dragonite slot and maybe even get a KO at this point. And without it being inner focus as well, it's also not going to be able to take a fake out very well because it will still flinch at this point too. Whereas the Jumpluff can get away with it. It's got that Covert Cloak. It can go whatever move it likes right now. And this Dragonite is looking like it might not want to take a potential encore if it's going to then lock into that Torkoal slot.
That's the thing, the sleep powder's null and void here thanks to the Lumberry and the safety goggles. The fake out coming through, I think this was the right target if it was that Dragonite still in play. As the jump up goes, okay, I can't put you to sleep, I'm going to boost up the speed on my side of the field and bring in my slow and steady little turtle to the match. Terra Blast flying type is going to come through from this Dragonite, connect down into the opposing grass type. This will do a huge chunk of damage, enough to get the one-hit KO.
That's a massive, massive KO for Victor there. Jump Love would have been such a thorn in that Garchomp side with all the sleep powers it could offer. But instead, that Typhlosion is in the back now, and so is that Dragonite, and Tailwind's just gone up. So in some ways, Jump Love going down there is actually quite good for Luca, right? Because then you can suddenly make the most of 3 turns of Tailwind instead of having to switch out and then make the most of just the last 2 instead.
I think newer trainers might kind of look and think, oh, you've lost a Pokemon, that's kind of a deficit to your playstyle at the moment, but actually being able to have that free switch and where your Pokemon can come in unscathed, free to be able to move in that next turn is a prime opportunity here. That Typhlosion just ready and waiting in the wings, like you said, could come into play, but instead Luca's going to bring that Dragonite back in. It's unintimidated, it's had its stats reset from that previous scale shot, and it's now in Tailwind. That means that it's going to be very formidable against something like the Dragonite, and at the same time, it could always try and go for, you know, that scale shot and get the knockout.
It certainly can. Like, it's right in range there at the moment. Interestingly, we now have Torkoal in Tailwind. I don't know if it's going to be able to outspeed the Incineroar or not. Like, it depends on the training from Luca, but I don't even think that's even possible, honestly. But the good thing is Torkoal has massive defense, right? So it's going to be able to take on a lot of the attacks from Victor, possibly even just both into that slot as well. But it's going to be on Victor now to try and stall out this Tailwind, because at the moment, Luca has all the power in the driver's seat, but Victor has the Pokemon advantage. So if Victor can play cleverly with the protects and maybe switching out, he can maybe stall this out.
Well, the scale shot's connecting down to the Incineroar this time, going to put a little bit of a dent into its armor. We've had 3 come down. It looks like even the 5 isn't going to be enough to get the knockout, but it is going to put Incineroar in a very vulnerable spot. All 5 are connecting here, and it's now down into that orange danger zone.
It's getting very close here, and let's see how fast this Torkoal is. Yeah, it's not faster than Dragonite. Okay, no surprises there. And where is it targeting though? That's the question. And Torkoal is actually taking quite a lot of damage from that. That's a lot of defense that Torkoal has. But there's the overheat instead, and it's enough for the Incineroar KO.
Love this double up down into the Incineroar. Sometimes you do see Incineroar just pivoting in and out of a match constantly, being really disruptive with those intimidates into your physical attackers like a Dragonite and applying that fake up pressure. And I think Luca identifying this is going to be an annoying threat that I want rid of. At the same time, Torkoal's getting out of there. Could this be Typhlosion's moment? It's the only Pokemon that can switch in now, and when it's on the field, are we going to see it shine?
Yeah, I certainly think we are. And it's going to have 2 turns of Tailwind to really make the most of this. And interestingly, Luca hasn't actually committed Terra yet as well. So if Luca really wanted to, we could see Terra, Fire, Choice Specs in the sun, Eruption coming out all over Victor's team, which would be incredibly, incredibly powerful. And yet King Gambit's coming in here, which is not really the Pokemon Victor wants to be kind of switching in here. It's Assault Vest. It can't Terra out of that Fire weakness either. So the best hope Victor has really here to kind of survive this turn is maybe hoping for the Terra Fire, maybe extreme speeding into the Typhlosion, but at the moment it's looking like this Typhlosion is exactly the position it wants to be.
Yes, and of course Victor now revealing his full hand of Pokemon as well, knowing that there is no Alola Ninetales in the back, meaning that the sun is going to be here to stay. Even if it ends, the Torkoal is in the back, it can reset that a little bit later on in the turn, and that's really good news for the Torkoal and the Typhlosion, and the Dragonite, I guess.
To be fair, something I haven't mentioned is the Sucker Punch on the King Gambit. That can really kind of help Victor out in the situation, to be honest, so might actually force the Terra on Luca's end, to be honest. But then that kind of leaves it open to the Extreme Speed at this point. So is Sucker plus Extreme Speed enough to do enough damage to be able to reduce these eruptions enough to the point that actually Luca might want to lock in a Heat Wave instead?
Well, you did say it was going to force the Terra, and the Terra indeed is shining right now. I think it's also to the benefit of being able to boost up offensively. Dragonite is not felled by the Extreme Speed, although that does a significant chunk of damage as the Sucker Punch comes through to be able to finish up the job. Typhlosion sitting in a prime position, though, with its full HP. If it's gone for something like an Eruption, this will be devastating, but no, go for the safer choice going. There's maybe a bit of priority here I don't want to contend with, and weaken my Eruption, and the Heat Wave gets the job done.
That's massive there. Okay, yeah. Heat Wave is still going to be very, very powerful out of this. So still a good lock-in for Luca, honestly. It's done a lot of damage there. But we're at this point now where there is 1 turn of Tailwind. This Garchomp in the back for Victor has Protect. It can Protect on this last turn of Tailwind and then suddenly offer those Earthquakes into either of these slots. So even though Luca's in Tailwind, though with the Pokemon advantage, if Victor's trained his Garchomp to be faster than this Typhlosion, which is possible, Victor might actually have this locked up.
Oh, I mean, Garchomp is one of the Pokemon that fire types normally shudder in fear in front of. But as you said, Typhlosion and Torkoal both, particularly the Torkoal, has a really decent defense stat as well. And it's that 2v1 situation. If you take a closer look at the Garchomp, it does have access to that Earthquake, but instead, just going to go for the Protect, stalling out these remaining turns of field statuses that are happening at the moment. The Heat Wave coming through, but to no avail, that Protect is in play.
Yeah, so Victor did a really good job of just stalling out that Tailwind and preserving that win condition in that Garchomp right to the end, showing it is really, really good Pokemon right now, even though we saw a drop of it in the day one statistics yesterday, actually. So here is the Garchomp we were waiting to see. It is from Victor, and it's going to just be able to click Earthquake at this point. And with that Life Orb, it should just be enough to take this double KO here. I think what Luca just has to hope for is it's maybe not enough. Maybe Victor targets around and tries to go for maybe some Stomping Tantrums to be able to take this. But if I were Luca, I'd be thinking about what we need to do for game 2.
That's the thing. Torkoal's weakened enough at this point. The Life Orb, as you've mentioned there, David, from the Garchomp, is going to be able to pack that additional punch behind the Earthquake. And in the face of 2 fire types, it is going to be a big amount of damage. You can see Luca actually is the player here, really taking every second. Is there an out? Is there any way that you can play around this? Or do you have to roll the dice on this Earthquake damage? It's going to be the Garchomp moving first. This is his move of choice because it will target both Pokemon. Torkoal actually going in for the Protect here, but Typhlosion exposed to take the full brunt of the damage, and it will get the one-hit knockout as you predicted.
Yep, Typhlosion, his new form is now down, and that is a very, very useful Garchomp to be able to do that. I don't know if it's guaranteed to be able to KO without that Life Orb, just showing how good that Life Orb set is on Garchomp, really. And interestingly, like, Stomping Tantrum is the same equivalent power as Earthquake into either slot, so there's no reason to Stomping Tantrum. You just want Earthquake at this point. There's no wild card or anything, so this Torkoal is very much going to be going down this turn too. So the question is, how does Luca kind of adapt for next turn? Do we see the same sort of thing, or maybe just a different sort of play with the same 4 Pokemon?
Do you know what? I think the 4 Pokemon were great, but I would have really liked to have seen the Typhlosion come back in due to that free switch from the Jumpluff rather than the Dragonite. Only because later we got to see that when it was in the sun and it was Terrafire boosted, that Heat Wave was able to get the knockout. And I feel like if the Typhlosion had come in then and been able to take more advantage of these Tailwind turns and not allow Victor the room to be able to stall them out with that Protect on the Garchomp, it could have given them the momentum to be able to get that damage on the board. You can see the Torkoal here just protecting in vain, knowing its time will eventually be up. It would take a little bit of a miracle for it to stall out all of these Earthquake PP turns, but I think it's a good opportunity here for Luca to actually start thinking about, hey, in that game 1, I was in a really good position. What went wrong and how can I adjust for game 2?
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that Luca is thinking right now, but it's like, that's a very pensive pose he's got there going on, so I don't blame him at all. Like, when you're up against Victor Medina, like, who has all of these accolades behind him, you really need to think about what sort of game plan you're going to do. But it really showed how Victor had a game plan and he executed it so well, because even though it was kind of an obvious sucker punch into the Typhlosion on that particular turn to kind of get rid of that KO, actually, Victor identified much earlier than us that Garchomp was the key to this match right at the end, and so getting rid of that Dragonite, which would have been able to maybe take on some of those attacks a little bit better, go for those scale shots, was actually the one he needed to target down. So congrats to Victor so far. That's game 1 in the bag.
Yes, and talking about reactions of our players, you could see at the end of that match, just as it kind of closed out, confirmed Victor the winner, you could see the sigh of relief that he actually breathed there, because that was very, very close. There were so many opportunities for Luca to have been able to gain a lot more momentum in the sun, particularly considering that Victor didn't bring that Alolan Ninetales. There was no way of eradicating that sun, meaning the Jumpluff was always going to be in the position where it had the speed advantage, and the fire moves of Torkoal and the Typhlosion were always going to be boosted. I think going into the next game, if I was Victor, I might even try and shake up my Pokemon list a little bit more. Pokemon like the Alolan Ninetales, I know that I just want to see it, but I actually think it has a lot of play in this particular match. You disable the potential that this Jumpluff has. You can attack it with a lot of very strong Ice-type moves, as well as potentially setting up that Misty Terrain to stop any spores coming through. You do have defensive capabilities to that spore with the Dragonite and the Incineroar, like you were saying, but actually making sure that your other Pokemon are protected too could be very nice.
I mean, Luca's got 3 Pokemon that are 4 times weak to Ice. Yeah, so, like, that one, I'd have thought that would have been enough reason, but like all those other reasons actually, yeah, I like that, Luke. Yeah.
You say the obvious, and I'll try and pretend I've got some extra points in there as well.
Yeah, the Nightos look so strong, to be honest, like just because of that. But yeah, if you've got the Torkoal in the right position, and because of the advantageous switch ability with that eject pack, Luca does have the ability to switch it in and out quite nicely for this. But then he's stalling out his own tailwind turns at that point, so I don't know, I still think it is a nice option there. But Victor really does have to respect the sleep powder on that jump bluff, so making sure you're bringing the Incineroar of the goggles, the Dragonite with the Lumberry, I think are non-negotiable. You need to be bringing those every time. The Typhlosion, I think you need to be bringing every time as well. The King Gambit, I would say, is probably that kind of flex slot where you can kind of switch it out maybe for that Ninetales to shut off the sun a little bit more. But otherwise, I think it's on Luca to try and adjust for a different game plan. And I think when you identified bringing in that Typhlosion a little bit earlier, I think that would have definitely been the play too.
I think as well, I was a bit suspicious of Victor's Dragonite here because it's running a very unique set, isn't having any kind of Dragon type moves on there either, so it doesn't apply a lot of pressure to the opposing Dragonite, but those flying Terra Blasts put in some work, and Dragonite is back in action here for Victor Medina, paired up with that Incineroar once again, throwing down an Intimidate here, and Luca also bringing that Dragonite to the center stage with the Jump Bluff once again.
Yes, we saw Victor lead the double dragon last time, and then switching the Incineroar in turn 1, but now it's just on the board straight away,
yes.
Which makes a lot of sense because this Dragonite, again, isn't in a focus. It can just be faked out this turn, and then the jump off can be kind of effectively dispatched off, really. It can't protect itself, so you can just kind of Terra Flying Blast right into it, and the only thing, as we can see in the back, is that King Gambit that can take the hit, but then you're staring down the Incineroar, which has that Flare Blitz ability too, so great call for Victor to lead that Incineroar with the risk of it leading into a King Gambit, basically.
Almost wouldn't be surprised to see the Torkoal switch in here just to give Jump Bluff the edge with his Chlorophyll ability to stop something coming through from this Dragonite. Maybe you can get the Tailwind up before you are felled by a flying Terra Blast coming through. Dragonite is going to be going for that terrestrialization here once again, dropping that Dragon typing, meaning Scale Shot won't be as effective, and again can use that Terra Blast more effectively.
There it is, Terra flying for that super effective Terra Flying Blast. It's going to do a lot of damage to whatever target it hits. Honestly, we've seen how much damage it does, even to a Torkoal, and there's the Scale Shot. Is it a miss? Oh, that's a big one.
Completely misses there, allowing the Dragonite to freely go for this Terra Blast. It's going to find its mark actually onto the opposing Dragonite, do about a third of damage and break that multi-scale, leaving it more vulnerable. And Dragonite is followed up by the opposing knockoff, getting rid of that loaded dice. So Scale Shot already missed once. Now it's possibly going to be doing less damage going forward.
So Victor could have actually gotten a very easy KO on that jump off there, but the downside of that is, as we say, if the Tailwind went up and jump lift goes immediately down, then we've got Typhlosion with 3 turns of Tailwind, which actually would have been, yeah, as we kind of talked about in Game 1, quite advantageous for Luca. But Victor's actually playing quite smart here to actually leave that jump off alone at the moment, because neither of these targets can be put to sleep right now, and as long as Victor doesn't click something that then can be then locked with an Encore, he's kind of safe to just kind of ignore it, really. Grass-type damage isn't going to do very much with Leaf Storm, right? So, effectively, this jump-off is a little bit useless sitting on the field right now. Like, Victor's very happy to Terra Blast and knock-off, to be honest, on everything, and the loaded dice is gone on this Dragonite.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation, actually. The jump off was the fastest thing on the field anyway. It didn't need a potential Sunsetter to give it that boost to set that Tailwind up, and as we've had the sneak peek in the back, it doesn't look like Torkoal's even come to this match. The Extreme Speed going to go through into the opposing Dragonite, has 100% accuracy, and at the same time breaks that multi-scale, leaving it more vulnerable, but Dragonite can go for this Terra Blast into the Typhlosion that switched in. That was nearly a one-hit knockout. Not quite, though, but Incineroar once again is like, I've got your back. Here's the KO, and already Luca down a Pokemon.
Yeah, like an amazing kind of double target there. But it's also really safe, right? Like, there's no protect on that jump off, and Luca knows it's a useless slot. He needs to switch it out to get something back in, and there is the absolute punish as well. But even if he doesn't switch and lets it go down, that's still a bit of a punish anyway. It's still a stalling of a turn of Trick Room as well, and jump off can't come back in again. So just a really safe play, just advancing on that already good position that Victor has to double down into that slot and get rid of it. And now we're down to a Dragonite without its loaded dice. It's not offering a lot of damage. It's intimidated at the same time. And now it's probably all on this King Gambit now to deal the rest of the damage to the rest of the team.
I feel the Dragonite on Luca's side has lost his confidence a little bit for all those things you've just mentioned, and the fact the Scale Shot has missed. The Extreme Speed, yes, it's accurate, but it's not going to be dealing enough damage. I think you do have to maybe risk it a little bit and go for those Scale Shots, get that damage on the board. We saw how much 5 of them even did to the opposing Incineroar. At the same time, Luca maybe can try and switch it out and reset that Intimidate drop that seems to have been so detrimental, while capitalizing on the fact that you have this King Gambit on the field and we know how much damage it's capable of. It's actually the flying variant here, not going to be going for that extra damage with something like a Terra Dark, but lots of flying Pokemon in the air right now.
So there's the extreme speed into the Dragonite, getting it a little bit lower, perhaps into that King Gambit range. We'll have to see. But yeah, thanks to Tailwind, that Dragonite on Luca is definitely going to be outspeeding versus the extreme speed ties. But there's the Insurance follow-up, and yes, that is enough damage to KO this pesky Dragonite here, which is a really nice KO for Luca right now.
Yeah, really nice seeing that big damage that can come through from the Assurance, getting the knockout on the opposing Dragonite. The Dragons are out for the count in this particular turn. As the Flare Blitz comes through, obviously not going to be dealing as much damage thanks to King Gambit changing its typing, and Incineroar taking a little bit of recoil damage for good measure. The one issue for Luca now is you're down to your last 2 remaining Pokemon, however, and you've got this Jump Off on the field. Jump Off really cannot do anything to this imposing Incineroar, but Incineroar can do a lot back to it in return, and you don't have Terrestrialization anymore. That Jump Off was running Terra Water, but you cannot go into it for defensive support.
Yeah, and the Flare Blitz has just come out from the Incineroar, so you can't lock it into a safer move either.
True.
It's just going to be Flare Blitzing. And now Garchomp has come in here, and it's looking really, really strong, honestly. Obviously, the Jump Off still outspeeds this Garchomp at the moment and can put it to sleep, but there's not a lot stopping Victor just kind of going for Protect and Flare Blitzing into that Jump Off to try and get that KO. Question is Luca's Jump Off defensive enough to be able to take it? It's very specially defensive Pokemon, but physically not very much at all. And Incineroars have a lot of attack. I mean, Incineroar's a pretty good Pokemon. It's got great stats, so we'll have to see if it's enough. And there's a Leaf Storm. There's no Protect from the Garchomp either.
Oh, the thing is, you have to kind of ignore this Garchomp. It can't hit you with any ground type moves because both of them are flying. It can only really go for the Dragon Claw, so it's not the threat. But that Incineroar, as you said, David, is. So the Leaf Storm doing barely any damage, but is it enough with the stack up? No, Luca cannot get the job done. Incineroar can go for this Flare Blitz, and I love that it's targeting down the actual offensive threat on Luca's side, that King Gambit. It's only going to be a matter of time before Jumpluff is going to succumb to the same fate.
So I like that play from Victor. It was a pretty obvious kind of Protect from Garchomp there, just kind of stall out the last turn of Tailwind to be able to then dish out damage for the rest of the turn. But Victor doesn't allow it. He takes the game instead. He knows what he's got in the back. It keeps it nice and safe, keeps it away from crits, and Victor Medina takes round 10 of the Lille Regional Championships.
Huge congratulations to Victor. What a masterful play in the way that he was able to calculate exactly what his opponent was trying to do and count those Tailwind turns, count the turns of weather. And even though it looked like Luca was the one manipulating the board state a lot more with that speed control, with those weather options, Luca was kind of playing around it so perfectly.
Yeah, it really was. Like, it seemed like he had control of the game, in its entirety. And I think coming off the back of Louisville as well, where you really want to try and practice or make sure you have a matchup to Torkoal, Jumpluff, Typhlosion sort of stuff. I'm sure Victor is a player who's kind of practiced that, and you can really show it, really using that key Garchomp piece to the end to just kind of use it as a win con, get into that position where you can just take those games and just protect and sort out those Tailwinds.
And I think the scale shot miss was obviously quite unfortunate, but I think the opposing Dragonite had already terrestrialized at that point as well, so had already lost that kind of Dragon typing to make it super effective. But I think the damage being dealt would have given Luca a little bit more momentum in that situation. But you have to credit the way that Victor was able to completely neutralize that Dragonite threat and make kind of Luca always on the back foot offensively through that game.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and we didn't even know what the fourth was for Victor in that. It could have been the Ninetales.
Could have been.
Sort of
I'm going to pretend. I'm going to pretend it was.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was that Ninetales. Great call, Lou. Absolutely amazing, yeah. Honestly, I would have called it too, to be honest. Like, yeah, it looks very good to be, doesn't it? And especially if the King Gambit goes for that Terra, it goes into Terra Flying. You're super effective against that as well. So it makes a lot of sense to do that. And with that Fairy, you can kind of take on those sucker punches a little bit better too. But yeah, congrats to Victor. He goes on to the next round with an X-1 record. So looking really strong for Top Cup.
And I really like the way as well the Garchomp in game 1 was kind of the hero there for Victor, being able to come in right at the end in that 2v1 situation and just apply so much offensive pressure with the Earthquake. Then in game 2 it kind of comes in as like, I'm against 2 flying types here, I'm a little bit out of my depth, it's not my show right now. It's all about Incineroar. And Incineroar we know is kind of the #1 supportive Pokemon, but the fact that we actually got to see it in its offensive powerhouse a little bit more, being able to use its type advantage against the Jumpluff and just significant damage with that Flare Blitz, even into the King Gambit, was really impressive to see.
Yeah, compared to our last regulation set G, where we have the restricted and stuff, Incineroar took on an even more kind of supportive role, sometimes not even carrying Flare Blitz as a move that it used, maybe using Will-O-Wisp for a little bit. But as the power level kind of decreases a little bit generally in this regulation,
it can rise.
Exactly. Incineroar can be more of an offensive powerhouse. We saw how great it was at just dealing out the damage that Incineroar is known for doing. It's its best stat is attack, but it just often doesn't even use it. So it makes sense for Victor's team here. And looking at all this damage that came out in this set, Lou, like that heat wave as well was amazing, but Victor knew this was going to happen so he could bring in his Garchomp safely. That was the amazing thing.
This was the nice play as well, where he doubled up into the partner Pokemon on Luca's side, kind of ignoring the Typhlosion, knowing that your Garchomp can deal with it when it comes in. And I think the way that Victor was able to control exactly which Pokemon going to be KO'd at which moment was a really nice kind of strategy from him. The Typhlosion going down in one shot from that Life Orb Earthquake as well was devastating.
Yeah, it really was. Like, there was just big damage every single turn. And something we haven't seen a lot of is the Terra Blast with the flying type damage on the Dragonite, actually. It hasn't seemed to be lots of this loaded dice scale shot, which I do love. It gets around that focus sash of Sneasler, but at the end of the day, Dragonite is a flying type, and if you can make the most of that and get rid of those that Triton typing that gives you a lot of weaknesses, then you can see just how good it is, just like it was on the Pulchua Agachi sort of team as well, and it seems to just be doing so well still.
And we've seen Dragonite run a whole plethora of different moves. We've seen Ice Spinner, we've seen some ground type attacks on there as well, so it has really, really great coverage. And then I was kind of saying how the Dragonite on Victor's side, to me, was a little bit suspicious because it was running a really odd mix. You have the Terra Blast, you have the Extreme Speed, I think it had a low kick or something as well. These are just not moves that we see in a full combination. You will see a Scale Shot, or you will see maybe just any Dragon type move on there. Even something like an Outrage would be good, like just anything to give it a bit more same type attack bonus coverage. But it didn't need it. The way that Victor was able to play this with the Terrestrialization, then enabling that extra boost to the Terra Blast and kind of banking on that being the damage-dealing move, and maybe then being able to invest in a bit more bulk on that Dragonite was a really nice way to see that Pokemon being trained and used so effectively in a regional championships.
Yeah, 100%. I think you've analysed that quite well there, Lou. And like, it's a great team, obviously, that's kind of all the sun that you've got, but the jump off specifically is really interesting. We don't see it on any other sort of composition, and we didn't even see it with the sun this time either, but that is the downside of when you kind of create this Pokemon that is just so supportive and so lacking on any offensive end. It makes it very inflexible, and Victor took advantage of that, making sure it was just left on the field, not doing anything, bringing the Pokemon that didn't mind taking any of its moves, like a Leaf Storm or an Encore or a Sleep Powder, and even at that last turn, leaving the Garchomp out there, risking that Sleep Powder kind of going into it, because at the end of the day, okay, yeah, if it goes into it, okay, fine, that, like, then Cineroar gets away with it, survives the low kick, and can still get more KOs, and even then, you could still just miss Sleep Powder, as we saw James Fugate miss a lot of last week, unfortunately.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately for Joe, the Sleep Powder was not accurate. And I think particularly in that game too, when we saw the speed, actually, that Jumpluff had, it didn't need the Torkoal to boost it up. So maybe leave that one on the bench. But someone who's definitely not in the sidelines is Victor Medina. So I think it's time to kick it over to the interview and hear what he has to say after that match.
Well, Victor was the victor. Congratulations, Victor, on that. Well, victory. In a very convincing 2-0 set. We had all 2-0 sets yesterday and another one this morning. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling amazing. Like, the team has been feeling well so far. These 2 rounds very well. I think I had the matchup in this round. The previous round, I really had a bad matchup and I could overcome it. So I think I'm feeling pretty well right now. Yeah.
You seem pretty relaxed, and that's a really important thing. You've got to keep that mental state nice and healthy. So your team, very similar to the team that Pulchua has been running so far in regulations at H. You go up against a team that has been piloted by Joseph Ugarte, also over in the NA region. Is this a matchup you've practiced?
Yeah, I mean, the team is obviously based on the Pulchua's first team. I have to shout out Pulchua. I have to shout out Justin Tang, who helped me with the lines, Giovanni, and Carlos Cavall, Antonio. A lot of people has been playing like this type of teams, and it's really good to have like a lot of people to talk about the lines, about how to play a matchup. So I just like talk with every player who played a similar team. I played a very similar team in Dortmund as well. So yeah, it's very similar to the ones played in NA.
Yeah, absolutely. And was that matchup against Joe Ugarte's team one you'd practice specifically?
I think it's good. I think my matchup against Joe's team, it's good because I have like the Lumberry, I have safety goggles, I have the Garchomp. The Garchomp really puts a lot of pressure. I thought he was going to try to play me like a Tailwind Garchomp playstyle, so I led with Instinct. That was a little bit risky because if he leads with Torkoal, he switches out and he has the draft already. So it was a little bit tricky, the matchup, but overall, I think I have the matchup.
Right, yeah. Sure. And I mean, talking about the Garchomp applying pressure, that's certainly what we saw in game 1. You were really paving the way for the Earthquake end game there. So at what point had you solidified that game plan? When did you know that was what you were going to do?
Well, I didn't have a lot of time to prep, but like I faced some of them in practice, and that was the game plan I was doing. So when I saw his team list, I was like, okay, I'm just going to bring these 4 months. I think Ninetales could be a pick in the matchup because he has Garchomp, he has Dragonite, he has a lot of ice weeks, but it's difficult because Typhlosion puts a lot of pressure into it. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Typhlosion, of course, threatening that super effective fire-type damage into the Alolan Ninetales. But then in Game 2, even more decisive, if anything. I mean, you were able to catch that Hisuian Typhlosion on the switch in, doubling up into that slot. Did you adjust your game plan at all heading into Game 2?
Yeah, well, the instant lead was my only adjustment because I said, like, there's no way he leads with Torkoal if I led Garchomp and Dragonite the first game. And yeah, it was really, really a good lead. He also missed a scale shot.
Yeah.
When I saw the turn 1, I was like, okay, this is completely over because my lead was very favorable. And then with that scale shot miss, it was kind of over.
Yeah, scale shot, unfortunately, scaled not in that situation. But fantastic. So, you're feeling calm and collected. Of course, Victor, you're someone who's got so many fantastic finishes already. You're looking to get that win, and we'll keep our eyes on you this tournament. How are you feeling about that heading into the rest of the day?
I really want to win in a major. I didn't win in a single major. I top cut every IC, I top cut Worlds. I had a ton of top cuttings in regionals, but I really want to win a major or at least reach finals because I still didn't reach a finals in a regional or anything, but I do want to do that. But it's difficult. There's like a lot of amazing players in the tournament, a lot. Like every single match is against an amazing player. So let's see what I can do. I will try my best for sure. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty good though. Like the team has felt amazing so far.
Yeah, good. I mean, I'm sure it's only a matter of time for a player of your caliber, Victor, so we'll keep our eyes on you for sure. Now, you've already given some shout-outs. Anything else you wanted to add to them?
Yes, I want to shout out Sufi, Antonio, again, and Miguel Pedraza. And then I want to shout out my eSport club, Sportmaniacos, Juste, and my Sportmaniacos college, that is Alex Soto. I want to shout out him as well, who is X2 at the moment, so I hope he makes cut. Yeah, and those are pretty much my shout outs.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Victor. Help yourself to some Halloween candy as well on your way out. Thank you for talking to me. So then, that's our first Swiss round of the day already in the past, but keep watching because we're going to continue having a Terra Blast.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, to play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
My name is Rajan Ball, and I'm from Washington, D.C. The World Championships were in Washington, D.C. in 2014. So I wasn't competing then, but I participated. And after that, I was hooked. I saw some of the friends that I'd known online. It was right in my backyard. I took the metro there. I did go to the 2015 World Championships in Boston. That was my first actual tournament. and my friend Nick Navarre and we both top cut that tournament. And then I just remember thinking, I'm like, man, this game is really, really easy. It's not that easy. I've come to find out.
He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
The times in the tournaments I've done the most poorly have been when I felt tepid, when I was playing scared. I have never again watched the stream set of my previous finals experience. I started tunnel visioning on the win. I was thinking, I'm so close, but unfortunately that compromised the quality of my play. I started to really think about stream being like man, I lost my mojo then. It's just been downhill from here. And this time, each stream set, each round today was just win. I was competing pretty actively as a full-time lawyer, and I just wasn't sure I could justify continuing. Folks are prepping more, they're playing better, they're just smarter, they're better players now. But if I quit, I wouldn't have as many lifelong friendships as I do. This weekend especially, I didn't mind falling on my feet, and I didn't mind messing up something because I was playing to win. I was not playing to not lose. Identifying the things that are costing you games. Lean in on what you're good at, and then bring everything up to the extent that you can. It's been my goal for a very long time to win a regional championship. I mean, I'm over the moon.
Rajan Ball, he's made it to the finals, and now he's claimed his first regional championship victory.
I had high expectations going into this tournament. The prep was coming together very well. I mean, the weekend could not have gone any better. I went 9-0 day one, won the tournament day two. I've been wanting this for a long, long time, so this just feels really good.
David, got a bit of a spooky surprise on my shoulder. You ready?
Boo!
Yeah, I know, terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
Goodness me.
Little spinner rack here, little spinner rack. Just like you were naming Giovanni's Persian yesterday, I want some name suggestions for this little guy on my shoulder. This little guy, you could say. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon and let us know what this cute little spinner rack here should be called. Any suggestions from you, David?
Creepy.
Wow.
Creepy face.
Okay, yeah, very, very imaginative, but I completely see where you're coming from.
It has a face on its back.
It's true, yeah, two-face. Yeah, something to do with that. Anyway, trainers, hope you enjoyed our first Swiss round of the day here on day 2 of the Lille Regional Championships. Victor Medina, very commanding victory there. David, you were casting over that one. What did you make of that game?
It was a really, really fun match, actually. Like, we hadn't seen a lot of that kind of jump off, talk our son that Joseph Ugarte was using last week in Louisville. So really excited to see, actually, if it'll be even better here in Lille, to be honest, or if people have, built around to expect it or not. And it seems like Victor Medina definitely had.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a team that is definitely going to be on the rise. Speaking of teams on the rise, what about Pokemon on the rise? Let's take a look at the statistics that we had for the Pokemon being brought to day 1 of the Lille Regional Championships. What was diversifying the meta game here right now? Well, I say diversifying, but Sneasler still out there in front, #1. I wonder how Incineroar feels Lille to be in number 6 there. Pokemon that's so often leading the charge. But Sneasler, of course, was number 1 on day 2 and 1 of Louisville last weekend. King Gambit really rising to the fore as well. Rillaboom in 3rd position. Yeah, this is a Pokemon that I feel like is here to stay in regulation set H, that Rillaboom.
Yeah, 100%. It's just so solid. Like, there's not a lot of grass types that do what Rillaboom does. That fake out, that grassy surge, just to sort of reset the shenanigans that a Psychic Surge team can do, or an Electric Drain team can do, especially in a restricted format. But I think the main Pokemon that were different in the day 1 here compared to day 1 of Louisville was we've got in here in Lille, we've got a rise in Sneasler, significant rise. We've got a rise in our Chaladon as well, and drops in Primarina and Garchomp specifically.
Yeah, Garchomp was a Pokemon that had been becoming ever more ubiquitous, but we'll have to see what the conversion rate is of that Pokemon as we progress through day 2 here. And yeah, so many powerhouse Pokemon in that Dragapult and the Dragonite alongside the Garchomp there, and a 4th Dragon with the Archaladon too. A Pokemon that really does offer some interesting ways out when your back is against the wall. As we saw in the set that Zoe Liu played yesterday on stream, once that Pokemon is boosted up, it's very, very difficult to stop with its stamina ability.
Yeah, definitely. And look at that day 2. Look, Magmar's just snuck in there, Charlie. That is very cool to see. And Sneasler breaks 50% usage here. It just keeps going up and up. So Lille is where everybody takes a nap or doesn't feel too good with that poison or paralysis, honestly. But like, unless you're using it yourself, then I suppose it evens out all the time.
Yeah, I guess so. And interestingly, the top 3 are exactly the same. Sneasler, Kingambit, Rillaboom from day 1 to day 2. So really good conversion rates on both of those. And yeah, indeed, the Golden Go there as well in 4th.
Yeah, there it is. And looks like Chaladon has dropped down a decent few slots there, honestly. Dragonite, definitely on the rise a little bit there. Dragapult on the rise a little bit there too. It's still very much the same. Moonga's a little bit of a drop there too. And Primarina actually is a very similar sort of percentage, but in terms of the general 6, it's actually gone up in the rankings.
Yeah, good point. And it's interesting to see that it is Magmar getting in at the very end there, because there has been this debate between the premier Eviolite holder, Follow Me user, be it Electabuzz or Magmar. They both have that Vital Spirit ability to keep them awake. They're not going to be put to sleep anytime soon. They're both incredibly bulky with that Eviolite item boosting the defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve. But yeah, we have seen Magmar on the rise, and it does offer that more immediate damage output with Overheat. You then do take a recoil to your special attack stat, a harsh recoil indeed, whereas Electabuzz tends to favor more supportive moves like the Electro Web.
And interesting to see a fire type join in, and it's probably its worst enemy, the Pelipper, has dropped off of that list.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
like,
true,
no Brill bringing the rain here, and then maybe that's why that kind of ties in with the drop in the Archaladon usage as well. Pelipper's maybe kind of just off there, I would imagine too. So maybe not as much rain here at Lille this weekend. Maybe a little bit more substituted for maybe a Torkoal on that team maybe, or maybe a Ninetales Alolan form on that team as well. So we might actually just be having more variety of weather in Lille, and that certainly has been the case outside the venue as well.
Yeah, it certainly has. More than once, you and I, David, have been surprised by the sudden downpours here in Lille. And the weather certainly rages on within here. I really do have my eye, I like that you called out the Alola Ninetales there, David. I really do have my eye on these ice types, because there are so many double dragon, so to speak, teams in the format right now. What do dragons really not like? Ice. And I tell you what, not just not like, approximating hate there, because of course a lot of them have that double weakness to ice. Dragonite being dragon and flying, Garchomp being dragon and ground. So yeah, I predict a rise in the Alola Ninetales. The blizzards are a-coming.
You keep being scary, Charlie, over there. Like, blizzards, creepy spiders. Oh my goodness, I'm
giving you all the chills.
Stand over here. Oh my God. Okay. Well, so yeah, we need to know who is running these Pokemon, honestly.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we need to see who is actually up there as we head into our final Swiss round here of the Lille Regional Championships. And who is kind of up there, who maybe we've seen yesterday, who's still in contention. I wonder if Eduardo Cunha is still in as well, that Hisuian Samurott. That would be really cool to see again. And missed casting that one as well, so like if we can like see that again, that would be incredible.
Yeah. Who are our players to watch? Who do we have our eyes on this weekend? I mean, It is such a stacked tournament out there. Big names like Alberto Lara coming all the way over from the NA region, loving his Dragonite there, loving his Summary shirt, bringing that heat just like the Torkoal in the previous round that we streamed. Aurelian Sula, our North America International Championships runner-up in the previous season, someone who has had so many incredible finishes, never converted that into a win. Will they be able to do it here in Lille this weekend? Well, that's Aurelian, but then there's also Matty Morgan there, David.
Yeah, Matty Morgan did excellently well at Dortmund, obviously getting to the final with that Golden Go team that actually then Andrew Zeng ended up winning Louisville with, pretty much. So I wonder if Matty's running the same sort of thing here in Lille to kind of just do the same thing, do that justice to Golden Go, to make it rain. Pelipper's gone, but Golden Go's definitely still here to do exactly that. And we'll have to see if he kind of makes it, basically.
Yeah, Matty Morgan, the winner, of course, of the Malmö Regional Championships back in the 2023 season as well. And bear in mind, of course, these are just 3 of the 90 or so trainers we have here in day 2. We've got so many incredible trainers out there, like Victor Medina, who we just featured there alongside their opponent. And so, you know, be it one of these trainers that goes all the way, or be it another, the talent out there in the field right now cannot be understated.
100%. And I think Aurelian's a very strong contender to runner-up at NAIC this year, yeah, or like last season rather, with a really cool kind of Grimmsnarl Terrapagos sort of team. And I believe they are also running a very kind of similar sort of mode actually here in Lille too, again with that Grimmsnarl and the screens, and with kind of Annihilate as kind of the setup rather than say something like the Terrapagos, which kind of just dishes out all that Terra Starstorm sort of damage. We love a good Terrapagos here, but I don't know if Annihilate's the equivalent.
I wouldn't have said so. I think Terrapagos is certainly happier than an Annihilate, just channeling all that rage. Yeah. I would be shocked if we were to see a Terrapagos here in day 2, David. Do you know why? The regulation set bans legendaries, bans restricteds right now. The power level is lower. So we've got Annihilate doing its best Terrapagos impression, I guess, coming out of its shell.
Yes, exactly. And like, it's just so bulky up of a Pokemon, right? I'm actually surprised not to see Annihilate in the top 12 usage that we've been kind of discussing, really. Because we always seem to see it on stream. We always seem to see it in Top Cut as well, alongside that mouse hold most of the time as well, to kind of just kind of do a little bit of a beat up, and then
the old 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then Annihilate just directs that anger at someone completely different, which is a little bit unfair, honestly. But maybe. Like, it seems to work out.
Yeah, well, I guess Mousehold wouldn't be taking any damage from Rage Fist anyway, being a normal type. So, yeah, got to channel that rage somewhere. Yeah, of course, Rage Fist gets more powerful the more hits that the Annihilate has taken. So I really like that Aurelian is pairing it with screens there, makes it have even more longevity. It can take even more hits, therefore boosting up the Rage Fist to astronomical levels of power. But then, that's not the only setup Pokemon that we could see in the format right now. I personally have my eye on Volcarona. I think that's Pokemon that matches up really well into a lot of the meta game. Not least that Sneasler, although it does often have Terra Fairy. That's going to make it take super effective damage from Dire Claws that Sneasler could dish out. But then with Quiver Dance, plus you have the threat of burning any Pokemon, giving a physical attack into it, or an attack that makes contact, mitigating their physical attack stat dramatically. And yeah, you've got quite the prime Pokemon on your hands.
No, you've sold it to me quite well there, Charlie.
Well, I wasn't able to sell it to Marcus. He was telling me, yeah, all of that is true, but it's just not my playstyle. And, you know, fair enough. We've all got to find our own playstyles, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. And I'm just thinking maybe, you could have put a Volcarona on your shoulder instead. But I think
I could have done, but it's a little bit less Halloween vibes, you know?
Yeah. I guess so. And it may be kind of a little bit of hotness in your ear there as well.
Yeah.
It's been a bit difficult, and I think it's maybe the size of us as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, not so much a shoulder little partner there. No, but I'm glad that we teased that one out, David. As for you, you've got your Zoroark there, not a Hisuian one, of course, but that is a Pokemon that we have seen in Regulation Set H. It's a Pokemon that comes out disguised as a Pokemon that's lurking in the back. So you've got to work out for yourselves whether it's going to be actually the Zoroark on the field or the Pokemon that it's disguised as. But my question for you now, David, is, are you actually a Zoroark? Are you disguised as someone else? Are you actually Lou right now on the side?
Well, either way, you only know I've got a Zoroark pin, and that is it. I really could be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To be honest, though, I haven't talked a lot So that could be your clue.
Yeah.
So, what remains to be seen, obviously. We could suddenly switch out. You never know.
No, exactly.
If a Night Days comes out, you'll know.
Yeah, right. Oh, Night Days. Oh, yeah.
You remember Night Days?
I do remember Night Days. I tell you what, I haven't heard that term for a little while. It was nice to have that little throwback. Yeah, Night Days. Well, are we all enjoying Pokémon, everybody? Are we all enjoying Halloween? Are we getting ready in the festive season? I'm loving all the decorations we've got going on here with our autumnal leaves and the cobwebs provided by cheeky little Spinnerack here. We're having a great time. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know how your own Halloween preparations are going. You're having a cozy autumnal one, watching the stream this weekend. We'd love to hear.
And I did a pumpkin last year.
Did you?
Actually, yeah, a really good time doing it as well. So I did a Murkrow.
Oh yeah.
And then my entire family thought it was a spider.
Oh wow! Okay.
Because I was trying to do the wings, and you know how it's kind of like, you know, the feathers kind of spike out, sort of like that a little bit.
Yeah,
and obviously,
yeah.
I obviously didn't do a good enough job of it.
No, I can see. Murkrow is a difficult Pokemon to carve onto a pumpkin. It's a lot of intricate little details with that wing design. It's got sort of a hooked beak. So, hey, I think you're being too hard on yourself, David. I think you did a really, really good job.
Thanks, John.
I mean, I said I haven't seen it. Maybe it was terrible. Maybe all of the criticism you received was entirely deserved. But in my opinion, you did a really fantastic job.
Oh, thanks, Charlie.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll let him have that one. We'll let him have that one. And while David is beaming away at his pumpkin and I learn more about how that carving went, let's just watch a quick little video. We'll see you back here in T- a few minutes. See you soon.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Ushi for Upbeat Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Ironance and Farigiraf to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced at this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat those Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Farigiraf.
And he's done it! This is his first major win, and what a one to have!
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
Amazing to see Luca Cheribelli there, our world champion of this year, do so well. Like, with such an awesome team as well, and like getting it all the way to that absolute win in Hawaii of all places, an incredible place too. Like, amazing to see. I know you've had a chat with him as well, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. It's such a heartwarming video, that, and hearing from Luca about how after, I think it was, around the World Championships in 2022, he was actually on the verge of quitting the game, but then he had a really fantastic result there and restoked that fire. And sometimes you just got to take that break. Sometimes you just got to know when the right time is, take a step back, and then come back in feeling refreshed.
100%. But we're going to get shortly into our final Swiss round before we get into Top Cut. So let's have a look at some of the matches that we might want to start seeing and who has potentially got the potential to get into Top Cut as well. Oh, there is Matty Morgan, who we were speaking about earlier, with a very similar very similar team as well.
Yeah, and let's bear in mind, everybody, it's up to you which matchup we feature here. So, Mattia Cognetta versus Matti Morgan, Aurelian Sula versus Giulio Bassetti, Giovanni Piscitelli versus Alberto Baldi, Gustavo Moreira versus Nils Dunlop. Incredible matches. Get over onto Twitch and vote in the chat. We want to know what team you want to see. And I mean, we've got some incredible Pokemon coming out here. Giulio running a Charizard, Alberto running Slacking and Weezing, and we have Hisuian Typhlosion being run by Gustavo, Nils Dunlop, of course, with that Excadrill, also our EUIC champion from the previous season. You are spoiled for choice here, everybody. Or are you going to go for Aurelian Sula, someone who was the runner-up at the Lille Regional Championships just a year ago? Let us know what you want to see. Whichever way it goes, we're in for a trick and a treat.
Nils Dunlop's team's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Scott Corviknight. So that's some of my cast predictions.
Oh, yeah?
See more of it. I think sand has got a place in this meta game right now. Now, we've been talking about so much weather, but we haven't not yet seen the Tyranitar and that sand. And look at how well built that team looks. Like, you've got the extra to kind of make the most of that sound with that sand rush. You just go hit real hard. And that would be really interesting versus what I suspect is a sunny day on that Whimsicott for Gustavo.
Ooh, yeah, probably is. Set up the sun, boosting up the firepower of the Hisuian Typhlosion. But we have no say in this. It's all up to you. Let us know over on the Twitch channel. Find that Pokemon Twitch channel and let us know which of these games you want to see. You can vote in the chat, and we cannot wait to be bringing any one of these games to you, be it from the diversity of the Pokemon on display here, or the diversity of the incredible names that have been built up in the community for you.
Slacking, I have not seen in so many years, honestly.
No, I know.
But really it makes sense with Weezing. It's got so much power. I think a very similar attack set to Regigigas itself as well. Yeah. So it's amazing to see. And what I also like about the combination of Weezing with Talonflame as well is that obviously it turns off the Gale Wings, but that could be what you want if you're, say, versus a Psychic Terrain sort of team where you suddenly start Brave Birding everything. So it's got a lot of kind of compositions there, as obviously shutting off the Truant for the Slacking is obviously the main thing that's got it going there.
Yeah, for sure. All of these players are at X and 2, and so this is a win and in for the top cut, everybody. Everything's on the line for these trainers. They have to win in order to progress to the next stage of the competition. Every one of them are going to be absolutely fantastic. And to pick up on what you were saying there, David, yes, of course, Psychic Terrain, that shuts down priority moves. Gale Wings, that gives priority to any flying type moves, but then you switch it off with the Slacking, no, with the Weezing, sorry, with that neutralizing gas, then the Talonflame able to go for those. And as you say, Truant, that's an ability that makes Slacking go once every other turn, sort of makes up for its incredible stats overall. But then with neutralizing gas on the field, that Slacking can be hitting every single turn.
So we've also just heard that like all of those matches that we just kind of saw there are all X and 2. So this is a win and in for every single one of them at the moment. So if they lose, they're out of top cut contention. So I'm really excited to see who it is going to be, Charlie.
And it's time to find out. Let's see which we are going to be featuring for our community choice here. It's going to be, Let's go. It's going to be Weezing and Slacking, Garchomp, Golden Go Talonflame, our child on from Alberto Baldi, versus Giovanni Piscitelli's Rillaboom, Volcarona, Dragonite, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and Kingambit. I am thrilled as well to see that Volcarona being brought. We were just talking about it earlier. I think it's got a really interesting place in the meta game right now, being brought by Giovanni. This is going to be a fascinating matchup because we've talked about the how Slacking and the Talonflame pair with the Weezing, but of course that's shutting off the abilities of everything on the field unless they are carrying an ability shield, which would be interesting, but I highly doubt it. Fairly niche item in Pokemon VG right now. So this interaction is going to be an absolute thriller.
I think what's going to be really interesting, actually, because Giovanni's running a fairly standard sort of team. We've seen these 6 quite a lot. The Electabuzz and the Volcarona are kind of cool, but like still fairly standard, even if they're not on the top 12 usage stats. But it's going to be a great test to see how Alberto pilots into this kind of team, because you'd imagine Alberto's probably gone up against a lot of this sort of team.
Yeah, exactly.
So seeing the way that Weezing Slacking actually needs to play into this composition of this standard 6 to see how it can kind of break it apart is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, really. And I think that's something that can't be understated as well. When you have so many balanced teams that are asserting themselves in the format right now, the teams that have proven themselves to be reliable, got enough switch potential available, as well as the damage output that you'd like. The trainers who are able to take that and innovate on it or find a way to break through that armor, they are very well placed for then the development of the future metagame. And then trainers start to counter that, and then they start to counter the counter, and so on and so forth in the great circle of Pokemon. And really exciting to see what Alberto is going to be doing. I mean, making day 2 with Weezing slacking as well already clearly has potential.
It really does, and no one's going to be prepping for that, right?
Yeah.
Like, Weezing, I think, is flying under the radar a fair amount there. Maybe apart from Wolfsklick's original, like, Toad's Crawl and Weezing kind of team back in Baltimore as well, which did excellently well, by the way. But then we didn't see a lot of it when we head into Louisville and Dortmund either. So I don't think anybody's kind of really going, right, what's my Weezing matchup? Like when they kind of bring a team. So, because obviously a team is so much based around the abilities of so many Pokemon. We have so many strong abilities in top cut contention, like Defiant on King Gambit, like the Grassy Surge on Rillaboom. They are like essential to the way the whole Pokemon works on a team. And Weezing suddenly comes in, it's like, hey everybody, and then all with its steamy big old hat, and just kind of makes everyone a little bit sad because they can't do what they wanted to do. But Weezing does what it does best and just dishes out all those fairy and poison moves, and even just throws off a few Will-O-Wisps. Love that Pokemon.
I've got to say, it makes me kind of happy. I think the Galarian design is top tier. I love those sort of factory funnels coming out of its hat, you know, coming out of its head, and the way it has that facial hair made by gas as well. It's, yeah, really, really exciting Pokemon. We'll be getting into that very shortly, but now we can see what the standings are like. How are our trainers doing in the venue right now at our Lille Regional Championships? Who is in contention for that top cut? Well, Juan Garcia certainly is 10-0 right now, running a Baxcalibur team as well. And this is actually a Pokemon that did really well at the Lille Regional Championships last year, albeit in a different regulation set. So got my eye on that Pokemon. And then plenty of 9-1s and 8-2s as well. Still incredible records.
Yeah, really incredible. Like, those X and 1s are like, they're in basically to top cut. Like, they're absolutely in, and we should maybe even see more of them. That Jesus and Samurott, that Eduardo Cunha has there too. We saw Marco Silva with a really amazing Rain team as well. Like, we saw him on stream yesterday just kind of absolutely take down a hard sort of Trick Room team. He'd lead Incin Amoonguss and just be able to stall it out. Even versus a Magic Bounce Hatterene and a Safety Goals Indeedee, Amoonguss was still led and was still putting things to sleep thanks to the off of the Incineroar. And then he had Rain in the back, that Pelipper, a perfect switch in for the Ursaluna that then would eventually come out and could also just shut off the Rain. It was like a perfect masterclass of a way to approach an archetype with a certain archetype that you have.
Yeah, Marco Silva gave us an absolute masterclass there, and such a good summary of their team. We can see the 6 Pokemon that Marco is bringing there. That Basculegion as well. That's a Pokemon that received a lot of hype heading into Regulation Set H. Can have the ability Adaptability, the ability Swift Swim. Adaptability is boosting up any moves of the same type, and that stacks with the boost that you get from an offensive Terra type, like Water in the case of the Basculegion. Then Swift Swim, boosting up the speed of that Pokemon in the rain, so kindly provided by Pelipper, which then also means that the Electro Shot from our Chaladon can go off in 1 turn as opposed to 2. And the rain is also mitigating the fire damage onto the Golden Go. And then Incineroar and Amoonguss, they're there providing those crucial pivoting pieces, clearly piloted so well by our Latin America international champion from our previous season in 2024.
I think that Basculegion he was running as well was specifically the adaptability set, so not that fast with the Swift Swim, but it was Choice Scarf to make up for that as well. So you've got that combination of massive damage when you want it, but you've still got the speed at the same time. So a really nice adaptation that we've been seeing instead of, say, banded Swift Swim instead.
Right, exactly.
You have the speed even out of the rain.
Yeah, exactly. You can do it either way. But what about Fabian Kuhl, another trainer who we have doing fantastically well here in Lille? Well, going to be another rain team. It's going to be more Basculegion, more Pelipper, more Archaldon. But instead here we've got the Rillaboom, the Electabuzz, and the King Gambit. Now, King Gambit seems like trainers have decided what the best 4 moves are on that Pokemon right now. Not running any Steel-type moves, just Kowtow Cleave, Sucker Punch, and you have Swords Dance as well as Protect. And a Swords Dance boosted up King Gambit with Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave, holding the Black Glasses, maybe with Terra Dark as well, just to boost up its damage output even further. Even a not very effective hit is going to hit for a lot of damage, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. You do not need to, like, be immune to it or like, resist it. Like, just so much damage. And as we saw, the Sucker Punch puts on a lot of pressure as well, as we saw in our last round match as well, where the Typhlosion was being really threatened by Victor Medina's King Gambit as well, and would have just taken it out unless the Typhlosion went for the Terror, which it was then forced to do. It still got a double KO, and then it still won it still didn't win anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was just a great kind of pin Pokemon.
It's as if the Pokemon has that tinted lens ability, making not very effective moves deal regular damage. It doesn't. I think King Gambit's eyes are, you know, just like any other Pokemon's really that isn't a Yanma or a Yanmega, speaking of which we haven't seen any of those so far, but we know that there is at least one Yanmega out there in the field in Day 2, along with a Flapple, so incredible teams. And if you missed the Avalugg, Crocodile, Tentacruel team that we saw yesterday, going up against Jamie Boyt's Weavile and Azumarill, make sure you go and check that out. But for right now, we're getting ready and seated on the stage. You were talking about the plushie metagame yesterday, David. You were touting me as sort of the head chef of that, but we don't have any plushies to speak of here, but we certainly have still plenty of cooking done by these trainers.
We certainly do. Now, Giovanni Piscitelli is a fantastic talent player, and he's always one of those players who seems to get very close to getting that win, but never quite, right?
Yeah.
He often gets a few top cuts, but never quite getting there. But you can't deny how consistent he is, though. Like, he's always a player, as soon as you go up against him, you know, okay, right, this is going to be a fight that I'm not going to forget. Like, it's going to be hard, and he knows exactly how to pilot a good team as well. He definitely goes for all those standard compositions as well, rather than something that's quite out there. And so that, in a way, it kind of shows what a great player he is. He can take a team that someone else has been using and kind of play it in his own way and really, really well to get right up there to the top echelons of these tournaments.
Yeah, Giovanni, of course, from the Italian VG community. It's one that has given us such strong players, as indeed our world champion from the previous season, Luca, who we featured just before. Let's take a look at these achievements from our trainers. So, as you said, no win yet to speak of from Giovanni, but an incredible record still. Liverpool top 8 in 2023, back to the DC Open in top 8 in 2020. Alberto Baldi, world's top 128 in the previous season, so looking to already, you know, making a name for themselves in the community, just looking to stamp that name into the history books here in Lille.
Yeah, I wonder with that world's kind of qualification there from Alberto that maybe he's been quite active in the local scene, for instance, which I'm very excited that we've got so much kind of local stuff going on at the moment too. So it'd be curious to see kind of what his local scene is like and how much he's been able to kind of participate in that to be able to get his world's invite would be really cool. And maybe a lot of the friends that he's maybe made along the way too. So really interesting to see this match in this final day of Swiss. Both players really wanting this win right now to be able to get themselves into top cut, and the other will not be. But we'll still be getting a lot of championship points at least.
Yeah, this is the stage of the competition where everything is on the line as we can take a look at Giovanni's team. So, got some familiar pieces here. Scale Shot Dragonite with the multi-scale and the loaded dice to make sure that move is hitting for at least 4 times. Terra Fairy as well, something we saw Eduardo Cunha run on stream yesterday. Really, really useful for getting around certain difficult matchups that Pokemon might face. We've got the Electabuzz. This one is running Thunderbolt as opposed to Electro Web, so it is leaning more on the offense here. Just single target, big offense, and the chance to paralyze, of course. That's that classic King Gambit set we were talking about earlier. Now, Sneasler with the coaching as well. This is a move that's really been rising up on the Sneaslers. It gives your ally Pokemon a boost to their attack and their defense, and that can be crucial not only for the damage output, but of course for their longevity. There's Volcarona, Heat Wave, Terra Blast, Quiver Dance, and Protect. Quiver Dance boosting up your special attack, special defense, and speed. And then Terra Blast, if you go for that Terra Fairy, hitting something like those dragons for super effective damage.
We've seen a lot of the coaching Sneasler recently. At the moment, it seems to just be so good because Sneasler has so many moves you want to protect versus, right? And then suddenly coaching punishes that so hard by boosting up its ally and making that the threat suddenly. So I really like it.
Well, speaking of punishing so hard, we've got a choice band slacking here, paired with the Weezing, Garchomp, Golden Go, Talonflame, Archildon. David, take us through it.
Okay, it's a choice band slacking. What?
Yeah.
What do you want me to say, Charlie? Like, look at that damage that it's going to potentially output there. Double Edge, Giga Impact, knock off high horsepower. Giga Impact makes a lot of sense there. You've got that recharge turn, obviously, but then if Weezing, say, has gone down, you've still got slacking there to kind of make the most of all that damage, even though you know a Truant turn's going to be coming out the following turn anyway. So the Weezing to kind of support that makes a lot of sense there too. Interesting to see the Garchomp there as well. Rough Skin's not essential to how it functions, so it makes sense on a Weezing team. It's naturally fast, just lots of really nice damage, and with the neutralizing gas, any Intimidates from an Incineroar potentially won't be attacking it either. And then you got the odd Chalador there too. It's the Terra Electric set as well, with the double electric move that we saw Wolfglick pilot last week in Louisville and do very well with alongside that Yan Mega team. But yeah, seems like a really cool pick here at the moment, especially with that Stalwart to get around any of the redirection that specifically this Electabuzz on Giovanni's side does have.
Yeah, and also Electro Shot, but no rain to speak of here, so it will be going off in 2 turns. I also want to call out, with that choice band on the slacking, it means that whatever move it locks into on the first turn, that is the only move it can go for until it switches out and back in. Also, the Temper Flare on the Talonflame that Alberto is running, that essentially operates like a fire-type stomping tantrum. If a move that the Talonflame goes for on the previous turn has failed, then Temper Flare's damage output is doubled heading into that turn. So really incredible tools that Alberto has at their disposal. How's it going to match up into Giovanni's more standard 6?
Well, my question is, and probably the question Giovanni's asking himself as well, is what is my slacking matchup like right now? What do I want to actually bring into slacking here? And obviously, we're looking at King Gambit there. It resists normal. It's obviously is going to take lots of super effective damage from that high horsepower, but without that same type attack bonus, I imagine King Gambit will likely survive here. So I want to see that here. But oh, we're getting straight into it, Charlie. Let's go.
Alrighty, so it's slacking and it's Talonflame hitting the field for Alberto. There's Volcarona and there's Electabuzz coming out for Giovanni. So Electabuzz in prime position to start following me so that the Volcarona can get set up with some Quiver Dances here. But you've got to imagine that for Alberto, it's that wheezing puffing away in the back, ready to switch in at any time in order to switch off slacking's truant ability.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be a very, very potent option there. Now, the Volcarona and Electabuzz here both have Protect, so you can potentially just double Protect if you're Giovanni here and see what the slacking's going to lock into, because you know you're probably going to be slower as soon as the Tailwind kind of goes up on Talonflame's end. And it just gives him a little more information as to what's going to go on next.
Yeah, Talonflame, of course, with that Tailwind move, boosting the speed of the Pokemon on Alberto's side of the field for a few turns, and with priority being at full health, thanks to its Gale Wings ability still intact here. Now, all eyes on this slacking, attempts to go for a knockoff into the Volcarona there, interestingly. Could have been getting rid of the Eviolite on the Electabuzz, but instead opting to get rid of the Covert Cloak on the Volcarona, which wisely keeps itself safe.
Yeah, I really like that, because the Electabuzz has Terra Ghost on it. So if you look into a normal move, then Giovanni has just an easy Terra Ghost follow me and slacking is doing nothing. Whereas knockoff is useful into either of these slots right now. So I really like that locking Alberto. Keeps it nice and safe. And here comes that wheezing.
Yeah, fairly telegraphed play here on the turn that slacking would be taking a little nap thanks to Truant. The neutralizing gas is permeating through the area. Going to be Electabuzz keeping Volcarona safe from this knockoff coming out from slacking. The Eviolite removed from the Electabuzz is really huge. It makes it so much more softened up and ready to go down at any attack that might go in its way. And that's Volcarona doing a little boogie on the field, getting ready for the disco with that Quiver Dance.
So Volcarona's going to be looking very threatening at the moment. Good thing, though, for Alberto, Flame Body is now turned off, so any knockoffs that go into that slot are not going to risk the burn onto the slacking this time either. So the Volcarona is definitely starting to be the main thing that gets set up here. And what I like about this Volcarona, it's got Heat Wave and that Terra Blast with the Fairy offense. So there's no one type that resists both Heat Wave and Terra Fairy Blast. So it's a really strong option into just generally any team rather than, say, having a Fire and Grass type, which Dragon types and Fire types can take easily.
Yeah, that's a really good point, David. Electabuzz is once more going to have the spotlight shone on it, and you can see that with the knockoff having already removed the Eviolite from the Electabuzz, that's a move that does more power if the opposing Pokemon is holding an item. Volcarona feeling safe to get set up once more. Now, what is this Weezing going to do? How's it going to react here? It's going to be the Taunt into the Electabuzz, thanks to that Follow Me that came out from the Pokemon. So ideally, Alberto would have liked to have got that into the Volcarona to prevent any future setup, but here we are with a +2 Volcarona on the field in quite a few stats.
So now we've got into a point where like slacking and Volcarona actually have very similar speed stats. Right. So like with +2 on this Volcarona, it should be out. It might not even be outspeeding the slacking if the Tailwind is up. So there's still a lot of damage that could potentially come out here. But because it's a knockoff and because it's not a huge normal move, it's probably not being threatened with a one-hit KO here. And with all that special defense, Weezing's probably not offering a lot of damage into it either. So Giovanni's still in a really good position.
Weezing, having said hello to the slacking, has gone right to the back once more. The neutral neutralizing gas no longer on the field, abilities back online. Speaking of which, so is this Talonflame. And for Giovanni, the switch in of the King Gambit here, that's obviously going to be taking a knockoff really, really well, resisting it thanks to its dark typing. But from dark to bright, going to be terrestrialization coming out onto the Volcarona. It's time for it to channel its love at this love disco right now on the field, becoming that Terra Fairy, threatening bid Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, but crucially now resisting knockoff coming out from Slacking as well. And that's going to be the black glasses, so the King Gambit might be able to see a little bit better, but not dishing out quite as much damage. Followed up by this Heat Wave. Big damage into the Slacking and the Talonflame.
And the Tailwind runs out just as Talonflame then suddenly loses its Galewind's ability there. So Alberto may be hoping to get up Tailwind in this turn. Now cannot without Volcarona going first and getting off a massive Heat Wave. Assuming both targets do connect, this could be just a double KO for Giovanni in this turn. And that can combine with a Swords Dance just to even, just to make the most of the free space that it suddenly offers. So Giovanni in such a commanding position going into this turn right now.
Alberto really hoping that this Slacking and Wheezing combination, such an exciting one that has got him so far, can continue to do so. Sucker Punch, though, going to fail into presumably the Talonflame there. Heat Wave just enough to pick up the knockout. So you're right, David. Just as the Volcarona goes for those Quiver Dances, that King Gambit getting into the dancing, boogieing spirit as well. Could have gone for the Swords Dance there, but instead Giovanni deciding, no, just going to prioritize the damage here, because of course the King Gambit threatened by fire-type moves that could have been coming out from the Talonflame, but as it was, of course, the Volcarona just outspeeding easily.
So now we've got the Golden Go as the final reveal here for Alberto in this first game of our set. Of first round 12, or no,
11.
Sorry, 11, yeah, 11, oh my goodness. And so, yeah, King Gambit's obviously in a pretty decent position at the moment, up against a Golden Go. Now this Golden Go is actually the choice specs, which you're not seeing too much of, but there's still no super effective moves into this King Gambit, which is such a naturally bulky Pokemon. So Golden Go has to lock into something right now. Make It Rain makes a lot of sense, it's his signature move, and it's probably the main way that this Volcarona needs to be dealt with right now. And to be honest, Giovanni is in such a great position. Alberto, I think, probably needs to rely on those critical hits at this point to get through those massive special defense boosts.
What you can do is aim for a Confuse from Strange Steam onto the King Gambit and hope that it just keeps hitting itself, but unlikely. Golden Go getting into the Loving Spirit as well, going for its own Terra Fairy right now. Volcarona going to protect those sweet, sweet boosts. Just going to be the Make It Rain locked into from this Golden Go, of course, threatening super effective into the now Fairy Volcarona. It's really good damage for not very effective into the King Gambit. It's now lower than half of its health. Well, it's just the Sludge Bomb, in fact, targeting down this Volcarona. Certainly the threat on the field right now. Alberto's seeing what mileage they can get out of this, the final few turns of this first game, but time to also reflect on how to adapt heading into game 2.
So, yeah, a good Terra, obviously, for Alberto there. With only Dark-type moves, King Gambit's not doing a whole lot right now unless it starts to set up. So it is definitely this Volcarona that is the main threat at the moment. Sucker Punch, there it is to the Wheezing, not doing a whole lot, but let's see how much this Volcarona's going to do.
Yeah, big Heat Wave targeting down, and yes, the oven is switched on. It is Golden Go and Wheezing being absolutely cooked right now by this Volcarona. Giovanni claiming this game in the most convincing fashion possible. All 4 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, very, very convincing especially. And where does Alberto go from here, honestly? The Tailwind plus Slacking makes a lot of sense, right? Because you suddenly have all the speed and then all the offense from that Slacking. But yeah, when you have that balanced sort of mode there with the redirection and keeping this Volcarona safe, stalling out that Tailwind to be able to offer up those Heat Waves suddenly and just sweeping the field, there's not a lot you can do at this point. Yeah. So I think I'd really like to see Alberto maybe switch something up just a little bit slightly to threaten this Volcarona a little bit more here. And maybe the dual wing beat coming straight out of the gate, for instance, onto this Volcarona would be something that we'd like to see here as well. Yeah. And obviously our Chaladon has that Stalwart ability, which can get around all the follow me from the Electabuzz. But if a Quiver Dance gets set up though, is our Chaladon actually doing a lot of damage into it? I don't know.
Well, a lead I was considering there, David, was Alberto going for the Talonflame and the Garchomp, and then you can threaten a big Earthquake, super effective, into the Electabuzz over on Giovanni's side of the field. Your Talonflame takes no damage thanks to being a flying type, as well as threatening with the Tailwind and a dual wing beat into the Volcarona, pre-terrestrialization that is. And it seems like, Slacking with the Choice Band, really offensive, fun option, but maybe something that could be better lurking in the back, or yeah, it seems like if you're locking into a move, you want to have removed a few pieces over on your opponent's side of the field so that you can decide what the best one is to lock into.
Yeah, 100%. And I think what the issue with Weezing in general, and what seemed to be the case for Alberto here, is it was a little bit useless once it was actually on the field. Like, neutralizing gas is great, obviously, for shutting off the Truant, but then what else was it doing, really?
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of offense unless you've got choice specs on it, which this one doesn't. It's Citrus Berry, and it wasn't offering a lot of damage, especially into that Volcarona, and into the King Gambit, which is just so bulky, and a Terra, like Ghost Electabuzz, would take those attacks really well as well, and it's just so bulky too. It doesn't have Will-O-Wisp to hit King Gambit either, it's just Taunt, so it is a hard Pokemon to kind of make the most of if you're bringing it here. So I think Alberto needs to make the most of the neutralizing gas if he's going to bring it here. Maybe really get down those Taunts into whatever is the supporting option, maybe into the Volcarona itself instead to stop the Quiver Dances.
Yeah, as is the case with most supporting Pokemon, it wants to run more than 4 moves, but you are limited to just those 4. And it's going to be a switch up from both trainers now heading into Game 2. It is going to be that Garchomp being led from Alberto alongside the Weezing once more. Volcarona makes a repeat appearance for Giovanni, but this time alongside the Rillaboom.
Yeah, I like this lead from both sides, actually. So Alberto has the option of going for the Terra flying on the Weezing and then go for that Earthquake to get around it. And because the Weezing was led here, no Grassy Surge has been set up from the Rillaboom, which would normally get half the damage of Earthquake. So it's a really nice kind of lead here.
Yeah.
Giovanni has a Fake Out turn. Like, you can pretty much just fake out Garchomp, which is the main damage dealer at the moment, and then pretty much guarantee a pretty free Quiver Dance from Volcarona, and then it will outspeed Garchomp on the following turn, because the worst Weezing's going to do is maybe Sludge Bomb your Rillaboom, but your Assault Vest, it's not that powerful, so yeah, I think Giovanni's going to come out on top generally after this turn.
Is going to be Fake Out, shutting down that Garchomp, just as predicted, David. Volcarona, once more, is still in the party mood. It goes for another Quiver Dance here, able to get set up. This Volcarona is exactly what I've got my eye on it in Regulations at H so far. The Sludge Bomb doing really respectable damage, to be honest, into that Assault Vest Weezing. Even though holding the Citrus Berry, perhaps trained a little bit more offensively, bring it down to about half HP.
So yeah, there's the Terra Fairy Terra Blast that is just so powerful in this metagame where there's so many Dragon types at the moment. So yeah, you could just kind of Terra into that and just target into the Garchomp slot, and you're not really worried about this Weezing at the moment. So we would expect maybe Alberto could have to protect, maybe Terra the Garchomp into the ground typing. But if Giovanni gets a little bit tricky and maybe targets a ground type move into that, a grass type move into that slot as well, that would just be a KO in itself as well. But it's not going to be going first, at least with that grassy glide, if the Weezing stays on the field. So I expect maybe more of a defensive play from Alberto this turn.
Well, only time will tell, and now it's time to tell about the Sparkles coming out onto this Volcarona once more, going for its Terra Fairy. It's going to become immune to any Dragon type moves coming out from Garchomp, and it's going to remove it's going to make Dark type moves not very effective as it did in the previous game if there is a knockoff Slacking waiting in the back. Garchomp this turn not liking its chances. Terra Blast targeting right down into that slot. It's a good call from Alberto there, but where do you go from here? It's going to be the attempted Grassy Glide into the Garchomp too. Now, is this Weezing going to have enough gas in its literal tank to take care of the Rillaboom? It's instead going to target the Volcarona with that super effective Sludge Bomb. Now it's a part Fairy type. You can see the dividends that Quiver Dance paying, boosting up its special defense.
Decent damage there, but it's now, you can see it's a 3-hit KO. And because of the Covert Cloak on the Volcarona, it can't be poisoned by the Sludge Bomb either. So, like, Giovanni could still safely target into the Garchomp, and with not much downside, and know it's going to survive a Sludge Bomb. Bar a critical hit, obviously. I don't want to speak that into existence. But we can maybe see Rillaboom maybe potentially switch out here or start dealing some damage with that high horsepower into the Weezing. Giovanni, with that Volcarona, looking real strong still in this matchup.
Yeah, certainly is. Going to be the responding Terra coming out from Alberto. It is time for this Garchomp to embrace its humiliation. It is fully grounded right now. There's no longer a Dragon typing on this Pokemon. It's not going to be taking super effective damage from Fairy type moves. Heat Wave, though, targeted into both the Pokemon. So in fact, Garchomp terrestrialized away from a resistance that it had to the Fire type there. So great call by Giovanni, as Weezing does have its lunchbox ready, having that Citrus Berry. Stomping Tantrum now targeted into the Volcarona. How much damage is it going to do? Ooh. It is going to be enough for the knockout here. So the Pokemon that put in such work for Giovanni in Game 1 is now down and out, along with the Terra.
Yeah, really nice play from Alberto there to kind of target straight into that. Even though Giovanni kind of caught the terror there, he was still able to get that KO. And there's the high horsepower, which actually is enough into the Wheezing, which keeps the Rillaboom in turn safe from that Sludge Bomb, which was most likely coming out that turn.
And now all of this meadow is going to be sprouting out on the field thanks to Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, recently switched on by that knocked out Wheezing. If it were the slacking lurking in the back for Alberto, then it's just going to have to accept attacking every other turn now. The gas is gone.
It certainly is, exactly. There's no more shutting down of those abilities, and so if there's a slacking in the back, it's going to be locking into a move, and that might be the only move it uses. But it is actually the Archaludon in the back, which is really cool to see, and with that Stalwart ability, you can get around any potential follow-me directors if Electabuzz was lurking in the back at the moment. But with that Grassy Surge being up, it's offering a lot of damage into that, or pressure into that Garchomp if it doesn't protect at all, because you can just target very, very safely into it. And with the Assault Vest, it should be able to take on any of those targets from this Archaludon, which only has special attacking moves. There's no body press here at the moment. It's just electric moves and that Dragon Pulse. So we'll likely see an Electro Shot start boosting that up, but this does free up the Kingambit to start boosting itself up too. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Swords Dance, because Sucker Punch looks very, very strong now going to the rest of Alberto's team.
Well, it's all going to come down to what that final Pokemon is for Alberto, claiming a bit of an advantage on that previous turn. Will it be enough? No switches right now. Garchomp is going to hide under its Seismic Hat there with a Protect. Grassy Glide, of course, threatening down at that Pokemon. It will now take super effective damage from that move, having lost its Dragon typing. Dragon Pulse into the Rillaboom. Not going to be enough for the knockout. Presumably a more offensive Archaludon here as well, holding the Power Herb. Kowtow Cleave, not going to give it a stamina boost, of course, because this Pokemon is running the Stalwart ability. Archaludon and Garchomp really thankful for the little bit of recovery here, especially the Archaludon being a bulkier Pokemon.
Now, what does Alberto have in the back, right? Because it's really interesting to see if it would be that Talonflame, for instance, to be able to boost up the speed of the Archaludon, to be able to outspeed absolutely everything and make sure this Garchomp is doing the same.
Okay,
but
here we go.
Giovanni has priority in both of his Pokemon, which could make this really scary. And there's the Golden Go coming in, Charlie.
It's Golden Go, and the Terror's already spent on the Garchomp, so it cannot get rid of its weakness to Kingambit here with its Dark-type moves. Both of them very lovely in the Halloween spirit, though, with Ghost and Dark. Going to be Archaludon going for the Electro Shot, and with the Power Herb, able just for this turn to get this move off in one go, as well as that boost to its special attack into the Kingambit. Is going to do a good amount of damage there, and that could put it in range of an attack later on, but Kowtow Cleave just going to be enough for the knockout onto the Golden Go. So Alberto back against the wall now. It's just the double dragons on the field, Garchomp and the Archaludon.
Yeah, a nice safe play there, obviously, from Giovanni, because the Garchomp was just protected, and you can safely target Grassy Glide into that slot to KO the Garchomp if it stays in. If it doesn't, then whatever comes to the back is going to take a Kowtow Cleave. And luckily, it was the Golden Go as well, which obviously just drops immediately to that. Well, Grassy's terrain is starting to run out a little bit here, so Garchomp maybe has a win condition of it protecting enough to try and stall that out, and then get enough health from the Grassy terrain to survive a Sucker Punch at this point too, so it looks like Alberto's trying to go for it.
Yeah, it's going to be Garchomp just to try and stall out this Grassy Glide right now, but Kingambit is also going to go for the Protect, stalling out Garchomp's own here. And now the Rillaboom was indeed targeting down that Grassy Glide into the Garchomp. What's Archaludon going to do in this situation? It's already at +1 in its special attack thanks to the earlier Electro Shot. Dragon Pulse now easily enough to take care of this Rillaboom. What's the Pokemon lurking in the back for Giovanni? Is there any way in which Alberto might be able to turn the tables here? Worth reminding you that this Archaludon does indeed have Protect, so can keep itself safe from an Earthquake that could come out from this Garchomp. And it will be the Sneasler. So both the Pokemon on Giovanni's side are weak to that ground move.
And Sneasler is just naturally very speedy, and like with close combat, it should be able to actually KO either of these slots as soon as it targets into it. So again, the Garchomp's just protected. It is just a free slot to target into right now. And with those black glasses, I imagine Sucker Punch is probably easy enough for that Garchomp, and then you just target close combat into that Archaludon. It should pretty much be a lock, unless there's some crazy bulk training that Alberto's done in some of his Pokemon. We'll have to see if he's done it. Let's see, because it's going to be the fight for that top cut if he doesn't get it, or if he does.
Is Alberto going to make top cut with a Wheezing and a Slacking? We're about to find out in the last few moments of our Game 2 Swiss Round 11 here at the little regional championships. Garchomp is going to attempt to double protect. It's a move that gets less likely to work each time you use it, but of course the Sucker Punch therefore is going to fail into the Garchomp here. So a bit of an opening, close combat targeted into the Archaludon. Going to be enough for the knockout here. If this Garchomp has gone for the Earthquake, going to be huge damage, but then of course you've got the Focus Sash on the Sneasler, so so you cannot get rid of it in just one turn. Garchomp is gonna have its HP a little bit restored here, but having gone for the double protect on the previous turn, now you're so vulnerable to a Sucker Punch on this coming turn.
Yeah, it's looking like, unless the Sneasler is for some reason super slow, this Garchomp is probably going to go down. And it's just the Sucker Punch. Giovanni Piscitelli is advancing to top cut.
Congratulations to Giovanni at the Lille Regional Championships.
Amazing to see that absolute win. He's getting there again into that top cut zone. Let's see if he can push it even further within top cut as well. He must be doing so proud, especially going up against a matchup he's probably never even faced before. That slacking and wheezing combination. Great to see it come so far though. Kudos to Alberto for getting it there.
Oh yeah, so cool to see. And you know, there's a reason why these balanced teams, so-called balanced teams, are so prevalent right now. Just the tools they offer. You can go up against a team like a slacking and a wheezing that you might never have seen before in your prep, and know that fundamentally somewhere you have the tools available to you to be able to see out that battle. And Giovanni just piloting that team masterfully. I mean, Alberto, to his credit, able to get rid of that Volcarona that was set up in Game 2 there, the Pokemon that was such a thorn in their side in Game 1. But fundamentally, yeah, just the tools were available to Giovanni to be able to see out that win in the end.
Yeah, it was a masterfully played game, honestly. I feel like and masterfully because he saw the way he needs to win it so quickly, I think. Like in that 2 minutes where you suddenly see someone's team sheet and you go, right, what am I even bringing to this? He realized that, right, Terra Ghost Electabuzz is going to be very strong into any sort of slacking matchup. And then we even saw the adjustment in Game 2 kind of really showing how maybe, like slacking's maybe not the play for Alberto in Game 1, maybe I won't bring it in Game 2. He kind of calls that. He doesn't lead Electabuzz this time, which would have been a little bit passive versus the Garchomp that would have actually been then present in Game 2. He said, leads the Rillaboom. Perfect. As soon as Whizzing comes off the field, Grassy Terrain goes up, Grassy glides into the Terra. It's like absolutely masterfully done. And like having control of that mindset of a best of 3.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got to bear in mind the story of the whole tournament as opposed to just that game. Yes, we saw Alberto taking the loss there, but fundamentally getting all the way to this position with that slacking and wheezing team. I'd have been fascinated to see some of the other matches that Alberto played and how they went for him, his game plans into certain teams. And, you know, as we were saying before, will have had practice into teams similar, at least, to Giovanni. So what the game plan is in that situation. But as it was, yes, this Volcarona Pokemon I've been bigging up all weekend, really threatening Alberto's team right now. And with the Golden Go being brought as well, the King Gambit so safe for Giovanni here. Unfortunately, just not in the best of positions.
Yeah, there's a few different ways you can kind of run Volcarona, right? You've got the supportive set with like Rage Powder, Will-O-Wisp, Struggle Bug stuff.
Yeah.
And you've got like raw kind of damage. You've got Quiver Dance set up as well. And even with the Quiver Dance set, you often kind of see Fire Move, Grass Move, Quiver Dance protect, like Giga Drain, for instance.
Yeah.
It's got nice coverage. You can hit Water types for super effective damage. But as I said before, Fire types and Dragon types can take on those attacks so well. But suddenly when you combine Fire with Fairy, which no other type really does at all, there's no Fire Fairy types in the game, then you're suddenly got this amazing Pokemon that nobody really prepares for at all. You can't have something you don't prepare for. Like Incineroar has Fire and Dark. You can have a few Pokemon that can resist both of those attacks, like a Water and Dark type, for instance. But Fire and Fairy have such great coverage, and with all the Dragons in the format, it makes a lot of sense, and that's what resists Fire. And then if you don't resist, if you don't resist Fire, then obviously you're just going to go down to a Heat Wave. So it's a really strong option, and I think this particular Volcarona set, I'm basically just not surprised it's getting this far.
It's a really interesting question about the Pokemon type combinations that we haven't seen yet. I'd love to see an Ice Poison type, for example.
Yeah.
I think that'd be really cool. You know, at least you're then taking neutral from fighting, for example. I think the mind boggles as to what that could be, but the mind also boggles as to the number of events that trainers can attend.
Really
yes, we've got our regional championship schedule, but that's just the tip of the Avalugg. We've got so many local events as well for trainers to attend, happening most weekends throughout the year. There's always going to be a lot of Pokemon action in a town near you.
I love a local, Charlie.
I know you do, David.
I do love a local. We talked about the SSJ, but I do love a local.
I call you David Local Partington now.
Yeah.
David, are you from around these Partsington?
I love it. Like, exactly. You're always the merry one of us two, aren't you, Charlie?
Yeah, that would make sense.
You live up to your name.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Exactly. Except that Spinarak, it's still feeling a little bit
utterly terrifying. I know, David. I know, but there is
it is a way.
By all means, go.
It is a way to test out that at your local events, of course. If you want to evolve your Spinnerack into an Ariados, for instance, and use that, it gets Sniper, Sucker Punch and stuff. The local scene is a perfect way to kind of test those sort of things out in that best of 3 Swiss sort of format, which you can't really get on Battle Stadium, for instance. So it's a great opportunity also to just meet people, meet friends, like-minded people, and kind of end up building like a community of like team-building partners and stuff. Because the times when I've done the best is when I've had someone to build with, and I'm sure that's the case for so many of our trainers. There's always shout-outs that people want to give to so many people who've helped them along the way, and locals is where that starts.
Take a look at this video to learn a little bit more.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So much fun and frivolity to be had at your local Pokemon League, and you're probably wondering, well, where can I find the events that are near me? I want to get involved. How do I do that? You could do, David, you could just sort of look around, you could be at a loss of words, or you could take a little scan of this QR code that we've prepped for you. Have a scan of that with your phone right now and find where near you can get involved in your local scene. So much team building fun to be had, so many people to meet, so many friends to be made, and fundamentally, just so much fun to be had.
100%, Charlie. You said it in its entirety there. That is where it all starts. And then it kind of gets you sort of set up for attending a regional level event, just like here in Lille as well. Very sort of similar, but you'll have the local community there. It's just the odd kind of little day at a weekend usually. Sometimes during the week as well. It depends what's going on as well. And they'll often be running something every month, probably somewhere near you too, if you can find one as well. And as I say, meet those people, get out there and test out your spicy stuff, because we definitely have seen it here this weekend as well. And I would bet that a lot of those have been like fostered and practiced in those local events themselves.
Oh, absolutely. It takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. And what you see here at an event like the Lille Regional Championships, well, that belies the number of hours that have been put in behind the scenes, practicing those matchups, finding the teams that work for you. And I think another very important thing to mention here is that maybe you're not quite sure the team that you want to use, maybe you're not quite sure if it works, you go along, test it out, but then you come away having played against a certain number of teams, and you've got your ideas firing in your mind as to, oh, maybe I could adapt that onto my own team, maybe I could, and by meeting these trainers, you get their ideas as well in terms of how to build these teams. So you've got to fail first in order to fly.
And we know who's flying right now. It must be Giovanni Piscitelli, who's ready on our couch for our interview. Let's see what he has to say.
And I'm here in the lounge with the winner of our last round, Giovanni Piscitelli.
Hi, Marcus.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks. I only slept 4 hours, I think, but I'm cool. I'm cool.
Well, I mean, you made it into the top cut, but before we talk about that, we just had a little bit of a disclaimer about some local events, and you just told me that you also attend locals pretty frequently and that you actually know Alberto from there.
Yeah, exactly. I usually go to the locals in Tuscany. We have such a lot of leagues and locals, and Alberto Baldi is one of the best players in our local league. He also made Day 2 at Worlds this year, with always playing not common teams. So we just see him with slacking. But the fun fact is that me and Alberto faced every time in every locals, but before this tournament we never faced. In a local challenge, in a local cup, we didn't face, so we didn't know the matchup, we didn't know our team, and it was our first time playing each other again with these kind of teams.
Well, that's funny that you have to travel all the way here over to Lille to then finally play against your local opponent, right?
It's unlucky that we faced in the last round in a win and in. We probably could make both of us, but we didn't. The league is Lega Valdarno. I wanna give a shout out to the Lega Valdarno and to Christian, Ricardo, Lapo, the other Ricardo, and everybody. I don't remember every name now. There are too many that play every time in our locals, and they are a good training for me. And just to Alberto, Marco, Giulio, that was another our player that just lost the winning in against Aurelien Sula. It was his first day too in a regional. He kind of started last year, so he made a lot of improvement. And I'm grateful. Also, Diego, I just forgot to Diego, one of my best friends in the league.
Yeah, very impressive, and sounds like you have a very strong league going on there. So yeah, definitely, just as we heard, for everyone at home, it's of course a great way to practice, to get better, to exchange, meet some new friends as well.
Yeah.
Then coming back to the matchup. So you said you kind of knew a little bit about the team maybe, but have you ever thought about playing against the Slacking?
I knew the Pokémon. I saw he had Specs Terra Fairy Goldengo with Dazzling Gleam. I knew he had Slacking with a Terra Ghost, Weezing. I don't remember which kind of Weezing, if it was the Fairy one or the Kanto one, and Garchomp. That was a little bit of a problem. But I call it right that he wouldn't bring it to the game one, and I just double protect in turn one to see in which move Slacking will be locked, because I have the Terra Ghost on Electabuzz. So he probably could read it, and in fact he read the Terra Ghost and he used knockoff. So from there I just used Follow Me, Quiver Dance, Follow Me, and Volcarona swept every Pokemon in his team. I was praying to don't miss any Heatwave, because all my losses in these rounds were to miss of the Heatwave or Scale Shot probably, and he didn't miss, fortunately. And I approached like that the team. I saw the team sheet, I read it, okay, he probably brought Weezing, Slacking, Talonflame at least one game, and maybe Garchomp or Goldengo in the back. I need King Gambit that is useful with the priority on Goldengo, Slacking, Garchomp, everybody. And Volcarona just swept the team. Dragonite wasn't good because he had the Fairy Weezing, Garchomp will always Talonflame, and other things.
Yeah, and I think definitely the Volcarona had to carry a lot here in terms of the damage that it was dealing, and I thought it was very nice, especially the game one plan I really like. Game one, turn one, just double protect as you said, and then you could react with your Terra types depending on which move the Slacking would lock into. You could either Terra Ghost on the Electabuzz or then Terra Fairy as you did, because it locked into knockoff. So yeah, I was very impressed. Even against such an unconventional strategy, you came up with what I thought was a very, very nice plan going into that matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of good to improvise, I think, because I don't plan in everything. I just playing the games, and I have stuck in my mind something to do against the common teams, but every time I could adapt against my opponent. But then I know Alberto, we know how he plays, so it was maybe a little bit easier, because it was like our 13 best of 3.
Wow.
I don't know. We played a lot since 2017-18, I think. In these last 2 years, we faced every time, so we knew a lot each other.
Yeah, definitely great to have this local community, and then to travel with them together maybe here and then play against each other. But then there's also another community that you are part of, where you're representing here with a jersey, Il Server. And I talked about this yesterday also with Marco, and I see a lot of people running around with a shirt that I think you also had your hand in the design a little bit, right?
Yeah, I am a graphic designer. I just got my degree on February this year, and I'm prevalently in logo and branding, so I just made the new logo of Il Server. I previously made the old one, but I wasn't professional like now. I made a jersey. We started to dress it in every tournament. We also made another version of the shirt that Marco was wearing yesterday, and it was also the one that was wearing Luca Ceribelli when he won Worlds. So we, as Marco said yesterday, we know each other since like 2017. We met a lot of people in the Italian community prevalently, and they join us in the server. That is a team, a group of friends, more basically. And the fact is, our preparation is basically me that playing on ladder with the screen share, and they just watch the games. I smash games on Pokémon ladder, and sometimes we make a best of 3 against each other. Some inner tournament.
Yeah, it's great to have this group of friends, really, right?
We play.
Practice.
We have different play styles, so we just test with each other, and we know how to do what to do against the most common teams, because we usually use one is using Hyper Offense, one is more on balance, one is on Inchamungus Goldengo, one is on Rain, one kind of play everything. It's a good testing team.
Yeah, really cool to see. And of course, now you made it into Top Cut. I think some of your friends made it as well. So best of luck for that. And we'll have to kick it back. But then Top Cut will be starting soon, so don't go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the minds are outdrawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom, and Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Hey trainers, Charlie Merriman here, and I think sometimes in our competitive VG streams for Pokemon, obviously all we can showcase is the main event itself, but that is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what's going on in the venue right now, here at the Lille Regional Championships. Now, happening behind me here, we have the League Cup. Now, these trainers are doing best of 1 battles for championship points. They have a few rounds and then they have a top cut. So if the main event itself is not for you, then you've got this opportunity where you can still build up those points, get in some practice with opposing teams. And even that is just one of the events that's going on right now, because we also have the Chaos Cup that's happening over on these tables here. Now, the Chaos Cup is an opportunity to play with fun, diverse teams. We have some monotype teams, sort of gym leader style, for example. Jamie Boyd, fellow caster, of course, has chosen some of the teams in the past. For example, cat teams versus dog teams in terms of the Pokemon styles, middle stage evolutions only. Really fun team ideas. You just pop in the rental code and then you battle against your randomly assigned opponent. It's such an exciting event. There's also women and non-binary only events to get involved in too, judged by women and non-binary only judges. So really a good opportunity to practice, meet some other members of the community there in a really friendly environment. And plenty of other things as well. And they could be for championship points. It could be just for points for the prize wall to redeem there for some of the fantastic things that we have on offer. You can check the video that we did yesterday where I interviewed someone at the prize wall there, see some of the things that you can get there. You can also team up with some of your friends. You can submit for on-demand events where just there are 4 of you playing together, battling against each other, maybe battling on a team together, and just a really fantastic way to mark your time here in Lille or at any of the events that we have going on throughout this EU regional season with your friends. So it's a real privilege to be able to show you all of the other things that we have going on here in the venue, and such a massive venue it is as well. Sometimes we can get too tied down to the fact that we are in the lounge or we're on the desk or the players on the stage, but vast space here for everyone to congregate in and have a good time. It's of course Saturday and Sunday. It's a weekend here. Everyone's here in the festive Halloween atmosphere as well. I know Spinnerack here having a great time chilling out on my shoulder, and that is the theme of the event. It's just chill. We're all just having a good time. So hope you enjoyed this little snapshot of everything else we have going on in the venue. Pokemon offers so many ways to play, and it's fantastic to be able to feature this for you all. For now then, let's go back to the caster desk. Let's go back to our main action here at the Lille Regional Championships.
Thank you, Charlie. We certainly did enjoy getting to see what else is going on the venue here at the Lille Regional Championships. But myself, Luca, joined by Marcus Statter, for this part of the broadcast, are going to take you through the next stage of the competition. We're getting into our top cut.
I can't wait. Now it is time. Every loss means elimination for our players. Of course, the stakes are high, and this is, of course, when, well, the fun has begun yesterday, but this is really when it is all coming down to this.
I feel like the tension really rises at this point in the competition because it's the knockout rounds. There's no longer kind of the Swiss rounds where you can afford a couple of losses and still stay in the competition. If you lose your next match, it is game over.
Yeah, no safety net anymore for our players. Not that they would need it, but of course, yeah, any loss means you're out, but any win, of course, means you're moving up the stages and closer to that final goal of winning the title here at the Lille Regional Championships.
Not only do you get closer to becoming the champion, but you also, with each step, get more prizes, more championship points, more glory. And it's one of those things that we see when we introduce players onto the broadcast. We have kind of that accolade stacked up as well. And this is where players can really start saying, hey, I got, you know, top 32 or top 16, or who knows, I became the champion.
Absolutely. And of course, only 20 players have managed to be in this final stage of the competition. At the start of the season, we implemented this kind of new way how the top cut will shape out. So we are using this asymmetrical top cut, which means in this case that anyone with a record of 9 wins and 2 losses will advance to the final bracket. And yeah, why don't we have a look at who of our players made it that far? Of course, it's already an incredible feat to win 9 of your 11 matches, but then of course, I'm sure for all of these players that have made it to this next stage of the competition, they want to win it all.
I want to see in the standings if there are any names that we've already been able to showcase on the broadcast so we can continue to follow their journey, but also which new players are emerging. I mean, we can take a closer look at this, Marcus. Marco Silva, 10-1. What a fantastic record. Also, Eduardo Cunha, a player we were able to showcase yesterday as well, also at that 10-1 record.
Yeah, really well played, of course, by them yesterday. And I also want to give a special shout out to Joan Garcia, who was 10-0 going into the last round. So he didn't really have anything to play for at that point anymore because he was already locked in for Top Cut. He was already locked in for this first round bye and coming at us with a team that includes a Pokemon that we haven't seen in a while, which is that Excalibur. So he will probably sit somewhere in the audience right now and is enjoying the next round because he has the bye locked up. He will be in top 16 guaranteed. But yeah, that Excalibur with the loaded dice, definitely something to watch out for.
Yes, he can definitely relax and recuperate going into this turn, but also he's running that Dondozo, and we were talking in the opening of today's broadcast about how all the matches have been very fast, 2-0s, and I'm like, there are Dondozos out there that can slow the pace of play down. But interestingly enough, a lot of trainers are opting to bring Dondozo without that cheeky Tatsugiri by its side.
Yeah, that solo Dozo, as some of the players like to label it, usually carries the move Yawn to just really slow down the competition, force a couple of switches on your opponent if they don't want to take the sleep turns. And then, well, Dondozo, even without the Tatsugiri and all the boosts from the commander ability, is just such a bulky Pokemon, especially then when combined with that Rillaboom, you have the grassy terrain. So yeah, I can see what's going on. They're a very defensive and slow-paced team, but so far working super well for Joan.
And sometimes you see the occasional fissure on these Dondozos as well, and that's something you definitely have to watch out for. But again, some incredible names on here. Victor Medina, Nils Dunlop as well, our previous EUIC champion, who often brings a little bit of creativity to the team building as well.
Yeah, definitely. Nils, I think, in this event is using a Corviknight. So far, it's like, okay, Corviknight, we've seen it every now and then, but I think it's holding the Psychic Seed. So
interesting.
That is something I haven't seen in a while, and then it's also paired up with Excadrill and Tyranitar. Yeah, and then, because why not, there's also a Magmar on that team. So yeah, a lot going on, working pretty well so far for Nils at a 9-2 record.
Well, this was something we talked about yesterday, actually, about the weather wars in Tail, and I kind of was thinking we've got snow, sun, and rain being maybe the dominant ones we'll see here in Regulation Age, but actually Nils saying there's one more you've forgotten about there, Lou. There's also the sand to contend with. And honestly, Tyranitar and Excadrill, they have been a duo made in heaven for a long, long time. They really do give a lot of synergy together and a lot of physical offensive pressure on the field.
Yeah, and we're seeing in this current meta game, it feels like a lot of Pokemon don't really like taking those powerful ground type attacks. So having a Pokemon like Garchomp or of course that Excadrill that is fast because of Sand Rush ability, but then at the same time you also have that very powerful Earthquake. And then you pair that up with a Corviknight. Of course, you have some synergy going on there. It's just a very, very powerful duo.
And sometimes, obviously, Tyranitar being 4 times weak to something like a fighting type move has put it in a bit of a difficult spot in the past. But with things like Terrestrialization, you can use that defensively to be able to remove all those weaknesses. Turn Tyranitar into a Ghost type, and it doesn't have to worry about those low kicks or close combats at all.
So with these 20 players, so how does it work? So now a couple of them, due to their performance in today and yesterday, they have earned a bye in the first round. But then for some of the others, they have a little bit of a play-in round, so it is a top 32 for them. If they win, they will be in the top 16, and if they lose, of course, they will be eliminated. So yeah, let's have a look at some of the matches that we will feature or that we will have in this play-in round, and then let's see which is the match that we will feature on the broadcast.
Oh, this looks really, really good, Marcus. Just kick it off. Our match we will be featuring is going to be between Mattia Cognetta versus Aurelian Sula, 2 trainers that we've been able to feature previously in different formats, and Aurelian, one of these trainers coming hot off a 2nd place NAIC finish, wanting to go all the way here in France.
Yeah, we'll definitely get a little bit more time to talk about these 2 trainers, as of course we will feature this match on the stream. But then, yeah, some of the other matches going on here in this play-in round, we have Ryan also coming in with a Tyranitar, so maybe there's something going on there.
And Veil Garchomp, maybe? That's the partner choice? Who knows?
Yep, going up against, you called it, a little bit of that weather interaction against that rain team coming in from Max, well, Waterman.
Yes, exactly. So bringing the rain with his namesake as well. There's some other incredible matches here. Alexander versus Jonathan. We've got that solo Dozo again being piloted by Jonathan, who I know going into his final round last time, he was kind of talking on social media about how he was really nervous, really wanted to go and do well, and clearly was successful in that final round against some of the more conventional Pokemon here. Pokemon like the Rillaboom, the Primarina, and that Sneasler that we've seen everywhere.
Yeah, and then Mark is bringing that Executor again. coming hot off a top 4 finish. Of course, this team is at the recent Louisville Regional Championships, and once again, it's going to be a little bit of a weather debate against that rain team coming out.
And I like to see in that particular team, there was a bit of synergy where you had the fast move with maybe that chlorophyll ability with the Executor, but then there was also that Trick Room mode as well. And I really think teams that have that kind of flexibility are why trainers are getting successful at this point in the competition, because regardless of what you come up against, you can have a game plan.
Absolutely, yeah. Executor, a really cool Pokemon that came out of the recent metagame developments because it has that very fast, as you were saying, with the chlorophyll ability, fast expanding force. And if you couple that with a Terra Psychic, it's actually strong enough to outspeed and knock out a Dragapult, a Pokemon that is so threatening.
I honestly never thought Executor would be this level of meta. Like, we have seen a lot on this broadcast so far in Europe, a lot of very interesting Pokemon choices, sometimes to different degreeing levels of success. But the fact that Executor, like you said, come off this top 4 finish, it's now here, getting into the top cut in Lille. It's definitely one to watch out for and pick up on your team, even if it's one of your favorite Pokemon. Make sure to add it.
Absolutely, and then of course you could go with a Harvest ability as well.
Oh, yeah,
maybe
true.
Play a little bit more of a defensive set, but I don't think that is what's going on over there.
You could try.
You could try. I mean, yeah, Wolf Glick tried a long time ago.
Yes, but he's someone who we definitely think of when it comes to Executor for sure. It's one of his favorites.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we have Mattia against Aurélien, though that is the game that we will talk about a little bit more, as of course we will be featuring it. And Aurélien is really one of the best players. They have really solidified them as one of the strongest in the region. And in some of the past years and seasons, really, and there we have some of the amazing accomplishments that they were able to acquire. Like, for example, of course, that being a finalist at NAIC this year, and also EUIC top 8, and then, well, not yet winning one of the big events, but coming so close in some of our regional level events here in Europe.
And I think that gives them such determination to be able to go one step further. Being able to be the finalist in Lille last year as well will give Aurélien so much kind of confidence coming into this tournament as well. Being a French player, they really want to be able to try and win it here in Lille. One thing I've got to say about Aurélien is the way that they're able to play the game. They are so calculated in their moves and counter moves, always thinking multiple turns ahead and never giving their opponent any room for error. Aurélien is one of these players that doesn't make mistakes, and I cannot wait to see a masterclass from them today.
Absolutely, and the team that they are bringing is one that is pretty unique in the very specific composition, I want to say. And I think Aurélien maybe is taking a little bit of a look at what is going on in the Japanese metagame, because those exact same 6 Pokemon were piloted by Hiroto Hayazaki in an online tournament. And yeah, I think Aurélien is also known to really be very open-minded in terms of what are the different metagame influences all around the world, what are maybe some teams that the Japanese players like to face and like to use, of course. And then that is what they're bringing to the table here.
I mean, what about that team makes it really tick? Is it the Grimmsnarl that's kind of a key component in that team?
Definitely, yeah. You have the bulkiness with the dual screens, and it's going to be very interesting in seeing whether Mattia will be able to punch through those screens and yeah, make it so that he can actually deal damage, of course, to Aurélien's Pokemon. And Mattia is a player who has been around for a while, of course, but most of their accomplishments are in the seniors division.
Yes, I do vividly remember Mattia winning EUIC in the senior division. It was such a beautiful moment with his older brother as well, who is an experienced Pokemon trainer himself. And it was nice to be able to see that camaraderie between the family members, as well as being able to, more recently in the Grand Challenge, get a top 32 finish. So kind of putting his skills to the test online.
Yeah, and definitely not someone that is to be underestimated. Of course, I mean, if you have made it that far, if you're here in the top 32 in Lille, you shouldn't be underestimated. But he also recently got second place at a big online tournament, and that just goes to show that, yeah, he doesn't really care if he's playing against seniors, now playing against masters. He is really one of the most interesting, I think, up-and-coming younger players. Of course, we talked about it together with his brother, of course, has a very strong player that he can practice with very often, I would assume. And bringing a team to the table that we've also seen before. I think this is the exact same 6 Pokemon that Michael Kelsch and some of the German crew has been running in Dortmund, and that they also brought here to Lille.
Yes, some very standard Pokemon coming through as well. Pokemon like the Sneasler and the Rillaboom and the Primarina really coming to the forefront. Primarina is one of those Pokemon that that has a nice amount of natural bulk, but also the coverage that it can have, and using haste to be able to get rid of any potential Dondozo or set up Pokemon in general. We've seen that a lot. Things like Nasty Plot coming through, just lots of different stat manipulations happening, and the Primarina can kind of come in and just reset that field.
Yeah, that might be something that we might see in this match as well, as Aurélien has also a couple of moves to boost their Pokemon stats. So maybe that is an interaction that we will get to see.
Yes, being able to see, you know, Aurélien trying to get their team set up to be able to have that momentum and offensive pressure on the field, but there will be that haze secret source for Mattia to be able to kind of completely neutralize that, as well as, you know, having these nice redirection options as well for support on his side of the field.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I want to talk about as we're having both our players sit down and get ready to start the match, Mattia knows this kind of situation from the many times that he has played on the big stage in the seniors division. But I think this might be the first time in the masters division to play here on the big screen in a big match. And then already it's a top 32 elimination game against someone as strong as Aurélien. So yeah, that's definitely something to look out for, how he will deal with that.
It's handling that pressure as well is what sometimes does cut across a champion and really defines them. But Aurélien was a senior not so long ago as well. I remember watching Aurélien come up through the seniors division. So they also know what it takes to be able to advance and level up, as we like to say, into this position. I think in a way that also will be a nice thing for Mattia to be able to kind of look at someone who's gone through this process as well and almost be inspired, if a little bit intimidated facing down against them right now, but the inspiration's there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Aurélien really has shown times and times again how well they could adapt to the meta game in the Masters division. And yeah, when they aged up, and not too long ago, as you were saying, I think it was maybe just 2 years ago, they've really almost achieved everything. But yeah, this is going to be an epic showdown of some of our newer, younger player, and always great to see what they can bring to the table. We sometimes talk a lot about, oh, this player has been around for that many years and he has so much experience. But no, these two players, they have their sheer skill and they are determined to take down the Lille Regional Championships.
And I'm so excited to be able to dive deeper into their team. Aurélien smiling at the camera as we go into this lineup. The Blood Moon Ursaluna has been a Pokemon you've actually highlighted a lot, but it's running a really interesting move on there, the Vacuum Wave.
Yeah, on the Assault West Ursaluna Blood Moon, and that is one set that I had my eyes out for this tournament. You just get an extra move slot because, yeah, well, you're not using Protect because, well, you couldn't select it in battle with the Assault Vest. So Vacuum Wave is a sneaky little priority move that, of course, allows you to, for example, hit a King Gambit really hard. It also allows to, for example, hit a Dragonite to break its multi-scale because anything else happens. So even though it is a very weak move, in the right situation, this can be very powerful.
I think it's there for that strategy, like you said, to break something like a Focus Sash or a multi-scale, just to be able to enable a KO later on. You've got some other standard Pokemon on here, the Golden Go, one of the key Pokemon we've been able to see. It is that Nasty Plot variant with the Metal Coat to boost up the Make It Rain even further, but interestingly enough has that defensive Water Terror type, which I really like to see.
Yeah, and I think the overall theme of Aurelien's team will be that there is this Grimmsnarl setting up screens, supporting with Thunder Wave, and then we have the Golden Go, the Volcarona, the Annihilate, all have moves in Nasty Plot, Quiver Dance, and Bulk Up that can boost their stats. The Dragonite with Scale Shot can also boost their speed. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of boosting going on. And then over here on Mattia's team, maybe that Primarina with Haze could be one way to deal with all of the boosting that is going on over on Aurelien's side.
Yes, because if you take a look at Mattia's side, yes, you have things like the Sword Stance on the King Gambit, but the rest of the team isn't really focused on that kind of set-up strategy. It's really there for this all-out damage approach, particularly that Dragapult I've got my eye on. It's rocking that Choice Band, so it's going to be dealing additional physical damage, and it's got such a nice range of moves on here. The Phantom Force being able to sneak off the field and come up a little bit later on, bypassing any potential protects, does give it that guaranteed damage.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at some of the choices here, and we're also seeing that Terra Ghost, Terra Blast, Dragapult. So yeah, big metagame shift, I would say, coming from Dortmund now into Lille is that the Dragapults, they opt to go for this Terra Ghost instead of the Terra Dragon. And just looking at Aurelien's team, I mean, there is that Ursaluna Blood Moon, which of course is a normal type, and there's also that Grimmsnarl, so I don't know how effective that Dragapult would even be. So maybe one of the key damage-dealing Pokemon over on Mattia's side might not even come to the battle at all. And instead then, yeah, Mattia might have to come up with something else and yeah, maybe focus a little bit more around King Gambit, as that of course is the other Pokemon that just hits really strong, especially after setting up a Sword Stance. But then you might end up in positions where maybe King Gambit has a sword stance, but then there is the Annihilate with bulk up, so then do you want to try and haze all the boosts away? So I think for both players, really, there are a lot of different options that they could try and go for in this matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing how each of them will adapt their strategy going from game 1 to 2 to potentially game 3.
Me too. I wonder if we are going to see a switch in momentum to more of these game 3 situations as our veterans know that every single turn really counts. We were saying there's no more safety net. This really is the knockout stage of the competition. I, for one, am looking forward to see if Aurelian is going to be bringing that Grimmsnarl, setting up the screens, particularly with the light clay, to extend it from 5 turns to 8 turns. It could give them the defensive capabilities that they need. We're going to see it, Marcus. It's the King Gambit and the Rillaboom coming out against the Dragonite and the Annihilate.
Yeah, and usually with a team like Aurelian's, you would want to have that Grimmsnarl in the lead so you could set up some screens right off the bat. But that's not what we're seeing right away. Instead, 2 very offensive Pokemon, but 2 Pokemon that Mattia cannot really hit very hard. I mean, we have the multi-scale over on the Dragonite, which, at least for the very first hit, will reduce the damage drastically. And then over on the Annihilate, we have that bulk up move, which is a move that, of course, boosts your attack, but it also boosts the defense. So if that's something that Aurelian would want to go for, it might be really hard for Mattia to do significant damage.
Well, straight away, it's going to be the terrestrialization on this King Gambit, going to be going into the ghost typing and dropping any potential weaknesses that it had in its types prior. This does also enable it to be able to work better around this opposing Annihilate. We're going to see the fake out go through into that Dragonite. Just make sure that it's not going to be able to move this turn, as Annihilate does indeed go for that bulk up.
Yeah, and Terra Ghost is another one of those new adaptions that we are seeing on this Dragapult team. Now also matching the pace with the Sword Stance, boosting up the special attack sharply, the attacks sharply. So now Annihilate cannot rely on the Drain Punch anymore, of course, to knock out that King Gambit, but it still has that Rage Fist option. And something that could be interesting here is, well, Scale Shot, you could also, in theory, target it on your own Pokemon just to increase the power of Rage Fist. Because, yeah, if Mattia manages to not attack that Annihilate, it will stay weak.
Well, it looks like Mattia is really kind of capitalizing on this King Gambit, going for the Protect to safely switch this Magma on to maybe provide some redirectional support going forward. Annihilate capitalizes on this, though, goes for the second bulk up, getting its attack nice and high and its defenses as well in the face of this physical threat of the King Gambit. Yeah,
there is a Scale Shot, but not targeted into that Annihilate. Instead, we'll go after the Magmar, and maybe with this play, Mattia was actually trying to cover for that self-target and Rage Fist play. So, yeah, trying to play a little bit more defensively, but now it means that Aurelian was able to get up yet another bulk up, and also now this Dragonite was able to boost its speed.
Of course, the Annihilate threatening with that Rage Fist into the opposing King Gambit now that it is that ghost typing. So that is something Mattia has to work around, and I think that's why it's nice you've got that redirectional support with the Magmar that it's able to provide. It can also go for something like a Will-O-Wisp, try and burn the opposing Annihilate and weaken its offensive pressure as well. But right now, it's just going for that Follow Me.
Yeah, Extreme Speed coming out before that Follow Me, but Dragonite just wanting to do as much damage as possible. Annihilate knows there cannot be any terrestrialization, just goes for a Drain Punch to knock out that Magmar right away, and that is a nice pick off here for Aurelian.
Yes, King Gambit able to go for the Cowton Cleave. It gets a huge amount of damage into that opposing Dragonite, but as we saw as well, that Annihilate can still apply so much pressure going into this next turn, and it is able to move a little bit faster. You have to watch out for the Sucker Punch, though, however.
Yeah, and then now we get to see which Pokemon Aurelian has brought, and it is that Grimmsnarl indeed, so actually now able to bring that on the field and can set up any screens, potentially, yeah, a Reflect or a Light Screen now that we see Primarina join the field, but now is that time where maybe that Haze could come and clutch over for Mattia.
Yes, Haze could come in and reset that Annihilate, so it's less of an offensive threat to something like your King Gambit. I think the Grimmsnarl's in a great position to start setting up those screens. Possibly, if it was me, I'd want to go for something more like the Reflect at this point, because I feel like the King Gambit is the greater threat than the Primarina. But we're not going to see the screen straight away that would be there from the Prankster ability. Instead, the Rage Fist is very angry Annihilate into the Primarina, but the retaliation of the Moonblast is going to do even more damage. That's a one-hit KO, Marcus.
Yeah, big knockout on the Annihilate. No terrestrialization coming out for Aurelian at all, and also no Haze, but instead, yeah, the foul play. Oh, wow. That will do it. Super effective hit onto that King Gambit, and of course, with the increased attack set on King Gambit, Grimmsnarl sneakily using that power against it and knocks out King Gambit in one hit.
Okay, let's rewind for a second here. I'm so sorry, Primarina, I said you weren't the threat. It's able to get the knockout, and at the same time, focusing on Grimmsnarl using the screens, that's not its only utility in this team. Like you've mentioned, the foul play there to not only get damage on the board, but capitalize on when your opponent tries to set up as well with those sword stances.
Yeah, Aurelia maybe had an opportunity there to try and go for a Terra Water on the Annihilate to make it through the turn. But now both trainers are down to their last two Pokemon, and now it is the time to Terrastalize. With Rillaboom joining the field, of course, there is the big, powerful Wood Hammer, which would threaten both the Grimmsnarl and that Ursaluna Blood Moon. But Aurelia makes a play, just like at NAIC in the finals, terrestrializing the Grimmsnarl to Ghost to avoid a potential fake-out coming out from that Rillaboom.
Love to see this coming through. Grimmsnarl able to go for the Thunder Wave and slow the pace down of this opposing Rillaboom, as well as adding in the chance that it could be paralyzed and unable to move at all. Ursaluna's going to go for the Blood Moon, but to no avail as it lands into the Protector Primarina.
Will Rillaboom attack through that paralysis? That is the question that Mattia is asking. No, it does not. No chance to get off a big Wood Hammer. That could have potentially knocked out the Ursaluna in one hit, but now the grassy terrain is over.
Yeah, so even if it is able to go for that Wood Hammer, it's not going to get the additional boost that you would have got from the grassy terrain there. Fantastic play by Aurelian, rolling the dice on that and being able to get what he needed.
Absolutely, and now with the grassy terrain gone, Grimmsnarl could go ahead and just set up the Reflect maybe, or set up a light screen, and Ursaluna will be able to get off a big hit this turn. So Reflect going up, but can Mattia take these attacks by the Ursaluna and retaliate back?
Well, it's going to be some damage coming through from the Hyper Voice. Primarina does have that berry in tow to be able to get a little bit of recovery back up on the field, as it could go for a Hyper Voice of its very own. But again, no KOs this time around.
Oh, and this time Rillaboom gets the hit off, and Wood Hammer knocks out Ursaluna. Big hit there for Mattia, and it looks like game one will be his to grab.
Yes, finally the Rillaboom breaking free and kind of being able to get its redemption from that previous turn. Grimmsnarl, we have seen been able to get KOs, but it's not going to be enough at this point in time. The Moonblast comes through, and the follow-up that Rillaboom will inevitably send its way should be enough to be able to get that knockout.
Yeah, really powerful foul play, but Wood Hammer gets the job done, and Grimmsnarl is knocked out, and Mattia takes that first game after it looked a little bit scary there in the end game, but yeah, eventually Mattia was able to prevail and take the game home.
That one turn with all the knockouts, I think, was the complete switch around of momentum there. Aurelian, they looked in such a good position, being able to apply pressure with that Annihilate that had set up so beautifully with two bulk ups, particularly as the Primarina being in play wasn't going for the haze there. Instead, it switched to the offensive, and I think that was the right way that Mattia needed to get the momentum on his side.
Yeah, really nicely using that Rillaboom there, which is, of course, a Pokemon that traditionally has been seen in a little bit more of a supportive role, of course, with Fake Out and U-Turn and a lot of bulk, thanks to the Assault Vest. But I think in this regulation, players more than ever have realized that, of course, you can also bank a lot on the offensive capabilities of Rillaboom, using that high horsepower, using the Wood Hammer, and probably training their Rillabooms to be a little bit more offensive than traditionally, and that really paid off here in this game.
And we have seen that before. Rillaboom has been known to run Miracle Seed, for example, even sometimes a Choice Band, just to be able to capitalize on the offensive pressure it can exert. But Mattia opting for that more kind of traditional Assault Vest variant at the moment to give it that extra bulk, and maybe give it, if it is going to be in situations where it could potentially be paralyzed, gives it that flexibility to be able to hold on in those critical moments.
Absolutely. And now, of course, the question will be, what can Aurelian do? And, well, I think the answer is there on the team. I mean, Goldango and Volcarona, those would be two alternative options to try and go for. And, well, Rillaboom doesn't do that well into either of them. So, of course, with Aurelian's team and the way it is constructed, I think there's a lot of different options that you can do. You can basically throw all the Pokemon together, and they're all scary on their own, but combined with the light screen and reflect setup, with the Thunder Waves that the Grimmsnarl provides, it can be really, really scary. So yeah, maybe Aurelian might want to try and focus a little bit more on some of the alternative attackers that they have at their disposal.
My eye is really on that Volcarona. I think it has a lot of potential here, being able to possibly get set up with something like the Quiver Dance. We've seen how damaging that can be in the past, but then it can apply a lot of pressure with that Heat Wave into Pokemon like the Rillaboom, for example. You can also do decent damage into King Gambit and just have some other type coverage for other Pokemon like King Gambit as well, if you maybe go for the Terra Fairy. But the leads are coming out. It's going to be Rillaboom and King Gambit out there for Mattia, and Aurelian, they have gone for Ursaluna and Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, switching it up here for Aurelian, going with a different lead altogether. Now, Grimmsnarl, of course, as we were kind of describing before the first game, is a Pokemon that can set up those screens right away. Now, we have a King Gambit over on Mattia's side, and against that Ursaluna Blood Moon, I mean, Ursaluna could do a decent chunk of damage to both of them, but the King Gambit might just want to go ahead and go for a Sword Stance just like in the first game, but this time around it might not even have to go for that Terrestrialization because, well, the Ursaluna is a little bit more defensively built, and wow, nice play by Aurelia, bringing in the Volcarona into the Fake Out, but no Flame Body Burn this time around.
I was going to say that could be a risky moment there, but I like this adaptation by Aurelion bringing in the Volcarona. It takes so much damage for its troubles, though, switching in. Yes, it does have access to that Citrus Berry to get a little bit of recovery, and the Grassy Terrain is in play that will be able to help it out, but now it could become difficult for it to set up safely.
Yeah, once again, no burn. I think it was a really nice play there by Aurelia, which could have really turned the battle into their favor right away. But now that, yeah, both Fake Out and the Kowtow Cleave went in there, I mean, you can set up a Reflect. You could try to go for a big foul play now with this Grimmsnarl, but yeah, with that health being so low on the Volcarona, it's difficult to see a world where it could really set up and get going.
I completely agree with you, Marcus, and particularly when the Primarina joins the field and there's that haze potential as well. Volcarona doesn't want to set up a Quiver Dance and then have it completely nullified in the same turn. King Gambit is going to avoid, though. It is very nimble on that chair, avoiding that Heat Wave coming through and can retaliate with the Cowtown Cleave that will get the knockout with a critical hit. King Gambit showing you how it's done.
Yeah, Mattia's King Gambit really is determined to win. 2 times attacked into that Flame Body Volcarona. No burn, now avoiding that Heat Wave and retaliating back with a critical hit. So yeah, very nicely done there on Mattia's end. And it looks a little bit dire here for Aurelia. Now bringing in the Dragonite, but with the moveset that Dragonite carries, it's hard to see where that damage should come against that King Gambit.
There is the potential as well, the fact that it is that Dragon typing, that Primarina can capitalize on that and go for something like a Moonblast. But it can't do that if the Blood Moon is going to come through and knock it out from the field. So Dragonite is able to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief here. It has got its multi-scale still intact, but possibly not for long as the Kowtow Cleave comes through and breaks it.
Yeah, finally that multi-scale is broken on that Dragonite. And yeah, nice double targeting by Aurelia, knocking out that Primarina. Of course, there could have been a Protect or a Switch from Mattia's side. So nice call on Aurelia's end to get rid of that Pokemon. But yeah, once again, now the Rillaboom joins the battle, and it's just very difficult to get a lot of damage down on that Pokemon either.
And knowing the Ursaluna can't protect, the Fake Out was a really safe play there just to lock it down from doing any damage. As the Scale Shots are going to come through on the Rillaboom, not going to be nearly enough to be able to get the KO, but will put the stats into the speed advantage for this Dragonite at the end of the turn.
Yeah, really fast-paced play from both players coming out, and that Dragonite will be even faster after successfully getting off those 5 hits of Scale Shots. But it might be the end of that Dragonite if the Kowtow Cleave goes into it, but no, it is that Sword Stance, so Mattia taking the opportunity to set up their King Gambit right away.
Makes this King Gambit a massive threat, and now if you're Aurelion, you have to call exactly which Pokemon you want to be able to target down into. The King Gambit on Mattia's side as well does have access to that Protect. It's not running Assault Vest, for example, so you know that you're going to be able to possibly have to call around a Protect here.
Yeah, I think this might be a key moment in the battle. Aurelia hovering over 2 priority moves, so the question will be, will that King Gambit over on Mattia's side decide to go for a Sucker Punch? And then that would potentially be nullified if Aurelia's Pokemon go for those priority attacks, or does Mattia read that, feel safe with that Terrestrialization to Ghost, and just goes for a Kowtow Cleave?
With the Extreme Speed coming through, going into the Rillaboom, actually not catching the now Ghost type on the opposing side. Ursaluna taking a little bit of damage from the Grassy Glide, but is able to retaliate with that Vacuum Wave. It really was the minimal amount of damage needed to get the knockout.
And what does that King Gambit do?
Oh, let's have a little look, see which Pokemon...
It is the Kowtow Cleave! Big hit coming in from Mattia, and knockout on that Ursaluna. So once again, nicely played by Mattia. He felt safe there. Going for that Terrestrialization to Ghost, losing the weakness to potential Earth Power or the Vacuum Wave, and now instead going for that Kowtow Cleave and not the Sucker Punch. And now with that support of that Magmar coming in from Mattia, it feels like he might have the support needed for that King Gambit to run through the game.
Yes, King Gambit looking in a prime position with all of its HP remaining as well. It does give it that longevity and flexibility on the field. I really like the Ghost Terrestrialization, particularly considering that Aurelion went for a fighting and a normal type move that would have been null and void going into that Pokemon.
And you would love to get off a foul play into that King Gambit, but the only way to do that is to somehow stop that Magmar from going for Follow Me. And I think Aurelion will do what is the only path to victory that I see for them. try to go for that Thunder Wave once again. It worked in the first game. You get off the Thunder Wave on the Magmar this turn, and then you just hope that next turn it will not be able to move due to that status condition.
Hey, you've got to play to your outs at this point in the competition. It is a knockout round, so paralyzing that Magmar, potentially stopping him for going for the follow me, could then open up an opportunity to attack that King Gambit.
So yeah, will the Magmar be able to move? This is what it comes down to for Mattia right now, and it does get off the follow me.
Yes, it's priority as well, so you don't have to worry about the speed drop you get naturally from the paralysis, as well as Dragonite goes for the scale shot, but the bulk of this Magmar as well going to eat this up.
So the question really is, how much damage can the Grimmsnarl do? I think that this turn, potentially, the Dragonite might be knocked out, but with that scale shot and maybe a couple of more foul plays, I mean, in a 1v1 situation, that Grimmsnarl still has the big typing advantage over the King Gambit, so actually maybe with foul play, it's tough, but maybe there is a way for Aurelien to still take home the game. I mean, Grimmsnarl, usually it is the support Pokemon, but maybe in this one, Mattia is not out of the woods yet.
I think it just got a whole lot more difficult, though, the fact that Dragonite has gone down. Grimmsnarl, with that foul play, though, is going to be very formidable if it's able to find its mark. King Gambit actually protecting on this turn. Magmar maybe will have a little trick up its sleeve.
Yeah, it might try to go for a Will-O-Wisp, but nice call on Aurelien's, and going for that for that foul play, and Magmar is paralyzed. So this turn, Aurelien will probably target into the King Gambit, and Magmar will need to go for a foul play, and then we might end up in a 1v1 situation. So once again, yeah, this game is not over.
Magmar going for that follow me, has successfully been able to draw in the foul play that Grimmsnarl is going for. It's not enough to get the knockout, though. Magmar just able to hang on as King Gambit can go for the Cowtown Cleave, but look how little damage it's doing, Marcus.
Yeah, not a lot at all, despite this boosted attack set on the King Gambit. Of course, Grimmsnarl with the 4-time resistance to Dark-type attacks. Okay, once again, this time you have to call. Magmar protects. Where is the foul play going? And I think based on the direction, we know it's going into the Magmar's protect, and this will be another big Kowtow Cleave coming out from Mattia's King Gambit.
Fantastic play by Mattia here. You can see the reaction from Aurelien, but I still think one more Cowtown Cleave is not going to get it. You need 2 more or a critical hit.
Yeah, but then the question is, well, next turn you could try and go for a Reflect or a Thunder Wave, or you could try to go for a Sucker Punch on the King Gambit side, so there's still some mind games going on, but okay, let's see it this turn. Foul play should knock out that Magmar finally. And then how much damage will King Gambit be able to do with a Kowtow Cleave?
Very impressed this Magmar kept breaking free from this paralysis as well to help out its trainer, but all eyes fall onto this King Gambit with the Kowtow Cleave, able to find its mark, but it's not enough.
Wow,
17.
And Aurelien has their tournament life on the line, need to get this prediction right, and then maybe get a couple of turns in their favor. Okay, it is the Protect, just to scout out. That is very safe, nothing will really happen this turn. Reflect doesn't really help you at that point anyway, so the question is, do you try and read the Sucker Punch and go for a Thunder Wave, or do you try and read the Kowtow Cleave and go for a foul play?
Oh, it's difficult. It really, really is. And you can see Aurelien taking every second potentially open to them to be able to make this decision. I think it was on the last time they went for that Thunder Wave, but are they going to roll the same dice twice?
So if you go for the Thunder Wave, the thing is that you will probably need to get a little bit of luck here and there. Because you will probably, eventually you have to attack, and that will always open up the opportunity for a Sucker Punch. And it is paralyzed, okay, but based on the reaction of Mattia, I think he was trying to go for a Sucker Punch here, so probably didn't matter, but now the question is, well, would you try to go for a foul play this turn? And it's, every VGC player has probably been in this spot. The opponent has Sucker Punch, and what do you try to do? When do you attack? When is the right time to do it?
I love how Aurelien is going for these status moves that means Sucker Punch will fail. Mattia, maybe slightly on edge at this point, has been so in control of this match, but now it is Aurelien in the driving seat.
Well, it's so tough to call. I mean,
mind games.
How often will you want to try and go for status moves before finally attacking? King Gambit, paralyzed, where we will never know if they were going for that Kowtow Cleave or the Sucker Punch, but it looks like this time, this is when Aurelien wants to go for the Sucker Punch. So this will decide the end of the battle. Will there be a Sucker Punch, and will it hit through that paralysis? Let's see there. The Sucker Punch gets off, and it is enough for the knockout.
Oh my goodness, Mattia and that King Gambit coming through right at the end to take this set 2-0. I'm shaking, Marcus. That was such an intense endgame. The way you broke it down really helped us to see and visualize that path to victory for Mattia, but also the path to victory that Aurelien had potentially as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, tremendous play there coming out from Mattia. I mean, it was so close to call there in the end, but Mattia Cognetta will move on to the top 16 over Aurelien Sula. I wouldn't call it an upset, but definitely yeah, Mattia's first really deep run into one of the Masters tournaments.
And they both played incredibly well in that particular match, but the one thing I really liked was the way Mattia was able to play with that King Gambit. Really was the literal kingpin in that match for him, being able to have that setup and offensive pressure, and particularly at the end as well, that terrestrialization into the Ghost. I really liked it in the moment that it happened.
Yep.
Then towards that end game, I thought it was so detrimental and dangerous as a choice.
Yeah, it's really one of those where you cannot revert the terrestrialization. Once it's done, you cannot undo it. So you really need to find the right moment in the battle to use that mechanic to your advantage. And of course, it was great to kind of change the typing defensively. But then once the Grimmsnarl, of course, comes into the picture with that powerful foul play, yeah, that is one way to really punish that Terra Ghost's King Gambit.
Exactly, and also losing your Dark typing meant that you were vulnerable to the Prankster Thunder Wave as well, because previously the Dark types wouldn't have been affected by those Prankster moves. So it really did put that King Gambit in a vulnerable position, but I have to credit the Magmar as well, breaking through all of those paralyses as well, making sure that it could enable the setup success that that King Gambit needed.
Yeah, and then at the same time, Aurelia really, they had to make a couple of calls there, and for both sides, I think this was really, really stressful to play, because you know, if you make one mistake, this might be it. You might just lose the game right away, and then where do you target? Mattia, I think for one turn, left his King Gambit unprotected, no follow me, nothing, but this was the turn where Aurelia actually targeted into the Magmar instead of the King Gambit, so yeah, this could have definitely gone either way, but once again, it's a 2-0 on stream.
Exactly, and Aurelian, one of those trainers really not known for making mistakes, calculates every possible probability, and they always make those right calls. But Mattia also a player that I think has that same similar skill set, and it just came down to those 50-50s at the end of the day.
Yeah, and then of course Mattia's story.
Oh, it's a beautiful one being written right now.
Absolutely, I mean, he's still in contention here. He could still be a regional champion, and of course, when you have an older brother who has done it all, who has been a multiple-time international championship finalist, right, and who has all that success, I mean, that is of course a role model that you can strive to be here. But maybe today is the day where Mattia will probably even overtake his older brother, right?
Exactly, particularly when you come into the same division as well, both Masters division players. You kind of want to start carving out your own path and making your own name something that you can be proud of and something that other trainers can look to as well. And it's not just, oh, you're the little brother of this older player. It's like these brothers in general are such a dynamic duo.
Yeah, and then Nico, his older brother, of course, made top 8 at Dortmund Regionals.
Yes, of course.
Now, once again, we have Mattia here already in the top 16. Maybe there's another one of those family dynasties on the horizon.
They have been known to be around in the Pokemon video game, and possibly another one emerging from our Italian players. But again, a fantastic masterclass in these top cup matches. Commiserations to Aurelian, a fantastic played game. But Mattia will be advancing into the top 16.
Yeah, and we'll have to see who exactly he will be playing against in that top 16 round. But after seeing this sheer display of skill, I can just say that he's definitely also one of the favorites now to make it really far into our single elimination bracket, right?
You've got to be confident coming off that win, right? And particularly on the stream in front of the crowd. I don't know if you could hear them through the microphones here, but we could hear them even through our headsets every single time. That was that one turn with all the KO after KO. The crowd was absolutely going wild. And I think that kind of camaraderie and energy that comes through from our, spectators at home supporting online, and also the trainers in the venue being able to support our stream matches really does help fuel them that little bit further. It's a very grueling weekend of competition, so anything that can give you that extra edge of adrenaline or confidence or a boost is what our trainers will appreciate.
Yeah, definitely our Italian community showing up strong here in Lille for this regional championships. We've already talked about it previously in some of the interviews, but a lot of them working together very closely. And of course, I think Mattia is also a part of that bigger group, practicing together, talking through strategies, and yeah, it's gonna be difficult to stop them from taking home the championships.
They always do show up in full force, don't they, the Italian VG community. They're such a wonderful, close-knit group of trainers, and you can really see the way that they kind of boost each other up and kind of make sure that they have their pep talks and debriefs at the end of a match. And I think as a player yourself, you can kind of always look at even your losses, and that's where you really can figure out how to improve.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, after taking home the World Championships to their group with Luca Ceribelli, maybe now is the time to add another regional championships to their list of trophies, but we're not at that point yet, of course. First of all, we will need to go through that top 16, top 8, top 4, and then the finals.
And just in case you missed it, we can have a bit of a replay about how Mattia was able to win at this particular set. Some big damage rolls coming through in game 1, but it really, for me, was all about this King Gambit.
Yeah, that King Gambit, so strong. And then, of course, this end game in the second game is something that and I'm sure also both of these players will think about for quite a while. Was there maybe a more optimal route, or was it really just 50-50 kind of calls every turn? You just have to predict what your opponent might do, and in the end, Mattia takes it home.
And I think as well the setup was very interesting, because in the pre-match we were kind of talking about how Aurelion had so much setup potential on their side of the field, but actually it kind of was the one option that Mattia had with that Swords Dance on the King Gambit that actually came into dominance in that match. I feel like Aurelion wasn't given room to maneuver to potentially set up the way they would have wanted to.
Yeah, it would have been really funny if that Dragonite on Aurelion's side, who's also carrying the move Haze, if that was the Pokemon removing all the stats. Yeah, it was exactly the other way around, like we properly expected it. But yeah, that's the beauty of a game, of course, like Pokemon. You never really know what's going on in the trainers' minds and what they decide to bring to the games.
But I actually like that as well to comment on as a team building idea, that the Dragonite has that Haze on there as well, because David and I were talking about how Dragonite has such a wide move pool. We've seen it run things like Ice Spinner and some ground type moves and things like that in the past as well. But running this Haze option does give you flexibility when there are set up potentials in play.
Yeah, on Dragonite, you really don't really know which moves is it going to go for. Is it going to go for like an extreme speed? Could be an outrage, a fire punch, a dragon dance, right?
So many options.
So many different moves. It could even be holding a weakness policy. So yeah, it's just very difficult sometimes. And this is also one of the reasons why this Pokemon is so often used in our closed team sheet format.
Yes. And
this is where Aurelian's team was originally built for, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, again, nicely done from them to bring it here into, of course, here our European tournament system.
Dragonite's definitely one of those Pokemon that's been on a journey. It kind of changes how it's going to be used. And one trainer who's also been on a journey is Mattia, coming up from Senior Division into the Masters Division. So let's hear from our winner of that last round to see how they're feeling about their tournament so far.
Thanks, Lou. I'm here, of course, with our winner of that top 32 here at the Lille Regional Championships, Mattia Cognetta. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that match?
Come ne pensi del match? Come stai? Le tue impressioni?
Sono molto felice perché sono riuscito a vincere un match in streaming. Non mi aspettavo di riuscire a fare dei 2 dopo aver fatto 2-2, dopo aver iniziato 2-2. Sono molto contento della mia prestazione e spero di riuscire ad andare avanti nel torneo.
I'm really happy about the win after making day 2 in my first year of Masters, and I'm really confident in my plays, and I hope I can continue in this one.
Excellent. You've already done so well, amazingly, and taking down Aurelion Sula is even more of an incredible achievement as well. How did you feel going up against such an accomplished player like Aurelion?
In pratica ti ha chiesto, hai battuto Aurelien, quindi comunque un giocatore molto forte. Cosa ne pensi del match? Tue sensazioni a riguardo?
Riguardo al match sono molto felice di aver sconfitto Aurelien perché è un grandissimo giocatore, uno dei più forti in Europa, se non a livello mondiale. Il matchup non era tantissimo buono, però grazie all'aiuto del mio amico Stefano Greppi, che mi ha aiutato a dare una mano prima del match, sono riuscito a portarmi a casa il matchup, cioè a portarmi a casa la partita. Il matchup non era dei migliori, ho giocato un po' standard e anche un po' predictando e alla fine le pay hanno pagato. Ho avuto molta fortuna durante il game 2 ad aver preso un crit su Volcarona.
I'm really happy about the match. Aurelien, in my opinion, is one of the best players in Europe, even worse. So I'm also happy about how I played. And other than that, I want to thank Stefano Greppi, who really helped me in the matchup. And the matchup was not easy, and I played really well, I think.
Yeah, you really did. Like in that game 1, for instance, it seemed like Aurelion was predicting your protects of that King Gambit quite well, but in game 2, you completely turned it around. Did you change how you wanted to play in game 2 because of that?
Ha cambiato il modo di giocare in game 2 perché in game 1 magari lui stava cercando di predictare le protect con King Gambit eccetera, oppure hai continuato a giocare secondo il tuo gameplay?
Ho continuato a giocare secondo il mio game plan perché la lead era buona, nonostante avessi battuto una lead a Nilip Dragonet che non era le migliori lead per la mia, mi sono sentito confident a rifare quella lead e sono felice perché comunque il plan ha funzionato ed è andata bene, perché non mi aspettavo, cioè mi aspettavo Blood Moon Grims nel game 1, però non me lo aspettavo al game 2, quindi avere contro quella lead da game 2, cioè, ho avuto anche un po' di fortuna perché era la lead che speravo che facesse.
Basically, I still wanted to play my own game, so I didn't change my game plan between game 1 and game 2. Even if I saw that he was changing his, I didn't expect that lead in game 2, I expected it for game 1. But other than that, I still wanted to play my game and I stick to it.
Yeah, you did that fantastically. Turning on that offense with that King Gambit, just going for those count-out cleaves was amazing to see. So why did you come about the team choice for this weekend? Because you used a very different team back in Dortmund.
È stato un team molto diverso a Dortmund. Perché hai giocato questo team in questo evento in particolare?
Ho giocato questo team perché stavo provando lo stesso team di Aurélien una settimana prima, cioè una barra 2 settimane prima del torneo. Però dopo aver fatto un mid non mi era molto convinto come team. Ho deciso di cambiare all'ultimo e giocare una roba simile a quella che ha giocato mio fratello all'ultimo torneo, però modificata, e mi sono sentito molto confident con quel team durante i miei round.
Basically, 1 week before the tournament, I wanted to play Aurelien's team, but after playing in a local cup, I decided to change my team with my brother, Davide, because I didn't really like some matchups. In the end, I decided to bring this team, and I think it paid really well.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting to hear as well. And just to let you know, you'll be versus Eduardo Cunha next round in top 16. So how are you feeling about your Hisuian Samurott matchup?
In top 16 tu sarai contro Edu. Cosa ne pensi del matchup che potresti avere e come vorresti approcciare il match?
Il matchup contro Cunha secondo me non è dei migliori perché Der Best, che ha giocato praticamente il mio stesso team, ha perso in streaming ieri, cioè spero di riuscire a trovare un plan nel mentre e di avere anche un po' di fortuna con Der Clue.
Basically, I don't think my matchup is great because Michael Der Best has played that matchup and it didn't go really well. So we'll see what happens. I hope I can win it.
Well, the way you turned that game around with Aurelion shows that you're an amazing player. So I'm sure you'll have some answers up your sleeve when it comes to it. And that's all we've got time for this one before we head into our top 16 so far. So, Mattia, thank you so much for coming over and giving us an interview. And we're going to throw it right back to the casters for our top 16. Grazie mille.
Yeah, and we're not going into any breaks here, but of course we are ready to go right into the top 16. And now I am joined by Charlie. How are you doing? And what did you think about that match?
Oh my goodness, I was sat back there, my heart was in my mouth. I was, oh my goodness, making all the calls. Was it going to be the sucker punch? Was it just going to be attacking? Was the King Gambit going to be fully paralyzed? If you missed it, trainers, what were you doing? You've got to go back and watch that VOD because it was such an incredible endgame there. Aurélien Sula out of the competition now, one of the favorites this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, we did not get to see a game 3, so I think we're still waiting for that. But yeah, I definitely would have liked, of course, to see that series being extended even more action going on. But well, that didn't happen, and instead we will move into the top 16 right away.
Yeah, top 16. We're really in the business end of the competition right now. 2-0 matches all through the weekend. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can't remember a time that's happened before. And you know that from here on out, the caliber, the intensity is just going to keep ramping up and up as we take a look down some of the names on that board.
Yeah, we have still international champions in there, like for example Marco Silva. We still have a world champion in there, Eduardo Cunha, and everyone who made it that far into the top 16, everyone really deserved it. All of them winning at least 10 games so far, and yeah, in the end, only one of them can be the champion and will be the champion.
Who's going to be following in Davide Moralia's footsteps from Dortmund just a couple of weeks ago. And speaking of Dortmund, it's really interesting to be here in Lille with the metagame a bit more established in regulation set H versus then. This feels like, okay, we've got to grips with this now. We've been in regulation set H for about 6 weeks or so. We've practiced our matchups, whereas in Dortmund it was more, let's just try things out. Let's just see what works. But now people are adapting to not only Dortmund, but of course Louisville last weekend, and the ever-evolving game that we play. It could not be more exciting.
Yeah, and some of the players that are here in this top 16, some of them didn't participate in Dortmund. Some of them participated in Dortmund, and it didn't go so well for them. Maybe like Mattia, who we saw featured in the last round. And then there are also some players who played in Dortmund, it went well for them, and they are also competing here in Lille. And one of those players that I want to highlight is Joan Garcia, because of how well they just keep doing in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And Joan was undefeated for a long time here in Lille, running a Bascalibur team as well. I've been talking about ice all weekend in terms of the snow that can be set up by Alola Ninetales. But in terms of Bascalibur, that was actually a Pokemon we saw do very well at the Lille Regional Championships in 2024 as well. So it's interesting to see. Now we're in Regulation Set H versus Regulation Set E back then. These Pokemon are all still so viable. In fact, even more so now that the power level is a little bit lower with no restricteds, no legendaries in Regulation Set H.
Yeah, and I think if we had a look at some of the teams that the players are bringing in this final top 16 bracket, we are seeing, though, that there's a little bit more, as you were describing it. The metagame is forming more and more, and now I think the more established teams are out there. One of them we just saw featured in the last round is that Dragapult offense. But yeah, there are also, of course, always a few surprises and a few cool picks. And here we see the players who will battle it out in our top 16.
The biggest surprise pick there has to be the Hippowdon, rocked by Jonathan Marston on the table. Would love to see that coming out. It is a Pokemon that can set that Sandstorm on the field. Trainers tend to overwhelmingly prefer the Tyranitar, though. This plushie metagame is ever evolving as well, and I pride myself as a connoisseur of that. But right now, we're going to get into our top 16 match here at Lille for our regional championships this weekend. The competition's fierce. These trainers are locked in. It's brilliant to see Jonathan Marston here in top card, a trainer who's been around for a long time. Fantastic to see them capitalizing on the achievements from yesteryear.
Yeah, and then there is Joan Garcia, who once again just keeps doing so well in these events, especially in the Swiss portion, but is not a player who we get to see featured on stream that often. So I think it's a great opportunity for them after going undefeated yesterday, after going undefeated in the first 2 rounds today, now having the chance here in top 16 to really make a name for themselves.
Yeah, it's always good to see that there's a grand challenge top 16 is there as well, showing that they can handle the best of one closed team sheet format. So different from our open team sheet best of 3 format, where you can see the held items, moves and so on of the opposing Pokemon. Harrogate regional champion for Jonathan in 2019, but other than that, both these trainers looking to cement themselves into the 2025 season history books. Joan in particular going for that first big win.
Oh, and well, I know a little bit about Joan's team. I didn't know so much about Jonathan's team, but it looks like it is going to be a little bit of a mirror match. We also have this Fire, Water, Grass core, a very established defensive core here on Jonathan's side with that Dondozo, Rillaboom, and the Volcarona. And then some of the fastest and strongest attackers in the format with Sneasler and Dragapult.
Yeah, Dragapult holding the choice band as well, bolstering the physical damage output, but it will be locked into whichever move it selects first. In order to reset the move that you can choose with the Dragapult, you'll have to switch it out and back in. Sneasler holding the Focus Sash, that's going to enable it to hang around on the field for at least 2 turns unless that slot is doubled up into. Jonathan does have the option to protect that Sneasler there as well, but it's there for a good time, not a long time, just getting the damage out that it needs, bolstered by that Terra Stella.
Yeah, and then on the other side we have Joan Garcia's team, and yeah, well, there are quite a few repeated Pokemon on the teams also using that defensive core, Rillaboom, Volcarona, and the Dondozo, but the offense is a little bit different here for Joan. He also has that Sneasler, but then it's that Kingambit and that Baxcalibur finally making an appearance here.
Yeah, Baxcalibur, loaded dice, The item that we often see Dragonite holding, that's going to ensure that Scale Shot and Icicle Spear, in this case, hit for at least 4 turns. It's a great way to get around a Focus Sash being held by, for example, the Sneasler that we saw over on Jonathan's side of the field. Dondozo has access to Yawn. That's going to make a Pokemon drowsy. It would have to switch out and back in to get rid of that, because if it stays on the field drowsy for a turn, it's then going to sleep at the end of the next one. Fissure, though, as well. This is a really nice big red panic button for Joanne to be able to click, and with Dondozo being so bulky and the unaware ability ignoring any stat boosts on the opposing side of the field, the Fissure is the longer you're around, the more you're clicking Fissure, the more likely it is to work at some point.
And I think we might be in for a treat here, and I think Fissure is definitely something that both players will consider for this matchup, because one key difference in the repeated Pokemon is that Joanne's Sneasler is carrying the move Coaching.
Yeah.
Coaching is a nice way to get down some boosts for attack and defense on some of your Pokemon, and the best way to deal with them, of course, is to have a Pokemon that is unaware of them. And then you could try and maybe go for some Yawns, but, well, eventually Dondozo doesn't want to just, stay on the field, just click Yawn every turn. You want to do some damage.
Yep.
But, sometimes it might be time to hit that panic button, as you called it.
Yeah, and the Terra Bug on the Dondozo as well. That is not a Terra type that we see very commonly at all in Pokemon, let alone on a Dondozo there. But it will be resisting ground-type moves at the very least, and crucially, the grass-type moves that Rillaboom is threatening so heavily on the field. And if we see the two teams side by side, some very similar item choices as well.
Yeah, I think one thing we can definitely expect coming out of this matchup is it is going to be a little bit more slow-paced than some of the previous matches we saw. With that Rillaboom, the added healing from grassy terrain, with the Dondozo, with leftovers and Protect, I think there is a potential for really long and drawn-out games. But since both players are also using some of those really offensive Pokemon, it could also go in a completely different direction. So, tough one to call. It looks like Jonathan wants to take things slow, leading off with a Dondozo right away.
Get your compasses out, trainers. Let's see which direction this one goes in. Yes, Big Fish. Paired with the Sneasler there for Jonathan, Bascalibur and Volcarona for Joanne. So getting the option on Joanne's Volcarona there to maybe start setting up with some Quiver Dances is threatened down by big Wave Crashes that could be coming out from Dondozo, but crucially, Wave Crash is going to be slowly but surely reducing the HP bar of that Pokemon, whereas Joanne's own has Liquidation instead.
Yeah, one thing that is interesting about this Volcarona coming out of Joanne is, well, it carries that covered cloak, so Fake Out will not be able to get the flinch here. Also, it means that Direct Claw will not be able to get any special conditions on this Pokemon, but it also has the combination of Quiver Dance and Rage Powder.
It certainly does, redirecting attacks away from it. But right now, Bascalibur, just time to get into the Halloween spirit. The Terra Ghost getting around the Fake Out there, immune to normal type moves. That is Volcarona having its time at the disco, going for that Quiver Dance there, getting nice and set up, even in the face of an unaware Dondozo.
And this might be time to attack into that Sneasler, but no, instead, Joanne decides to go after that Dondozo with a big Scale Shot.
Yeah, Scale Shot here will be reducing the defense of the Bascalibur, but boosting up the speed ultimately. And it looks like that's going to be a 5-turn hit into the Dondozo. It might be unaware of stat boost, but if you're hitting multiple times on just a single turn, that's a really good way of whittling down its HP.
And there is the Yawn, which will slow down the battle just as we expected. Now hitting into that Volcarona, and even though, well, Volcarona has the boosts, you cannot really use them against the Dondozo because of unaware, but it also means that, the next turn Volcarona would go to sleep, so might have to switch out, but the both Pokemon that Joanne has chosen here, the Bascalibur with Terra Ghost and that Volcarona holding that covered cloak, actually they pair up really nicely against that Sneasler, really limiting the options for Jonathan right here. I mean, Jonathan could try and go for a Direct Claw into the Volcarona, but if it decides to stay in, then you might get burnt. I mean, you cannot accidentally get like poison on it, so it cannot fall asleep, so that's not an option because of the covered cloak. But yeah, John decides that switching out is his best way.
Switching out into the Rillaboom, even though it could be a Dire Claw heading into that very slot, that would be super effective against this Drum Soloist. Bascalibur will be scouting out for this turn. It doesn't want to make those boosts go for naught, especially with reduced defense. And a good call too, because Dire Claw targeting into that slot could well have caused a status condition there. But now that slot is pinned for Joanne. Another Yawn coming into the Rillaboom, so would have to switch that Pokemon out as well if it doesn't want it to go to sleep. All the while, Dondozo able to recover all the more thanks to the grassy terrain as well as the leftovers.
Yeah, Scale Shot was able to do a
ton of damage to that Dondozo, but now that Jonathan has established this yawn loop, I like to call it, it is very tough to break out of it because, well, it means that Joan would have to take the sleep on one of his Pokemon, and if he just keeps on switching, well, that Dondozo is happy about that as well because it just means that it will recover turn after turn after turn. So, yeah, nice play there by Jonathan, and John really has to think about, okay, can I afford my Rillaboom to go to sleep? But he says no, switches it out.
No, the revolving door continues. Can you imagine a yawn coming out of Dondozo? Huge jaws gaping wide for that yawn there. But now it's time to get sparkly. It's time to terrastalize. And the target of the terrastalization, the Dondozo. It's now going to be that poison typing, reducing the damage significantly from any grass type moves, even though now Joanna switched out that Rillaboom here. So that Terra option is spent on both sides of the field. Icicle Spear so nice into the Sneasler. We're not even, we might come down to that 4 hits, but the 5, it looks like probably not. Sneasler down through that Focus Sash. That is the strength of running a multi-strike move, and the loaded dice ensuring that it hits at least 4 times there. So that's one key piece of the puzzle already out, but now Baxcalibur is going to be treated to this bitter medicine of the yawn.
Yeah, really nicely showing off here, Joan, is why that Baxcalibur was able to carry him into the top cut, into the top 16. First of all, he went for the scale shot, and I was thinking, maybe you want a scale shot into the Sneasler to get the knockout through the Focus Sash, but no. Instead, he decides to go for that scale shot into the Dondozo just to do damage to another Pokemon, but then with the speed boost from scale shot, now outspeeding the Sneasler, and Icicle Spear is enough to get the knockout here with the 5 hits. So really goes to show how well you can use that Pokemon. And well, now Rillaboom comes in for Jonathan, but once again, it doesn't really have any targets for its fake outs.
Yeah, certainly doesn't, because it could be burned by that Volcarona with its Flame Body ability, and with the Baxcalibur threatening super effective Ice-type damage right into that slot as well. The Rillaboom is certainly getting a chilly reception.
So, well, why is Rillaboom then on the field there at all? Maybe Jonathan wants to call a switch here by Joan and just go for an offensive Woodhammer, I have to assume.
Well, it's just going to be the Grassy Glide priority into the freshly switched in Rillaboom. As Heat Wave, now it's time to do some more damage. Super effective into Jonathan's Rillaboom, taking it better thanks to its Assault Vest, bolstering special defense. Wave Crash, not enough for the one-hit knockout. It's a calculation that Joanne may well be aware of there. Volcarona able to hang on and get that tiny bit of recovery.
Yeah, this was finally the turn where Dondozo on Jonathan's side was like, okay, I've got it. I'm really sleepy. I've been yawning around for a bit, but now it's time to go in and go for that damage. But with just a little bit of health remaining on that Volcarona, maybe that Grassy Glide, if it was targeted into the Volcarona, maybe that would have been enough. But well, it's
not sure.
Tough call there. But now it means that, yeah, well, some more grassy terrain recovery, and now finally that loop is broken for Joanne's side, and well, that Volcarona is still looking really powerful there with those Heat Waves.
Yeah, it really is. Heat Wave spread type move when you can attack both opponents on the other side of the field. That's always a good thing. But Protect coming out from Dondozo right now just wants to get even more recovery thanks to its snacker that it's holding, as well as the Meadow on the field. And the fake out directed into the freshly switched in Ghost type, that Dragapult there. And it's going to have to eat up this Heat Wave from Volcarona. It's dishing out as much damage as it can before it goes down. Is there going to be a burn here on the Dragapult? No, there isn't. Thankfully not.
Yeah, I think so far the battle went really well for Joan, but this turn was really nice for Jonathan, because now he was able to establish Dragapult, his final Pokemon, as one of the fastest Pokemon on the field. Well, the fastest, well, we don't know what Joan has in the back, but now it is the time to go for some big damage over on Jonathan's side. He was able to scare out that Baxcalibur, which had the boosted speed, which, depending on how they're trained, might not be faster than the Dragapult, but it's good to get the confirmation here. And now with Dragapult and with its signature move, Dragon Darts, will definitely get a KO this turn.
Yeah, certainly will. Rage Powder would redirect both into the Volcarona, but it's on such low health that the other then just goes right into the Rillaboom thanks to the smart targeting on that move.
Actually, with that Rage Powder, it means that we will only see one of the darts, only one of the Dreepies coming out there.
Only one Dreepy. Okay, well, the Woodhammer is still going to be huge damage into the Dragapult there. Smart targeting, so much for that. Certain conditions, if it was into a Fairy type on the other side, for example, then it would go into both Pokemon on the other, on just the non-Fairy type on the other side of the field. But yes, unfortunately, the Rage Powder neutralizing the secondary effect there.
Yeah, and just look at that Dondozo. I mean, it's been on the field from the very first turn, and now with a combination of leftovers and grassy terrain, which now finally ends, it was able to recover so much health over the course of this battle. And now, though, with that Woodhammer, nice play by Joan. It didn't do all the damage to the Dragapult, but it certainly put it in range of that Ice Shard over on the Excalibur.
Yeah, Ice Shard, a priority move, is going before most others. And Dragapult, of course, takes super effective damage from that, being a part Dragon type here.
Yeah, and you don't really have any good switch-ins. I mean, the Rillaboom that is still waiting in the back for Jonathan is also weak to Ice-type attacks. I mean, you could try and go for it, but instead it actually will be Joan switching out their Rillaboom.
Yeah, time for the reveal of the final Pokemon for Joan, and it is their own Sneasler here, all shiny and new on the field, ready to go with a full HP bar and a Focus Sash intact. But that's going to be the Ice Shard, easily enough to take care of the Dragapult. Jonathan down to just the final 2 Pokemon now.
Yeah, big KO there by Joan. Really, that Dragapult was so scary, but now how to deal with that Excalibur? And it is not time yet, says Jonathan, to click that panic button. He wants to go for a Wave Crash and deal with the Excalibur, let's say the old-fashioned traditional way.
Yeah.
But maybe that could have been an opportunity to just try and launch one of those fissures. But yeah, now down to the last 2 Pokemon. And staring down a Sneasler and a Excalibur, both Pokemon on Joan, we have to assume both of those will be faster. So, yeah, maybe Woodhammer can get rid of that Excalibur, but then you still have to fight through Sneasler and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, you certainly do, and Fissure is only a move that's 30% accurate, so you really press it when your back's against the wall. You might get lucky and it connect, but you have to press it a few times to do your best to make sure one of them connects there. Just to double protect over on Joan's side of the field. Yep. Tries a little bit of recovery there onto the Excalibur perhaps, and just to scout out what Jonathan's going to be locking into here. Joan has this flexibility to be able to play around because just 3 Pokemon remaining versus Jonathan's 2, and that was the Yawn directed into the Excalibur here. Of course, Joan still has the luxury of being able to switch out those Pokemon to reset that drowsiness still.
Yeah, I think on Joan's side, there's not really a big reason to try and take any risks here. As long as he's able to get rid of either of Jonathan's Pokemon, I think he would be able to win in a potential 2v1 endgame. So yeah, Rillaboom definitely in range of a Dire Claw or an Icicle Spear. I think the play for Joan would probably be to just go for, yeah, Dire Claw, get rid of that Rillaboom, and then you have Excalibur that can deal with the Dondozo somehow.
Well, Grassy Glide is going to be really good damage into the Excalibur here. Dire Claw, Dondozo now matches up really nicely into the Sneasler. There's no secondary status condition here, being a poison type, resisting its moves. Icicle Spear, though, that of course is going to be enough to deal with the Rillaboom. Super effective into grass. That Ice type has such useful offensive coverage. So now it's just the big fish in an increasingly small pond, but a Wave Crash able to collide into that Excalibur, clearing it up.
Yeah, interesting move choice here from Joan, which indicates to me that he's very confident that Excalibur would be faster than the Rillaboom over on his opponent's side. Dondozo finally gets the knockout on that Excalibur, but now the question is, well, in a 2v1, well, Dondozo is used to these 2v1s, but usually it would have all the boosts from Tatsugiri's commander ability. This is not the case, so yeah, we have high horsepower, I think, over on Joan's side, so that will be one way of dealing a ton of damage, but, well, the battle is not over.
It's not over, and yeah, the grassy terrain expiring, it's not been reset by Joan's Rillaboom here. Dondozo is able to get more recovery from the leftovers and the grassy terrain.
Maybe that's
but coaching could be coming out right now just to ensure some more damage, and that's exactly what's going for. Rillaboom hitting the gym, getting a boost to its attack and defenses here. That high horsepower is not 100% accurate, but 95% still pretty good.
Okay, well, yeah, I think that's the route to victory. You have to launch. Either you could try and go for a Yawn first and then protect on the next turn on that Rillaboom, or you could just go for a Fissure right away. I think maybe a Yawn into the Rillaboom, hope that this high horsepower misses, and then you have a couple of chances to go for some Fissures. But yeah, there's also always Dire Claw involved, and high horsepower does hit.
No status condition there from the Dire Claw, but takes the high horsepower really quite well. A Protect coming out from Jonathan's side is pretty telegraphed in this situation, so the Rillaboom can't get another one of those high horsepowers off, and you don't risk another pesky status condition from Sneasler.
Yeah, actually, of course, we have Unaware on that Dondozo as well. Yeah. So all those great coaching boosts, while it looked nice, it doesn't actually do that much. So now, once again, Dondozo will protect, and I think that, yeah, maybe there is a way back into this game, because while Rillaboom will fall asleep, and with a couple of chances to go for that Fissure, I mean, as long as the grassy terrain is still up and leftovers are still on that Dondozo, it will just keep on recovering health.
Yeah, it certainly would. It's a move that we've seen on so many team sheets so far this weekend. Have we seen it clicked? I don't believe we have, but this could be the match where we finally do. Is Jonathan going to get lucky with these Fisher Connects? It's an increasing reality for Joanne right now in just going to hold their breath and hope that the Fisher isn't going to do what it does best. But it would take that Rillaboom all the way from now near or exactly full HP all the way down to 0. It's time to click the big red button.
Well, but maybe Sneasler has to say something about that.
Oh, no, okay, we don't have a condition. Rillaboom's going to sleep. Here we go, trainers. Is it going to be a big one-hit knockout from Fisher? No, it's not. Only 30% accurate, but there could well be one on a future turn.
Well, Rillaboom will need to wake up, and yeah, that Dondozo just keeps on recovering health. And I mean, it is only 30%, but if you're clicking it a couple of turns in a row, eventually it's gonna hit.
Certainly is, but eventually you could also get a sleep or paralysis from this Dark Claw. Oh! It's gonna be the sleep onto Jonathan Dondozo. It's only a matter of time before that happened.
Yeah, John taking a big breath there, knowing that, okay, this will not automatically win the game, but this will make winning much easier, because now this gives Rillaboom a couple of more turns to finally wake up, and then, well, we've seen how little damage the Sneasler is able to do, but Rillaboom, of course, once it wakes up with that super effective high horsepower, should be able to whittle it down.
It should be able to, but we saw it took not too much damage, but the close combat is doing a lot more here. Now the Dark Claw has that status condition online. The close combat is going to be threatening it more. Rillaboom going to be waking up and smelling the coffee. Yep. Dondozo not quite doing the same, but it is hanging on 9 HP. Is it going to wake up here, get off a protect maybe, but then you're threatened down by too much offense. So Jonathan's still playing really well with the back against the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. John also there identifying that, okay, going for a Dire Claw until a status condition rolls his way is the play to go for. Of course, close combat doing a little bit more damage, as we just saw, to that Dondozo, but yeah, you want to try and keep going for those Dire Claws until you maybe get either the paralysis or the sleep, and both of them, of course, really helpful in this particular situation. So now that he got the chance, well, Dondozo wakes up. I mean...
It does seem too little too late here, and I think, you know, as a Terra Poison type, it cannot be poisoned by that move, but it could still be paralyzed. And in that situation, probably the lesser of two evils is being paralyzed as opposed to put to sleep there. You could still connect every single one of your moves. You have your speed reduced, but Dondozo isn't the speediest Pokemon anyway. At least Jonathan got that early wake up, but again, doesn't really have the mileage, the leeway to play with such a low health bar.
Yeah, I think maybe just the close combat might be enough at this point for the knockout.
Is it going to be? Yes, it certainly is. So Dondozo goes down, and now time for Jonathan to think about the game plan heading into game 2. I think, you know, even when your back's against the wall, Jonathan did a really good job of playing into that, playing to their outs, but probably earlier on in the game would have been able to prevent that endgame from happening in the first place.
Absolutely, and splendid play coming out here from Joanne. I think he has faced many Sneaslers in this tournament, I'm very sure, and he has, with this Volcarona and Excalibur lead, I think this might be a specific lead that is really catered towards dealing with those Sneaslers, because, yeah, between the Covered Cloak on the Volcarona and the Terra Ghost on the Excalibur, paired with those multi-hit moves in Icicle Spear and Scale Shot, that looked really difficult to deal with for Jonathan. And I think something that Jonathan did really well this game, though, was using that Dondozo from turn 1. It was sitting there on the field, getting off those yawns, and really delay all operations over on Joanne's side, because John had to switch out all the time to try and get rid of the drowsy status. Eventually, he found an opening, but maybe this is something that Jonathan can capitalize on even better in that second game.
Yeah, do you lead the Dondozo just sitting on the field for the entire time? I think Jonathan approaching this second game, I mean, it was able to deal with that Volcarona, but the Rillaboom lurking in the back was really causing an issue there. Trying to get rid of that as soon as you can. You have the Dire Claw on your own Sneasler, that's super effective. Have your own Volcarona, of course, as well, that can dish out a big heat wave. The Terra option over on Joanne's Rillaboom is Terra Water, whereas for Jonathan, it is Terra Fire.
Yeah, both Rillabooms really supporting their team with the fake-outs, as they should be doing. And of course, also the healing from grassy terrain is not something that should be underestimated. I think what was notable in that game is also that Joanne really kind of forced his opponent to terrestrialize this Dondozo. I mean, I think in the end, Dondozo is probably the primary target for Jonathan to use terrestrialization, just because of how well a poison type matches up into Joanne's team. But yeah, threatening this big Woodhammer led to that terrestrialization in that first game, of course, then taking away the option for Jonathan to maybe terrestrialize one of his other Pokemon. So yeah, maybe Dondozo right away, I think I could see it happen. I think there's not really a reason for Joanne to switch anything up. So yeah, we really have to think about what Jonathan could be doing. I like the Dragapult. When it came in, when the Excalibur was off the field, I think, yeah, it was threatening a lot of damage. And it seems like, yeah, both of them are content with how it went. Of course, Jonathan would have liked the result to be different, but yeah, once again, he trusts his Dondozo and Sneasler.
Yeah, certainly does. Is everything on the line right now for Jonathan? Has to win this game in order to stay in our Lille Regional Championships. Masters top 16. The intensity is really cranked up here. The tournament just gets more and more difficult.
It absolutely does. And now the question is, will Sneasler once again try to go for that fake out, or is that Terra Ghost just so telegraphed over on Johan's Excalibur? I think if I were Jonathan, I would probably not go for that fake out. I mean, you could try and go for a protect instead, just to scout out what is happening, see if there is any terrestrialization over on Joanne's side. And because of how well this Excalibur and Volcarona are set up against Sneasler, I think this is something that Joanne maybe does like almost every game, just going for the Terra Ghost just because it's so safe.
Practice the game plan, practice the lines, and it will be Excalibur once more being the Terra option of choice. Sneasler just scouting out, keeping himself safe this turn. Dondozo isn't going to follow suit. Heat Wave connecting into the Protect Shield from Sneasler, and it will be landing into Dondozo too. Is there going to be a burn here, mitigating the damage output? No, fortunately not. Scale Shot also targeting down into the Sneasler. It's a really good call there from Jonathan. And now Dondozo able to get off this yawn into the Excalibur. So once more, we have this revolving cycle of is it bedtime or is it morning?
Okay, and this opens up a very dicey situation for Jonathan, because while you have the yawn on the Excalibur, but I think what you would want to do with that Sneasler is actually click Dire Claw into that slot. But then if the Excalibur does not switch, then you run into the risk, of course, of applying any status conditions other than sleep. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, Jonathan might have to do it. I mean, he has to go for something this game, and I think, yeah, we see that, but Excalibur switches out, so nice call there on Jonathan's end.
Yeah, Joanne is going to be keeping the Excalibur nice and awake. Going to be Sneasler coming in instead over on Joanne's side of the field. Poison types are once again immune to poison, but not to the other status conditions. Oh, we're going to see one of them right now. No, going to be dodging that, but the Heat Wave is also going to be dodging into the Dondozo. Sneasler takes that from Jonathan. No burn to speak of. Wave Crash now, super effective into the Volcarona. Once more, brings it down very low, but not quite for the knockout, but that will be the burn onto Jonathan's Dondozo.
Yeah, we've talked about paralysis, we've talked about sleep, and we've talked about poison coming off of that Dire Claw potentially on the Dondozo, but now this is really the best status condition you could have hoped for, because not only will it mean that Dondozo's attack is cut in half, it also means that, of course, all the recovery from leftovers, that's just cancelled out. So with how we saw the first game when Dondozo just recovering turn after turn after turn, this will not happen this game. So yeah, Jonathan definitely has to switch up the game plan right away.
If there's one small piece of solace here, is that the Wave Crash recoil is not going to be, is going to be less, because you're dealing less damage to the opposing side of the field. But yeah, absolutely. Whereas the Dondozo isn't so much on a timer, it's not gaining time, so to speak. It's not gaining that HP back that it was doing in the previous game. Sneasler going to go running back to its trainer, back climbing up the mountain. Dragapult going to be swooping down onto the field now.
Depending on what Joanne went for, this might be a little bit risky, because of course you don't want to take a Dire Claw into that Dragapult either. Volcarona just going for that Rage Bar. Is that Dire Claw? Let's see.
Do we have a status hit condition here? No, but we could have an impending one onto this Volcarona. Going to be drowsy here. Would have to reset that by switching out. Not going for the knockout there onto the Volcarona.
Yeah, I think this means that now for Joanne, it's really safe to just go for another Rage Powder. Like at this point, you kind of want to get rid of the Volcarona. Just because, well, it's such low HP, it might fall asleep this turn, and then maybe this actually opens up an opportunity for Jonathan to make a little bit of a call here. But I don't really know how you could even capitalize on that. I mean, it is nice to get rid of that Volcarona right away, because yeah, we do see that is that Rillaboom waiting in the back for Jonathan, and Volcarona was really a Pokemon that gave it so much trouble in that first game. So I think it's, despite the burn, it's still a nice start here for Jonathan to this game too.
Right, sure, and yeah, I mean the burn happened early doors, but there are still plenty of options available. Still have a lot of the game left to go.
Okay.
Rage Powder coming out from Volcarona. Is this going to be our first game that goes to 3 games so far in our Lille Regional Championships? U-turn just going to be enough to pick up the knockout. Is there going to be a burn thanks to Flame Body from the Volcarona here? Looks like this Dragapult is going to be safe from that. Sigh of relief for Jonathan there, and it's going to be one of the Pokemon from the back coming back in. Sneasler has the Focus Sash already broken, so it could go down in just the 1 hit as opposed to previously just the 2. Is there going to be yet another States of Condition from this Diaclaw into Sneasler? No, fortunately not. This is the dice you roll every time.
Yeah, very scary turn there for Jonathan, but both times the Pokemon avoid the status condition. Yeah, I think the U-turn maybe was a little bit of a read there. Maybe that the Volcarona might switch into Rillaboom or something like that. But yeah, Drawn, I think, correctly identified that it's fine to give up that Pokemon in this spot. But then, yeah, U-turn being a contact move, that could have applied the burn condition to the Dragapult on Jonathan's side. But yeah, that did not happen. And now, once again, we have that Excalibur come out on the field against Dondozo and Sneasler, and both of them, well, are significantly weakened now on Jonathan's side, so Scale Shot will start to really put this Dondozo very low, and of course also could easily knock out that Sneasler.
Poison, burn, sleep, paralysis. The battlefield couldn't really be more hazardous right now. At least there's going to be some passive recovery at the end of every turn, thanks to the grassy terrain. Bascalibur now just wants to scout out. If there was a Yawn targeted into that, it wouldn't be doing anything. But Diaclaw, super effective into the Rillaboom, and it's going to get that paralysis as well. So that could mean that this Rillaboom is unable to move on successive turns. Yawn was indeed targeted into the Bascalibur here. And yeah, both these trainers currently sort of meeting toe for toe.
Yeah, big Diaclaw hit here into that Rillaboom that is switching in. I think that would have been an opportunity for Joanne's Excalibur to just go on the offensive, maybe with a Scale Shot into that Dondozo or like an Icicle Spear, knock out that Sneasler. Instead, he wanted to play it a little bit safer, maybe a little bit too safe, because you cannot give Jonathan that many openings, and Jonathan has shown now time and time that he is willing to grab the chances that are being handed and make those offensive predictions with those Styroclaws, for example. So yeah, now that the grassy terrain, of course, is on the field again, Dondozo will recover a little bit, and once again, Jonathan has to think about, okay, is it time to go for that Yawn, or should I just start a goal with Fissures? I think you still feel pretty good just going for a Yawn into that Excalibur, but then are you fine just giving up that Sneasler? Because it could very well go down to, yeah, maybe an Ice Shard right away.
Yeah, Ice Shard is going to be enough just to mitigate the threat from that Sneasler. Jonathan head in hands there, feeling like they made the wrong call, but only time will tell. Dondozo is able to make Bascalibur drowsy once again.
And will this Rillaboom get off a Woodhammer? Oh. No, it does not. It is paralyzed. That would have been a big opportunity for a ton of damage on that Dondozo once more. And now, again, this window of opportunity is closed, kind of, because, well, the Excalibur probably wants to switch out next turn. Well, now Jonathan knows that there is a Sneasler waiting in the back. So if you can find a Pokemon to really punish that switch, and Dragapult could do that, you could just go for Dragon Darts, potentially, if you feel that it would knock out that Rillaboom. And I think with a Terra Dragon, it almost definitely does.
Yeah, Terra Dragon, really offensive choice on that Dragapult, especially holding the choice band here. The recovery on the Dondozo, thanks to the grassy terrain, now net positive, even though the burn is taking away a little bit of HP. Leftovers plus grassy terrain, ultimately healing it back up more than before.
Yeah, it's tough to assess, really, because if you switch in Dragapult, then this opens a play for Joanne, which would be to Ice Shard and Grassy Glide, and if that is enough to knock it out, then that could be disastrous for Jonathan. So instead, I think he thinks that, well, I can also bring in Rillaboom, maybe knock out the Sneasler on the switch-in with a combination of, let's say, Wave Crash and High Horsepower, potentially. That would be a play into the Excalibur, or I could also try and go for the offense on the Rillaboom, maybe double up on that slot with Wave Crash and Woodhammer. Could also get the knockout there.
Yeah, probably the Rillaboom is so low that even though those attacks will be not very effective, but you can see the time that Jonathan is taking over Lockie in the moves, knowing just what is at stake here and when to spend that Terra option, something that Jonathan is still able to do, but something Joanne has already spent. The time is ticking down, trainers. Also, potentially for one of these trainers in our Lille Regional Championships, Bascalibur will be getting out of there in favor of Sneasler rushing back in.
Yeah, it was a tough decision for Jonathan because it looked like all the moves that he had available, they would all be good. Jonathan decides that he doesn't want to risk his opponent just going for an Icicle Spear with that Excalibur, even though it would fall asleep at the end of the turn. Well, if you expect to be knocked out, it doesn't really matter if you would fall asleep, right? So instead, Jonathan plays it a little bit slow, goes for the Protector Dondozo, and will terrestrialize the Rillaboom to fire and attack into what is now the Sneasel with a big Wood Hammer.
Big Wood Hammer is resisted, but it is going to be enough for the knockout, boosted by the grassy terrain as it is. So Joanne now down to the final 2 Pokemon. Jonathan has 3 in the back. And Rillaboom, of course, with this Terrafire now, switching up its defenses and weaknesses. The Wood Hammer would have loved to have connected with the Dondozo there, but no, it's not going to give Joanne's Rillaboom that satisfaction.
Yeah, and step by step by step, Jonathan has put himself in a position where now he is the one with the Pokemon advantage. Despite this burn on the Dondozo, it didn't really come into effect too much so far. It's still almost at full HP, yeah. Of course, now with the double recovery, kind of outlasting that burn damage. And now that Joanne is down to their final 2 Pokemon, the only question that remains is how to deal with that Excalibur. I mean, you still have that Dragapult in the back, but yeah, let's not forget that there is the option for Ice Shard, and there's also the option for this Excalibur to boost its speed with that Scale Shot. So it's a tricky endgame for sure, but I think Jonathan might have the edge here.
Might do. It's going to be fine margins, as is ever the case, as we reach the final stages of a tournament like this.
Oh, Dondozo just protected.
He certainly did, yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to go for another one. I'm not sure if that is necessary, actually. Maybe fearing a Grassy Glide and Scale Shot?
Okay, no, so the Dondozo isn't going to get that double protect off. It's a move that gets less likely to work the more that you click it in succession. Icicle Spear going to be hitting at least 4 times. There's not very much damage, but every little bit of chip could count here. And if the Rillaboom is targeted down the Dondozo, then it's looking really, really threatened. And all of a sudden, Jonathan is looking like the back is against the wall once more. Gets for the 5 hits there. Wood Hammer boosted into the Excalibur, bringing it down low, but not quite enough to take the KO. And there is a full paralysis on Joanne's Rillaboom there. So a real get-out clause for Jonathan.
Yeah, I think Jonathan gets bailed here just a little bit. I think that Dondozo was confirmed to be faster than that Rillaboom on the previous turn due to the paralysis on Rillaboom. So I think Jonathan was probably scared of maybe a Grassy Glide and Scale Shot combination into that Dondozo and tried to play the odds here, but yeah, that did not happen. Instead, I think it might have been like a maybe Joanne didn't want to lower its defense on the Excalibur, so instead decided to go for Icicle Spear and Wood Hammer. Yeah, tough calls still for Jonathan, but going for Yawn is not that... It's not that easy to go for a Yawn lock, because if Dondozo goes down the same turn, then Dragapult is forced on the field, and Dragapult cannot protect, also Rillaboom cannot protect, so you might lose the game maybe before the Yawn comes into effect. So yeah, it's still difficult to navigate, but maybe with Grassy Glide and some more chip damage, you can get rid of that Excalibur.
You also have the chance that the Rillaboom will continue to be paralyzed, so that's something that's really playing into Jonathan's favor here. Scale Shot just into the Dragapult. A big call there. That's going to be enough to remove Dragapult from the equation entirely, and now both trainers down to just 2 Pokemon.
Oof, yeah, they just keep surprising us here with the moves and also each other, I guess. Now that the defense is dropped, I mean, Dondozo doesn't really care about all the boosts. And goes for Fisher, but it does not connect again.
Goes for the Fisher, only 30% chance to hit here. Now a big Wood Hammer into the Dondozo from Joanne's side of the field. That's going to be Dondozo down, and all of a sudden, it's just Jonathan with this lone Terrafire Rillaboom. The recall damage there is nice. Certainly, the health bar is looking low on Joanne's side of the field. But the Grassy Terrain is slowly but surely expiring as well. Yeah. There it is, it's gone. So Grassy Glide, no longer a priority move.
Yeah, so that's why Jonathan swapped out the Rillaboom, so he could reset Grassy Glide this turn. It's still anyone's game, I think. Well, Grassy Glide might be enough to get the knock-on on the Excalibur right now with that defense drop, but one more turn of Grassy Terrain recovery could flip that Calc up its head. It's Scale Shot, but it doesn't connect.
Scale Shot is going to miss onto the Rillaboom. Oh, all of these equations are going out the window right now, as the Rillaboom on Joanne's side is going to be felled by a Wood Hammer, giving it a taste of its own medicine. A huge dodge there from Scale Shot, and it looks like, well, now this Excalibur could well be out of a Grassy Glide range, but with this Rillaboom now a fire type, of course, Icicle Spear is now dealing not very effective damage.
Oh, I think you want a Wood Hammer here, because I don't think Scale Shot will get it. And I don't think Scale Shot will knock out the Rillaboom, and I also don't think Grassy Glide will knock out the Excalibur. But if you if you're, of course, worried that Scale Shot might get a critical hit or not. Okay, that's just to protect this turn. I think now it's definitely out of range.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So maybe now you have to go for that Woodhammer, but also not only does the Excalibur recover health, also the Rillaboom does recover health. So now I think it's also pretty safe to say that it's not in Scale Shot range anymore. But, you know, that could also be, I mean, you get 4 to 5 chances to land a critical hit.
How many is it going to be? Are we going to see any critical hits coming out? Here's one.
Oh, that did quite a lot.
Here's 2. Here's 3.
Oh, 5 would.
Here's 4. Are we going to have a 5th? Is it going to be Rillaboom? Oh, no, it's going to be 4. It's going to be the Woodhammer now. And with the defense drop onto the Excalibur, the speed boost doesn't matter now. Big Woodhammer is going to fell the Excalibur. The recoil damage enough to take care of the Rillaboom. But Jonathan took that KO before. And finally, Marcus, for the first time this weekend, we are going to a Game 3.
Yeah, both the last remaining Pokemons for both of our trainers now fainting at the end of this turn. Both of their beautiful terrestrializations just crash as they go back to their trainers. And in the end, no one stays to tell the tale, but it is a win for Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the margins it can come down to, trainers. If you take that knockout first, then the win is going into your corner. That Hippowdon doing its trainer proud, looking very successful on the desk here. And these trainers, as we were saying, they have such similar teams, and they're working out how best to navigate this matchup, how to pilot the good ship Dondozo all the way through. But for Jonathan, that Dondozo has been on the field for so many turns in the game, of both games.
Yeah, just looking at these first 2 games, you wouldn't even think about that this is kind of a mirror match going on, right? Because their strategy were so different. Jonathan, as we were saying, really focusing on that Dondozo, getting down all those yawns, and I would actually say in the first game the yawn loop worked a little bit better, and then in the second game the Dondozo got hit with that Flame Body burn, but still, in that second game, it was more important to get that big damage on the Volcarona with that Wave Crash, so a little bit of a switch up in the strategy for Jonathan. And then Johan on the other side, going with very similar setup like they did in the first game, but this time the calls just didn't go their way. I think there were multiple options to come back into the game or take big knockouts. They also got a few calls right there in the end, hitting that Scale Shot into the Dragapult as it switched in, but in the end, Scale Shot is a twisted situation kind of, because of course you get so much damage with a loaded dice. You boost your speed, but you also lower your defense, and that was crucial in that game.
Interesting to think about the turns where Jonathan might have been able to actually secure the victory sooner in that game. There was, for example, that failed double protect on the Dondozo coming out. Perhaps not something that he should have gone for. Maybe just favoring the damage there just to push the tempo, push the advantage when the ball is in your court. And as it was, of course, Jonathan getting bailed a couple of times by full paralysis, for example, by that dodge on the Scale Shot there. But, you know, the luck balances out over the course of the weekend, and it's now all to play for in this Game 3, deciding who's going to succeed to the next stage.
Yeah, really exciting to finally be in the spot to say a sentence like that, because yes, finally we have our Game 3, and really, I mean, we hyped it up at the beginning that this was going to be like probably a longer series than some of the ones that we've seen so far, and finally for Game 3, both players are making some adaptations.
Yeah, Dondozo was more on the field for Jonathan, but it will be Jonathan's own Volcarona now. First time we've seen that come to the fray. Rillaboom and Excalibur out on the field for Johan.
Yeah, so Volcarona over on Jonathan's side does not carry that Rage Powder, which Johan has used to great effect in both games 1 and 2. But now it's the Rillaboom coming out. So Rillaboom, of course, not a Pokemon that does so well into Sneasler, I would say. Also doesn't do so well into Volcarona, but definitely forces that Dondozo to do something, unless it wants to be hit with like a Woodhammer and Scale Shot combination.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jonathan, for now, is just going to keep their Pokemon safe. Scale Shot was targeting down into the Volcarona here. So Jonathan now has ample opportunity to glean at what the opponent was considering, and Woodhammer directed into the Dondozo. So Johan decided to split the damage.
Yeah, Jonathan just wants to take it slow, wants to see if once again the Excalibur might want to go for that terrestrialization right away, but now that there is no Sneasler over on Jonathan's side, no real reason to do that right away. And yeah, maybe Jonathan trying to get rid of that, or trying to put pressure on that Rillaboom right away. Now has this turn to go for a big Heat Wave, but you know, one of the downsides of Heat Wave in this situation would be that, of course, you're also activating the Thermal Exchange on Excalibur, an ability we haven't seen in a while, but will boost.
Oh, the burn onto the Rillaboom Rillaboom, so it's going to mitigate its physical damage output there. Yes, as you were saying, Marcus, the thermal exchange there, boosting the physical attack of the Pokemon. Scale Shot now into the Volcarona. There's no berry to speak of. 4 is easily going to be enough. Thanks to that loaded dice, we know that Scale Shot is hitting at least 4 times. Now the speed boosts, but the defense drops.
Yeah, Heatwave taketh away, getting that burn on that Rillaboom and also boosting the Excalibur. So one of them got stronger, one of them got significantly weaker. That Woodhammer, even without the burn though, against this Terra Poison on the Dondozo, not dealing a ton of damage at all. And now this Dondozo is sitting really comfortably on the field.
Yeah, very comfortably indeed. The first time we've seen a heat wave burn in this 3-game thriller, trainers. But that's certainly a secondary effect. And the more games we have, the more times that button is clicked, the more likely it is to connect at some point. And now, with the grassy terrain and the leftovers, this Dondozo is sitting very pretty indeed, back at full HP.
Yeah, I think this is a brilliant setup here for Jonathan. Having that Dondozo just sit on the field and spam Yawn. Now that you have the Rillaboom, that slot is not going to do anything to the Dondozo. And the Excalibur, well, it has a couple of boosts now to its speed, to its attack, but it really wants to switch out due to that Yawn. So yeah, you could just maybe go ahead and keep using Yawn to that slot if you're Jonathan, but at the same time, you also have to watch out because both Pokemon that Jonathan has in the back are weak to Ice types. And if Juan wants to, he could just decide to go for, okay, my Excalibur, I'm going to go for Terra Ghost here, and I'm going to go for Icicle Spear into the Rillaboom because there's nothing you can do about it. Well, of course, Johan doesn't know that there is that Dragapult waiting in the back, and now it's a question of, okay, do you want to make a gamble? Do you want to take a gamble this early in the game and potentially risk the entire game? And then, well, surprise, it's not the Dragapult in the back, but maybe a little bit like another Pokemon that is a little bit more bulky, like that Electabuzz. But yeah, I think maybe there's a chance here for Johan to just go for this Terra Ghost on the Excalibur and get a knockout on that Rillaboom or the Dragapult as they switch in.
It looks from Joanne's expression that they called it, and it's just going to be a big Icicle Spear into the Dragapult. Jonathan getting no mileage at all out of that zooming Pokemon. All of a sudden, Jonathan down to just 2 Pokemon, and the tables once again even from that burn onto the Rillaboom in turn 1.
Yeah, and this was such a big risk because there was not even that Terra Ghost, so Jonathan could have just gone for a fake out into that Excalibur to stop it from moving. That would have put it to sleep at the end of the turn, guaranteed. But a big risk by Johan, but I mean, he went undefeated in the Swiss rounds up until the very last round, so he knows when to take risk, and he was ready to take one here in this Game 3.
Yeah, certainly was. Wow, so there you go. You have to make these calls. They might not be the right ones, but it could be the difference maker. Excalibur, at least a little bit of solace for Jonathan now, is going to be taking a snooze here. Be interesting to see if Jonathan's Pokemon now have enough gas in the tank to make it through all 4 of Joanne's.
Yeah, really tough spot here. I mean, Jonathan down to the last 2 Pokemon, and neither the Rillaboom nor that Dondozo are really known for packing a lot of damage. But the 2 Pokemon that Johan has on the field, they're not going to do a lot of damage either. Yeah, that Woodhammer, well, it is nice for some chip, but Rillaboom will recover. And yeah, if you can get rid of this Excalibur this turn, then Johan still has this burned Rillaboom just sitting on the field, not really doing anything. But you also might want to consider at this point, you're just like, let it stay on the field until it faints, because you don't want to reset the grassy terrain later on in the battle.
Exactly, yeah. That would give Jonathan potentially an advantage later on in order to get those priority grassy glides off, but also for this recovery onto the Dondozo that's stacking up and up. I mean, once again, it's back to full HP. The grassy terrain going to mitigate the burn damage, so the Rillaboom going to stay steady at the same level of HP turn after turn as long as the grassy terrain's on the field.
Yeah, but Jonathan has proven in the first game that he is willing to play a Dondozo endgame, and he will make it as difficult as possible for his opponent to take the win here. And I think, well, now the Dondozo, we're kind of approaching the endgame of this battle now, and the Dondozo is still sitting there at full health.
Yeah.
It has Terrestrialize to Poison, which is a good type into all of Joanne's remaining option, and especially this burn on the Rillaboom means that one big source of damage that Joanne used in the first game will not be available anymore because that Rillaboom is just so weak now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, Sneasler doesn't like its odds right now. Grassy Glide was targeting down into that slot, so a good call here by Joanne. As the Rillaboom over on Joanne's side can just keep whittling away, doing what it can. Woodhammer mitigated once more by that burn, and of course, resisted by the Rillaboom. It can deal with those quite comfortably being a grass type. Yawn trying to target down that slot as well onto the Sneasler. Of course, with the Rillaboom already burned over on Joanne's side of the field, you cannot give 2 status conditions, so safer to target into the other slot.
Yeah, magnificent protect there coming out of that Sneasler over on Joanne's side, knowing that, well, Rillaboom won't do that much, but it still does a little bit, right? And it allows you to wait out those grassy terrain turns a little bit more, and now Rillaboom does not have any option to go for a priority grassy glide anymore, and Joanne could just go for that Dire Claw to potentially knock out Rillaboom over on Jonathan's side, and then it is really that Dondozo against the world scenario we've been talking about.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be the Dire Claw, so enough to take care of the Rillaboom here. Maybe some solace that we don't have to worry about any status conditions, but you could still get one onto this Dondozo. High horsepower now, super effective from the burned Rillaboom, but you can see just how little damage it's doing. There's no more grassy terrain right now, so it's just the leftovers recovery that can come out into the Dondozo. Now Sneasler drowsy. Are we going to have another revolving door? Jonathan once more putting everything into this big blue whale.
Yeah, is this going to be the Dondozo comeback here in the top 16? Rillaboom taking a couple more turns of burn, and there is no reason for Jonathan to knock that Pokemon out, because he wants to play as if this was a 1v1. He just wants to target down the slot where right now the Sneasler is. Fire Claw.
Okay, we're
not
safe.
Getting any status condition, but yeah, Sneasler at the end of this turn will fall asleep.
Yeah, it certainly will. It has to take a big wave craft, but of course, holding Focus Sash anyway, it would be hanging on with 1 HP, as it is Sneasler down just into the orange of its health. Now you can go for a Protect with Jonathan's Dondozo, heal up a little bit more with those leftovers, ensuring that the Sneasler will go to sleep, unless John switches it out.
Yeah, Sneasler is asleep now, so you could even think about going for Protect anyway, just for a little bit of extra recovery. And I think Jonathan is thinking about that, because even though it gives the Sneasler a chance to wake up next turn, it also means that you get a little bit more recovery, and it also might set up this Rillaboom to go down on the perfect turn with the burn, because eventually, once you have taken a knockout, then there is no need anymore for Jonathan to have this Rillaboom be stuck in play, and then he would be happy for it to be knocked out. So I like this Protect, even though it is a little bit risky, because if Sneasler wakes up this turn, and now there is a chance that it wakes up, and if Sneasler wakes up and gets a big Dire Claw in, then that could be disastrous for Jonathan.
Yeah, it really could. There could be a status condition coming out
But
once more. No, it's going to be staying asleep here. Even though Dondozo, Terra Poison, you cannot poison it. It could still be paralyzed or put to sleep. And of course, there's the ever-present question of a critical hit, which Rillaboom was able to connect with there. Dondozo now a little bit lower than it was, and the Wavecraft Recoil going to do exactly the same there. So Joanne now down to the final 2 Pokemon. Does this Dondozo have what it takes?
Yeah, and what is that final Pokemon over on Joanne's side? So far, we have not seen it. I mean, it could be that Volcarona to maybe go for some Heat Waves. It could be that Electabuzz even with Thunderbolt. Or it could be that Dragapult. I think, yeah, all of them might have just enough damage to knock it out. And it is that Volcarona. And we have seen in previous games how Wave Crash was not able to get the KO on this Pokemon. And if Joanne was able to get off a couple of Heat Waves, this might be enough, but of course there's also still Terrestrialization available, and I think, against a Terra Fairy Volcarona, I think either way, I think the goal to knock out this Pokemon would be through Fissure.
Yeah, it certainly would. That would be an absolute thrilling way to end this game, but Terra Fairy is going to be making water-type moves. Neutral damage now as opposed to super effective. Now Dondozo does get that chance to recover a little bit, but then you are giving the Volcarona, well, you could be giving it a chance to go for a Quiver Dance, but of course with the Dondozo, it is unaware. So we'll be ignoring those boosts, so that recovery all important now.
Yeah, so this is coming down to the wire. I think the road to victory for Jonathan would be you yawn into the Volcarona this turn, then you hopefully can make it through the turn somehow next turn. But instead it's going to be double Protect. Jonathan thinks that the Dondozo would not be able to take this combination of Heat Wave and High Horsepower, and I think he is correct in his assessment. Both hits land. Dondozo going down, and Joanne wins this game.
Joanne Garcia, your winner of Top 16.
Joanne Garcia moving on to the top 8 after a magnificent play there displayed in that final game 3. It was a big back and forth, but What a three-game thriller, as you called it.
Yeah, it certainly was. If you're Jonathan, I think you've got to be kicking yourself right now in that Dragapult switch in, and it had to just take up that Icicle Spear or Scale Shot, whichever. I mean, super effective into that slot. And it could have had just the offense needed to secure the end game there. You had the Terra Fairy Volcarona that Joanne was sending out, so you wouldn't have wanted to lock into a Dragon-type move, and of course it's holding the choice band, so whatever move you lock into, you would have to switch out to reset it, which you might not have the mileage to be able to do, given that Jonathan was down to just 2 Pokemon from so early on, but so well played. And just to think turn after turn after turn, having to make the right calls in such a long game as well, inevitably at some point something's going to slip under the radar. You feel like you've made the wrong call.
Yeah, I think it definitely was a call that could have gone either way, and I think you called it out perfectly. That was the key turn of that Game 3. That Baxcalibur, it was put to... There was a yawn on that turn, but of course there was also a lot going on in that. There we see this big turn where it KO'd that Dragapult, and Woodhammer so nicely dealing with that Dondozo in the second game. But then of course in the third game, things were a little bit different. We saw that Baxcalibur take out Volcarona right away with that +1 boosted Scale Shot, but then things became really interesting. Rillaboom could have the chance to go for that fake out, but no, it switched out into the Dragapult and that big Icicle Spear, knocking out that Pokemon right away.
Just 2 needed. It's a pretty frail Pokemon. It hits fast and hard. It's not so invested in its bulk. This Dondozo doing everything it could to stall out the game here. Jonathan opting for that double protect as well, but in the end, that damage would have been too much anyway for Dondozo to be able to see out the game.
Yeah, in the end, it was only that Soul Dondozo, Solo Dozo, as it is called. And yeah, it was really solo in that endgame, but eventually Joanne just found enough damage between Rillaboom's high horsepower and that Heatwave to slowly but steadily whittle it down and win that Game 3.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Joanne, but also congratulations to Jonathan for making it so far in such a stacked tournament out there on the floor. Incredible names here in the tournament and upsets all round, what with Aurelian Sula already having been knocked out of this Lille Regional Championships earlier today. Someone who was finalist in Lille just 1 season ago in 2024. So how is this tournament now going to shake up? We just had our first 3-game set on stream. So far this weekend, it's all been 2-0. So all bets are off right now. Huge congratulations to Joanne, who of course was undefeated in Swiss for so long as well, and just showing us there why.
Yeah, and now top 16 in Dortmund, top 8 at least here in Lille. That's definitely very good consistency coming out of Joanne, proving that he is one of the best players right now in the circuit and one of the best players in this regulation with this Baxcalibur, which also showed up in this battle. And I think Baxcalibur definitely, no matter how the tournament continues now for Joanne, is going to be one of the Pokemon that I will have my eyes out on, because that's not something that I really considered so far, but it proved to be really, really powerful and might just be a really nice pick into the metagame right now.
Oh, it certainly is. And the loaded dice just almost doubly effective as it is on a Dragonite there, because of course you're boosting up Icicle Spear as well as Scale Shot. There, you know, with a Dragon type offense as well as Ice type offense, it's very hard to get around that. You're at least taking neutral onto most types with that double up there. So really nice to see Baxcalibur coming to the fore there. And again, Ice just showing us why it's such a good offensive type in any format, really. We saw Articuno claiming the Utrecht special event in the last season, and once more, you know, Ice is always there, cooling things down, but heating them up at the same time.
Yeah, I would just be worried for that Baxcalibur. He has to be worried that the Weavile of Jamie Boyd is not just pickpocketing away that loaded dice. Yeah. That would be sad, but that probably wouldn't happen.
Yeah, probably a pickpocket stealing the item of a Pokemon on the opposing side. But it's high time that we heard from our winner of that previous set, Joanne Garcia, as we take a little bit of a chill out ourselves.
Thank you, casters. I am delighted to be joined by Joanne after that incredible best-of-3 set. How are you feeling after that?
Well, it was a very difficult match. It was nearly a mirror, but the opponent had, well, they had Dondozo as well. And, well, yesterday playing, I realized that playing a mirror, I didn't want to bring Dondozo.
I can understand that.
And the difference in the matchup was the Baxcalibur, because when I do Scale Shot, I'm faster than Dragapult, than Sneasler. In game 1, I tried Scale Shot to Sneasler at first, and just to be faster than Dragapult. Then I just roll. It was in game 1 also, I put the Dondozo to sleep with Tide Cloud. I don't know if that mattered, I think not. And well, game 2, it was also hard. I had some paralysis. When I clicked put hammer into the Tondozo, but well, and game three, I don't
with the status afflictions, that was such a big part of this match,
yes,
right? As a player, how do you navigate around that? Because status afflictions, things like the flame body, things like the dire claw, you can't control that.
Yeah.
So as a player, how do you approach that?
Well, it's part of the game, and you have to approach it. Dire claw gets many status, flame body activates somewhere, sometimes others not, but you always have to count that you are not going to get lucky and play.
Exactly. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't go your way. Game 3, however, it started off a little bit difficult for you. Dondozo was in a good position, but then you did this fantastic play and you took down the Dragapult. For you, was that the moment that you got the momentum in the match?
Yes, this match was hard. The point is that I was sure I could afford to get the Excalibur sleep because instead of leading Volcarona and using it to hit wave and redirect, I opted to have it in the back. I have Kyber Dance, I have Terra Blast, so I could Terra Blast, Terra Fairy, I could afford to save Volcarona for the end.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I really like kind of seeing your insights into that match. Obviously, you're now in top 8. How are you feeling about that, going into that part of the competition?
Well, I'm feeling well. The team works very well, prepared well, and I still haven't lost best of 3.
Oh, that's very exciting to hear. And it was actually our first best of 3, game 3, that we saw on the broadcast this whole weekend. Everything has been 2-0. Yeah, everything else 2-0. So you've broken that kind of habit, which is very exciting for us commentators. Before we let you go get ready for top 8, is there any shout outs to anyone you would like to give?
Yes, I would like to shout out Carlos Caño. He made this team. I played in Dortmund a similar version with Dragapult, and for Lille, he had the idea of switching the Magmar for a Volcarona with setup and also redirection, and as well Excalibur instead of Dragapult. We tried Dragonite, but Excalibur hits more, it's better.
Well, we certainly love seeing the Excalibur as well. That was a treat for sure. Best of luck in top 8. You're definitely one to watch in the competition. For you guys at home, the Pokemon action is just going to keep going. We're going to throw it straight back to the casters.
I knew it. I knew it, David. That Zoroark pin, it wasn't Marcus at all in that previous round. It was you all along.
My disguise.
Dastardly fiend. How did you do it?
With my sneaky tricks, of course, Charlie. I mean, why not? Who doesn't want to be Marcus, you know?
Yeah, true. It's a really good point. Who doesn't want to be Marcus? I'd gladly be Marcus for a day, but that was an absolutely incredible game that we saw. As Lou said, our first 3-game match of the weekend, and now we're heading straight into top 8, and some really incredible Pokemon that we'll be able to show you very shortly that will be coming out in the top 8. But I mean, what did you make of that match, David?
Honestly, I'm really excited to see that match and to see the solo Dozo sort of team going around, just to show how bulky and amazing it can be, even without doubling every single one of its stats, you know?
Yeah.
Still, like, able to sit on the floor and do really, really well. But, yeah, kudos to Jonathan Marston to make it that far, honestly. Like, especially as going, like, X2 so early yesterday, he won out for so many games in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Top 16 is such a great finish, though.
Keeping your head in the game, starting X and 2, and then winning out from there cannot be understated. You've really got to have your wits about you to do that. So congratulations to Jonathan. But here we have our top 8. Max Waterman, Victor Medina, who we featured on stream earlier today, Fabian Kuhl, Joan Garcia, who we just saw, Eduardo Cunha and Nils Dunlop. That's going to be an incredible match between EUIC champion from the previous season and world champion from 2022, and Giuseppe Musico versus Mark Cotter.
Yeah, some really cool, really amazing matches, honestly, there. Like, good to see Victor Medina has kind of made it through as well. We've already seen a flash of his amazing abilities on stream already. Max Waterman, a player from the UK, who's been doing really well recently, actually, in just some recent tournaments and stuff, has really been up and coming for quite a while, honestly. And great to see that they've made it to top 8 as well.
Yeah, incredible play from them, and we'll be able to show you the teams that are being run in top 8 as well very shortly. But huge congratulations to all of these trainers for making it to this situation. I know that Victor Medina is someone who has had incredible finishes at previous tournaments for so long, never quite had that major win, looking to do that right now. But the match we will be featuring is indeed between Eduardo Cunha and Nils Dunlop. I mean, if you want a masterclass as to how to play competitive Pokemon, it's right here, ready for you on the stage.
Yeah, and if you've already spotted the teams that were on that previous screen, then you know we're already in for a good one, even if for some reason you didn't like these players. But what an amazing match we're going to be coming across here. We've got, like, an Excadrill. We've got an Excadrill. It's not been since Dynamax, I don't think I've seen an Excadrill going around at the moment. It's going to be great. So we've got Sand Rush, most likely, I'm going to be guessing here, to be able to outspeed so much of the format. And having that really fast offensive Steel type, along with that Ground type, means it's going to have a similar effect to sort of Garchomp, but suddenly you're so much better into Fairy types, for instance. It really kind of turns some of those matchups on its head, where your normal answer for Garchomp would be X, and then suddenly Y is your answer for Excadrill, but you don't even know if you have it.
XY, but we're in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet now, David. We're all the way up to Generation 9. And just to give you a flavor of some of the other teams out there on the field, Mark Cotter running an Executor. Shout out to Parker Simmons from Louisville last weekend, because that, of course, was the team that they piloted there, and clearly showing that it has potential in the format. Executor has the same special attack stat as Armor Rouge, but of course with Executor, you can be fast or slow if you have Chlorophyll, and you can put Pokemon to sleep with Sleep Powder. So really cool to see that there, alongside Gallade and the Torkoal, of course. Giuseppe Musico running the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Clefable. Fabian Cool, Archaladon Basculegion. Same for Max Waterman. Victor Medina, of course, with that Pulchua, Alola Ninetales, Garchomp team, as well as Dragonite. Then Joan Garcia, the team we've just seen featuring Bascalibur.
Yeah, all of these top 8 matches seem to have some weather-related shenanigans to them. We've got a snow versus sand at the moment here. Mark Cotter with the sun, obviously, there. We've got Victor Medina, who we saw earlier, also with a Ninetales versus rain. And then Fabian versus Joan is a rain matchup as well. So, like, weather really seems to be here to stay, to be honest. And, like, still with these newer setters in this Tyranitar coming in as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and the ice cannot be understated right now. What with Joanne's Bascalibur, Victor's Alola Ninetales, and indeed Eduardo right here's Alola Ninetales as well. Ice is so good offensively, and this weekend in Lille is just proving that to us once more. But it's going to be the two lesser covered weathers going up against each other here, with the snow and the sand. But before we get into all of that forecast, it's time to predict from these achievements.
There you go. Right, so Global Challenge 3 champion, World Champion 2022, OCIC champion 2019, 2-time special event champion, and probably loads for Eduardo Cunha. Charlie, gonna sub you in for Nils Dunlop. Go.
All right, 2024 EUIC champion, 2020 Richmond Regional Champion, World's Top 4 in 2018, and then the Malmö Regional Champion as well in 2017. Both these trainers, as you say, David, their achievements are going to be extended way beyond the bottom of the screen. We all need a screen upgrade in order to feature them all on the screen at the same time. But this is, as we say, going to be an absolute masterclass. You don't want to go anywhere. As we see that Hisuian Samurott coming out for Eduardo Cunha, matches up really nicely into so much of the meta game right now, with Sharpness boosting the power of slicing moves, and with Aqua Cutter boosted critical hit chance to boot, Knockoff to get rid of an item, Sacred Sword ignoring defense boost on the opposing side of the field, Sucker Punch for a bit of priority, and then quadruple ice move Ninetales.
Yes, the in-game Ninetales, as some might say. It's like, right, if you've got one in your party, that's probably what you want to put on it, honestly. Just like hard-hitting ice moves and that signature Aurora Veil to boost up the defenses of the entirety of the team. But will it get it up, though, versus this Sandy team from Nils Dunlop?
Yeah, sand coming out from the Tyranitar thanks to its Sand Stream ability. Fairly classic set that we're familiar with on Tyranitar at this point in Regulation Set H with the Terraflying. And there is that Excadrill. It is indeed Sand Rush, as you called there, David, boosting its speed in the sand. Swords Dance too, so it's going to be boosting up its attack by 2 stages here. Power Trip on this Corviknight with Mirror Armor, Brave Bird, and Bulk Up and Roost. Power Trip getting more powerful the more stat boost that Pokemon has from the bulk up there. And with the Psychic Surge, Indeedee there alongside. It's a flying type, so it's not grounded, but the Psychic Seed is going to be activating even though it's not grounded. That is one quirk as to how that terrain setting works. Trick on the Indeedee too. This is such a cool team. And then Magmar with Heat Wave for spread damage as opposed to the Overheat that we've seen before.
Yeah, that power trip is really, really cool. So it starts off immensely weak, but we'll get an immediate boost when the Psychic Seed activates. So, and then you've got one more bulk up to go, and then actually you've got a fairly powerful Dark type move to start, like, just kind of dishing out everywhere, which is a really, really cool tech for Corviknight. I absolutely love to see that. So
thinking about the matchup right now, actually, Excadrill looks really, really strong here. I love that you've got the Corviknight that you can have Earthquake next to, the Terra Flying that you can Earthquake next to the Tyranitar, the Terra Flying on the Sneasel that you can Earthquake next to, and the Terra Flying on the Magmar as well. So you've got a lot of unlocked options now thanks to that Excadrill. There's so much freedom from turn 1, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an Excadrill lead here just to threaten immediate damage and speed if Tyranitar's in the back.
Yes, such fantastic synergy coming out from Nils Dunlop's team. I'm not sure I've ever seen Nils Dunlop run a team that has been standard in the meta. Always likes to innovate, always likes to be thinking one step ahead, and what is going to be the playstyle that works best for them? Well, now it's time to see how these two teams match up. Make some noise for our top 8 here at the Lille Regional Championships. Magmar and Excadrill versus Hisuian Samurott and Dragonite.
There is that Samurott. I think this is going to be such a key piece for Eduardo here in this entire matchup. Water is going to be good into obviously Excadrill. The Tyranitar, it's got a high critical hit ratio to maybe break through some of the bulk ups. And obviously Magmar there, very much weak to it at this point as in time too. I'd be curious as to what the speed interactions are between the Dragonite and the Samurott here. I mean, this Dragonite does have Scale Shot, which could boost its speed a little bit higher. It might need at least 2, though, to be able to outspeed this Excadrill once Sand goes up. But if it can get to that point, that could be quite useful to be able to get around that Focus Sash and KO it with a Stomping Tantrum at this point as well. So I like this lead from Eduardo generally. Nothing's being threatened with a KO at the moment, but they've just got to watch out for that Magmar. Blame with that Follow Me.
Yeah, Follow Me. Magmar has the spotlight shining right down on it. That's going to enable Excadrill to have the room to go for a Swords Dance here. We've had Quiver Dance earlier on stream. We've had Swords Dance from a Kingambit, but the first time we've seen one coming out from an Excadrill, and indeed the first Excadrill we've seen on stream. Now Scale Shot connecting into the Magmar, just a way to chip and keep chipping away at this bulky, bulky Pokemon. But as a result, the Dragonite is going to have its defense lowered, but its speed boosted.
And there is that speed boost, which will allow it probably to outspeed the Excadrill in the following turn. But there's the Aqua Cracker straight away into that Magmar. It's completely down here, so it's now or never for this Excadrill with its boosted up with that Swords Dance.
Yeah, Nils hoping that those blades can stay just as sharp as they were before. Excadrill is the Pokemon that Nils is leaning into heavily right now, as now Nils has to decide what to bring in from the back. Is it going to be that Tyranitar, which is not only going to boost the speed of the Excadrill, but threaten super effective Rock-type damage into the Dragonite? Of course, the Hisuian Samurott, in turn, is threatening super effective damage right into the Tyranitar. So all sorts of decisions at play right now.
And interestingly, we get a little peek into Eduardo's 4 that he's actually brought to this team, and there is no, like, weather changer like the Ninetales that he's brought either. So that Sand is here to stay. Not that Nils knows it, though, at this point in time anyway. But at least with the Excadrill's natural speed, we saw it outsped the Dragonite anyway, so it's going to be able to get some sort of attack off in this turn. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe an Iron Head into the Dragonite. That multi-scale will make it take it very nicely, but you need to chip it away at some point, or you might want to wait for the Sand to do that instead and target into the very safe Assault Vest Samurott that can't actually protect.
Yeah, really good call there, David. This Dragonite would have its multi-scale broken by the Sand that Tyranitar has been setting up from it. Tyranitar itself is going to take a little float in its hot air balloon here. It will be taking chip damage from the Sand now. It's terrestrialized away from its rock typing. Excadrill just want to keep those boosts safe. Scale Shot going into the Tyranitar, but the Tyranitar nimbly dodges it with those balloons, making it float above the ground. Rock Slide now, super effective, even though that Dragonite had multi-scale intact. Huge damage there connecting down super effectively.
Yeah, without the multi-scale, we can see that Dragonite would have just absolutely dropped. And Eduardo made a brilliant play here, targeting away from the Excadrill completely, but unfortunately, the missing on that Scale Shot, that would have done so much damage to that Tyranitar. Maybe even with 5 hits, I would be willing to say that Tyranitar might have gone down this turn. But instead, Rock Slide comes out doing a lot of damage and putting anything in range of this +2 attack Excadrill. Looking really, really strong right now. You can just kind of KO the Samurott quite convincingly. Dragonite may go next then, but then at least you've got the Dragonite to take down after that.
Yeah, well, Sucker Punch going to be really good damage, but here comes the Iron Head, easily enough to take care of Eduardo's Dragonite here. Hope Len Jewel is watching, enjoying this Sand matchup right now on the stream. Low kick, super effective into this part Dark-type Hisuian Samurott, going to be enough to secure the knockout here. So all of a sudden, with a critical hit as well, unconfirmed as to whether that mattered or not, but all of a sudden, Nils Dunlop 3 Pokemon to Eduardo's 2.
There it is. T-Tot Excadrill is back, everybody, and look how oppressive that was. To be fair, Hisuian Samurott is pretty cool, Eduardo, so kudos to you for having that, honestly. But yeah, when you're starting to deal with these dicey moves, like with that scale shot and the rock slides and things, you don't know what's going to happen going into it, because suddenly something can miss and a matchup can just flip onto its head.
Yeah, it certainly could. And speaking of flipping onto its head, Ironhead is threatening huge damage coming out from Nils' side of the field. Magmar, though, and Golden Go are going to be resisting that, taking it far, far better than the Dragonite was on the previous turn, thanks to their typings here. Follow Me is very much online for Eduardo's Magmar right now, so it can keep the Golden Go safe. Maybe the Golden Go could go for one of its nasty plots, having that light bulb moment to boost up itself. But of course, we have this unrevealed Pokemon for Nils in the back, and that could be what decides how this game goes. Eduardo down, but certainly not out.
Yeah, 100% not out. Like, Earthquake, it's looking very safe right now, as you could see. Yeah, it looks like Eduardo maybe wasn't considering that move this time. +2 into both targets. That's an absolute one-hit KO? 2? 1?
Yeah, a double one-hit KO. Old 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your abacuses out, trainers. Having said that Eduardo was down but not out, now he is out. That game 1 is going in favor of Nils overwhelmingly there. Now, we cannot understate, really, how important that miss was from the scale shot onto the Tyranitar, because it was Tyranitar that was able to break the multi-scale, was able to deal so much damage onto Eduardo's side of the field, and of course, being a Terra Flying type as well, Nils feeling all the safer to go for that Earthquake there, whereas had it been a Pokemon in the back that maybe wasn't able to protect, you got to be more careful about clicking that button. But with the Magmar and Golden Go in the back for Eduardo, that's really not what you wanted in the face of this Excadrill, so Eduardo has to consider that carefully in this next game.
Yeah, he really does, and honestly, what sort of Pokemon that you want to bring as well? Like, Eduardo brought a lot of Pokemon that were all just naturally slower than Excadrill anyway, generally. So, like, it's not like Ninetales being brought here would make much difference to the speed interactions, but what it could make a difference to is if Eduardo wanted to bring his Sneasler, which has a Focus Sash, which at the moment, a Sand would just chip that away and get it over with.
Yeah.
If you could bring that Sneasler into this matchup a little bit more safely, and with a Ninetales kind of protecting it from having its Sash chipped, then you could probably use that to great effect. You've got close combat into Excadrill and the Tyranitar for massive damage. And yeah, obviously if things get dicey and they tear away from that weakness, suddenly you've got Diaclaw that hits really hard as well. And could you just get the status that you might win you the game, for instance. So I feel like we probably need to see a switch up from Eduardo, potentially just for that.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look at Eduardo's team, there are 3 rock-weak Pokemon on there with Dragonite, Magmar, and the Alola Ninetales. Now, Terastallization is going to be able to get around that for just one of those Pokemon in this game. But for Eduardo right now, they have to win this next game in order to progress further at the Lille Regional Championships.
You could also just kind of go for the same sort of tactic as before and just be confident that Scale Shot is going to hit next time. Assuming that you get the KO on the Tyranitar, then suddenly things look a little bit different. It's not threatening low kick into the Hisuian Samurott going into the following turn. Either way, I think the Hisuian Samurott is going to be really good in this matchup because, yeah, that Sucker Punch we saw did a lot of damage, and it's just a 2-hit KO onto that Excadrill, whether the Sand is up or not. So I think I really like that option here, or maybe we could see something that just helps set up that Golden Go a little bit more as well. Either way, all the offense is on Nils' side, and Eduardo needs to respond somehow.
Well, let's find out how Eduardo is going to answer that. Let's get into this game. Everything on the line for Eduardo right now as Sneasler and Tyranitar hit the field opposite Magmar and Dragonite for Eduardo. And the Sneasler for Nils carrying that White Herb rather than the Focus Sash, so it doesn't matter so much if it does take that chip damage from the Sandstorm.
Now, this Sneasler also has coaching, like a lot of Sneaslers generally do. Eduardo's does as well. So this could be a tactic to kind of just boost up this Tyranitar constantly to be able to get to the point where the Dragonite on Eduardo's end with that Stomping Tantrum isn't going to be doing very much at all. Plus, Nils always has the threat of just going for that Terra Flying and making it do nothing anyway. So it's in a decent position, but obviously I'm wrong. Nils goes to the Indeedee.
Yeah, Indeedee is going to join the field. Indeedee male, we have previously seen far, far more Indeedee female, but in Regulations at H, the more offensive Pokemon of Indeedee male can pay dividends. Meanwhile, also time to Terastallize, and it's going to be this Magmar going for its Terra Ghost here, keeping it immune from a fake out that Nils' own Sneasler could be dishing out here. Nice to have that bait of the Tyranitar coming out from Nils. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, I quite like this here. Yes, very nice. Oh, no, there's the fake out into the multi-scale Dragonite. So that was a good fake out target. But the Will-O-Wisp, great cover from Nils to just kind of scout out what Eduardo's going to do at this point. And he's caught the terror that Eduardo has kind of committed to now. So that's kind of not useful entirely in this exact scenario here. It could obviously take Sneaser's hits a little bit better going into the following turns. But at the moment, it's definitely used up. And that Nils can use that to his advantage as he still has his terror preserved.
Now, the moveset on this Indeedee, Expanding Force, Terra Blast, Trick, and Protect, even though it's carrying the Choice Scarf, because of course then you can trick away your Choice Scarf and then be able to go for that Protect and switch up the moves you go for. So the Choice Scarf, if you trick that onto one of Eduardo's Pokemon, they're going to be locked into whichever move they choose first. But the payoff is they will be acting super, super speedily. But maybe you just go for a big Expanding Force now. You've got Psychic Terrain on the field. Eduardo has no Rillaboom to speak of, no way to change the terrain. But it's going to be time for a Responding Terror coming out from Nils into this Indeedee, into the Psychic, just to boost up the damage. David, we are turning up the heat right now.
Yeah, we definitely are. And we could maybe see it. Like, it's probably the Expanding Force, honestly. Terra Blast to get around wide guard probably here. So Magmar's going on the Protect, doesn't want to go down straight away here. But yeah, with the multi-scale chipped here, I think this Expanding Force is going to do a heap ton of damage. Let's see.
Sizable indeed coming out from this Indeedee. It's Mind's Eye on its head activated. How is this Dragonite going to take it? Oh, it's going to hang on with 3 HP. Diaclaw, though, enough to follow up into Eduardo's Dragonite here. I wonder how well Eduardo knows his Terra Psychic Terrain Indeedee male calcs.
Well, probably better than us, honestly, Charlie.
Sure.
But, like, that was a decisively good turn from Nils there. And a shame from Eduardo there. I think maybe Eduardo is expecting Nils to do the double up into the Magmar, which is a little bit safer, where the Dragonite is either probably protecting or there's a follow me. But yeah, unfortunately, does not get that quite right there, where a Magmar could have follow me away that last Diaclaw to be able to get that Dragonite to do some sort of like attack, maybe a Scale Shot into that in Sneasler, and even get a KO at that point too.
Yeah, exactly. The Indeedee now in such a good position. It's fantastic to be able to see a Terrastalized Indeedee male in top 8 of our Lille Regional Championships, just going to show that there is still so much experimentation to be done in Regulation Set H here. Eduardo down 1 Pokemon. It's now the Golden Go out on the field here. You know the Tyranitar's lurking in the back. You know that the Terrastalization cannot be spent on any other Pokemon because Indeedee has gone for it. So threatened by the Dark-type moves coming out from the Tyranitar, but then again, the Golden Go threatening Steel type super effective onto the Tyranitar in the back here. It's going to be time for Sneasler to go to the back though instead for Nils, and joining the fray it will be that Tyranitar, the oh-so-sociable, wanting to be the life and soul of the party, rejoining everything going on the field.
Okay, so here is size spam for you in the Lille Regional Championships. Magmar taking a huge big ton of damage there as Golden Go takes it. Oh! Too. There's the Make It Rain, though, immediately spotting no setup at all. DD goes down, and Tyranitar, despite being that super effective, takes that really well, Charlie.
Yeah, it's holding the Assault Vest, which is going to be bolstering the special defense of that Pokemon at the cost of only being able to run attacking moves. Heat Wave is going to connect onto this Tyranitar. Is it going to get the burn? No, it's not. Magmar able to take a little bit of chip damage here from the Sandstorm right now. Golden Go and Tyranitar immune to that thanks to being Steel and Rock types respectively. Now it's time for Excadrill to come out.
Yep, so the sand is still up here. Eduardo hasn't revealed his 4th Pokemon yet, so from Nils' perspective, it could still be that Ninetales, and therefore may have a chance to outspeed it, but Magmars aren't usually trained to be pretty speedy, so chances are this Excadrill is probably the fastest thing on the field right now. But the Terror has already been spent on the Indeedee, so you can't go for the Terror flying on the Tyranitar, and the only ground move Excadrill has access to is that Earthquake. So unless you want to KO your own Tyranitar, you might need to switch out into something that could take this Earthquake if you want to commit that here, which you most likely probably do, because Magmar, it will probably go down, and Golden Go will also go down. So, and we had a sneak peek as to what Eduardo has in the back there, being that Samurott. But do you want to switch it in here, where it takes so much damage and then you only have 1 opportunity to attack? I feel like you need to try and get it in safely.
Yeah, and as a reminder, Sneasler on Nils' side isn't carrying the Focus Sash. It wouldn't be able to hang on, most likely, through one of those Earthquakes here. Samurott is going to be joining the field. Will it have been the right call? Ironhead, now neutral damage into the Magmar. No more follow-me's can come out from that Pokemon. Gonna be the Hisuian Samurott, gonna be the Golden Go, having to join the field for Eduardo. Nils has the luxury of an unrevealed Pokemon in the back, and even to be able to switch out this Tyranitar to reset the sand if they want to, giving that speed boost to the Excadrill. Knockoff, really nice now into the Hisuian Samurott, because even though it's not very effective, you get rid of that Assault. They're softening it up nicely for a Pokemon that's lurking in the back right now. although that Sneasler is going to be, it's going to be the Excadrill that's already on the field, unrevealed as of yet on the Pokeball over on Nils' side. So the Assault Vest still. No special attackers right now remaining for Nils, but at least you've got a bit of chip damage.
Yeah, so you got an interesting turn here, actually, where Nils could obviously just click Earthquake and deal with your Golden Go entirely, but maybe not KO the Samurott just yet, given its kind of fairly decent bulk it seems to have as well. But then do you protect Golden Go, allow Samurott to survive, and then get the attack off on the Excadrill? And then, because if Excadrill is then Earthquaking, Tyranitar's either going down or switching out. So there's a bit of a protect call here as to whether Excadrill protects expecting the Golden Go to protect, or you just go in all on the attack. But if Nils has Corviknight in the back, for instance, it could be just a really safe kind of Earthquake plus switch to Corviknight at this point, because it's looking like a really good Pokemon to bring in right now.
Well, no, we know that it's the Excadrill on Nils' side of the field as the fourth Pokemon. Oh, it's going to be the Sneasler there
right,
as
Charlie.
well.
Good spot.
No, absolutely. Going to be the Make It Rain, though, super effective into this Tyranitar. Saw it take it relatively well before. It's going to be the Tyranitar hanging on just on a sliver of HP right now. And so the health bars are whittling away. Africata easily enough now to take care of Nils' Tyranitar. We know it's going to be the Sneasler coming out here. That's going to be the final Pokemon for Nils. Doesn't have the Focus Sash. It's just going to be the White Herb. And the Sandstorm subsides here. So Excadrill no longer as speedy as it once was as it attempts to burrow through this Masters top 8.
Sneasler's coming in undoubtedly the fastest on the field, and Excadrill's still probably most likely the fastest thing on the field as well. Samurott, having had that Assault Vest before, means that it still can't protect, so it's a safe target for anything at this point, like that close combat from this Sneasler, and then Excadrill can kind of follow up with some other attack. But you can't Earthquake at the same time Sneasler attacks unless you want to, again, get rid of your own Sneasler at this point. And it looks like Nils didn't get the turn quite right last time, protecting, trying to scout out for a protect from Golden Go, but Eduardo calls it and just goes for that attack anyway. So the question is, where is a Sucker Punch maybe targeting? It is into the Excadrill. Let's see if it pays off.
He's into the Excadrill. It takes it relatively well now. Close combat. Going to be super effective into the Samurott here. Just down to this Golden Go. The Excadrill has been weakened, even though it would be resisting a Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go. Or is it going to be a Shadow Ball coming out instead? The Golden Go isn't really afraid of this Sneasler at all, though, given that it has fighting moves and poison moves. But the Earthquake going to be enough now. Even though your Sneasler goes down, the Golden Go does as well. We know who's proceeding to further in this competition. It's going to be Nils Dunlop.
Massively well played from Nils Dunlop.
Wow.
Like, what a showcase of just, like, innovating the meta completely, turning up and been going, right, I bet no one's prepped for Tyranitar Excadrill. And here we go, into top 4, there he goes. So convincingly done. Like, even without the speed boosting on all that Excadrill from the sand, it was still able to just exert so much offensive pressure. And having that Focus Sash intact as well meant it was able to stay safe from so much of Eduardo's team. It seemed like Eduardo was just on the back foot for that entire set.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still really well played by Eduardo there. We've got to call out again that scale shot miss that happened in game 1. That could have had that scale shot connected. Maybe Eduardo would have been able to claim that game, but absolutely, it's a question that comes up time and time again. You have these more standard teams. I know that Eduardo had a Sui and Samurott, but otherwise, Pokemon that we more or less expect. But then Nils is going to be far more practiced against that kind of team than Eduardo is against Nils' own.
Yeah, that's the thing, exactly. It's open team sheet only up to a certain extent, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Everyone can practice just as much as they like before the regional against what you know has already existed from previous tournaments. And versus your friends, you might want to go, oh yeah, can I practice versus that matchup, that one another, a battle, etc., etc. And arguably, Nils probably hasn't practiced against Hisui and Samurott. But the rest of the composition is still kind of fairly standard. So knowing his matchup into the rest of that has obviously played dividends for him here.
Yeah, it really did. But also just the way you pilot it, you can't just catch your opponents by surprise. You have to be able to put your money where your mouth is, even though it was the Golden Go over on Eduardo's side of the field. And bringing that sand with the Tyranitar, just knowing the lines. In game 1, we saw 2 different tactics coming out from Nils. It was the Swords Dance play from Excadrill in that game 1, whereas in game 2, going for a different lead, just having Excadrill in the back as a late game sweeper with the speed boost from the Sandstorm. As Excadrill was claiming names left left and right. Tyranitar, of course, the Terra option of choice in this game 1, Terra flying. But then Indeedee Mail in game 2 might not have stuck around to the end of the game, but with the big expanding force able to take care of that Dragonite, paved the way for the ground type moves to come out from this Excadrill and threaten everything on Eduardo's side of the field.
Yeah, so many KOs there. Like, I don't know, Psy Sand? Is that,
oh,
is that
nice.
what the team is?
I like it a lot.
Psy Sand at the moment?
Psy Sand.
Because you've got like the Indeedee and you've got the Corviknight sort of mode with the Psychic Seed kind of boosting up that special defense, which it doesn't normally boost up. So I really love it, honestly. And like the Sand obviously complements the Steel typing well on the Corviknight. So you can see how all those pieces really come together so nicely. That immediate offense also supporting the fact that the Corviknight can then try and set up using the offensive pressure of all of its allies as well. So it's just a really, really well-built team, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this team go forward in future tournaments.
Yeah, well, love that you called out one of the Pokemon that we didn't see in that matchup. The Corviknight that Nils also had at their disposal. So pleased that we get to see Nils fight in future rounds, because maybe we'll see that Pokemon come out as well, running the Power Trip move alongside the bulk up there and the Psychic Seed to give it all those boosts to make Power Trip as powerful as it possibly can be.
I wonder if Nils and Eduardo even have practiced at any of their local tournaments, honestly. That would be really curious to kind of see whether they've had a similar experience or whether they've been able to reveal their team to maybe a select few of people at these sort of local level events, or whether they tried to keep it as secret as possible. I don't know. But either way, I imagine any sort of local would have really helped kind of experience what the best of 3 sort of format would have been like, especially if you're having multiple matches against multiple people, because if you're in top cut here, it might have meant you're battling someone again because you might have battled them already in the Swiss rounds. That's how some of our regionals work here. And so in locals, that may have been a possibility too.
Yeah, certainly. They potentially practice against each other. Who knows if they practice against similar teams, but just look at the fun that awaits you if you attend one of your nearby locals.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons. Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
It's also been nice, actually, at some other locals, kind of meeting like players from other games as well at the same time. Like the trading card game, there's usually loads of people there. It kind of opens my eyes a little bit to some of the really cool cards that you can kind of get, because some of the prizes here that we can get for this regional are a lot of trading card like packs, etc. So opening those is always quite a little bit of a, gives me a little bit of a tingle. It's quite good to see what we can get.
There's the excitement of opening the cards, but yeah, of course, maybe you want to lean into playing them competitively as well. Well, to find your nearby local, scan this QR code on screen right now for you trainers. Find out where you can compete, get involved in your local scene, make some new friends along the way, and that's what it's all about. It's the friends and the community, building it up. It's a game that's very hard to do well in if you don't have that community around you to test ideas with, to test teams with, and then you come away from local, even if you don't fully believe in your team right now, with ideas for how to improve it. But also, having seen others in the field, ideas you can take from that. It's a big melting pot of fun that Pokemon offers.
100% there, Charlie. You said it very, very well. And hopefully we'll see more of you at some of those locals. I'll be going to a few locals myself over the coming months as well, for sure, because it's just a great kind of testing ground to meet those people.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep your eye out for David there. Keep your eye out for me there as well. You might see us around at some of the locals. Obviously, it depends where your nearest local is, but it's a great way to be able to test things out if you're not feeling fully confident in attending a regional championships like this at this point. Of course, we just saw top 8. This really is the business end of the competition. We saw far more players just here for a good time yesterday, just experimenting with things they thought could be good. Or maybe, you know, not everyone is here to go all the way and win the tournament. They're just here to try and see what mileage they can attain. But it's now time to attain the insights of our winner from that previous round. So thank you, Nils and Eduardo, for the previous round, but it's going to be Nils who's the master of ground.
And I'm joined here by Nils Dunlop in the lounge, a champion of Richmond, a champion of Europe, and now in the top 4 here at Lille after defeating a world champion in Eduardo. So how are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good. Always fun to play Edu. I think we've played over like 25 times now. It's very, very fun. Always very close. And this felt good. And I'm looking forward to what comes next. We'll see.
Yeah, well, you said always feels very close. Well, maybe this one didn't feel so close, or how were you feeling? Because it really looked like you were just always one step ahead of what Edu was planning.
I mean, I think it's slightly that mentality by that we've played so many times that I sort of maybe go for unambiguous plays because I expect him to think that I think it becomes like a really mind game spiral and try to do some like unorthodox stuff just because to catch him off guard, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, going into this regional championships, I wasn't expecting to see a match where there was like an Indeedee male going for Terra Psychic and then going up against a Hisuian Samurott.
Yeah.
What was your experience like with the format so far, and is this what you were expecting going into this tournament?
Not at all. Like, I expected what I mainly faced in day one, which was essentially like the standard Rillaboom, King's Gambit, Dragapult, Sneasler team, which I faced a lot of yesterday. But I felt that would maybe not go all the way, and there would be a lot of like different team here in the top, which I think we see.
Yeah, we definitely see, and I mean, so far it's been working out quite well. I mean, your team is something that I would say is pretty new in this format. We haven't really seen Excadrill so much. We haven't really seen this offensive Indeedee male, especially with the Choice Scarf that you're running. So how did this team together, and which role does the Corviknight play?
Essentially, I started off with that I really liked Scarf Indeedee. Like, I felt that was really, really good. Then I tried the Garchomp Ninetales core, but I just felt that like it was too passive, and also Ninetales didn't do too much when I used it. And then I just one day tried out how good is T-Tar Excadrill, and they were really, really good. And also it like complements well with like when you have SD and EQ, that you can like remove the grassy terrain so that EQ can like sweep a team. And then Corviknight felt good because that's good on sand, and also the set of it makes it good against the common like Ursaluna P2 team essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also in that game against Eduardo, I think the first game, he was maybe anticipating you to lean a little bit more into that Psychic mode, leading off with that Samurott right away. But then instead with the Magmar and Excadrill, I thought it was a very interesting lead, because it's not usually something I think that you would come up right off the bat, right? Because it seems a little bit, oh, you cannot just go for an Earthquake freely, like how are you going to maneuver it? But you, maneuvered it masterfully, just using the follow me and the sword stance, and then using this buff to give you an edge. Was this something that you planned?
Yeah, I thought like, I think obviously when you look at my team, you might expect Indeedee because that's like super scary. And I expected him to think the same, and I thought he would lead with Samurott. And I didn't really want to play the mind games of does he Terra Ghost or not, so I just decided let's do Excadrill, and I felt that he didn't really have too much for it, and that way I could handle Golingu, because Golingu is like the other guy that is annoying except Samurott on that team, at least for me.
Okay, yeah, of course it worked out beautifully, and then in the second game I think you caught him a little bit off guard. Now pivoting into that Indeedee a little bit earlier in the match when the Samurott was not yet on the field, and now you're in the top 4.
Yeah, feels crazy and feels fun. I'm just having a blast using this team. When I started using it, I was like, wait, why is this working? And then the more I play it, I'm like, hey, this is really fun. So I'm just gonna keep going and see where that goes.
So then once again I have to ask you about one Pokemon that we didn't actually see, which is that Corviknight, which has a set which is pretty unique. At least I haven't really seen such a set before. So can you explain a little bit about the theory behind it?
Yeah, for sure. Essentially, I tried like the standard set, which would be like Brave Bird and Body Press, but then I just felt that I could be walled by Golingu, and especially I wanted something that was good against these Ursaluna P2 teams. And then my brother was like, wait, Power Trip exists, and like when you're just +1 attack, +1 defense, and +1 SpDef given the Psychic Seed, it's like 80 base power dark move, and if you're just +2 attack, you OHKO Golingu.
Wow.
Which,
with the Corviknight.
Yeah, with the Corviknight, which you don't expect to, which is like pretty interesting, and I liked it. Kill a lot of Golingus today.
Wow, yeah, I think it's probably and then it actually works. So.
Yeah, also what's funny, like one of my first players I faced was like in their notepad they wrote like Power Trip ? Because I didn't even know what it was as a move. So it was fun. And it's been going good.
Well, yeah, that's awesome to hear. And I mean, at this point, now that you made it that far, of course, already securing some championship points, already securing some prizes. I mean, what's next now? What are you anticipating for the next 2 rounds?
I'm gonna do my best in the upcoming rounds, and then we'll see what happens from that. And then I'm probably gonna go to other tournaments. It's gonna be fun. I want to get to Worlds, and that's what my game plan is basically. Just have fun with the team now. At least that's what I'm doing.
Of course, if you won the tournament, then you would have this automatic invite for the World Championship. So that's definitely something I think that you will be looking forward to try and play for.
For sure, and then at least for now, I think I'm gonna try to keep my mindset on like the next game, and we'll see what happens. It's gonna be fun.
I think that's a good mindset to have. So then finally, last words, any shout-outs you want to give?
I want to give a shout-out to my brother for being really like a huge support in building this team. Also the power trip idea, and also just my mom being super supportive, and as well the US team for World Cup, and all those have helped a lot, and it's been very fun.
Awesome. Well, with that, thank you very much for some great games.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you in the top 4. Good luck with that. And we will kick it to a short break. So go get some refreshments, and then we will be back. Top 4 and the finals here in Lille.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokémon European International Championships!
Can they out-secure Kabi-Chans? Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Doombug to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these 2 Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched 2 prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion. 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
Assault Vest variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragon Pulse, targeting the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Team Blue has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European
feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal.
A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kavi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC London.
It was amazing to be able to see Nils Dunlop win so tremendously in top 8 and then have a little bit of a recap about his EUIC finish as well.
Yeah, just awesome to see how well Nils played in that set. And I just had him in the interview over in the lounge, and he's just here to have fun. He'll take it one game at a time. Don't be fooled of that. Of course, he is determined to take down yet another championship.
It's such a vibe though, right? When you kind of come in, you're like, I'm relaxed, it's all good, we're just going to see how it goes. And then they play that incredibly. I think it's testament though to the way that he is able to advance so well through the competition, because he doesn't kind of overthink things or panic. He just kind of focuses on his own game and plays it amazingly.
Yeah, and one Pokemon, of course, that has helped Nils to make it that far up on this point is that Indeedee male. With the Psychic Surge ability and then the powerful Expanding Force, that is really something that I think came to surprise of a lot of players how powerful that Pokemon is. It was always a little bit in the shadow of Indeedee female, of course. True. Now that it gets Trick Room is a Pokemon that with Follow Me and Trick Room you have so many supporting options, but Indeedee male is here to do some big damage with that Expanding Force.
And I like the way that Nils had kind of built up his combination of Indeedee male, running that trick with the Choice Scarf as well. Just maybe being able to catch a few opponents off guard or swing the momentum into his side of the team. So it's nice to be able to see it have that utility as well.
Yeah, it can be really disruptive. Imagine you have your Porygon 2 and your Incineroar, and usually you want to go for Fake Out and Trick Room, but all of a sudden there's the Psychic Surge in place. So no Fake Out for you. And also then all of a sudden your Eviolite on the Porygon 2 is being swapped.
Yes.
That's not what you would want to see, and really makes that Indeedee, I think, one of the surprises, I guess, to come out of this tournament.
And we actually see the Choice Scarf often being tricked onto Trick Room Pokemon, because then you're locked into it. If you click Trick Room, it's like, well, I kind of have to click it again, or I have to switch out, and then your trainer is on the back foot a little bit, and particularly if it is that Eviolite item, the Porygon 2 is even more vulnerable to damaging attacks.
Absolutely, and yeah, on that team composition specifically, and this is also something that Nils just mentioned in the interview, this Porygon 2, Incineroar, Amoonguss, Ursaluna, which we haven't actually seen that much of here in Lille, but is a team that has done so well in some of our past tournaments. In that team, no Pokemon really wants to hold a Choice Scarf, right? I mean, you might think, oh, Choice Scarf is a good item, but no, on that team, the Ursaluna really desperately needs that burn from the Flame Orb, and yeah, you don't want to have the fast Pokemon on the Trick Room. It just doesn't work like that. Just
because it's a good item doesn't mean it's a good choice on your team. You need to make sure that there's synergy amongst the Pokemon and the choices that they go for. And if we take a deeper dive at the day one statistics as well, actually, we can maybe recall some of the item choices that we've been able to see on these particular Pokemon.
Yeah, indeed, not making this graphic yet, but this is what we had for the entire field yesterday. Of course, some things that we were expecting, like that Sneasler once again claiming that #1 spot. I think it might just be one little bit above everyone else in this format just because of how versatile it is. It is so fast. You have the Dire Claw, of course, getting all those status conditions, but then there is a little bit of a drop-off in terms of usage percentage. Kingambit, another one of those heavy hitters that we've seen quite a lot of. And yeah, then a lot of Dragon types still in that top 12 here.
Yes, and Dragonite's often rocking something like the loaded dice on there as well to be able to give those multiple hit moves even more chances to be able to deal damage. But again, some Pokemon choices have been interesting. Our Chaladon has been a Pokemon I've seen a lot with Assault Vest, for example, but I've recently seen a trend of maybe the Power Herb being put on there as well to kind of give you the flexibility to protect, but still enabling your Electroshot to be able to be used in one turn rather than two.
But then don't be too worried about just using the Pokemon that are appearing a lot, because if we will then have a look at some of the day 2 statistics and then see the teams that our players are bringing to this top 4 battle that we will feature in a little bit, you will see that there are actually quite a few dark horses, because comparing these day 2 statistics to what we saw in day 1, of course, while Sneasler goes a little bit up, we see Kingambit goes a little bit up, as well as that Rillaboom, and then the Pelipper. Unfortunately, Rain not performing so well here in Lille. Instead, Magmar claiming a spot here in the top 12.
Yes, and I was about to say Magmar kind of getting itself onto this bracket, as well as Dragonite being able to move up a little bit. The number 1, 2, 3, 4 spots are all unchanged, however, but those number statistics are important as well, because the day 2 graphic, I always think this shows the Pokemon that are being the most successful, I guess, because they're the ones advancing in the competition. But that Sneasler has gone from 45 to 51%. It's not a huge kind of increase, but it shows that it is one of the most dominant Pokemon by a long way in this tournament.
Yeah, and of course it makes sense. Like, the Pokemon that have proven to be strong and successful, those are also the ones that a lot of trainers are pivoting towards, because of course they want to do well, and so trainers are looking to find those Pokemon that are doing that for them or that help them achieve those wins. But as I was saying, some of the Pokemons that we will feature in our top 4 match are not on this graphic. Yeah, we're gonna see a Corviknight, we're gonna see that Indeedee, we're gonna see Tyranitar, Excadrill, there's an Ursaluna Blood Moon, a Clefable, all Pokemon that did not make it into the top 12 here, and just goes to show that you don't have to use these Pokemon in order to do well. Of course, sometimes maybe it might help you, or maybe it makes winning just a little bit easier, but then if you're too predictable with your team choice, then also that can be really exploited.
Particularly if it's a team that's done really well and everyone's prepared against it, you kind of know the finesse of it and how it works. A lot of trainers will have a game plan against it, and if it's maybe a team you've just picked up and you're not able to pilot it as confidently as maybe a team you're more comfortable with, that can be detrimental too. But as you can see, it is full steam ahead on the Nils Dunlop train. We're bringing him back again with that incredible Tyranitar. Now, I've been banging on about weather all weekend, but Tyranitar was one I overlooked.
Well, you would have had 4 spots in your caster predictions, Lou.
I would have had,
but of course one was reserved, let's say, for a Pokemon that is very close to your heart. But yeah, Nils Dunlop, as we were saying, from the stage to the lounge to a recap of him winning EUIC, and now he's back here on stage for our top 4 game, and he will be going up against Giuseppe, who was having a very, very great tournament yesterday. I'm pretty sure he went 8-0 yesterday as well, so didn't drop a single game, and it looked like he was cruising straight towards top cut. But then today didn't go so well for him. He actually started off with 2 losses, and it looked like he was close to being eliminated. But then he got himself together, and since then hasn't dropped the game, and now he's here in the top 4.
That's amazing to have that composure coming off maybe a not so good start in a tournament that can knock your confidence and your momentum, but to be able to pull it back is incredible. And both of these trainers as well, they are veterans of the competition, have been playing for many, many years. Nils Dunlop, we've already talked about before, being our reigning EUIC champion, as well as having won a bunch of regionals to his name, but Giuseppe Musico also a regional champion.
Yes, all the way back in 2018, winning the Stuttgart Regional Championship. I remember casting that together with
Yes.
you and Barish, who is now just right over there, over on the trading card game side. But yeah, a couple of really good finishes here for Giuseppe, coming in with a couple more of top 4, top 8 in different tournaments.
Exactly. Both these trainers have the experience and the wisdom when it comes to being on this impressive stage, knowing what it takes to be able to go all the way and win a regional title, and they both very much want to prove themselves. We spoke a little bit earlier, Marcus, about this kind of Italian community as well that comes out in full force to support their trainers, so the roar of the crowd, I'm sure, will be dominant in this match.
And it looks like, yeah, Nils is really trying to catch up here with Jamie Boyd and Joseph Richardson and myself here. Already a 2-time regional champion, of course, trying to make that 3 times here in Lille.
Yes, wants to be able to get the trifecta here. But again, world's top 4 in 2018, that is an incredible accomplishment, being able to get all the way to that position. Something you know yourself as well, Marcus, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Nils, one of the most consistent players really throughout the years. Even, yeah, taking down US regional championships. I'm not really sure on that fact, but he might actually be the only player who has managed to win both an EU and an NA regional.
Okay, interesting. Very exciting.
Absolutely. And then also, of course, in some of the other years also, I think he has another really strong finish at Worlds to his name. So yeah, just... We cannot list them all the accomplishments here. Oh, almost falling off the chair. Well, that's not what you would want to do here in top 4. You want to play and win first. Maybe after you've won the tournament, maybe as part of your celebration, you can
I mean, I get it, right? We're literally out of our chairs. We are that excited.
Yes.
And I know Nils is going to want to build on that successful run he's already having, but let's dive deeper into the teams. In case you missed his top 8 game, you can get a refresher of that team that he is piloting. We've spoken a little bit about the stand combination of Tyranitar and Excadrill, but this Corviknight, Marcus, that's another interesting choice.
Yeah, absolutely. He was talking to me in the interview that this Corviknight is specifically there against these Porygon 2 and Goldengo teams. And, well, we are seeing a Goldengo over on Giuseppe's side, so maybe Power Trip and the Corviknight is actually something that could make an appearance in this matchup.
Yes, exactly, and there's a few tried and tested combinations here as well in the form of that Sneasler, #1 Pokemon in the usage stats at the moment, able to apply some pressure with that Fake Out and Diaclaw. Even though it's outside of your control, sometimes, and we've seen this previously as well, it can swing the momentum of a match if you can put a Pokemon to sleep or even burn them and reduce that kind of offensive pressure that they have.
Yeah, and you might ask yourself, looking at this, okay, why does this Indeedee, it has a Choice Scarf, why is it using a Protect, right? But of course, with Trick, you kind of unleash the power to switch up moves, and then you can go for that move after you have already tricked. And then over on the other side here, Giuseppe's team, a very strong combination. He's using what is labeled a Duck team. Have you heard that before?
I have not. Educate me.
Dragonite, Ursaluna, and Goldengo, a core that is very popular over in Japan. And he has found a couple of pieces to round out that core really nicely, I think, bringing in that Clefable with the redirection. Of course, the Sneasler is there as well. Just makes sense having a fast Pokemon like that. And then also the Incineroar, which, of course, with Intimidate and its Dark typing, I think that's going to be a prime Pokemon in this matchup over for Giuseppe.
And Clefable as well, having recently had regional success, of course. I'm not surprised a lot of trainers have picked it up, but I am surprised to see it being piloted so effectively because it is a little bit more of an unusual Pokemon. We often see maybe the Clefairy with the Eviolite being used, but Clefable coming in, having that unaware ability to be able to bypass any of these stat boosts that our opponents are maybe trying to get set up, does give it a little bit of longevity on the field. As well as one thing I love on this team is the haze on the Dragonite, because that can cause so much disruption. If you look at Nils' team, for example, he has the potential for bulk up on the Corviknight, Sword Stance and the Excadrill, and that can be null and void if Haze is activated.
Yeah, especially for that Corviknight, because not only does its attacks that really rely on getting those attack boosts, but also Power Trip's base power really relies on having those boosts, because without any boosts, I believe the base power is only 20, so it's
not a lot.
Very weak move. So yeah, that is definitely an interaction that we could be looking out for here in this match. And then I think we are seeing some parallels here between Giuseppe's team and the team that Aurélien was using earlier in the top 32 rounds. So yeah, let's see if this combination, also featuring that Assault Vest Ursaluna with a Vacuum Wave, a little bit of a niche choice that I though think definitely has its place in the metagame right now.
Yes, you don't have to worry about breaking any of the ability of Dragonite, however, this time. And with the Psychic Terrain in play, you have to watch out, because those priority moves like the Vacuum Wave are not going to be able to be used if Psychic Terrain is up on the field. But it could be nice to get some decent damage on something like Tyranitar, perhaps, maybe even just chip away the Focus Sash on Excadrill.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about Incineroar just a little bit of how it could be a key piece here for Giuseppe. It does really well into Tyranitar and Excadrill, just solely based off of the fact that with Intimidate it can lower their attack. But of course Nils, he's not entering a tournament without any counterplay to Incineroar, right? That would be crazy. So he has that Corviknight. With Mirror Armor, you can throw the Intimidate right back away at that Incineroar. And then also you have that Psychic Terrain with Indeedee Mail to block any incoming Fake Out. So Nils definitely has the chance to do something. Also that White Herb on the Sneasler would of course activate if Intimidate came in. Yeah, it's not so clear how that Incineroar even does into that team.
Well, speaking of Incineroar, it is actually front and center for Giuseppe, paired up with that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And you were just talking about the way to counter it. We're going to have the Corviknight on the field, using its Psychic Seal to get a special defense boost up, and that Mirror Armor is going to bounce this Intimidate right back.
Absolutely. So now Incineroar probably doesn't care so much about its attack set, but I mean, still, you probably would want to go for maybe a Flare Blitz. Now that the Corviknight has already consumed its item, Knockoff is not going to do anything, really. Indeedee, though, on the other hand, might be threatened a little bit by a potential Knockoff. So you could just try and go for like a Trick. But yeah, I don't think you want to lose the Indeedee right away. So yeah, also Nils hovering over a switch here to Tyranitar makes a lot of sense. That Corviknight, though, really in a good position.
Like
Corviknight, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, the Indeedee is fast, right? It is holding that Choice Scarf, but as you were saying, actually putting it on one of the opposing Pokemon isn't going to give you a benefit.
Yeah, absolutely not. No, yeah, you don't really need any of the items that are over on Giuseppe's Pokemon anyway. But yeah, I was going to say, Corviknight, one of the very, very few Pokemon that can actually take on an Ursaluna and really take both the ground type and the normal type attacks.
Exactly. It does work very well defensively into the Ursaluna here. We're going to see a few switches on the field, though. The Incineroar is going to retreat. It's the Tyranitar that's just joined us, sets up that Sandstorm as well.
Yeah, so now Giuseppe not going for that knockoff right away, but wants to reposition just a little bit. Now that we have both of these field effects on the field, though, that is definitely what Nils likes to see, playing in both Sandstream and Psychic Terrain, but gives the opportunity to Giuseppe to bring in a Pokemon, and it is that Dragonite. So even though Corviknight will be able to get up a bulk up right away, with Haze, yeah, sure, you can try and set up the boosts from bulk up once again, but you will never be able to recover that Psychic Seed.
Oh my goodness, look how little damage that did into the Tyranitar.
Wow.
That's incredible. I mean, when the Sand is on the field as well, that gets a special defense boost to those rock types, so it's going to put Tyranitar in an even better position against a special attacker like Ursaluna.
Yeah, so only one Pokemon takes damage from the Sandstream at the end of this turn, but it is so meaningful because now Dragonite loses the effect of its ability Multiscale, which would have halved any incoming damage if it was still at full HP. So I think the first couple of turns, Nils can be pretty happy, but now is the turn where, yeah, maybe Giuseppe, if he can get off that big Haze, then it is a little bit more difficult for that Corviknight to run away with the game.
Not this turn, however. It's just going defensively and going for a Protect away from that Brave Bird that was coming its way. Ursaluna can retaliate with the Earth Power, does a decent amount of damage, but that special defense boost from the Sand really paying off here. The Rock Slide comes through, of course, not going to connect on the Flying type, thanks to the Protect, and we'll do a little bit of chip damage to the Ursaluna.
Yeah, nice play there by Giuseppe. It's one of those, okay, I know that you know situations. So he knew that, of course, for Nils, Dragonite is the threat right now, right? The Ursaluna, well, we saw how much that Earth Power did. It's still a little bit of damage, but there was always the option for Tyranitar to maybe Terrestrialize into flying, so you're not even sure, is Giuseppe just going for that Earth Power, or maybe is he a little bit scared of that to come out? So instead, Nils wanted to target down that Dragonite, but yeah, clever protect, but now, of course, this is another opportunity for Nils to just go for a double target into that Pokemon.
I feel like Dragonite can't do a lot of damage either, so this might be the opportune moment to go for that Haze, just kind of neutralize the threat that is that Corviknight with the boosted Brave Birds, and quite rightly so, get that Ursaluna off the field. It's really doing not a lot of damage to the Tyranitar, and it can normally not do anything to the Corviknight either, so bring in this Golden Go instead, and there comes the Haze, resetting all the stats on the field.
Yeah, really important to get rid of all the boosts on the Corviknight because, yeah, while bringing in Goldango, it is... Ooh. Oh, that might be enough together with a Rock Slide. A lot of damage coming out from that base, but it's actually the knockoff into the Goldango. Oh. Big play by Nils, predicting that switch or at least covering for it. Wow, one-hit knockout on the Goldango.
He's controlling the terrain, he's controlling the weather, he's controlling the match. Fantastic play by Giuseppe, I think, making that switch, but an even better read by Nils. And I actually like going for the knockoff there because even if, you know, the Ursaluna had stayed in, you would have got rid of the Assault Vest, leaving it a little bit more vulnerable. So a brilliant, opportune moment for Nils to seize control in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was about to say, okay, without those boosts now with the Haze, it is tough for that Corviknight to deal with the Goldango with the Power Trip because the base power is now so low. But you don't even need it. You don't need to have a Corviknight to deal with that Goldango because now Ursaluna comes back in, and just looking at the lineup here for Giuseppe, there is not really any Pokemon that can touch the Corviknight, especially if it gets up another one of those bulk up boosts.
Exactly, and it's not like you can bring the Incineroar safely in either. It's not going to be able to intimidate with that Mirror Armor in place. It'll just send it right back. Tyranitar is going to have to take all of these Scale Shots coming its way.
Yeah, that might be tough.
It's got all of those. It's got 4, not quite managing to get the 5th one for the potential knockout. But Dragonite will at least get a speed boost to its advantage. But if something like a Rock Slide is coming through, or even another Brave Bird, that's going to get the knockout.
Yeah, that's curtains for that Dragonite. Of course, if it managed to get the knockout here on the Tyranitar, then maybe, yeah, the positioning would look a little bit better here. But, yeah, following up with the Blood Moon into the Tyranitar is enough to knock it out, right? But the Corviknight is the real threat.
Yes, no wonder what Nils' last Pokemon is. We might have had a sneak peek earlier. There we go. Thank you very much, Nils, for showing it to us. It's going to be that Excadrill in the back that wants to benefit from that sand, but Indeedee also can potentially come in, provide a little bit of support, perhaps.
Yeah, so now you got to think about, okay, if I bring an Excadrill, of course, it would be in a prime position to just go for an Earthquake against that Incineroar and Ursaluna Blood Moon. But of course, you would have to take that Intimidate, which you don't really want to, and you don't really have to, even if the effect of Sandstorm runs out. Excadrill probably still faster than both of Giuseppe's Pokemon, so instead, bringing in the Indeedee, super safe. Corviknight, once again, with a Mirror Armor, is protected from any Intimidates and can start to set up again.
And that Excadrill as well, because it's carrying the Focus Sash, it can come in and kind of sweep up at the end of the game as well. Can afford to take one hit. You know you're always going to be able to hang on, and if you've got Earthquake locked in, then Incineroar and Ursaluna can go down. I think if you're Nils now, you just want to try and get some damage on that Ursaluna to enable the sweeping cleanup of that Earthquake a little bit later on.
Expanding Force, doing a decent chunk. But now Indeedee will be knocked out in return. But yeah, for Nils, it's really all about getting damage on that Ursaluna, because then you can clean up the game with the Excadrill that we know is in the back, waiting for Nils to join the field.
And it now has the free switch in thanks to the Indeedee going down. The Brave Bird really putting Ursaluna in that Earthquake range as well. But honestly, this Corviknight is just fantastic right now. The Hyper Voice comes through, again, does a little bit of damage, but it's nothing that really Corviknight is going to worry about whatsoever. And I think going into Game 2, Giuseppe has to think around this Corviknight. How are you going to counter it?
Yeah, I mean, there's still the option for Giuseppe to go for Terrestrialization. So maybe if you could go for Terra Ghost, take the Earthquake from the Excadrill and then get a Flare Blitz and burn into the Excadrill to KO it through the Focus Sash. Ooh. Or, well, is Psychic Terrain still up? Oh, maybe
no,
with maybe with Vacuum Wave you could actually set up a KO in the Excadrill. But even then, I guess the Corviknight could still try and set up with Bulk Up and Roost. So.
But I like the fact the Psychic Terrain's gone and pointed out the Focus Sash can be broken. That could be one way to open up an opening, I suppose.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what's happening here. We've got the Ghost Terrestrialization coming through. That's going to give the Incineroar a little bit more defensive play against the Earthquake. And if the Vacuum Wave comes through and gives that little bit of chip, a Flare Blitz could do a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, maybe you would need a critical hit now that the Excadrill has also Terrestrialized. So yeah, nice job here on Nils identifying that there was an option. Going for a Terrestrialization, which works out defensively as well as offensively. Big damage coming out, almost knocking out that Incineroar right away. So yeah, if this is a follow-up Brave Bird, I think this game might just be over this turn.
I mean, it's the safety goggles on here as well, so no berry recovery potential for the Incineroar. Does a significant chunk to the extra, but even if it had taken it down, thanks to the recall, thanks to the fact that the Corviknight's still here with Brave Bird, it was going to be game over. And Nils Dunlop will take game 1.
Yeah, nice play by Nils. Really well positioning there. I think the lead choice looked super passive once again. It is, well, Indeedee and the Corviknight, but it's activating that Psychic Seed right away. And that is exactly the Pokemon that Nils needed in this situation. Especially with a power trip, you know that you can be safe from a Goldengo coming in later in the game. And that is usually a strategy that some of these teams that, like the one Giuseppe is running, Goldengo is usually the Pokemon that they want to use against Corviknight. But with this power trip innovation, yeah, maybe Nils found a way to flip that matchup on its head.
I like the way as well the Corviknight didn't even need the power trip in this particular match. Yeah. Just being able to apply the pressure with using the bulk up, having the Psychic Seed boost as well, just meant that it was a constant threat that Giuseppe had to play around. Even then when the haze came through and Corviknight was effectively neutralized, the amount of damage that it could deal out because it was staying on the field and Giuseppe didn't have a way to deal with it, just meant that Corviknight was such an integral piece on Nils' team. Yes, you had offensive pressure coming through from Tyranitar and the Excadrill, but at the end of the day, you need to knock out all 4 Pokemon to win the match, and Corviknight was a problem.
So,
how do you deal with it? That's my question.
How do you deal with it? Well, Haze was one cute idea. I think it's important to get rid of that Psychic Seed special defense boost to make it easier for those special attackers like the Goldengo and the Ursaluna Blood Moon over on Giuseppe's side to deal with the Corviknight. But one thing that Giuseppe definitely cannot let happen again is switching in the Goldengo into a knockoff. So one thing that I'm thinking about is maybe you can use either the Sneasler to force the Tyranitar to show its card a little bit earlier to maybe force a Terrestrialization out of it. Maybe that makes it a little bit easier to deal with the Ursaluna Blood Moon's normal type moves. Or maybe you can bring the Clefable and use Redirection to lower the power of Corviknights, or to lower the effectiveness of Corviknight, because of course Clefable is running unaware, so even if that Corviknight gets set up, Brave Bird probably not doing that much. Also Power Trip not very effective, so that also wouldn't do that much damage. So maybe that could be a way to play around that Corviknight. And maybe you could also try and use your Goldengo more as a setup Pokemon. So yeah, Clefable and Goldengo could be one way to try and get up Nasty Plot. But then you still have to worry about that Excadrill matching the boost maybe with a Sword Stance and then bypassing the redirection with Earthquake.
I think as well, Clefable being the Fairy type is quite nice, considering Corviknight, it is a Steel type, but it doesn't have any Steel type moves as well. So you don't have to worry about those coming through. You've identified the Dark type on Power Trip. Obviously not going to be able to do much to the Fairy type. Clefable does give it a bit of flexibility. But the question still is, how do you actually KO the Corviknight? You can stop it doing a huge amount of damage, but I think unless Goldengo can get the Nasty Plot up with a Shadow Ball being dealt out to that Corviknight, having got rid of the Psychic Seed boost, that's the only way you're really going to be able to deal big damage to it.
Yeah. I think my suggested pick here would be to try and maybe use Incineroar and Goldengo, use like Fake Out and Nasty Plot or Parting Shot, depending on what comes out of Nils. But that would be something that could work against the Pokemon that Nils chose in the first game. But maybe Giuseppe is also expecting Nils to switch things up, just like he did against Edu, and that is exactly what happens. Giuseppe coming in here once again with that Incineroar and Ursaluna Blood Moon, and on the other side, Nils bringing out 2 physical attackers. This time, though, it is Sneasler and Excadrill.
I feel like Sneasler's in a great spot now. It can kind of pick where maybe it wants to land that Fake Out, and at the same time, applying so much pressure with a close combat into either of these opposing Pokemon. If you're Giuseppe now, what are you going to be predicting?
That's a good question. I mean, there is no Terra Ghost on that Sneasler, and it doesn't have Protect. So maybe that is one way to lure in a Fake Out into that slot. Of course, we've seen the Wide Herb activate, so yeah, no Intimidate on that Pokemon either. So just a powerful close combat. It looks really, really threatening and is maybe something that Giuseppe would have to cover. So maybe, yeah, Fake Out into that Ursaluna and just a Sword Stance, that could be one way. But of course, then you have to fear a Flare Blitz coming in over from that Incineroar. So I think it's a good spot for Nils, but he still has to work for getting an advantage in the game.
And of course, this is top 4. The winner of the set will be advancing into the grand final, so the stakes are incredibly high. Sneasler goes for the Fake Out into the Incineroar, stopping it from going for a Fake Out of its very own, as Excadrill uses his opportunity to get the Sword Stance in play. That's going to give a +2 attack boost, but thanks to the Intimidate, will only be at +1.
yeah, Giuseppe already using terrestrialization turn 1 to make this Ursaluna safe from any close combat that comes in, but launching back here with a big Blood Moon, one-hit KO into the Sneasler. And I just gotta wonder, is it worth it? Was that trade? Who was it favoring?
I mean, this is the thing. At least the Sneasler on the field forced the terrestrialization coming through from that Ursaluna as well, going into that water terrestrialization. But losing such an offensive powerhouse can be detrimental. The only advantage here, I think, is you get the Tyranitar in the sands in the sky. Excadrill's going to have a great time.
Absolutely. Terra flying with the Tyranitar, Earthquake with the Excadrill. There's not really anything that stops this.
No.
Incineroar cannot terrestrialize. Incineroar probably wants to switch out this turn because you want to be able to intimidate in one of the upcoming turns. But then, yeah, what do you want to switch in? I mean, there could be the Dragonite probably. With Multiscale, it would actually be able to take both hits. But the Ursaluna, it cannot protect. And it's going to be close whether the combination of moves will be enough for the knockout here. But if it knocks out, then that's huge for Nils. On the other hand, if Giuseppe is able to take both moves on the Ursaluna Blood Moon and can hit back with like an Earth Power into the Excadrill, putting it into Vacuum Wave KO range, then that would be good for Giuseppe. So really important to see how that damage roll works out.
Love this flying terrestrialization as well, meaning you will not be hit by your partner's Earthquake that will connect down onto the opposing Ursaluna, do just over a third of damage, and Ursaluna can retaliate with an Earth Power of his very own. Now it's very precarious for Excadrill. In the next turn, it could easily be KO'd.
Yeah, so it's either a pretty fast Ursaluna, Rock Slide, doesn't hit the Dragonite, but at the end of the turn, the Sandstream will still get rid of that Multiscale, and also that Ursaluna Blood Moon now has to take a little bit of chip damage. So the Ursaluna is actually a little bit faster than I thought, outspeeding this Tyranitar here. And also it took those attacks really nicely. Of course, Ursaluna naturally has a very high defense stat, but really goes to show that Giuseppe trained it to be really bulky. And now that this Earth Power came in, of course, Excadrill on Nils' side would be weak, or would just be, yeah, it could be knocked out by just one hit. Either the Vacuum Wave or the Extreme Speed, but of course Nils also knows that protecting Excadrill right here.
Yes, and whether Giuseppe's been able to read into
Wow.
it, so far he has done, able to target down that Tyranitar instead of going for any potential onto the Excadrill. 2 come down, 3 is coming through, it is loaded dice, we know there's going to be at least 4, but is there a 5th?
Yeah, and this should be a Blood Moon follow-up if I had a guess, into the Tyranitar slot, predicting the Protect here on the Excadrill. Let's see, it is coming out, but how much damage is that going to do? Oh wow, that Tyranitar also so bulky. And once again, Rock Slide not connecting with that Dragonite.
This is one lucky little Dragonite. It's not even enough to be able to get the knockout on the water type that is now that Ursaluna. But there will, of course, be the sand going around that will now connect onto that Pokemon and get the knockout.
Yeah, great defensive training here on Tyranitar over on Nils' side, which now also has to take a little bit of Sandstorm damage, though, and barely makes it through the turn. But yeah, not hitting that Dragonite twice in a row. I think the first one, well, there's still multi-scale to reduce the damage, but now the second one definitely would have hit hard. So both Pokemon now on Nils' side are at such low HP, and you just have to wonder, is there an Indeedee in the back to maybe set up the Psychic Terrain to protect against the priority moves? But if that is the case, then yeah, you don't really have a lot of power coming in. I mean, we definitely know that this is not a game where the Corviknight with the Psychic Seed will try to run away with the game, because, well, there is only one more Pokemon remaining for Nils in the back.
And I like their switch in as well. The Incineroar can intimidate both these physical attackers. It can apply that fake out pressure, and even if Psychic Terrain does come in, if it's on the Excadrill side, you can still hit the Tyranitar as it's a flying type with that fake out and get the knockout.
Yeah, so exactly, on the flying type Tyranitar, it would not be protected by a potential Psychic Terrain. So yeah, that would be a relatively safe move to go for the fake out in that slot. But yeah, if it's switched into an Indeedee and you were to go for double priority moves, then that could be disastrous for Giuseppe. So you need to be very smart with your targeting here. Even though Nils' Pokemon are at such low HP, well, they're still so threatening. And you can also try and maybe play a little bit defensively, because at the end of the turn, Tyranitar would be knocked out to the Sandstorm chip damage.
Now, if this Excadrill has gone for the Earthquake, that's obviously going to hit its partner Indeedee as well, that has just switched in. But it is setting up that Psychic Terrain. I think this is the right move. Switching out that Tyranitar, enabling that the Incineroar cannot go for the fake out.
Wow.
And it wasn't even going for it anyway. Giuseppe's not falling for it.
Yeah, once again, no priority moves. Earthquake. Incineroar can take it, and now with a double up here, Scale Shot, knocking out the Excadrill, getting the boost in speed. and potentially this Incineroar knocking out the Indeedee. That would be great for Giuseppe.
Yes, of course, Dragonite going to take the drop and then the boost that comes through from the scale shot. Incineroar's still free to move. The knockoff will get the KO, and now Tyranitar comes back in. It's only, I think, got about 5 HP remaining. It's going to be fun in a matter of turns.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal targeting here by Giuseppe, not falling for the trap that Nils has set up with that Indeedee and not going for any priority moves twice in a row. First, predicting the Protect on the Excadrill, doubling into the Tyranitar, and now once again, not going for any fake out or any extreme speed, but instead taking the knockouts here and not giving Nils any opportunity.
And I think that Giuseppe played this really well, identifying there wasn't the Corviknight here as well. You were really playing around this kind of sand duo and putting them both in a very dangerous spot where you were able to get the damage down, put them in a range of just a priority move. I think shows that he closed out this endgame really well. Yes, the rock-side misses on the Dragonite were unfortunate. The first one, as we've already said, didn't really matter thanks to the multi-scale. But even so, I think the Dragonite would have been in potential to be able to take one of those at least.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, without those misses, I wonder if the Dragonite could have maybe taken them or not. But, well, either way, I think it's going to go to a Game 3, so it doesn't really matter, right? What matters is what is ahead of both of these players. And, well, right now, Nils already taking the time, coming up with a plan, and maybe it just has to involve that Corviknight. It worked so well in the first game. I can understand the decision of Nils to not bring it in the second game, but that would also make it just even more predictable, right? Because you won one game with one strategy, it went really well. Yeah. Now in the second game, you tried something else. It didn't work at all as Extreme Speed KOs the final Pokemon, and Giuseppe will tie up the series. So yeah, for the third game, what's going to be? Are you going to go with a strategy that worked or with the one that didn't?
You've got to bring back Corviknight, right? I mean, even looking at the Pokemon that Giuseppe brought, yes, we didn't get to see the fourth one, but there wasn't anything revolutionary between Games 1 and Games 2 for me. Yeah. So I feel like if Corviknight had been in that Game 2, it would have been in the same situation. How do you get rid of it? And if Nils was able to get a bulk up on it, then it makes it even more difficult for Giuseppe to deal with. I think Corviknight's coming back. Yeah,
I think it was a very smart decision here by Giuseppe to go with the exact same thing, anticipating the switch up by Nils. And Nils didn't want to risk being called out with his Corviknight strategy in the second game. He was ready to switch things up, try to go with a different game plan, but, well, now it didn't work. And now this is really a setback for Nils because it means that, well, this becomes even more predictable now to bring back the Corviknight in Game 3. But is there really an alternative? I don't really see one because, yeah, as you were saying, Giuseppe didn't really make anything too fancy. He just had very strong Pokemon and yeah, relied on smart damage trades. And it felt like this game Nils didn't have the advantage in the team. And I mean, there is a reason why we're not seeing so many Tyranitar, Excadrill, Indeedee male. But on Giuseppe's side, he's using a lot of the very, very strong Pokemon this format. So naturally, if you just keep on trading damage, eventually Giuseppe's team would come out on top. So Nils has to find a strategy that gives him an advantage here, I feel like.
I think as well, the Tyranitar and Excadrill were kind of led very early on by Nils, so it was very obvious he was committing to that kind of strategy for this game too, and that was something that Giuseppe could just play around straight away. I feel like it's more, if you set up the Excadrill for an endgame sweep, that's when it can really catch you off guard, because it could be a little bit too late to deal with that focus Excadrill, but Giuseppe was able to deal with that very early on, which meant it was less of a threat as the turns kept going through, and it just meant that Nils was loosening his grip on the match. I love the Indeedee, I have to say. I think Indeedee and Corviknight is a great combination. There is a lot of priority on Giuseppe's side, and he likes to bring those priority using Pokemon. So just being able to have the expanding force, I think is really, really nice. The rest of Indeedee's set, though, I don't think is particularly useful in this match, but a cheeky trick here or there, or even just the expanding force for some good damage, can be something that gives him the momentum while the Corviknight cleans up.
So how are you fitting all these pieces here for Nils? I mean, if you want to bring the Indeedee and the Corviknight, you only have 2 more Pokemon that you can bring. And if it is going to be that Tyranitar and Excadrill, well, then that's the lineup. You're not bringing the Sneasel or the Magmar. And then I think you could be really vulnerable against that Gholdengo. And in the first game, Nils, of course, was able to knock it out on the switch-in, so we didn't really get to see Gholdengo's impact on the match. But I think it could be big. So let's see. We're jumping into Game 3.
Shaking things up here, it's going to be Tyranitar and Sneasel coming out front and center for Nils, but Giuseppe tried and tested. It's the Incineroar and the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again.
Okay, so I guess with that, it kind of confirms that, oh, well, it doesn't confirm anything, but then maybe Nils once again is relying on this Excadrill-centric game plan. The Tyranitar, nice little switch up. The Sneasler, once again, with the White Herb, is able to be unaffected by that Intimidate and is staring down 2 Pokemon that are weak to close combat. So just like in Game 2, Giuseppe will have to do something about this. And this could be like trying to go for a Fake Out, this could be trying to go for a Terrestrialization, because one play that Nils could make is recall the Tyranitar, bring in the Indeedee, set up the Psychic Terrain so that the Sneasler is unaffected by Fake Out and then go for a powerful close combat. So that's something that Giuseppe has to play around, and I think that's exactly what he's doing right now.
I like how the Incineroar switches out here, maybe predicting the close combat was going to be the target there, so you're bringing in your flying type to be able to eat up that damage. With the sand on the field anyway, it was going to have its multi-scale broken by switching in, so it doesn't really matter too much if that is the target. Once again, Terrestrialization is forced through on this Ursaluna, going to be able to be the water type, so in case any of that damage dealing potential from Sneasler comes its way, it's going to be able to take those attacks much better.
Yeah, but there is the Fake Out into the Ursaluna that Terrestrialized. Nice play, and this will give Nils another chance to just go for an attack, and it is that knockoff, ignoring the Incineroar that now switched into Dragonite completely, and now getting rid of that Assault Vest. And now, while Nils doesn't have any special attacks on the field right now, if there is that Indeedee in the back, that would do a sizable chunk of damage now with that Expanding Force. And there we get confirmation. Okay, yeah, so once again, it is that Excadrill and Indeedee, no Corviknight for the game.
That's very interesting, but Nils, I'm sure, has got a plan with this. Maybe trusting in those 4 Pokemon, but changing up the way that he wants to operate them. I mean, the Tyranitar could potentially go for its Terrestrialization here as well, just to make sure that it doesn't have to worry about any of the ground-type attacks that the Ursaluna wants to throw its way. And at the same time, then the Dragonite doesn't really have much pressure on it either.
Yeah, so Dragonite wants to switch out once again. Incineroar could be coming in, and that is what we're seeing now. Without that White Herb, would be able to also intimidate that Sneasler. And now that is a big Intimidate coming out. And this is what we were talking about before the game. Incineroar really good, but also this Earth Power, nice attack here. Of course, Excadrill has that Focus Sash, but yeah, that was a ton of damage on the switch-in.
I honestly really like that play by Giuseppe, you know, not going to go down into that Tyranitar in case it becomes a flying type, and you would get some really good damage onto the opposing Sneasler, even if it had stayed in that turn. The fact that you caught the Excadrill just means that, once again, this strategy that Nils is banking on has been severely weakened early on.
Yeah, and even if that was a Direct Claw with the Incineroar switch-in, now with that Intimidate on the Sneasler, it doesn't do that much damage. Now I think this is even better for Giuseppe, because he has Fake Out available. Of course, now once again, there is this interaction with maybe Indeedee is waiting in the back, so do you really want to go for the Fake Out or not? But, I mean, Nils could also take a risk here with this Excadrill at 1 HP and just say, okay, well, I'm just expecting you not to go for any priority moves, and I'm just, like, staying in. I'll just go for, let's say, he could Terrestrialize the Tyranitar and just go for an Earthquake. But that would just be so risky.
I would Fake Out, to be honest, because even if there is a switch-in, you know, there's not a lot that Tyranitar is going to be able to do. But instead of actually saying, no, I want to Intimidate a little bit later on, even if you Earthquake and bring in him a flying type, so we don't have to worry about that at all. And Excadrill's doing the Tyranitar's still on the field without a flying type here, so it's going to have to take almost 50% damage.
Yeah, that's not enough. And whoa, this Earth Power Tyranitar, I really wished it would have Terrestrialized this turn. Rock Slide, not enough to get the knockout on the Ursaluna, but maybe with the sand it is. But you gotta wonder, why did the Excadrill here decide to Earthquake against its own partner? I think that Nils really wanted to play a game where he was saying, okay, either this Incineroar goes for a Fake Out into the Excadrill, then okay, I would go down. But if it doesn't, it would probably go for a parting shot to try and predict this Indeedee switch in, like Giuseppe has done before. But no, this time it was a hard switch from Giuseppe, so not letting Nils get that Earthquake off. And now as Incineroar comes in once again for another round of Intimidate, Nils' Pokemon are so weak at this point, and they're at such low HP. So yeah, really well played by Giuseppe up until this point. But I mean, there's still Rock Slide in there. We still have Iron Head, which also has a chance to flinch. But I think first Nils might have to switch around a little bit just to get rid of those Intimidate drops.
Well, you've got to keep the Excadrill in the game in order to potentially get those flinches through. Incineroar in a position where it could go for the Fake Out, even if something like the Indeedee comes in. Tyranitar's been intimidated multiple times now. It's really not going to be doing too much damage. That can enable the Dragonite to be able to clean up.
Yeah, so big decision time for Nils. Do you want to try and maybe hope for a flinch? Are you expecting a fake out to come through this turn? Once again, no priority moves, just like before, but no flinch either. Scale shot hits, and this will knock out the Tyranitar.
And it could be the last hurrah as well for its partner Excadrill, as Incineroar is yet to move and will be able to find its mark down onto this very exposed 1 HP remaining Excadrill. Dragonite, I think, in a prime position there, getting its knockout and knowing that when the Sneasler comes back in as well, it's going to have potential there.
Yeah, now getting that big double KO means Nils is down to his last 2 Pokemon, his tournament life on the line. This is game 3, and it looks like Giuseppe has played himself into a nice spot, especially if there is a Goldengo in the back, because with the current last 2 Pokemon remaining for Nils, there's not really anything that could touch a Goldengo at this point.
That's honestly such a great observation, because we saw at the beginning of the game, Giuseppe switch out that Incineroar, maybe worrying that something like a close combat was going to come its way, and with a lot of HP remaining on Incineroar, that could be a great play for Nils. But if a Goldengo appears in that slot being a Ghost type, it's going to do nothing, and that really just showed that Giuseppe has all the pieces of the puzzle he can move around here to be able to close out an endgame.
Yeah.
Nils does have a lot of HP, but Indeedee can't do anything to Incineroar, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, which move do you want to lock yourself into? I mean, you could try and use Trick maybe to get rid of the Choice Scarf, or you could try to log into Terra Blast. But then once again, if it is that Goldengo in the back, then you would absolutely do no damage to that Goldengo. And Giuseppe now going on the defensive this turn, but yeah, if he has Goldengo in the back, he might already know how this game is gonna end.
Yeah, Sneasler can't even touch it with the Diaclaw because it's steel type. It's really completely neutralized. So Giuseppe playing through slowly at this point. Close combat is going to come through though and get the knockout on Incineroar, but depending on what's in the back, this game could be wrapped up.
Yeah, this might be the reveal now, which could decide this game. I mean, if it is something like Clefable, then I would give this to Nils. But if it is that Goldengo, then this is exactly the Pokemon that Giuseppe needs. And it is that Goldengo. This is what Giuseppe knew all along, but of course this is very bad news for Nils.
Yes, you can go for the Expanding Force, so might even get the KO on that Dragonite, do a little bit to the Goldengo, but Goldengo in a prime position with his Life Orb in particular to make it rain all day long. You don't even have to worry about the Sneasler. It's just going to be able to sit there and not do any damage to Goldengo. I think as soon as you remove that Indeedee, it is GG.
It is GG indeed, and well, Terrestrialization was not used yet on Nils' side, so why not boost up the damage of Expanding Force just a little bit? And if you can get the knockout on the Dragonite, then you would, well, boost up the damage a little bit, but yeah, with a Choice Scarf, I guess Indeedee would be the fastest. Giuseppe trying to protect the Dragonite knows it's all on that Goldengo at this point, but how much can Expanding Force do? It would need to knock out this Goldengo right here.
Well, let's see how much it does. About a third of damage. Is going to need a little bit more to be able to get the knockout on this Goldengo. And right now, Giuseppe is in a position where, again, you don't have to worry about this Sneasler. You just need to be able to go for some big damage. And what I love, this is interesting. The Nasty Plot gets set up so that you can guarantee a double knockout as soon as you get that damage on the board, because Indeedee does have full HP.
Yeah, Giuseppe didn't want to take Life Orb Recall this turn. So, I mean, unless you were to predict this Terra Psychic and you wanted to go for a Shadow Ball into that slot, Make It Rain probably wasn't going to be enough for the knockout. So this is the last chance. Expanding Force, single target, has to get the knockout here with a critical hit, or else the game is over. It is enough!
It does!
Wow!
Oh,
with a critical hit! Oh my god, he gets the critical hit!
Indeedee comes through, single target critical hit, Terra type, Psychic Terrain. Indeedee pulls it through for Nils, our first finalist here in Lille.
I cannot believe what we are seeing. It looked as if Giuseppe had that battle under control, and you really have to feel with him. He worked so hard for this win. He played really, really well. In the end, Nils gave himself this one turn, one magical opportunity to land that critical hit, and that is what happened. Nice display of fair play there. Both players shaking hand, of course. Both of them know without that critical hit, the battle probably would have ended the other way around, but that is the game we play, right?
100%. I mean, could a Life Orb Shadow Ball, particularly considering that it had Terrestrialized, had dropped its normal typing, do you think that could have got the knockout instead of the Nasty Plot?
If he were to predict that Terrestrialization, then yes, but it's such a big risk because I think, yeah, also Nils could have just gone for a regular Expanding Force there to keep the normal type around, to be protected against that Shadow Ball. But yeah.
Wow, I'm still shaking.
Absolutely. What an incredible battle here between two really powerful trainers. And in the end, it comes down in Game 3 to that one last and final turn. And this is why you play until it's over. And this is exactly what Nils did. He identified the path to victory, and this time the critical hit happened, and yeah, he's moving on to the finals.
Hey, there's a reason why you put Ndidi male in your prediction, right, Marcus? And we were talking about it a little bit before the match, but I could never have expected it to rise to the standard that we were just able to see. What a fantastic showcase of professional play by Nils, staying calm, cool, and collected right through to the very end, and Ndidi clutching out that critical hit just when it was needed.
Whew, wow. I mean, yeah, that was something. It's hard to think about. Was there another way? Like, you were thinking maybe you want to go for the shadow ball, but that's so risky, right? Like,
hard read.
Maybe instead if it were the make it rain the first turn, but then even then I think you open yourself up for the critical hit, because I don't think the make it rain would have been enough to just straight up knock out the Ndidi.
I agree.
Yeah.
Obviously you take the drop, so it might have done less the next turn, but if we just take a recap, if you're just tuning in, we have just seen the wildest Game 3 ever. So much damage was coming down on this Tyranitar and the Excadrill, which seemed to be Nils' key strategy from the beginning of this game. But when all the cards were down, it really came down to one last Pokemon to shine.
Yeah, really nicely managed mid-game by Giuseppe, putting himself into a position where we thought the game might be over. With Goldango as his ace in the pocket, Incineroar didn't matter, Dragonite didn't matter, it was all pressure on the Goldango. And it looked like, at this point, Giuseppe probably had it. Setting up the Nasty Plot, setting himself up for success, but then this expanding force critical hit.
But I love the way Giuseppe played that. You know, going for the Nasty Plot I can understand, because you want to guarantee the damage on the next turn. And seeing the first expanding force, it did about a third of damage.
Yep.
Even single target, I think it would have been very close, but it would have been able to hang on. And I really liked your observation about not taking the life orb recoil as well, and putting yourself in that vulnerable spot. So Giuseppe had the right idea. But then when you see that critical hit come through and you've got the terrain, you've got your little crown of psychic extra damage with terrestrialization on, it really came down to Ndidi's moment. And as a partner Pokemon for Nils, it's been a superstar getting him into that final.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, Giuseppe had to take the recoil from Life Orb at some point, but it was about taking it at the right time.
Maybe only once.
Maybe only once, exactly. And yeah, again, that's how it goes sometimes.
Who needed Sneasler? That's what I want to know. Like, Sneasler did very little in this entire set when you actually think about it. It kind of came in, I think, in Game 2 and got KO'd in that very first turn. In this Game 3, we actually saw it kind of come in, apply some pressure. Yes, it KO'd the Incineroar, but then after that, it kind of shown its hand. When the Goldango was revealed, Sneasler was completely null and void. Might as well have been back in its Pokeball.
Yeah, definitely. I think the team composition that Giuseppe chose for this event, definitely he was focusing on that Sneasler just a little bit. I mean, usually, and well, with Nils' team, there's a lot going on that is not usual, or that is not part of the metagame right now. But yeah, with Incineroar and that multi-scale on the Dragonite, I think those are two strong Pokemon against Sneasler, especially if you consider that scale shot. It can potentially get the knockout even through that Focus Sash. So really, usually that is a matchup that favors Giuseppe. But of course, with some smart changes like that White Herb over on Nils' side, on that Sneasler, that really changes that interaction quite a bit, because all of a sudden now the Sneasler was the one who liked facing against that Incineroar, and this is what we saw in Games 2 and 3. And yeah, I think it was a risk coming out to not rely on the Corviknight, but in the end it paid off for Nils.
Yeah, the Sneasler was kind of fearless in the face of that Incineroar, and then particularly as Giuseppe kept leading Incineroar and the Ursaluna as well, that kind of meant Sneasler had its pick of the litter of which Pokemon it really wanted to target down. The Corviknight I thought was great. I really loved it in Game 1. I was very surprised to not see it come to Game 3, but maybe you didn't need the Corviknight when you had the Ndidi front and center, because yes, it did this fantastic play at the end, but one of the reasons it was my MVP was actually just the pressure it applied with that Psychic terrain, making sure that things like the Fake Out and the Extreme Speed from the Dragonite, for example, just couldn't be utilized in the way Giuseppe wanted to, locking down that strategy.
Yeah, I'm still turning my head, still thinking about, yeah, maybe if there was something else that could have been done, but well, in the end, I mean, we'll have plenty of time after this tournament to go back and look at some of the turns and the games and the plays that we've seen so far, but of course, there's still more Pokemon to be played, right?
There's so much more to be played. We have our next top 4 match coming up very soon to find out who will be the next finalist joining Nils. So I cannot wait to find out who it is. I mean, if we can take a sneak peek, I believe our next match is going to be between Victor Medina and Joan Garcia, who were able to show both of those players earlier.
Yes.
So that's going to be very exciting. I think we'll be stepping out for that one to be able to get a front row seat for it.
Yes.
But I mean, Nils Dunlop, what an incredible player. We've actually been able to kind of show him back-to-back on this broadcast, which is a little bit unique, actually. Yep. And it's amazing to be able to see him come back from, I think, what looked like a very dicey game 2 as well. And game 3 didn't exactly start off well.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, it was definitely hard for Nils, but he proved that he could fight back in that set. And I want to see how Victor and Joan now in this all-Spanish semi-final.
Oh, that's so true.
Battling it out for the second spot in the grand final. We've seen both of their teams, as you were saying, on stream before today. So both of them will be using that, or not both of them. Joan will be using that Dondozo that we saw to great success, and that Excalibur. On the other side, with Victor, we have that King Gambit, Dragon Knight, Guard Trump kind of team, which is, I would say, a little bit more established. So we have, Victor with a team that we've seen before, second place at Baltimore Regionals, won the Joinville Regionals from Gabriel Agadi.
So many records.
So definitely a team that we've seen before. And then on the other side, we will have, well, Nils in the finals for sure, and then maybe Joan with this Excalibur.
Exactly, and of course, if Victor Medina makes it all the way into the grand finals, we will actually have a weather war on our hands, potentially with that Alolan Ninetales that he's been rocking. Again, we've seen this kind of shift in the meta with Alolan Ninetales, where it's gone from being this kind of Aurora Veil, supportive Pokemon, to actually being a Choice Specs variant. Was that something you kind of thought would be happening in the meta, or is it completely rogue?
I think it's definitely something that you were expecting in your caster predictions.
Well, I wanted to see it, but I wasn't expecting Choice Specs.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the time trainers are trying to come up with new and innovative ways of using some of these Pokemons, and we've been seeing it with that Ninetales, Alolan Ninetales with the Choice Specs, the Indeedee Male now with that Choice Scarf. Those are not really items that we are used to seeing on these Pokemon before, but now, and we've said this before, but Regulation H, it might just be that sweet spot where some of your favorite Pokemon might be used in unique and creative ways, and that's, I think, why those Pokemon also were part of our caster predictions.
Yes, and the Indeedee Male being one of your choices, being so fantabulous in that last top 4 match indeed. But from the past to the future, the next top 4 is coming up very soon, so we're going to kick it to a very short break and then be back to find out who our next finalist will be. Actually, we're not. It's not going to happen right now because we're going to have a little bit more of our action on the stream right now. People still want to hear a little bit more about the incredible matches that we've been able to see so far. So we're going to take a trip down memory lane a bit. Marcus, throughout the tournament that we've had so far today, other than the Indeedee, because I feel like that's fresh in our mind, what has been your highlight so far? Was there a particular moment, match, or Pokemon that's kind of captivated you today?
Yeah, today I think something that was really interesting was that Dondozo that we saw in the, what was it, top 16 game by Jonathan against Joan.
Yes.
Now, it was not that Dondozo that ended up advancing all the way in top 4, but I thought it was really interesting how even with just the Dondozo, with the Terra Poison and the leftovers and the grassy terrain, you could set up just one Pokemon that you just cannot remove so easily. So, with Dondozo being a strategy that was around since the very beginning of Scarlet and Violet, of course, with Tatsugiri usually, of course, all of us know at this point what's going to happen. The animation, it's going to take a while, but then eventually your Dondozo is super strong if you have both of them. Exactly, but at some point, players have identified that, well, Dondozo is not only strong together with its partner, but it can also be strong on its own. And having this yawn bulky Dondozo set here in top 4, I think is also a little bit of a twist, I would say, because just the other day or just last week over in the US at the regional in Louisville, we had a Dondozo together with Tatsugiri placed very, very highly by Carson Confer, and it looked like, oh, maybe it's time again to run Dondozo together with Tatsugiri, but now we've seen Haze Primarina on stream, we've seen Haze Dragonite on stream multiple times, so yeah, I think it's a good choice by Joan to leave the Tatsugiri alone this time and to just bring the Dondozo.
And I think as well, now that we're in Regulation H, where we don't have those kind of big restricted Pokemon in play, then you kind of have Dondozo rising to the surface a little bit. But as you kind of said, it's been kicked out of the band, right? It doesn't have Tatsugiri with it anymore. It's kind of pursuing a solo career. And the one thing I love from my interview with Joanne actually is, although in that particular match it was Jonathan's Dondozo that was showcased really well, Joanne kind of said in team preview, I didn't want to bring my own Dondozo because I didn't want the mirror. And I feel like anyone out there who has any experience with Dondozo mirrors will understand that pain that can sometimes happen. But those games can also come down very close. Yes, there's a lot of turns in a Dondozo mirror, but sometimes it is just the 1 or 2 hit points that get taken that can decide the match.
Yeah, and that actually what you just said, what Joanne said in that interview, that's actually, I see it as like, maybe that's the mindset of a potential champion, because he basically was saying, well, I could just go for a mirror match, but I didn't want to go for the mirror match and to base it on like fissure rolls, something like that, but I want to win based on my sheer skill. So instead, I'm gonna do something else, maybe something that I didn't think was the most optimal choice for the matchup, but something that I thought gave me the power over the battle, gave me the control, and would leave fate in my own hands. And this is exactly what he did. So I'm very impressed by this decision to, not bring the Dondozo, even though he maybe thought that it might have been the right tool for the matchup. Yeah,
and I think actually the Pokemon that gave him this control was that Sneasler in the match, actually. Even though it's out of your control, if those kind of Diaclaw extra effects are going to come into effect, we saw it happen so often in that particular match, and that's how he was able to advance further into the competition. Of course, he'll be one of your next top 4 matches coming up, facing down against Victor Medina, again another player who gave us a very entertaining show, someone who I always love to be able to watch. He's very animated in the way that he performs.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor, one of the best players on the circuit, I would say, and in countless tournaments and countless top cuts has tried to be the champion. And so far, I mean, he came close multiple times, top 4, top 8 at EUIC multiple times, at regionals, but this time, once again in the top 4, and maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the time that he finally wins a big tournament. I'm sure that everyone would agree. He definitely has the potential, and now it's up to him to overcome Joanne and the Dondozo, and then eventually Nils, the big boss waiting in the finals.
Oh my goodness, and he played so beautifully with that King Gambit as well previously, being able to get it set up and protected so beautifully with some of the Pokemon on his team. And he's also running that I'm getting my words all tangled today, double Dragon Core as well with that Garchomp and the Dragonite. Now, Garchomp, when we were looking at the usage stats earlier, had been really dominant in day 1 here in Lille. It had been incredibly dominant in Louisville the previous week, but actually coming into day 2, it's kind of dropped off the scale a little bit, and Dragonite has risen up.
Yeah, that's a good observation. Yeah, I mean, Garchomp was a Pokemon that we talked about quite a bit, as it had made so many finalist appearances. It could still make one if Victor wins, but definitely it won't be a Garchomp mirror, but maybe it's going to be Excadrill against Garchomp. I mean,
that could be interesting.
It's still kind of like, it's like both are ground types, both have the powerful Earthquake, both enjoy playing in the sand, so...
So it's not a battle of the dragon types, it'll be a battle of the ground types. Is that what we're saying? That could be the showdown. I mean, anything is possible. So far this whole weekend, Lille has been so full of surprises. I know yesterday we were kind of really playing into our Halloween broadcast with a little bit of trick or treat. We got a lot of treats out on display, but a few tricks up our trainers' sleeves as well with some of these unique Pokemon choices. Although I'm still not quite over the Indeedee, I think yesterday really was the highlight for me with some of the unique Pokemon that came out. The Avalugg, for example, I think everyone's going to be talking about that for a long time to come.
Absolutely, yeah. If you haven't watched that yet, then of course, maybe not right now, because we're just setting up our top 4 game, and that's going to be incredible, just like the previous set. But eventually, of course, you would be able to check out what happened yesterday on stream. If I told you, well, it was a Jamie Boyd game featuring an Avalugg, you would be like, oh, I wonder what Jamie Boyd used it with. Yeah, but no, it was actually the opponent, Luigi, bringing it.
I actually was speaking to Jamie a little bit after the match, and he was kind of saying that he was probably one of the only trainers out there who kind of looked and went, Avalugg, huh? Okay.
Okay.
Whereas if I looked at that, I'd be like, sorry, is this a team sheet error? Like, are you sure this is what you meant?
Yeah.
Or is this like an in-game team you've locked in by mistake? But actually, it had some good potential out there. You can see its defense stat is absolutely sky high. So with a lot of the physical attackers out there, particularly with maybe a cheeky defensive terrestrialization, it could have had a little bit of longevity in the match. But unfortunately for Luigi, who was piloting it, Jamie was able to attack it with his special attackers. And that just meant that Avalugg didn't really stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, that is sometimes just the case with some of these Pokemon. It wasn't even patched up with an Assault Vest, it was all on physical defense. But then, of course, Avalugg also uses that stat to attack with powerful body presses. So some synergy going on there. But yeah, of course, if you're using Avalok, I mean, I wish you good luck trying it. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's definitely not the craziest Pokemon we've seen out there, you know, doing well and successfully. We've seen a bunch of different Pokemon throughout the years, which maybe has been, in your competitive career, Marcus, the roguest Pokemon that you've ever seen, the one where you've kind of gone, I was not expecting it to do so well.
Oh, that I wasn't expecting to do well. Well, just here, just here. I mean, we've seen a Flapple do.
That is true.
Made it into day 2. So that's a team that I want to look at a little bit afterwards. But that's a really good question. I think sometimes it's not really the Pokemon where it's like, oh, that Pokemon, it doesn't look very strong, but it's like finding the right moment for a Pokemon to shine. Like, for example, this Yanmega and the Yanma that we have right here. Of course, that is those are 2 Pokemon that we haven't really seen in a long while, but now are making a splash here in this Regulation H. Other than that, I would need to think about that for a second.
That's fair. Well, we'll let you think about it, actually. We're going to buy you a little bit of time because we've got a very exciting kind of pre-intro to our next top 4 match. There's a very special interview so you can get to see our players a bit more. So let's go find out what they've got to say.
Well, it's going to be a Spanish shakedown in the semi-finals, everybody, and we cannot wait to get into it. We've got an opportunity now just to catch up with our next 2 semi-finalists here, Victor Medina and Joan Garcia. Now, Victor, first coming to you. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great. Top 4 in this regional feels amazing. There's a lot of good players, and I'm so happy to be here.
Fantastic that you're remaining calm and happy, excited to be on the stage. How about you, Joan? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling well. This is my best result in a regional, but I will try to make the finals.
Absolutely. We have our fingers crossed for both of you going all the further. Now, how much would it mean to you to go all the way and win, Victor?
It will mean a lot. I have a lot of top cuts and a lot of everything, but I didn't reach a final yet in a major. I didn't. So I really want to go to win this top 4 and maybe win finals maybe, but hopefully, now that I'm here, I want to win it all.
Yeah, maybe. How about you, Joan? How much would it mean?
Well, to be honest, I did well in Dortmund, but I was not expecting a top 4 here. I was busy this week, didn't prepare much, but I will try to win.
Absolutely. We'll just have to see what happens. Victor, favorite Pokemon?
Ninetales Alola.
Okay. Yeah. Fairly recent pick for you. Joan, favorite Pokemon?
Tyranitar.
Tyranitar, very nice. And both weather Pokemon as well. Are we going to see weather coming out in this top 4 match? It's nearly time to get into it, trainers. Victor, Joan, thank you so much for talking to me. We are going to nearly be getting into this top 4 match. But before we do that, let me just find out from you both as well. How do you think your teams match up into each other without giving too much away?
I mean, I faced his team in Swiss, one of his testing partners, Carlos Caño. I won 2-1, but it felt amazingly difficult. I think it's a bit of a bad matchup for me, but I think playing it out is very important.
Absolutely, you've got to play to your outs. I mean, we just saw on stream there, crucial critical hit taking Nils through to the grand finals. How about you? How do you think your team matches up?
Well, I think my team is great, but about the matchup, I think it's 50-50. The one that plays better will win.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first, trainers. Whoever has their head in the game more might be the one that comes out on top. We'll have to see. Of course, for you, Victor, going for your first big win at a major. And for you, Joan, exactly the same. And both from the Spanish region as well. Do you both know each other outside of this weekend? Did you know each other before now?
Yes, we know each other, but not in the same local zone. But yeah, if I don't win, I hope Joan's take it home.
Oh, really touching words to hear there. And Victor, presumably a name that you've been following for a long time, Joan.
Well, I say the same, that if I lose, I hope he wins.
Well, absolutely perfect. These two could not be more happy for each other, and it is now time to get seated and ready for our top 4. So Victor, once more, thank you. Joan, thank you. Best of luck to both of you. Play well, good luck, have fun. Let's get into it, trainers.
Thank you, Charlie, for giving us some insight into what our next top 4 match has to say. I'm so excited, I basically refuse to leave my seat, but I have traded in David while Marcus ponders about that question I gave him just before the interview. Honestly, how are you feeling after that match? I mean, I was here casting it, but I saw you watching by the sidelines. Indeedy, right?
Indeedy.
honestly, it's not that powerful of a Pokemon unless you start typing in Expanding Force and that Psychic Surge and the Terror on top of it. Suddenly, it seemed to be over, right? Goldengo's a bulky Pokemon. It was coming in. It resists Psychic. Stingster can't touch it. I was like, it's over. He picked the right Pokemon. Goldengo's there. And then we saw how much damage it did.
I know.
And then, of course, the critical hit as well. Like...
It was just the cherry on top, and in that moment, you know, I felt really bad. Marcus and I were kind of like, yeah, unfortunately, Goldengo's got this. And then Nddidi's like, no, I got this. I've got the KO, and I'm getting my trainer into finals. And speaking of finals, we're going to find out who Nils is going to be against. It's going to be one of these two esteemed trainers, Victor Medina or John Garcia.
Exactly, our Spanish showdown, as Charlie so well put it. And a really interesting match as well. That Baxcalibur, I'm really excited to see. It did so well versus Jonathan Marston when we had him on in for the top 16 as well. But it's a very different team that he'll be up against here with Victor's Double Dragon Ninetales sort of team. So I think it's still going to be very good, but it will just work in a very different way. Instead, like, actually benefiting from the snow that Ninetales might set. And there's two different dragons here that it's super effective into instead of the Dragapult that Jonathan had. So I think it's going to be another Baxcalibur showdown.
I mean, Marcus and I were talking about this a little bit beforehand and how Joanne had this Dondozo but didn't bring it against Jonathan because he wanted to avoid these kind of Dondozo mirrors.
Yeah.
Do you think this time Joanne's going to be like, you know, I don't see a Dondozo on the opposing side. Maybe it's my boy's time to shine.
Honestly, it looks really good here. It's a water type, and the only grass type on Victor's end is Amoonguss, which has no grass attacking moves.
Okay.
So it looks really good right now, and so it's not really forced to Terra either. So it's a really nice option to bring into this matchup and just really slow the pace of the match down with those yawns.
And in case you're just tuning in, we're in our second top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. Nils Dunlop has already advanced into that grand final, and his opponent will be one of these two players. We could potentially be seeing an Alolan Ninetales for a Weather War final, or we could be seeing Dondozo trying to come out back on top.
Yeah, but solo Dozo though. Like, this isn't even with Tatsugiri. This is the second time at least as well this stream where we've just only seen the solo Dozo, which is like a really nice option and seems to be taking the spot of a lot of the pre-marinas that we used to see in previous formats.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah, where it's kind of like, instead of the hyper voicing and the moon blasting that it was offering before, Dondozo's a lot bulkier. And with that unaware ability, it's kind of like an anti-setup Pokemon at the same time as well, without needing to actually click the haze button. You can just click the yawn button instead, put it to sleep, and then fisher it for a few chances before it wakes up again.
The other thing I love as well is the fact that this Dondozo, like you say, really slows down the pace of play, but that means you can invest into the bulk of it a little bit more. We're not seeing these hyper-offensive Dondozos anymore. They're slow and steady. They maybe are a very defensive Terra type, like the Poison Terra. They're holding the leftovers. Often there's a Rillaboom on the team as well to set that grassy terrain, and basically Dondozo can click Yawn Protect, and then start dealing damage.
Yeah, exactly. As we tried to see it get away with Jonathan Marston's game, but it was the Sneasler that ended up kind of putting it to sleep a few times, and that could be a scenario that we see in a potential other match, but on this time, Victor doesn't have a Sneasler, which is kind of unusual, actually, because it's got more than 50% usage here in day 2. And here are our trainers setting up for our final top 4 match in the Lille Regional Championships here. So many accolades to speak of, Lou.
Yes, a little bit of a refresher if you missed it earlier. Victor Medina has done so well at these international championships, top 4 in EUIC, top 4 NAIC, and then in 2023, actually being able to get world top 8, such a prestigious part of the competition, as well as recently in this season, kicking things off in style to be top 32 in Dortmund.
Yes, exactly. So really, really close, honestly. And Joan Garcia, I think, has got his highest achieving regional performance already, to be honest. It was top 16 at Dortmund, and then for his very next regional, he's beaten it not into just to top 8, but to top 4 already, and could even get to the final after this match. And obviously, top 16 in the Grand Challenge 1, EUIC top 128. That's a lot of championship points, honestly. And Turin Special Event top 32 as well.
And I loved being able to talk to Joanne earlier as well, kind of talking about the way that him and a friend had kind of put this team together and the composition around the way that Sneasler was able to do so well with its Dire Claw additional effects. I wonder if that's going to, you know, run it back in this match. But that said, Victor has an answer for that. If you take a closer look at this Ninetales, it is the Choice Specs variant, so generally will be doing a lot more offensive damage, but it is also running that Misty Terrain. Yes, it doesn't do damage. Yes, Ninetales will be locked into it, but then secondary effects cannot come into effect for those trainers who are grounded. It also helps reduce any of that Dragon-type damage coming across as well. That could be helpful for something like Garchomp.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point, Lou, honestly. And it's something I think I would have missed otherwise. It was just kind of sneakily stuck in there on a choice Specs Ninetales. And interestingly, on a team that also has dragon moves in that Garchomp that would then be weakened, and you've got an Amoonguss as well, so you couldn't really spore. So it seems a bit counterintuitive, but obviously it's kind of working, right?
Yes, exactly. And I feel like, obviously, if you're trying to go for Spore on your Amoonguss, maybe that's a matchup Ninetales isn't needed for, so they don't have to worry about, being detrimental to each other.
Yeah, for 100%. So there we go. The trainers have swapped team sheets. They're probably already having a little bit of a think, as both of them have been on stream already. And there's Johan's team that we've seen just earlier today. That King Gambit doing so much damage for those Dark-type moves, but opting for the safety goggles, where we've seen a lot of black classes instead on that sort of King Gambit set. And it's very relevant as well, as it's up against an Amoonguss on the opposing side. So Johan's probably feeling very glad that that safety goggles is there.
Yep, safety first for this King Gambit, wanting to keep itself protected from going to sleep. It doesn't want to miss a wink of action here in Lille. The Baxcalibur for me is the really interesting choice. Johan was saying earlier, you kind of had Dragapult, but Baxcalibur has really been the key. And we've seen how fast it can get as well with that scale shot. Yes, you take a defense drop, but once you get the speed boost up, you can start outspeeding a lot of the competition. And with the loaded dice, those Icicle Spears are going to hit hard and fast.
Yeah, exactly. There's no really speed control to speak of on this team. And that makes Baxcalibur even, so powerful here, because the Ice Shard is just a priority move that just kind of picks off so many of those dragon types without you needing to outspeed it. And even if you did want to, you can scale shot to be able to boost your speed. And as we saw in the earlier set versus Jonathan Marston again, the scale shot was able to boost the speed up enough of this Baxcalibur that it could outspeed a Sneasler to then KO it through the Focus Sash with the scale shot again, which was an amazing sort of innovation that Johan has brought here to the Lille Regional Championships.
Well, Pokemon trainers, let's get loud for Masters top 4 between Victor and Johan. Sneasler and Baxcalibur straight out of the blocks here for Johan versus the Dragonite Incineroar combination of Victor Medina.
Okay, I really like this lead for kind of from both ends, actually. Yeah, Intimidate is really effective versus both the Sneasler and that Baxcalibur, so you're not needing to worry just quite as much if you're Victor versus these two physical attackers. The Dragonite is obviously still a little bit threatened. Even if it was to Terra out of that Dragon typing into the Flying typing, it's still weak to those ice moves from the Baxcalibur as well. So it's probably wants to go on the back foot a little bit and maybe switch around, or maybe try and go for that Terra if it wants to. And Incineroar's also staring down a close combat, honestly, but a Terra Ghost could be quite timely right now.
Yes, a lot of offensive pressure on Johan's side, but Medina has the utility to be able to work around it. Step 1, bring this Alolan Ninetales on the field. Get the Dragonite out of danger. It sets the snow onto the field as well. This will give a defense boost not only to the Alolan Ninetales, but also to that opposing Baxcalibur. You've got to bear that in mind. Baxcalibur is going to go for the Icicle Spear, and this is a fantastic adjustment by Victor, bringing in a Pokemon that isn't going to mind taking that damage at all. Look at it. It can take it all day long, David.
Yeah, it can so easily. Good thing Johan didn't go for the scale shot. That would have been even worse at this point as well. Would have done absolutely zero damage here. And that chip could be quite necessary going into future turns here. So we can see Victor choosing to lock in the Moonblast versus that Baxcalibur. And so with super effective damage, that's going to do a lot. And the snow only boosts its physical defense, not that special defense. But what are you going to do about this Sneasler, right? Its close combat into Incineroar looks very strong. Diaclaw into Ninetales looks really strong right now. And I don't know if either of these Pokemon have the bulk to be able to survive those attacks. Let's see.
Oh, honestly,
wow.
That Intimidate really paying off, being able to hang on here as Ninetales goes for the Blizzard. Not going to be able to get any KOs here, as the Scale Shot is now going to be sent into the non-Fairy type on the field. And this will do a significant chunk to that Incineroar. And as you mentioned earlier, I think all the chips stacking up could be detrimental in this match. There's a lot of damage being dealt across the field.
That certainly is. And how many shots is that? That was all 5 hits as well. And a 2-hit KO on an Incineroar is nothing to shake a stick out there. And there's that speed boost, which will likely make it outspeed this Ninetales going into the following turn. But first, that parting shot into the Caesar, making it even weaker at this point. And Victor is able to get in something a little bit safer now.
I really like this parting shot. Not only do you get the Incineroar out of the way of a potential close combat, but you weaken the offensive pressure that Sneasler has for that Alolan Ninetales. We saw the Diaclaw come through. It did a significant chunk of damage, but I think now it's not going to be putting the Ninetales in risk of being KO'd. The double hub, however, that could come through from that Baxcalibur, if you want to go for the Icicle Spear again, even though it doesn't do a lot of damage, the double up might be enough to get rid of the Ninetales.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very low right now, and so it's a great way to just pile on the offense. And at the moment, even though Victor seems to be getting away with sending in resists to a lot of these attacks, Johan still just has his first 2 Pokemon on the field, doing quite a lot of damage at the moment. So he's probably feeling a little bit comfortable right now, especially as Victor's kind of forced to reveal more of his Pokemon at this point. But he still hasn't committed the Terra yet, so he still has that going for him currently. And a Kingambit switch in is really nice if you want to start threatening those sucker punches.
But Victor has taken a lot of damage here at this point, and although Joanne is keeping these 2 Pokemon on the field, it means there's 2 very healthy ones in the back, and you're getting the damage on the board, forcing Victor to make these defensive plays, which means he's not attacking.
So let's see how this turn plays out here. This Sneasler with those Dire Claws is looking really strong into a lot of what Victor has to offer here, especially if that Incineroar goes for that Terra Ghost. And that means a lot of paralyses or sleeps or poisons that could come out from this Pokemon. And it is the Unburden, interestingly, on Sneasler's end, and that is not going to be activated thanks to that Focus Sash not really coming into play in this game yet.
Well, Baxcaliburs are going to have to take a little bit of damage from this Kingambit that Victor Medina played with so perfectly in his previous round. You can see the Icicle Spears coming through, and this is what we were saying. It guarantees that the Alolan Ninetales will be in range of whatever the Sneasler wants to throw its way. In fact, it doesn't even matter. It's able to get the KO. Honestly, being able to have that speed advantage just put the Baxcalibur right in the driving seat here.
That was really close. One of those scale shots did 4 damage.
Oh.
Sorry, no, not 8 damage. And the Ninetales had 9 health on that final 5th shot. So it might have actually been able to survive that turn, but it was the roll of the individual hits of that scale shot that enabled that Ninetales to go down that turn, which otherwise would have gotten off on a huge attack that turn. But Sneasler now is able to get a coaching off on this Baxcalibur, so it's looking like almost indestructible at this point, although very low health, and there's not a lot of way to stop priority moves.
Hey, it sounds like it wasn't just the loaded dice, it was the lucky dice as well for that Baxcalibur, being able to get the KO on that Ninetales. Sneasler, once again in a prime position though, it's gone for that coaching, it's kind of done its supportive role, and Baxcalibur, yes, it's speedy, and now it's also offensively very threatening into this Dragonite. Those Icicle Spears will come through thick and fast, and the Sneasler now in a position where it can always try and go for that close combat, but Kingambit has one more trick up the sleeve. It has that Sucker Punch, it has that priority. It could possibly get the KO on this Baxcalibur, but I think it might struggle against Sneasler.
So there's the protection on the Sneasler. Johan trying to call for where Victor is targeting this turn, and he does catch the extreme speed, but I think we may have seen a cheeky Sucker Punch coming out from Victor into this Baxcalibur. But first the Ice Shard into the Dragonite, doing a ton of damage through that multiscale.
That is a multiscale Dragonite, and it wasn't broken. That does so much damage.
And the Kowtow Cleave actually goes into the Sneasler. There was no target into that Baxcalibur. Johan calling that turn absolutely perfectly. Literally either attack could have gone into Baxcalibur. It would have gone down. But Victor obviously predicting the Protect at this point, and the Sneasler to be the one that switches out. But instead, Baxcalibur gets an absolute free attack on this Dragonite and now threatens a one-hit KO with another Ice Shard.
Really like that play there from Joanne, playing a bit defensively on the Sneasler, but it's what's got him this opening with the Baxcalibur. You do still have to worry about the potential Sucker Punch coming through there. Kingambit still has that option, and that's something Baxcalibur doesn't want to take at all. But I think another Ice Shard, if you can get that priority with the speed, because we know Baxcalibur's nice and speedy at the moment, that can take Dragonite out of the game.
And now that Baxcalibur does go for the Protect this time. So does Johan feel like Victor's maybe been conditioned to target into that slot? Yes, I think he has. An amazing play by Johan here. Absolutely in Victor's head right now. And there's the close combat. It's at -2, I believe. So but it goes straight into that Kingambit with so much damage still. Kingambit absolutely down and out.
Yeah, Kingambit with its typing there, not really helping it out. 4 times super effective fighting type damage coming its way as the snow leaves the field. Incineroar can join now, throw down and intimidate, but it's looking very, very dicey for Victor. The fact that you're down to your last 2 remaining Pokemon and there are still all 4 2 yet unseen on Joanne's side.
Yeah, the new Sneasler Dragapult is a lot chillier and a lot cooler than the Baxcalibur Sneasler that we see right here. So it's so offensively oppressive here, but also Johan has also been playing this obviously very, very well. It's not just the 2 Pokemon, it's the player behind these Pokemon too that are really paying off here. So it is the Terra that is coming out instead.
Yes, Terrestrialization bringing it to the field for this Baxcalibur that really has been the superstar of this Game 1. It's now going to become a Ghost type as well. Spooky outfit for it in the spooky season we've got going on this weekend, but it also does give it that nice little bit of coverage to an extreme speed.
Extreme speed to take out that Sneasler. Trying to catch it from Johan into that Baxcalibur, but it wasn't to be in that slot. And instead, the Dragonite does end up going down to this Icicle Spear.
I mean, the Ghost terrestrialization there is perfect. You don't have to worry about fake out. You don't have to worry about the extreme speed. You've already got the speed boosts from that scale shot previously, so you know that you're going to be able to get the edge and get the KO on this Dragonite. And now, even though Incineroar can clean up, Joanne has 2 remaining Pokemon in the back. Whatever they're going to be, the 2v1 against an Incineroar that doesn't really have a huge amount of utility, I feel like Joanne has the pieces to be able to take this game.
Yeah, I think so. Unless we get flare bits, burns, and
Hey, I've said it
knockoff
before.
crits.
I said it with Ndidi and I got caught out, so I'm actually a little scared with what I'm saying right now.
True, okay, yeah. Let's just be careful then. But at least Victor, having probably lost this game 1, can see the final 2 Pokemon that Joanne has brought to this match. So getting a little bit of an insight into the way that Joanne wants to play this set, bringing that Volcarona and the King Gambit in the back as well. So maybe feeling like he needs to kind of switch things around a little bit more. Maybe bringing that Garchomp looks pretty good, honestly, into this matchup too. If you can avoid those Ice-type attacks with that Terra Steel that Victor has, then it might be looking very solid into that King Gambit and hitting super effective into that Baxcalibur too.
Yeah, I like the Terra Steel Garchomp. I think it's a really good option to counter that opposing Baxcalibur. You have to commit to the terrestrialization there. Victor throwing in the towel against these 2 Pokemon, even though Incineroar generally has decent matchups against Volcarona and King Gambit. I think the fact that its HP was already dwindled left it a little bit vulnerable, and Joanne Garcia will be able to take game 1.
Incredibly well played, just like showing how Baxcalibur is maybe the anti-meta pick right now, doing so well into such of the common Pokemon that we're seeing. Dragonite, King Gambit, Incineroar, and even the Ninetales there with the super active Moonblast, just sponging up those hits so nicely. So yeah, Victor's got to change something at this point here, and I think Garchomp is a decent option at the moment too. Interestingly, though, we talk about the Dondozo. That wasn't even brought from Joanne at this point, too.
I don't think it's needed, to be honest. Baxcalibur really is the kingpin of this team. And we actually saw Joanne pilot it so well against Jonathan in that game 1 of that previous set, where as soon as you got the Baxcalibur set up, the momentum was just there, and it gave him the win condition right through to the end of the game. I feel like if Joanne is able to get that set up again, it's just going to do the exact same thing. When taking a closer look at Victor's team, I really like your observation with the Garchomp being a Steel Terra type, might be able to apply some pressure with the Dragon Claw. But if the Baxcalibur wants to go for that terrestrialization into the Ghost typing as well, that makes it a bit difficult to work around. You need to bring the Incineroar then, I think, for that offensive pressure with the knockoff, or even the King Gambit with the Sucker Punch and Cowtown Cleave, pressuring that Baxcalibur to not terrestrialize.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Terra is a massively interesting mechanic for this generation of Pokemon. And so if you can kind of play around that, forcing a certain Terra, then taking advantage of it, that'll pay you huge dividends in the long term. And that's why maybe King Gambit was kind of brought to this matchup to kind of make the most of that. But it wasn't until the very end that Baxcalibur kind of Terra ghosted, when it was all a little bit too late at this point too. And interestingly, Baxcalibur may have actually been benefiting from the snow there, preventing from Victor knowing if he could get KOs or not.
Well, Volcarona we got to see at the very end of game 1, but we didn't get to see it do anything, but it was raring to go. So it's in the leads here with the Sneasler for Joanne, and Victor Medina has gone for Dragonite and Incineroar.
This Volcarona is so interesting. It's like, usually you go, oh, I don't know, should I go support Volcarona Will-O-Wisp Rage Powder, or should I go the Quiver Dance set? Joanne just says, why not both? It's got Quiver Dance and it's got Rage Powder, which is incredibly useful for a lot of teams. And this is the Terra Fairy Terra Blast Volcarona as well, which is really strong into the double dragon that Victor has been bringing to this tournament here. So I'm not surprised to see it here as well. However, the Sneasler doesn't have Fake Out, so it can't actually support in this turn directly, but a coaching into that Volcarona could be quite interesting to give a defense boost at the very least for these 2 physical attackers.
Sneasler leaves itself open to a potential fake out from the Incineroar, though. Volcarona also rocking that Covert Cloak means that it cannot be flinched from a fake out, so it cannot be the target there. Instead, Sneasler leaving itself vulnerable, and it could even then have its focus sash broken. But we're in top 4, we're bringing the Sparkles to the stage. There's going to be a flying Dragonite here as well.
So yeah, offering that super effective damage into the Volcarona, but it has just terrestrialized away from that weakness. And yeah, with the coaching coming out here, no fake out into that Sneasler slot from this Incineroar like in game 1 either. So it's able to get it straight off. Quiver Dance immediately after as well, showing its natural speed in that Dragonite. Good information for any future games as well, as now we're going to see the follow-up attacks.
Volcarona is primed and ready to go, but what has Victor Medina gone for? The Flying Terra Blast targeting down into that slot. It is going to do a significant chunk of damage. It's a one-hit KO, critical hit.
Another critical hit in our top cut set here at day 2 of the Regional Championships. It is seriously hotting up here. These Pokemon really love their trainers right now. Finding that weak point in that Volcarona, taking it out right through those defense boosts.
That's how you make a comeback, being able to get rid of the key strategy that Joanne was going for.
Oh, and the burn!
Oh, that even comes through. There is no messing around for Victor Medina. He wants to be going into that grand finals and is staking his claim to try and level out the score. This is about as good as a turn one gets.
Some could say just giving yourself a name gives you an advantage here, and Victor certainly is living up to that right now. And so going into the next turn, it's looking so strong. Sneasler has its damage output so weakened, but Baxcalibur is here. Joanne's signature Pokemon, you could almost say here, did so well to take out so many of Victor's Pokemon, and here it is again, still looking very strong. Any Flare Blitzes into that slot is going to give it a thermal exchange boost. You can't really do that. And if you're going to knock off, then that still has to happen after the Baxcalibur's already moved. So if Baxcalibur can start maybe setting up a scale shot, start getting that damage rolling a little bit, maybe correctly target around that Dragonite, whether it's going to protect or not, Joanne still definitely has a shot.
Yeah, we need to not get ahead of ourselves here. That was a fantastic turn one for Victor, but now that Baxcalibur is on the field and committing your Terror to your Dragonite means even if there was a Garchomp, you couldn't have that Steel typing in there. The Icicle Spear is going to come down onto the Dragonite. It's still going to take 2 times super effective damage as it is a flying type, and it looks like this Baxcalibur is going to be able to clean up. Interestingly enough, opting to get the KO here instead of maybe going for a scale shot into the opposing Incineroar just to be able to get that speed up for later, I think just shows that Joan wants rid of that Dragonite.
Yeah, 100%, so a really good target there. That Dragonite could have easily just protected on that turn, but it doesn't. Perhaps Victor, knowing that he's kind of in the driver's seat, he's got the advantage, he doesn't want to throw it away and say protect Dragonite and just to get a double up into that Incineroar and just lose it instantly. At least this way he kind of knows, all right, you either get my Dragonite down or you get my Incineroar down at this point, but at least then you get something off either way into this turn. But good job on Joanne to kind of capitalize off of that scenario and take the KO when he can.
And I like the parting shot as well. You obviously reduce the offensive pressure that the opposing Baxcalibur has. You can bring the Incineroar right back in, throw another Intimidate down, throw some more fake up pressure out on the field. You have effectively neutralized that Sneasler as well, thanks to the burn, so you don't have to worry as much about these close combats. And the Alolan Ninetales now on the field in a position to even clean up against that Sneasler. You could always go for that Blizzard and get some damage on the board, but you could also go for that Moonblast, and I'd always be tempted to go for the Moonblast into Baxcalibur and just get damage on the field. Ignore Sneasler, it's not doing anything right now. The double up could be key.
Yeah, and the Terror is already spent on the Volcarona as well.
Yes.
So it's a really nice option to kind of lock into it. It's really reliable too. And Rillaboom's actually coming in here at the moment. So actually, an Ice move may have been the play here, but Joanne, like switching up the Pokemon that he's brought here, seems to have really maybe caught Victor off guard a little bit here, and straight to the fake out too.
Yes, interestingly not slowing down this Baxcalibur.
Oh!
Moonblast does it though, it slows it completely in its tracks. It is gone, you've got rid of that threat, Victor.
An absolutely massively powerful attack as well, coming from that Ninetales, which has like very similar offensive stats to Talonflame, which isn't very much at all. But when you're dealing with the choice specs and those same type of attack bonuses and just generally powerful moves, suddenly you can turn any sort of Pokemon into a powerhouse when you want to.
Honestly, Ninetales is having a great time right now. There's no potential fake out from the Sneasler. Yes, there is, I suppose, from that Rillaboom, but at the same time, Alolan Ninetales can go for a Blizzard here with the guaranteed accuracy in the snow and just be able to deal destruction. Sneasler can go for a Dial Claw or it wants. It is burned, unless a secondary effect comes through, which it does not. Ninetales is going to be in the prime position to get another knockout.
Yep, Moonblast, another knockout there, and Rillaboom is standing with its back up against the wall in this game 2 of our semi-finals here. Ninetales also just healing up a little bit more, and because of the snow, it's going to make it very physically bulky versus all of the options that this Rillaboom has here. So yeah, what you can do is switch out Ninetales so you can switch it back in, lock into an Ice-type attack to be dealing even more damage to this Rillaboom too.
Yeah, Rillaboom completely pinned in. The battle is cancelled. We're going to a game 3 here in top 4. The story of Lille this weekend has been quick and fast 2-0s, but in Championship Sunday, we have seen things scale back. The heat is hotting up here in Lille, and these trainers are really doing everything they can to get their tournaments right to the end.
Speaking of heating up, that Volcarona was certainly heating up until everything kind of just fell apart for it when that Terra Blast just went straight for that critical hit through it. So you've got to wonder, haven't you? Does the game go differently without that critical hit? I think the answer is definitely yes. Like, it's not getting that KO through the defensive boost there. So Joanne could obviously do the same thing and say, right, okay, you're not gonna get that crit twice in a row, surely, right? But then Victor knows that's an option now. So, like, Joanne is probably a little bit frustrated right now to try and think about what he wants to do instead going forward into the next game.
I mean, taking a look at that lead, the Volcarona and the Sneasler, I love the way that Joanne was able to pilot that, and I'm just thinking, was that the correct play? Is it something to just go through again, like you were saying, or was there a more optimal mode without the use of hindsight that could have been done between these two. I feel like setting up was a really great option, and particularly considering that, you know, I don't think there's any way to get rid of it on the opposing side. We don't see any haze, for example. It's just that critical hit. I wouldn't be surprised to see Joanne try and run it back.
Yeah, I can see it happening too as well. Unless the Amoonguss comes in and tries to start sporing things, but then you'd probably need to commit the Terra Water as well. But let's see, is it the same thing again? No, it's the King Gambit setup this time.
Love to see it. It's shaken up by both our trainers here. Alone and Ninetales Incineroar, but the King Gambit on Joanne's side is going to catch that with its Defiant.
Yes, an amazing catch, actually. Like, King Gambit is exactly what you want for this lead. So Joanne kind of calling the leads really nicely in all 3 games at this moment. So this King Gambit on Joanne's side is that Swords Dance set with those safety goggles to really boost up those dark type attacks. So still not doing a lot of damage to the Ninetales, but it definitely has the freedom to start setting them up.
Yeah, Alola Ninetales doesn't have to worry about an Iron Head potentially, but this King Gambit in a prime position to maybe get set up. Instead, the double protect from the potential fake out, a really solid, safe, and consistent play from Joanne. Incineroar was targeting down into that opposing Sneasler, trying to potentially break that focus sash, but to no avail. Going into this next turn as well, you now have the opportunity, if you are that King Gambit, to either set up or just try and get some damage on the board. You have the boost. I don't really know what the Alola Ninetales is doing to you at this point.
Yeah, not a whole lot, really. However, the King Gambit is sort of forced to kind of go for the Terra here because from the Incineroar's Flare Blitz. And so if you're Terra-ing out that Seal typing into the pure Dark typing, then Blizzard is going to suddenly then hit a little bit harder at this point too. But with a coaching, as you mentioned as well, then the King Gambit might start to get out of range of, or needing to be scared of that Flare Blitz in the first place.
Well, it's actually the Sucker Punch straight away on the Ninetales, maybe allowing the Diaclaw to come through and get the knockout, but we've seen before it's underwhelming once an Intimidate is in play, and Ninetales is slowed down in the snow as well, thanks to that paralysis. It is completely stuck.
So Joe getting a little bit of his own back there after that great game 2 with the power into full power from Sneasler, doing what Sneasler does best on the majority of our teams here in day 2.
This time no burn as well coming through on the Flare Blitz, as Sneasler gets away with that, having dealt a bit of retaliation with the paralysis. But now, again, you're in this position, King Gambit can just go for another Sucker Punch. Could that be in range of the Ninetales?
Yeah, that's a great question. Like, it should do a similar amount of damage into the next turn, but is the Ninetale as much of a threat anymore as well is also the question here, because the focus actually still preserved on that Sneasler. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Ninetales is down and out for the count here, really not being able to get anything effectively done in this match, leaving Victor at 3 Pokemon so early on. Sneasler actually goes for the close combat as well into the Incineroar. It's not able to get the knockout though. Again, Intimidate coming through, and now the defense drops coming through on this Sneasler, leaving it incredibly vulnerable as Incineroar goes for the Flare Blitz, but it will go into that King Gambit. It's not going to be able to get the knockout. So much damage being dealt out here, but 2 Pokemon just hanging on.
So yeah, we've got the chip down on that Sneasler. The King Gambit's also chipped down quite nicely too. But Victor only has 2 Pokemon left versus Joanne 6. It's looking very much like a game 1 yet again. Except Victor needs to try and go into the driver's seat right now. This King Gambit was the Swords Dance set, then we may be looking at a slightly better position, but the King Gambit is the Assault Vest instead on Victor's end. So there's no kind of setup to kind of go around. So Joanne isn't going to be punished too hard by playing defensive and protecting.
Yes, and I like this play here, just going for the extreme speed. You've had your defenses dropped by the close combat previously, so this was going to be the knockout needed. As the King Gambit on Joanne's side can go for that Cowtown Cleave. Does a significant chunk to Dragonite, also breaks that multi-scale, but the low kick on Victor's side, almost saying like anything you can do, I can do better, I can get a knockout instead.
So we've gone from 4-4 to 4-2 to 2-2.
Hey, this is ill, right? This is what we're doing.
Exactly. And so does that mean this turn we're just going to get a double knockout into the next turn? I don't know. But Baxcalibur is here, and therefore anything is possible.
Oh, do you know what's also a little bit interesting is you've got the Baxcalibur that can deal super effective damage to the Dragonite, and the Volcarona that can deal with this King Gambit so beautifully. This could be a very detrimental spot for Victor. He's going to have to think carefully about the speed tiers here and how they interact.
Yeah, 100%. And because the Ninetales has been brought to the match from Victor, this Baxcalibur has so much defensive boost behind it as well. So not really feeling the pressure at all to kind of like Terror or anything like that, because it's got that natural bulk to it. The question I want to ask though, is it enough to kind of survive a double up? And there's actually the Protect.
Yes, defensive play from Joanne here, wanting to keep the Dragon on his side protected, and it's going to be matched by the protection of the Dragon type on Victor's side. Volcarona just goes straight away for a Heat Wave here, obviously not going to connect into Dragonite, but can it find its mark on its true intended target with that King Gambit? It looks like another one isn't going to be able to get the knockout. No detrimental effects coming through as the Kowtow clear, revealing that it will actually get the 2-hit KO if it's able to get another one in this match.
So we have the last turn of Snow now having run out. The Baxcalibur a little bit more vulnerable now to any further attacks this time. And as we saw before, the Volcarona does actually naturally outspeed the Dragonite on Victor's end. So we know it's going to be able to get an attack off before Extreme Speed, for instance, comes out too. But Victor has those double priority attacks here, which he can really make the most of. Joanne's Volcarona can't protect, but if it can get off a cheeky Rage Powder, that would redirect any sort of Sucker Punches away. But then Baxcalibur can't deal with it at the same time either. So it kind of locks down King Gambit and Volcarona in that sort of position. So maybe a Terror will kind of switch things up a little bit here, Lou.
Yeah, ending things in style. On the broadcast here, we're going to see the Fairy Terrestrialization come through from the Volcarona. Speaking of priority on Victor's side, however, Joanne has the utility to go for something like the Ice Shard on that Baxcalibur as well into the Broken Mortar Scale of that Dragonite. It could be detrimental, but that is why we still have Terrestrialization in play for both of our trainers. It's going to be on that Dragonite, so it would still be dealing super effective damage, but at least it wouldn't be 4 times effective.
So the Terror Blast is going to be very effective into either of these targets right now. It's the biggest damaging move that Victor has at the moment. But it's the Extreme Speed coming out instead.
Not enough.
The Boxer, not enough indeed. Flame Body Proc, not yet.
Ice Shard, however, is not enough either to be able to get the KO on this Dragonite. A Sucker Punch priority left, right, and center gets the KO. It's now Baxcalibur against both of these Pokemon on Victor's side. It has all its HP remaining, however. Is it going to be enough?
Amazing play from Victor there, just to double down real hard into that slot. And the King Gambit now, it's a Steel type. This Baxcalibur has Dragon and Ice moves only, so it's definitely not going to be doing very much damage at all. At this point, Victor can just lock into Extreme Speed and a reliable move such as that Iron Head to potentially close this out. Barring critical hits potentially to happen this time, it's looking real strong, but Baxcalibur is a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, Dragonite goes through the Extreme Speed, does about 1/5 of damage there onto Baxcalibur that can go for the Icicle Spear. Now, it's not doing a huge amount of damage. You maybe need a few critical hits in here, and that's asking for a lot. King Gambit is going to be able to hang on and retaliate with that Iron Head that we know can deal a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, and there it is, that Iron Head to finish off that Baxcalibur. There it is, yes! Victor Medina takes it and advances to the final of the Lille Regional Championships. What in style!
Oh my goodness, what a set. In style indeed, David. The way that Victor Medina was able to play that match. So many twists and turns. That Baxcalibur coming out so dominantly from Joanne in that set. But ultimately, it came down to the King Gambit, a Pokemon that I've seen Victor pilot so masterfully this tournament, being the victor right at the end. I mean, what an incredible set. What a treat.
I know, what a treat. We had exactly that. Like, and really cool to see all these different Pokemon that we just haven't seen like too much of. This Baxcalibur, it really is like the sort of meta breaker there. And obviously, Dragon and Ice is not rated to Steel types, which seems to be on every single team, but it always seems to find a way around to get into the heads of their opponents and to kind of just target down all of these dragons that seem to be absolutely everywhere.
Exactly, and particularly in this set as well. Speaking of dragons, the Baxcalibur in game 1 for Joanne was so dominant. It honestly just got set up very early with that Scale Shot boosting up its speed, and then there wasn't really anything Victor could do around it. Every single Pokemon he brought was being outsped, and those Icicle Spears were stacking up, the Scale Shots were stacking up. It really then came down to kind of, okay, game 2 game plan. What are we going to do? How are we going to be able to adjust? And the fact that that Baxcalibur wasn't out front and center meant that Victor had an opening. He was a bit like, okay, I can play a different version of the game. I'm going to see you doubling down onto this. Volcarona putting all your eggs in that basket, and the tremendous critical hit from that Dragonite was just amazing, giving Victor that momentum, and I think the energy needed to be able to have that confidence to go through the game.
100%. I think it sums it up really well there, Lou, honestly. Like, there's so much game planning going on, especially when you get into this kind of top 4 set here. And knowing your opponent's probably done a little bit of thinking about what they're going to do about the set too. So you need to, like, really double down into the bulk of your Pokemon, but also kind of obviously that offense that we see as well, breaking through any sort of setup right there. And that's sort of the crux of a lot of these Pokemon teams, right? There's a lot of setup in some aspects, but then when you have so much priority to get around, say, speed or the opportunity to get those critical hits, then setup can be just completely wasted. So when you have a Baxcalibur that can do a little bit of both, it's even better.
Exactly, and the other thing that I love to see was this Alolan Ninetales. It was able to get that big KO with the Moonblast as well, that same type attack bonus down into the opposing Baxcalibur. I was a little bit worried in this game 3, though, as you were saying, where the snow was on the field, the Alolan Ninetales wasn't able to do the damage that it dealt in game 2, that actually the snow was helping the Baxcalibur on the opposing side, but the turns perfectly aligned where it ended before the Baxcalibur needed to take any damage.
Yeah, it ended so perfectly. And I like the King Gambit kind of preservation as well from Victor's end too. That Steel type, knowing you want it versus that Baxcalibur, and you don't want it in front of that Volcarona as well. So kind of saving it for when the Baxcalibur is kind of revealed, I really love that as well. And even versus the Volcarona, if you're at a point where it's kind of chipped down just enough that it's suddenly in Sucker Punch range, suddenly it's not a threat anymore, and you can deal with it so effectively, which we saw Victor do to like a great effect.
That's very true, and the other thing I'm super excited about is in our grand finals, we're going to have a potential weather wall going down. Tyranitar versus the Alolan Ninetales, one of my personal picks for this particular tournament. I know our co-caster Lee Provost will be very happy to see Tyranitar in the finals as well, one of his personal favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. We've got loads of Pokemon favorites at the moment. Like, Tyranitar's amazing. It used to be incredible in previous formats, especially. Dynamax, it was great too. And Z-Moves, it was great as well. And even going back to like 2013, 2014, it was great too. And it's sort of dropped off a little bit recently. And I think just from its raw stats and its ability to take on so many hits, it's not a wonder it finds its relevance somewhere in every single series.
And unless I'm seeing double or, you know, I've got some spooky mystical aura going on, I think we're going to actually have 12 unique Pokemon in this grand finals as well. In a meta that seems to be so dominant with some of the classics like Rillaboom and, okay, classics like Sneasler, but it's very popular at the moment. It's actually going to be such a diverse finals, and I know that is something so exciting for a load of viewers out there. Maybe you're watching for the first time and you want to be inspired, you have a whole plethora of Pokemon to pick from.
100%, and I think the weather is an aspect that really kind of changes the aspect of the game, and the terrains as well. These kind of field effects I really love, because it adds in another layer of that complexity on top of stat boosts, typings, terror, and if you can master every aspect of that, it really shows how you can get all the way to this point and start to be a contender to win a region.
Were any of these 12 Pokemon on your caster predictions here, David?
The Corviknight.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So we're going to be kind of battling against each other in a way with the Alolan Ninetales and the Corviknight. And I think in that particular match, the Corviknight maybe comes through as the victor. But that said, this one doesn't have any of those Steel-type moves, so maybe the Alolan Ninetales could come through.
Yeah, potentially. We'll have to see. I don't know. And, well, actually, to be fair, it's Terra Water as well, so it gets hit by the super effective Freeze Dry, too.
Okay, some mind games, maybe. I'm glad we're not the ones battling. We get to sit back, watch, and enjoy. Get a front row seat in a way, though, but it really will come down to our trainers to get their composure now ahead of this finals, because at this point, they've made it. They've made it to that final stage. They've battled out through over 700 competitors to be down to the final 2. But there's nothing like that taste of victory if you can become the champion at the end of the day.
I know. There's a lot of players who kind of come into a tournament mindset in a regional and kind of go, right, I just take one game at a time.
Yes.
Right, you go, one more win would be great. One more win would be great. One win would be great. But when you're in the finals, obviously, you've gotten to the finals, that's incredible. But when one win away is the champion, suddenly it might mean a little bit more there than, say, a win in round 3 to win in round 4. So the pressure must be really on here, especially for Nils Dunlop, who could win this for a 3rd time as well. And another regional.
Well, yeah, and a trainer like Victor Medina, who's come so close so many times as well, really wants to be able to go all the way. So I think it's time to maybe hear from some of our trainers as well. Let's kick it to an interview and catch up with them.
Victor, you've made the finals.
I made
Congratulations.
Finals. Thank you.
Trying to keep the energy lower key for you now. But how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling so good. It's the first time I've made finals in a major, but now there's one step left, win the finals. So I really want to win finals today, but I'm feeling very proud of myself, very proud of my game plans and everything. So let's see what I can do.
So you should. And I'm sure the community around you is feeling just as proud as well. You worked so hard to get this position, so huge congratulations to you. Now, if we reflect on that game that we had there, Joanne, of course, won the first game, but then you were able to adapt and win games 2 and 3. What do you think worked for Joanne in game 1?
I mean, these games were crazy, the 3 of them. Like, I felt like I was in a pretty good spot in game 1, but then Icicle Spear KO'd my Ninetales with 5 hits and a very fortunate roll. And then he got like all the turns right, but I had like to hard guess because at that point, the game was almost over when he KO'd my Ninetales. And then game 2, I completely hacked him. It was so bad. Turn 1, the game is over. And then game 3, I thought he was going to adapt to Excalibur Sneasler. So I opened with Ninetale Insim because King Gambit could be a bad lead against my Dragonite. So he got me in the lead and he got the para. So I thought I was in a pretty bad spot. I tried to read everything. I also was surprised that his King Gambit was faster than mine. But at the end of the day, I won that crazy endgame. I didn't get burned. That was a bit lucky. So I don't know, it was RNG, but I end up winning and I'm feeling super good, super excited to play my first finals. But yeah.
We've all got to hold our breaths whenever a physical attack goes into that Volcarona. Is there going to be that flame body activation? Now, in game 2, as you said, there was a very fortunate critical hit as well as the burn onto the Sneasler over on Joanne's side. Had that not happened, what was your game plan in that game 2?
To be honest, I think even if that didn't happen in turn 1, I really got a good spot in the game because he led with Volcarona, expecting a Ninetales on my end, and I think with Flare Blitz plus Terra Blast, I was in a really good spot. I think it was in KO range for extreme speed, so that was very fortunate. I could Flare Blitz even without the burn. I think I won, but it was very fortunate. So I don't know. I still think I was in a good spot, but yeah.
Yeah, no, you certainly were. Well, that's what you have to do in order to adapt based on whatever your opponent might throw at you, keeping ahead in the game, keep that game plan strong. Fantastic to hear, Victor. So, it's the finals coming up next. I know this is such an impossible question, Victor, but we got to ask, how are you feeling about the finals?
About finals? Well, to be honest, I don't even know Niels' team yet.
Okay.
Like, I was focusing round by round. I know Niels is in the finals. I know he's a great player. Funny thing is that when we were both 6-1, we told each other, we don't want to face each other. If we face, it's in finals, okay? And here we are, in finals. I'm facing Niels. He's a great guy. I'm so excited because he's such an amazing player. I think he's one of the best in Europe right now. So facing him in finals, it's so good.
Yeah.
In my first finals also.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's amazing.
The Clefable writes itself. You and Nils, of course, you're players who respect each other a lot. You both have such a standing in the community. I can tell you we have 12 different Pokemon in the grand finals right now.
That's crazy.
No repeated Pokemon. So it's going to be an absolute thriller for you guys to play, for us all to enjoy from the sidelines. Victor, wish you all the very best of luck for that. Are there any shout-outs you want to give right now?
Well, kind of the same that I did before to my esports team, Sport Maniacos, Juste, Alex Soto, and then to Carlos Cabal, Antonio Sanchez, Sufi, Miguel. I want to shout out also like the American players that helped me with some stuff that I had in the team. I didn't know if it was Terra Ghost, the Ninetale, if it was Terra's Ice, and Justin Tang, Giovanni, and Paul Chua, of course, helped me so much. So I have to be very thankful for them.
Absolutely. There are so many people that go into building the right teams, getting the prep done for a tournament like this, and it served you so well. All right, Victor, we're going to let you go and get ready for the finals. Trainers, why would you go anywhere? Don't move a muscle. We're about to have one of the hypest finals we've ever seen. Stay there, and we'll be right back.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp. The crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
So Pokemon trainers, it's nearly time to crown our champion. We have whittled it down to 2 remaining Pokemon trainers, Victor Medina and Nils Dunlop, and one of them will be, in a matter of moments, our Lille Regional Champion.
Hundreds of Pokemon battles happened over the last 2 days, and in the end, it's down to only 2 players. And of course, only one of them can win it all. And, well, we're always looking, of course, for these, like, histories, or we're looking at what is the story between the players coming up, and I think this one just writes itself, right? We got Nils on the one hand.
Yes.
EUIC champion, 2-time regional champion, top 8 at Worlds in seniors before.
So consistent.
Top 16 at Worlds before. I think he might have even had another top 8 at Worlds.
There were a lot of back-to-back good finishes at the World Championships for Nils.
Absolutely. And then on the other hand, we have Victor Medina, a player who has been, I think, probably one of, if not the most consistent player we have on the circuit right now. Top 8, top 16, top 8 at regionals, at international championships. But one thing that he's been missing so far is that title.
At #1 spot.
#1 on a medal, on a trophy. He's had, yeah, top 4 at EUIC, I think, twice at this point. So, I mean, in his room, I would assume, there are a couple of trophies decorating the room nicely. Yes. But of course, what would look even nicer and even better is that #1 trophy. So yeah, I've known him for a while, and I know how much this win would mean for him.
Yes.
So whether he would be able to take down the Titan that is Nils Dunlop, that remains to be seen.
Both of them have been so consistent in previous years of competitive play, and this season already as well, they're showing that dominance. And they've gone through quite a bracket of trainers to be able to get to this #1 spot. If you just look at the caliber of Pokemon players they've had to overcome to get to this spot, it's incredible.
Yeah, Nils Dunlop, of course, taking down Eduardo Cunha, world champion of 2022, and then Giuseppe, another regional champion. So he already managed to beat the champions of the past,
in a
so
way,
to say.
yes.
And now he will go up against Victor.
And honestly, both these trainers, in case you missed it, their top 4 matches, both of them were sublime. Nils Dunlop versus Giuseppe, that Indeedee, I am not going to forget that for as long as I live. At the very ends of defeat, Indeedee was able to clutch out the victory with an amazing critical hit. And on the other side, Victor Medina against Joan Garcia in that Game 2. Game 1 had gone disastrously for Victor, and in Game 2, Turn 1, he got a critical hit with his Dragonite into the opposing Volcarona that had coaching, had a Quiver Dance, and was primed to take the set. And Victor was like, no, I'm going to be the finalist. And it was just incredible play from both of these trainers.
And that is exactly what our game is about sometimes. I mean, we have these two players who tournament after tournament after tournament are bringing consistent strategies and are playing their best at a super high level every time. And then eventually the cards will fall your way. And this is what happened this time. So yeah, well, I can't wait to see what happens between the two. Will there be some more critical hits? Is it going to come down to some positioning, some predictions? Because yeah, the matchup that we're seeing as well, I think this is a very unique one.
Yes, there's 12 unique Pokemon in this match as well, and in a tournament where the meta is starting to kind of level out a little bit more, we're seeing a lot of Sneasler, the Rillaboom as well. We're actually going to be able to see a whole plethora of Pokemon here, very unique choices as well. Tyranitar, I don't think anyone was expecting to see in Grand Finals. Alolan Ninetales, I was hoping would make it there, but it has been able to come in so strongly and potentially bring a weather war to the field for these final matches.
And you called it perfectly in your caster predictions, right? I mean, well, the Tyranitar didn't make it on there.
Next time it will.
But you were talking about all weekend long how weather is really what you think is like in the core of this format, trying to get the right weather condition on the field to support your Pokemon. The Ninetales, though, it's not really supporting anything on Torviv's team in a way, on Victor's team. Instead, it's really just there to deal the damage itself.
Exactly. This Choice Specs Ninetales has really come up into the rankings where it's able to deal so much damage with these blizzards, hitting both opposing Pokemon. But also we saw in Victor Medina's last match how that Alolan Ninetales was able to go for the Moonblast. So much damage into the Baxcalibur that was giving the team so much trouble. So having that really nice Ice and Fairy typing, when you consider there's a lot of dragons out there. We got Dragonite, we got Garchomp, Baxcalibur, for example. Actually being able to have Ice and Fairy type is really, really nice.
And then on the other side, so you were talking about how weather is going to be important.
Yes.
I was talking about terrain, because terrain, of course, is another one of those conditions. And I had that in DD Mail up on my caster predictions. And yeah, well, who is it going to be? Is it going to be that Indeedee claiming the title? Or, I mean, I guess I can have Garchomp on there anyway. So no matter who wins, I can say I predicted it all.
Do you know what I quite like as well? If we actually look at David's roster here, there is the Corviknight.
Yep.
We got Corviknight on Nils' team. On yours here as well, we've obviously got that Indeedee. We've got the Garchomp as well. And the Magmar to boot. No, none of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Myself, we've got obviously the Alolan Ninetales. Charlie,
he had the Volcarona.
He did have the Volcarona. It came very, very close, but unfortunately just wasn't to be. But I think actually our predictions on a whole, when we look at kind of the top cut, have been very successful.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
let's go us.
Yeah, let's go us. I'm sure we can discuss that later on in the lounge to close the show as well. And then one of us will be saying, hey, I knew all along, like my Pokemon that I predicted won the entire tournament. And maybe multiple of us will be able to say that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're obviously not battling in the tournament ourselves. We're back behind the desk. So these are the little wins that we get over the course of the weekend. The rivalries that we get to build up.
Absolutely. So, yeah, well, we didn't get to see a Yanma or Yanmega this time around. I mean, there's always a next tournament, you know?
Exactly. We didn't get to see any Gastrodon either. I hear it's been making waves over on Pokemon Go, but on Pokemon Video Game, coming off its top 8 finish in Louisville, unfortunately, Lille hasn't quite picked it up. Yet. It's going to happen. I promise, Marcus, you might breathe an exasperated sigh, but I promise you, Gastrodon is going to be there one day.
Yeah, I mean, something that is just so beautiful about this format, and I feel like a broken record at this point, but I just cannot stress enough how many different strategies we've been seeing over the course of this format, and we're only kind of at the halfway point. So there's still plenty of time, plenty of tournaments to join in the action and try out this Regulation H format for yourself. And maybe some of our caster predictions might inspire some of you to try out these Pokemon for yourself.
Yes, and if not us, our amazing players we've been able to showcase throughout the broadcast. Obviously, we don't want you going anywhere. We want you staying front and center for the Grand Finals. But after this match, you can maybe go back, look at the videos on YouTube and Twitch, and catch up with how the whole tournament has gone down, because there have been so many inspirational moments from maybe tried and tested consistent teams, those Sneaslers, those Rillabooms, for example, but then also some really unique choices. If you missed it yesterday, there was an Avalugg. Even today, we got to see the Hisuian Samurott again. Very interesting.
Yeah, maybe those are some Pokemon that will make it onto the next caster prediction graphic for one of our next events. But yeah, talking about that, I'm really ready for this final.
Me too. I've had the pleasure of being able to watch both these top 4 matches, and the fact that they came down nail-biting to the wire gave us so many exciting moments to recall. It really has set up for a fantastic final. I honestly said from the very beginning of yesterday, when we saw these really quirky Pokemon choices, that Lille has already been a regional that's going to be hard to beat. It's been so inspiring, so motivating for myself, for the players, for the viewers at home. I've been hearing how engaged you guys have been with the broadcast as well. And now to be able to see the finals actually scale up this way in such beautiful storytelling. Honestly, what more could you want on a Halloween-themed event?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so much fun to cover this event so far, and it's going to be a lot of fun covering this finals, and for you at home, of course, to watch it. I've been able to talk to some of the players and also to both of our finalists, and both of them really expressed the joy that they're experiencing.
That's good.
At some of these events. Of course, for them it's going well as well, and of course they're probably also feeling good about this. But as we are progressing now in the season and going even beyond Lille, I mean, there are many more opportunities for our players to enjoy playing the game, right?
Yes, not just regional championships, but the Latin America International Championships are just around the corner for our trainers as well. And a lot of them might indeed have been using this weekend as kind of a testing ground to maybe see what Pokemon archetypes they want to be able to bring and how the meta is shaping up so they can make an accurate call going into such a prestigious international event. I mean, the regionals are fantastic. I love being able to be a part of these, but at the international stage, you can battle against trainers that aren't from your region that maybe you wouldn't have had the opportunity to test your skills against before.
Yeah, exactly. And at Latin America International Championships, that is going to be the major tournament, of course, happening in this Regulation H format. So this is really what it all comes down to. One might say the summit of these tournaments that we're having. And I think everything that trainers are bringing to some of our regional level events will have an impact to the metagame happening then at LAIC.
And they are a lot more limited as well. I think we have around 8 regionals or special events here, and across the pond in NA they have the same kind of number, but these international events, there are only 3 in the entire season. We have the Latin America International Championships, the European one, and the North American event as well. And all 3 of these staggered out, you know, really nicely throughout the year, give you an opportunity to be able to really test your skills against what could almost be like a world level event in some ways.
Absolutely. So they give the players the opportunity to test their skills, and they give us the opportunity to enjoy some awesome Pokemon. So I know what I'll be doing when that is happening. I will be sitting on the couch, tuning in and enjoying some really good Pokemon.
Yes, it's definitely a way to be able to be inspired. If maybe you're newer to the broadcast, have been playing a little bit of Pokemon, but not so much the competitive scene, you want to be able to stick around for this grand final, but don't forget to check out these future events as well with international superstars in the Pokemon video game. There will be so many trainers who might be coming out to their first international championship, for example, and then being able to, you know, maybe even go all the way. We've seen it on the regional level. Internationals is a little bit more rare for maybe those newcomers to be able to make it all the way to finals, but who knows, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, and I think we might have a little teaser
of
some of these events. So let's have a look at that.
Yeah, let's have a look.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test, but will we go all the way? Here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Or just a smile on his face, Prince.
You hope.
Fabio Musicat, Robbie, Marco Humbata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
Yeah, awesome to see some impressions here of last year's Latin America International Championships. And of course, Marco Silva, who we also got to feature yesterday on the broadcast, ended up winning that event. And yeah, looking forward to seeing whether he will try to defend the title. And yeah, November 15th to 17th, definitely something that I have marked on my calendar and that I can suggest all of you also should mark on yours.
Yes, make sure to get all of those dates in your diary so you don't miss a second of the Pokemon action in the 2025 season. And speaking of action, our finalists are ready on the stage. You got Victor Medina on the left-hand side of your screen and Nils Dunlop on the right. Two trainers who, again, have been in these positions before. They know what it takes to get to this final stage. But Nils is the only one who knows how to take it all the way. Victor Medina has come so close so many times before, and he's hungry for that first place spot.
Absolutely, and I think it's his first finals.
Oh, his first actual finals.
Yes.
Oh, that's very interesting
I think
to know.
top 4 was
the peak.
The peak so far, and this is where he was defeated many times, but now overcoming that hurdle, maybe he will be able to also overcome the next obstacle, which is Nils Dunlop. We've said it before, and we'll probably see his achievements on screen in a little bit, but yeah, he is a champion, multiple champion. So
yeah,
I mean,
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for sure, but looking at how both players are just sitting there and waiting a little bit longer until we get our okay from the judges that everything is being set up. I think Nils, also in the lounge, I think he was a little bit like, oh, I'm here to play for fun.
He's so relaxed, right?
He's really relaxed. And then Victor, on the other hand, I mean, he looked relaxed up until the point in Game 3 when he realized, oh, I have a chance to win this. Because that top 4 game, it didn't look good for him at all, right?
Yes, it got very dicey towards the end as well, but was just able to clutch out the victory, particularly after Game 1, where he was really on the back foot. It almost looked a little bit like we were going to have a Lille-style special where it was a very fast 2-0, but Victor said, no, this is my moment, this is my time. And he was able to pull it back so tremendously and get himself into the final. And I think you're right, though. There's some point in any match where you play where sometimes you're like, I'm just going through, not going through the moves, but you're just going one turn at a time, making sure that you're making the right plays, and then at some point you're like, I can win this, I can win this. And it's about holding your nerve in those moments and seeing the win condition, not, over-predicting or overthinking, and Victor did it perfectly.
Yeah, and then there was this moment in Game 3 of his top 4, staring down that Volcarona, and he had to double it with the Extreme Speed and Sucker Punch.
Yes.
And he had to hope that Flame Body does not activate. And he was like, just like crossing his fingers. It's like, okay, like this is the moment. Like, please, Kingambit, don't let me down. But yeah, Kingambit did not get burned. Got the knockout on the Volcarona, got the knockout on the Excalibur, and now here we are with Victor in the finals.
And considering how Joanne had played the previous match against Jonathan Masters, there were so many secondary effects coming in. Flame bodies, Dire Claw activations as well. So I think if I'd been Victor Medina, I wouldn't have been hedging my bets against it, thinking that Volcarona wouldn't activate the Flame Body. But thankfully for Victor, it did not. And he was able to advance to this grand final.
And now it is time to get ready. Both our players are seated. Nils Dunlop, Victor Medina. There can only be one champion here at the Lille Regional Championships.
Moments away from finding out who is going to be able to take that #1 spot. You can see Victor Medina actually looking out at the crowd. He's got a lot of supporters here rooting for him. They've been rooting for him since day 1 of his Pokemon career, being able to see where he's got to. He's looking towards them now, trying to soak up those last moments of atmosphere and encouragement. At this event, we also have the finals of Pokemon Go, Pokemon trading card games. So there's so much energy out there for these trainers to get hold of.
Yeah, and he was just looking over there to the judge and was like, can we start? Can we start?
I want to go now.
I want to go. And the judge was like, okay, just like one more moment. And yeah, you can just feel the anticipation both players are having here for this finals. And here, once again, we are seeing some of their previous accomplishments.
Yes, as a recap as well, Victor Medina, this is his first final, has come so close before. It's almost hard to think that he's never been in this position before, because I'm so used to seeing him in these top finishes, NAIC and EUIC top 4 finishes, as well as recently this season getting top 32, and he has done masterfully well since then.
Yeah, and then on the other side, Nils Dunlop, he's a champion.
Yes.
Champion of Europe, a champion of Richmond, and a champion of Malmö. So I said it before, he might be the only player, and please use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to potentially correct me. He might be the only player in our video game circuit who has won regionals both in Europe and in the NA circuit.
And use social media and that hashtag #PlayPokemon indeed to let us know who you are rooting for. Who is it you want to win? Victor Medina or Nils Dunlop? Or is there a particular Pokemon on these teams that you are rooting for? Because there are 12 unique Pokemon in this match. Let's take a deeper dive at Victor Medina's team.
Yeah, this is a composition that has been on the top of regulation age since the very, very first tournament we've had in this format, which was Baltimore Regionals, where Paul Chua masterfully piloted this same 6 Pokemon to a second place finish. And Paul Chua was part of a team building group together with some other very strong players, including Gabriel Agadi from Brazil, who took the same team to a win in Joinville. So now the third appearance of these same 6 Pokemon in the finals. If you've been following VGC, then you know how this team composition goes together, but basically it is using the backbones of Amoonguss, Incineroar, and Assault Vest King Gambit as a defensive way and defensive core to switch, and then you have the offensive Dragon types in Garchomp, Dragonite, and that Alolan Ninetales to deal all the damage.
So it has a winning reputation already, but if it is a tried and tested team, then Nils Dunlop surely has a game plan against it if it's something you might expect trainers to pick up. He has a very unique team, was not expecting to see this Tyranitar Excadrill combination, but also the Corviknight has been a key Pokemon for him because not a lot of Pokemon have a good matchup against it.
Absolutely, yeah. So on the one hand, Victor's team, very established. Nils' team is completely new. We have not seen something like this any time before. The Corviknight with a Psychic Seed and Power Trip. Power Trip, I think this might be the very first time that we're seeing a Power Trip Corviknight making an appearance in some of these later stages in a tournament. But so far, masterfully piloting this team, combining the Tyranitar Sandstream ability and Sandrush on the Excadrill, boost the speed, and then finding opportunities to use that so powerful Earthquake from the Excadrill to decimate the foes.
Particularly with the synergy of the fact you've got a Corviknight that's a flying type, you also have the Tyranitar that has that flying Terror type that we've seen Nils utilize when it's on the field next to this Excadrill, enables that damage to be dealt out to the opposing Pokemon in full force. You also have the ground terrestrialization on Excadrill that will, you know, reduce some of the potential weaknesses you've got, but also give an extra boost to that Earthquake.
So looking at these teams, I think once again for Nils the question will be, should the Corviknight come? Because if the Corviknight comes, then usually also the Indeedee should come.
Agreed.
to activate the Psychic Seed. And the question I have is, if that happens, then how would Victor deal with that Corviknight? Because just looking at the main sources of damage we talked about, Garchomp cannot really hit the Corviknight. Dragonite cannot really hit the Corviknight at all. Ninetales, can hit it a little bit, but then also Amoonguss and Incineroar have a hard time hitting this Corviknight. It's really one of those Pokemon, Corviknight. It's just so difficult to hit for super effective damage. And then if it can get the boosts in defense and special defense, using Bulk Up and that Psychic Seed, it might be so difficult to knock out. So definitely, I think Corviknight might be the centerpiece here in the plan of Nils, but we've seen Nils switch things up before, so maybe
that's true.
He'll surprise us once again, wouldn't be the first time, and do something completely different.
I think you make a good point though. The Incineroar on Victor's team with that Flare Blitz could be a really great way to deal with Corviknight, but it's naturally bulky anyway. You have that bulk up, you have the potential coaching as well to come through from the Sneasler, which is just going to make things even harder for these physical attackers. It's going to be difficult, and I feel like if Nils can set that Corviknight up correctly and position it in a way that Victor cannot deal with it, then it's just going to be able to be a little bit more of a slower paced game, but a successful one for Nils.
Yeah, Nils' team definitely has this option to go for a very fast-paced, straight-out beat-down kind of game with the Tyranitar, Excadrill, Sneasler, but he can also take it slow, set up that Corviknight, and yeah, I think identifying, for Victor it's going to be important, identifying which strategy is Nils going for, and then saving the right Pokemon for the right time.
Well, it's time, Pokemon trainers. The battle has begun. It is Corviknight and Sneasler out of the blocks for Nils, and Victor has gone for Garchomp and Amoonguss.
Yeah, Amoonguss is one of those Pokemon where, especially against this lead combination, but also against some of the other Pokemon on Nils' team, it is pretty free to go for some spores. Now, the one Pokemon, of course, on Nils' team that would really help against that is that Vital Spirit Magmar. That would follow me, could redirect any spores and would be a really good counter. However, if you want to bring the Corviknight, you probably want to bring the Indeedee, and then can you really afford to bring the Magmar? Because then where's all the damage coming from? So I think Victor is saying here, okay, if you want to focus on Corviknight, you probably didn't bring the Magmar, and that would make you weak to my Amoonguss.
And I like this terrestrialization as well, because you could potentially see something like a coaching with the Brave Bird to deal so much damage into the grass type that was that Amoonguss, but now that it's water type, it might have a better position here. Sneasler's actually just going to go straight away for the fake out, stop the Amoonguss for going for any spores on this particular turn, but the Stomping Tantrum will find its mark on Sneasler and take a one-hit KO.
Yeah, and there's no focus action on that Sneasler. That is a White Herb, so just straight up that one-hit KO, but now that gives Corviknight one turn to set up that bulk up.
I really like this play, though, because you've enabled the Corviknight to get that defense boost up against anything that maybe Garchomp sent this way, but also critically the attack boost. That can be really helpful with something like a Brave Bird to deal a huge amount of damage. And it does give Nils the utility to bring in a Pokemon from the back. If it is something like that Magmar, you have that Vital Spirit ability. You can draw away in any spores, and Corviknight has a great time.
Yeah, Victor kind of committing here with that Terra Water, but oh, it looks like it is that Magmar. So yeah, Nils' team might not be that weak to Amoonguss at all, but now Victor has committed the Terrestrialization already. But I guess at the same time, if it is Magmar for Nils, then, well, what is the last Pokemon? Because, well, you already took out Sneasel, one Pokemon that can do a ton of damage. So yeah, if it was that Indeedee, then Nils' team really doesn't have that many options to do a lot of damage, and you still have Garchomp, of course, which cannot really deal with a Corviknight, but can definitely deal with a Magmar.
And it looks like Victor's going to change up the ball position actually as well to capitalize on this. Going for the Ninetales, bringing the first weather of this Grand Finals to the floor. The snow is in the sky. This means that you can potentially go for something like a Blizzard on the next turn as Magmar does what it does best, redirects away any potential damage like that Spore that was potentially in play as Dragon Claw comes through. That's probably the only move I think that the Garchomp has that could actually connect onto that opposing Corviknight, but Corviknight happy to go for another bulk up here.
Yeah. Victor playing it a little bit safe here. Of course, he could have gone for a Stomping Tantrum into that Magmar as well, but it is actually the Terra Flying option on the Magmar. So that could have been a way for Nils to mitigate all that damage and ignore it completely. So yeah, I think it's a nice play here by Victor, not really taking too much of a risk, but instead going for the safe Dragon Claw for some guaranteed damage, instead of risking the Terra Flying on the Magmar.
These bulk ups as well are going to help that Power Trip.
Oh, wow.
Excessive damage. Tyranitar's going to override. We have a Weather Wall, Marcus. I'm happy to see it as the Blizzard comes through. It does manage and get the freeze. Oh my goodness, Ninetales is off the chain right now.
Big freeze here, Corviknight frozen in its place. Let's see if it will be able to move this turn. No, it is not. No Indeedee though on Nils' team. Instead, it is that Tyranitar. That is probably something that Victor, was also surprised by seeing, because it looked that if you were bringing the Corviknight, well, its item, that Psychic Seed, how do you activate it? Well, you need the Indeedee for that. But no, instead, Nils said, okay, I prefer to have the Magmar against the Amoonguss, and I also want to have the Tyranitar against that Ninetales. But because Ninetales was able to hit both Blizzards and get this freeze, this is a huge lead here for Victor.
Ninetales knows that it's in the finals. It's got to find the accuracy regardless of what weather is on the field. Also, the Tyranitar will get the special defense boost from the Sand being in effect right now, so that is going to help it out a little bit more against its opposing Ninetales. But honestly, you still have utility with something like the Moonblast. That's something Tyranitar's not going to appreciate, and it's taken a huge amount of damage.
So now a question for Victor is, do you just want to stay in and attack again with a shaky accuracy of Blizzard in the Sandstream, or do you want to... He's going for it, and it does hit again. Wow, that is a risky play, but it might just pay off as Dragon Claw knocks out this Tyranitar.
Tyranitar really doesn't do anything in this match. The Sandstorm has done nothing to stop the accuracy of this Ninetales, and the Corviknight still frozen in animation and not able to break through.
Yeah, so every turn there's going to be a chance that this Corviknight finally unthaws and gets off an attack, but not this turn. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Victor, of course.
Yes, you get every opportunity then to capitalize on getting some more damage on the field. Magmar rejoins. You could always try and go for some redirection to save from the Dragon Claw of the Garchomp, but there's nothing you can do against spread damage here.
And Nils desperately needs to get off this roost with the Corviknight, so that is also why Victor stays in, and he's saying, well, I don't have the time to switch out again, bring up the Ninetales back in again to reset the weather. I want the Corviknight gone right now. And he's banking either on the fact that Blizzard will just connect and knock out the Corviknight, or that the Corviknight stays frozen for another turn.
Because you have no control over this. It's a coin flip whether it's going to unthaw or not. So you need to capitalize on this moment while it has been presented to you, making sure that the Ninetales can just keep going, hoping on the accuracy it's been demonstrating so perfectly in this final, whether it's going to be able to get enough for the knockout. We see the Protect on the Magmar here, not wanting to take any unnecessary damage at this point in time. As Ninetales goes for the Blizzard, it will go into the Protect, but will it connect on Corviknight?
Oh, and it does not. So this will be followed up by a Dragon Claw, but this will not be enough due to all the Poké boosts. Now it's time, Corviknight, now or never. Oh, once again, it looks like 3 turns in a row frozen here for that Corviknight, and now also that Garchomp's damage is, of course, adding up. But, well, I mean, we're still kind of in the same spot. It's going to be another Blizzard, 70% to just KO that Corviknight and potentially win the game on the spot.
We'll have to see if Blizzard can find its accuracy. It is a Choice Specs Ninetales, so it cannot change up its moves. It is locked into this at this point in time. As the Terrestrialization is able to join the field, this will be obviously on Nils' side. It's on that Corviknight. It's going to become a water type as well.
Yeah, so that would give Corviknight a resistance against those Ice-type attacks coming out of the Ninetales, even if it did hit. So maybe buying one extra turn, but let's see, Blizzard, it doesn't hit the Corviknight.
That's the one it needed to connect with, and it manages to avoid. So Corviknight may be frozen in place, but it's still able to avoid these attacks. Dragon Claw comes through onto the Magmar, leaving Nils with just this frozen Corviknight in play for game one.
Let's see if it can unthaw and finally get off a move. Once again, no, not this time. And now it is safe for Victor to swap out the Ninetales, bring it back in later on, and then go for a freeze dry. So even if the Corviknight, finally unthaws, or maybe just the Dragon Claw is enough now that it, is a water type. But I think, Victor, with 4 Pokemon against a very low HP Corviknight, he's feeling very comfortable about this.
Yeah, a Corviknight down on its luck as well, not getting any of these chances to unthaw. The fact that it's also a water type now as well means it will be taking this residual sand damage, so it's just going to be whittled away turn upon turn. And if I was Nils, I'd start thinking a little bit more towards game 2. Obviously, this wasn't anything within his control. It's not a play that he made or misplayed in any way. It's just the luck of the draw. And as someone who has been running a Pokemon like Sneasler, he'll understand that well.
Yeah, that's definitely something he will have to just shake it off for the second game. Just be like, okay, that happened. Well, that's fine. I mean, I tried my best. I think the strategy could have worked going in on the Corviknight, and I think bringing the Magmar was nicely anticipating that Victor might lead heavily into that Amoonguss. But yeah, with his final Dragon Claw knocking down the Corviknight, Victor is only 1 game away of winning his first major tournament.
Hey, that's somehow how you do it. The Alolan Ninetales is a Pokemon I've been hyping up, and it's for a reason. Sometimes you get those rolls when you need it most. I have to say, though, as well, Victor looked in a little bit of a difficult spot at the beginning of that match. The Corviknight got 2 bulk ups off in that position, so it was in a very formidable spot.
Okay,
Here we go.
One more game. Being in this spot, I think for Victor, he must feel the pressure. This is what he's been dreaming for years, ever since he aged up into the Masters division, and it's so close for him to grab. Nils on the other side, of course, he is a champion already, but I mean, he wants more.
Oh, yes.
He wants his Corviknight not to be frozen.
You don't want to go out that way, right? You don't want to have it out of your control. And in the same way, we know that Victor wouldn't want to just win that way. He wants to be able to come out and show what he's got.
Absolutely, yes. So I think for Nils, he could think about maybe bringing the Indeedee now to activate the Psychic Seed, because that would mitigate the damage of the Ninetales as well. Because of course then with the Psychic Seed you would take less damage, because, well, what setting up the Sandstream from Tyranitar does is it lowers the accuracy, but then it's a little bit more of a guessing game. But yeah, as we've seen, even in the Sandstream, Blizzard connects and it gets the freeze.
That's exactly what that Alolan Ninetales needs to do. You can see Victor celebrating, but I don't think he realized in that moment how important it was going to be for the longevity of that set. You can see the other Pokemon were just able to target down that partner side, clean up the match, and Garchomp being able to get the final blow.
And now, as both our players are getting ready to get into game 2, yeah, for Nils, you got to feel with him as well. I mean, at the end of that top 4 set, of course, luck was a little bit on his side, so now, yeah, the tables turn a little bit, and this time it is his Corviknight that has to suffer this pivotal freeze. But I think the strategy that he had set up, bringing the Magmar for the Amoonguss, bringing that Tyranitar against the Alolan Ninetales, I think some of the choices that he made definitely made a lot of sense, and definitely gave him an opportunity to, yeah, play and win the game. But yeah, with that Blizzard, which was well positioned there by Victor, knowing that, okay, I will get at least a couple of Blizzards off, and then maybe eventually I will get like a critical hit or a freeze. And, well, he got it right away, and that, of course, made it all a lot easier for him. But I have a feeling that it's not going to be that easy in the second game.
I think you're right. I really like the way Nils played with that Magmar. You know, being able to use the Sneasler with the fake out to get the first bulk up off on that Corviknight, Magmar able to come in and provide that redirection. It was a really nice way to shut down that Amoonguss, a Pokemon that we actually haven't talked about much in the pre-game.
Yep.
But as soon as it came in that lead, it was like, well, this is actually a perfect way to shut down the opposing Corviknight. Spore is actually a problem on this team for Nils. If that Magmar isn't able to redirect it, you can always go for Indeedee with something like the Expanding Force to deal that really good damage into the Amoonguss, but it might even still get a Spore off before that.
And of course, with that lead that we saw from Victor, he was also taking a little bit of a risk, because Amoonguss and Garchomp, if there was this Indeedee male over on the other side with that Psychic Surge ability setting up for very powerful Expanding Forces, then yeah, Victor would have had to reposition in a major way. So maybe that is something that now both players are thinking about. Is there going to be a switch up here over on Nils' side? Will he maybe lean a little bit more into that Indeedee male and maybe set up the Corviknight later on in the battle? Or is he just trying to go with the same strategy and just saying that, okay, like what I did in the first game, it was fine. I just need to not get frozen.
I think you still go with the Corviknight. It's obviously had a chance to unthaw. Everything is reset going into game 2. But Victor Medina, 1 game away from becoming the champion. Let's see if he can do it, or if Nils is going to force a game 3. Indeedee is here, just like you said, Marcus, paired up with the Sneasler. But there's no changes for Victor Medina. Amoonguss and Garchomp out for him.
Yeah, big switch up there for Nils. He knows with his tournament life on the line, he needs to make something happen. And with that Indeedee, it worked so well in some of the previous rounds. Such powerful Expanding Forces, and looking over on Victor's side, well, if he doesn't have like an Incineroar or a King Gambit switch in, things are looking really dicey for him.
At least you know the Sneasler can't go for a fake out with the terrain in play, but Sneasler has so many other tricks up its sleeve. It could always go for something like the Diaclaw here just to try and get some damage on the board and bring in that secondary effect. Or it has the potential to even go for something like a coaching. You can get that defense up to maybe help against the Garchomp.
Yeah, and it feels like Victor wants to play this position without any switches, instead relying on a defensive terrestrialization to take on this game.
I like this. Sneasler staying in and going for the skies. It's going to turn into a flying type thanks to that terrestrialization, just meaning it cannot be hit by an Earthquake or a Stomping Tantrum that Garchomp can deal out. But it's going to be a terrestrialization for Victor too.
Yeah, that is the defensive terrestrialization I was talking about on the Amoonguss, getting rid of that Psychic weakness. And then it should be able to take that Expanding Force relatively well and hopefully throw back with a Spore.
So we've seen some of the defensive plays. Let's look at the offensive ones. Indeedee kicking off with the Expanding Force. Will connect on both the opposing Pokemon and put them both into the orange zone. Amoonguss thankfully has this recovery with its berry, so it's not going to be felled by another one of those, but Garchomp may not be so lucky.
Oh, it is a close combat follow-up, but how much will it do? Amoonguss takes this like a champ. No Incineroar switch and also no King Gambit switch, and so both of Victor's Pokemon get a chance to move this turn.
Really nice here for Victor, being able to try and take advantage of this opportunity given as Garchomp goes for the Dragon Claw into the Sneasler. Not enough to get the knockout though, it just hangs on. That is not a focus dash as the Indeedee goes to sleep. A fantastic play for both trainers here.
Yeah, big play here for Victor, going for that Dragon Claw, anticipating a potential Terra Flying, but then also Sneasler. Yeah, as we were saying, it is not a focus dash. That Sneasler is carrying a Wide Herb. So yeah, not going down to that attack just yet. But of course, Indeedee taking a mandatory of sleep next turn means that the damage potential for Nils is really limited.
Yes, Sneasler does have the potential, though. We know that Sneasler's nice and fast. There's no priority on Victor's side of the field, so it could always go for another one of these close combats and I think pick up a KO from either of the Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, I think if you're Victor, you really want to get rid of this Indeedee just because of how strong the Expanding Force could be later on in the battle. And the play that Victor made turn 1, it might indicate that there is no Dark types in the back for him. So Nils maybe also realizing that he has to do something here, switches in the Corviknight right away and activating the Psychic Seed and also going for a coaching to boost up the Corviknight right away.
I love this play. You're being able to get the Psychic Seed boost, you're able to get the coaching boost, but whether or not this Amoonguss is read into that is going to be very interesting. The Dragon Claw was going down into that slot, maybe trying to remove the Indeedee play, but Amoonguss actually going straight for the Pollen Puff, so the double up was going straight to that Indeedee, but Corviknight takes it so well.
Huge play here for Nils. He was able to turn a bad spot into a good spot, I would say. Now all of a sudden this Corviknight is in a perfect position on the battlefield that Amoonguss at such low HP could just be knocked out potentially with a Brave Bird. Sneasler might just go for yet another coaching, and it's really difficult here. Well, what could Victor even do? I mean, you probably have to call back the Amoonguss to try and regenerate some health, but I mean, what do you even try and bring in? I mean, King Gambit might be one Pokemon, but Nils has already shown that he is ready to predict a switch like that.
Exactly, and you can see his head in his hands a little bit as Victor Medina does indeed recall that Amoongu's going to be able to use his regenerate ability to get some HP. And sure, Incineroar can come onto the field. The Intimidate helping out against Sneasler, but the mirror armor on that Corviknight will send that Intimidate straight back. As Sneasler calls it perfectly. Close combat goes down into the Incineroar, but the Intimidate paying off a little bit there.
Yeah, big close combat coming out of that Sneasler once again into the Amoongu's slot, and Garchomp's Dragon Claw now finally knocking out that Sneasler, but Corviknight has another chance to go for a move. It is already kind of boosted due to the coaching, but could set up another ball cup if it wanted to.
Yes, it has the flexibility and room to do that, but it's actually going to do the power trip using those boosts it's already got to get the KO on the Garchomp.
Wow, power trip. It is... What year are we talking about? Is this like a Crocodile in 2017? No, it is a Corviknight all the way a couple years later, but knocking out this Garchomp here in the finals, and that is exactly what Nils needed here.
But look at what button Victor Medina is hovering over. It is the Alolan Ninetales, the nemesis of that Corviknight from Game 1. As Tyranitar joins the field, let's look at the speeds here for the weather.
Yeah, Tyranitar should be slower. So Alolan Ninetales should activate the Snow Warning first, and then it's right overwritten by Sandstream. This is exactly the type of weather game that you were hinting at.
Yes, exactly, but we know the Alolan Ninetales cannot be stopped necessarily by the sand in the sky. It will, of course, mean the accuracy of these blizzards is going to be a bit dicey, but if it can connect, if it can get another freeze, that could be amazing for Victor, but it's not something you can rely on here. I still think the Corviknight looks to be in a really strong position.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the Indeedee in the back for Nils. That Pokemon is asleep, so it hasn't even taken its first turn of sleep. So Nils is really relying heavily on both of this Pokemon at the moment. Fake Out still working, of course, in Psychic Terrain because Corviknight is up in the air and Blizzard once again hits both targets, but will we see another freeze? Well, not this time.
No, but we do see the flinch at least on this opposing Corviknight thanks to the Fake Out and the Rock Slide. Tyranitar really on a rampage here, being able to get the knockout on the Incineroar and put the Alolan Ninetales into a difficult spot. The sand as well chipping away is going to mean that I don't think it can take another sand turn after that.
Yeah, probably not, no. That would do a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So, Ninetales down to the wire. Of course, Pollen Puff, that is one way to keep its ally healthy. So let's see, Blizzard would need to get a couple of freezes. Let's see, no, it's not happening. Roost will come out from this Corviknight. And as long as this Tyranitar connects with the move on the Alolan Ninetales, it would only be that Amoongu's for Victor.
Yes, Amoongu's being too slow on the field to be able to get that Pollen Puff in play. The critical hit not necessary at all as Ninetales returns to his Pokeball. And Amoongus has a little bit of a mountain to climb here. It can go for the Pollen Puff, but it was going to try and maybe hope for a Rock Slide miss there to facilitate that health regeneration for the Alolan Ninetales.
And just like that, it looks like Nils has found a way as Victor is hovering over that forfeit button. He knows that, well, with only an Amoongus, there's no way to get through 1, 2, or even 3 Pokemon. He will concede the second game, and it means we will go to a Game 3.
This is so exciting. We've had an absolutely incredible tournament so far here in Lille, but there's been a lot of very fast 2-0s. But in the grand finals, we're going to be able to kick it to a Game 3. I love to be able to see that.
And I'm sure Victor, he was already tasting victory there after that first turn. It went super well for him, right? He was predicting this Terra flying on the Sneasler, hitting with the Dragon Claw. He kind of predicted the Expanding Force, going for the Terra Water, got off the sleep, but then the Corviknight joined the battle, the big boss, coaching and switching. Super well played here by Nils, and he will tie up the series 1-1. Both of our players only one game away of taking home this championship.
What I loved is exactly as you said, the fact that Victor got off to a tremendous start in that game too, being able to go for the Spore, being able to go for the Dragon Claw. But the one thing Nils had that was incredible was the longevity on that Sneasler, just being able to hang on and be in a position where it could go for the coaching to that Corviknight and then suddenly make that a formidable threat. Because then if you're Victor, it's like, well, I can't ignore this Corviknight. It's all stacked up and ready to go, but at the same time, Sneasler's on the field. It's speedy, it's got close combat, and it just meant that when you look at the Pokemon on Victor's side, he did not have a safe switch, and we saw that Incineroar come in and take so much damage for its trouble.
Yeah, very important there that this Sneasler, even without that Focus Sash, taking the Life Orb boosted Dragon Claw from Garchomp. And I don't know if that is a guaranteed roll or maybe it could have gone the other way. But yeah, definitely important to see here. And now both players trying to come up with a game plan for that third game. I have a feeling that Nils once again might rely on the Corviknight.
I 100% would as well. It really hasn't been anything that Victor has been able to deal with. Yes, there was the freeze, but you know that was something outside of Victor's control. Other than that, I don't think he had a utility to be able to get rid of it. And in both these games, Nils has been able to set it up successfully. In that first game, it had 2 bulk ups. In this game, it had the boost of the Psychic Seed, and then it had the coaching. I feel like Nils can easily do that again. Just bring the Indeedee and the Corviknight. Maybe you can still bring a Tyranitar to overwrite that weather of the Alolan Ninetales, and then it just comes down to Sneasler or Magmar, I guess.
Yeah, then the question for Victor might be, okay, with that Indeedee making such a big impact on the previous game, setting the Psychic Terrain, which was important to get that Psychic Seed up, but then also this turn 1 Expanding Force, so powerful, putting the Guard Jump in range of the Power Trip later on, and also dealing so much damage to the Amoonguss, forcing the Terrestrialization on that Pokemon. Maybe this means that Victor might want to bring one of the Dark types in the lead. He had that Incineroar waiting in the back, but it was too risky to switch into the Sneasler because of the Wild Herb and the threat of the close combat. So maybe Kingambit could make an appearance. I mean, it was the Pokemon that allowed him to make it through the top 4 there at the very end of Game 3, and maybe Kingambit could be an adaptation. But at the same time, yeah, then you're talking about, okay, there's a potential Heat Wave coming from the Magmar, but we're also, of course, we have the Sneasler, and that I think is the main threat against that Kingambit.
Yeah, Sneasler's really been kind of an unsung hero, doing so well with that coaching, not necessarily getting huge amount of damage on the board, but the fake out, just slowing down the pace of play, coaching to help that Corviknight get into a good position, has really meant that although it hasn't been dealing out a huge amount of damage, it has been such a key and pivotal point on the team. Even in that previous game, because it went for that close combat and had its kind of defenses dropped, the White Herb was already taken, so when the Intimidate came in, it was detrimental, and that's why maybe the close combat didn't get the KO on the opposing Incineroar, but look how much damage it still was able to deal.
Yeah, one thing that might be worth noting is the fact that Kingambit over on Victor's side, it is that Assault Vest set, so no Sword Stance or any way to boost its attack stat, but it is the Terra Water. Looking at Nils' team, there is not really any Pokemon that can hit water for super effective damage. So maybe that is something that Victor could try and position to just like trade damage, but he wouldn't be able to play like a racing game in setting up the Corviknight and setting up the Kingambit like we're sometimes seeing in these matchups. And instead, Nils is the only one who has the option to go for coaching, go for bulk up. Victor's team is really focused on trading damage in ways that it is improving his position turn after turn. But this type of playstyle, it doesn't work so well against this Corviknight because it just plays the game at such a different pace. So yeah, really a big test here and a big challenge for Victor. And yeah, maybe Kingambit is one thing that he could try though.
I think the Corviknight as well gives Amoonguss such a hard time. Victor in both games 1 and 2 has seemed to really move strongly with this Amoonguss, trying to apply a lot of pressure with Spore and try and maybe slow down the pace of Nils' side. But Nils has an answer every single time, forcing this Amoonguss to have to go for that Terra Water. I love your observation about the Kingambit maybe being able to bring the Water Terrestrialization of its very own to have that defensive play. And it might then mean that if you leave the Amoonguss at home and Nils is maybe expecting it to come, that's where you could throw your opponent off guard. But a competitor like Nils, that will not easily happen.
It will not happen indeed, and yeah, we're only a couple of seconds away as these players are in the team preview selecting which Pokemon they want to bring to the 3rd and final battle. It's going to be the final battle of this series and the final game of this regional championships. Victor Medina or Nils Dunlop, there can only be one champion, and we will see in just a few minutes who's going to be. And yeah, just about that lead matchup, I think will play a huge role in that.
Up until this point, we honestly couldn't have asked for anything better. It has been twists and turns every corner, and now it comes down to this final game. Both these trainers have battled it out through a very intense top 4 match to get to this grand finals, and the stakes are still as high as ever. The tensions are rising. Please give it up for these trainers as they go into Game 3 to find out who will be our champion. It's Indeedee and Magmar, 2 supportive Pokemon out front and center for Nils, and it's going to be a shake up of Pokemon on Victor's side. It's that Amoonguss, but this time it's joined by Kingambit.
Yeah, that is the Pokemon I wanted to see, and I think that is a great adaptation here for Victor, as with that Kingambit, sure, it is weak to Heat Wave from the Magmar, but Magmar is not the most offensive Pokemon, and Kingambit is carrying that Assault Vest, but more importantly,
it is the perfect Pokemon to have on the field against this Indeedee. Amoonguss, on the other hand, well, it's not that great to have here against this Magmar, because Nils could just try and go for a follow me, redirect any Spore that might be aimed at the Indeedee. But yeah, Indeedee, what are you gonna do? You could try and go for that Expanding Force. I mean, the Amoonguss over on Victor's side does not have Protect, so you would get some damage off guaranteed.
I actually really like this lead from Nils because you can see what the leads of Victor are going to be and then adjust accordingly. The Corviknight able to come in for the Indeedee that isn't going to apply a lot of pressure, particularly if that Amoonguss does terrestrialize, but the Magmar really is the thorn in Victor's side with this particular lead. You can go for that redirection. There's really nothing Amoonguss can do for you, and King Gambit itself isn't going to deal a huge amount either thanks to the Eviolite.
Yeah, no follow me though. Instead it's going to be the Heat Wave. Let's see, decent chunk of damage on the King Gambit. And a little bit of chip damage to that Garchomp, but now Kowtow Cleave hitting the Corviknight on the switch. And of course, Corviknight has Roost, so this damage is not permanent.
Yes, and Magmar again can go for that redirection and draw in the attack, so Corviknight doesn't have to take another one of those hits. It's probably going to do about a third of damage and then put Corviknight into a bit of a dangerous spot.
Yeah, Victor has to think about this. Okay, if Corviknight goes for a Roost this turn, like what's my best option to set up for a next turn? Because if you give this Corviknight an opening to get back to full HP, to set up, that is what Victor really wants to avoid. But against this Magmar, with the Heat Wave, there's always, as you pointed out, the chance of a burn. So is that a game that Victor wants to play, or does he want to maybe, yeah, reset the board just a little bit and maybe bring in the Ninetales?
There's also Terrestrialization. That Magmar is a flying Terra type, and that way you can avoid any of this ground type damage that the Garchomp might want to deal out. The Stomping Tantrum is going to come through, connect on that Magmar, not enough to get the one-hit KO, but puts it in a very dangerous spot to a follow-up in the next turn. Magmar still on the offensive. The Heat Wave is going to catch that Alolan Ninetales on the switch-in, and again, deal some damage out on the field as Corviknight uses the opportunity to go for the Roost. This is a nice play for Nils. You get all of that juicy HP back.
Yeah, Corviknight back at full HP, but Magmar took a lot of damage. Of course, with this play, Victor would have been fine if the Magmar terrestrialized over on Nils' side, because then sure, Stomping Tantrum doesn't do any damage, but well, then now it is a flying type, and now my Ninetales can deal with it much better with Blizzard. So nice play again by Victor, and now he has set up a position where the Ninetales can go for a couple of Blizzards, and at least for the next couple of turns, unless Nils maybe has that Tyranitar in the back as the fourth and final Pokemon, it seems that the Ninetales is in a pretty decent spot here.
And this time, unlike game one, that Psychic Seed special defense boost has been applied to the Corviknight, so the Blizzards will be dealing less damage. That's exactly what Ninetales is up to.
Oh!
Magmar not even going to be felt.
Oh!
It happens to Corviknight again. Ninetales does the double.
Corviknight, what are you doing? You need attack and 1 HP on the Ninetales. Corviknight is frozen solid. What is going on? That Blizzard. Oh my god. Not able to knock out the Magmar, but then getting that freeze on the Corviknight now means that, well, Ninetales might get in another one of those Blizzards. It hung on at 1 HP. That is exactly what Victor needed.
It doesn't even have the audacity to be KO'd to the Heat Wave. It hangs on that 1 HP remaining. The accuracy of these Blizzards are going to be hitting their mark thanks to the snow at the moment as well. Ninetales will be able to get the KO on the Magmar, chip away at the Corviknight. Nils does not have a safe option here. I love this play though. You have to bank on it. High risk, high reward, the helping hand. If the Corviknight is able to get through this turn and unthought, it could do a huge amount of damage.
Magmar goes down to the Blizzard, but does the Corviknight attack?
It's frozen solid. This is heartbreak for Corviknight and heartbreak for Nils.
And now with the Pollen Puff, all that hard work, all the damage on the Alolan Ninetales will be negated. Well, half of it will be. And that Ninetales, again, looking to be in such a strong spot.
I mean, you do still have the Indeedee, and this time it has not been put to sleep. It's wide awake and ready for action. The Psychic Terrain is in play. You could always go for that Expanding Force, try and get the KO on the Amoonguss, or at the very least force the Terrestrialization that Victor still has not used.
Nils, on the other hand, though, also hasn't used Terrestrialization, so if he wanted, he could go for a Terra Psychic here on this Indeedee to counter a potential Terra Water on the Amoonguss, and maybe that would still be enough to get the knockout, even if Victor's Amoonguss terrestrializes to Water. But I think one thing's pretty certain, Victor definitely wants to bring out King Gambit right here, because, yeah, Expanding Force is coming.
Yes, and we've seen Nils use this Indeedee perfectly in top 4 as well with that Expanding Force, particularly if it does want to terrestrialize up to deal that additional damage. But it doesn't matter how much you give to this Indeedee, the Psychic typing will not have an effect on that King Gambit. I like this adjustment by Nils. The Corviknight is just sitting there on the field. Let's bring in a Pokemon that can actually attack.
And let's see which Pokemon is terrestrializing here. It is the Amoonguss.
Yes, going to become a water type here on this Amoonguss. This is a play that Victor has made in all 3 games, making sure that this Amoonguss has this defensive capability.
And now it will be able to take that expanding force definitely much better, but how much damage is it going to do? Oh, it's still enough for the knockout. Wow. Didn't even need the Terra Psychic to boost up that damage. Looks like Nils definitely knew his damage calculations there. And yeah, for Victor, oh, that was not a good turn.
No, this is a proper swing of momentum. You cannot underestimate this indeed. We saw it in top 4. We've seen it again. I love the way that Nils has also brought in this Sneasler. It's now in a prime position to go down against this King Gambit. You can apply a lot of pressure with something like a close combat. And this Garchomp in the back, we know that the Sneasler has this kind of edge right now.
Yeah, and as Psychic Terrain runs out, there's 3 important things. Sneasler could go for a Fake Out, King Gambit could go for a Sucker Punch, and Indeed's Expanding Force is now no longer a multi-target hit. However, yeah, the damage against Garchomp, it would be, I guess, kind of similar, but now you really have to wonder, do you want to go for a Fake Out on the King Gambit potentially? I mean, there's the threat of a close combat into the King Gambit. There's no more Terrestrialization available for Victor, so this is a tough spot to navigate.
Do you think it's worth almost switching out the Indeedee to reset that terrain? You could bring the Corviknight in.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't matter if it's not going to do anything, but King Gambit's going to be the first switch here for Victor.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that switch, but it looks like Nils has other plans and just wants to go for the Expanding Force without the terrain, maybe powering it up with a Terra Psychic. Oh wow, once again, he's putting everything on that Indeedee.
Oh, it's looking strong, it's looking sassy, it's looking like it really wants to try and get a KO on something like this Garchomp.
I think this might be enough. Let's see, Expanding Force coming out into the Garchomp.
Can it do it? This Indeedee has done it before, and it does! Critical hit, KOs the Garchomp! Nils is back in the game!
Absolutely back in the game, and if the Sneasler went for a close combat, which it did, that will do a ton of damage to the Alolan Ninetales as well, knocking it out right away.
Oh, in an absolute turn of events, Nils flips the script here.
Victor down to his very last Pokemon. It is a King Gambit, and that is weak to close combat, and it cannot terrestrialize. So it looks like Nils might have done it.
I mean, the Indeedee definitely in a spot where it can't do anything to this opposing King Gambit, but Sneasler is in the prime position to do so.
Absolutely, yes. So I'm expecting this Indeedee to swap out into the Corviknight, and then Sneasler will just go for a close combat, and if it is enough to get the knockout, Nils Dunlop will be the Lille Regional Champion.
The Corviknight coming back in for good measure. Victor did so hard to try and stop it in its tracks, but the close combat gets the KO, and Nils Dunlop, he's done it before, he's done it again. He is the Lille Regional Champion. His 3rd regional victory. Not 1, not 2, but 3 times. Incredible.
Incredible display of skills coming out here from both of our players in the final. A bit heartbreaking, of course, to see Victor Medina, after so many years, finally reaching the final of a major and then just coming so short. And once again, it was that Indeedee that wrote history here in Lille.
It was so close for Victor Medina. That Alolan Ninetales had been an absolute superstar throughout that set. But ultimately, it was the Indeedee that captured our hearts in top 4 that proved once again why it is a trusty Pokemon to be by Nils' side. It was outstanding.
And just think about what Nils had said in some of the interviews before. He was just coming here for fun. He just built this team. His brother had this cool idea about the Corviknight, and then all of a sudden he's here in the finals, taking down Victor Medina and claiming yet another title.
Honestly, I'm blown away. I really did not expect to be able to see such a thriller of 3 games in our grand final. We knew it was going to be close, we knew the plays were going to be masterful, but the actual edge of your seat intensity that these players put us through was an absolute delight. Both trainers having such twists and turns in their game, and I have to say in that game 3, Victor Medina looked primed to take it all, but Nils had other plans. Well, indeed he did.
Well, Indeedee and Nils together, they were saying like, okay, well, there might be the Dark type King Gambit, but at the same time, well, let me just go and throw some Expanding Forces. Oh, Psychic Terrain ran out. Well, I will just throw some more Expanding Forces. And despite all those freezes, I mean, the Corviknight, it was frozen again. Can we talk about that?
That's the thing. Then Alola Ninetales was like, I know the trick to deal with this Corviknight is going to be an issue for the team. I'm just going to freeze it in place. And Corviknight looked to be in such a difficult spot. And although it wasn't able to capitalize in this match, Nils had other Pokemon that were able to step up to that plate.
Yeah, and Nils set up this perfect board position where he had the Indeedee with the powerful Psychic type moves. And then the... then we see him pop off, yes. And then we have that Sneasler with the powerful fighting type moves, dealing with those dark types we saw in game 1, hitting that Incineroar for so much damage, and then in game 3, knocking out that Kingambit at the very end of the game.
It could have been so different if that critical hit hadn't come through. If the Indeedee hadn't been able to get the KO on the Garchomp, there could have been some big damage dealt out in retaliation and kept a Pokemon in the game for Victor. Although this Alola Ninetales was doing well with that damage, it's not known as to be one of the most defensive Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm just... do you see this Corviknight there? Just like stuck in the air. It's like, I'm frozen again. Like, what's going on? And then, oh, you got it, Sneasler? Okay.
Yeah, I can come down now. I can unthaw once again. I mean, the competition has been so hot. I can kind of understand why Corviknight needed to cool off a little bit in that match, and it's been able to do it and become a champion.
Absolutely. Well, I think we would need to go back quite a few years to come up with a tournament where Corviknight actually won. I mean, usually I'm pretty good with my stats, but I don't know the last time that Corviknight won such a big event. Maybe it's the first time ever.
Well, when I think of Corviknight, I often think of the US player Alberto Lara, but now over here in Europe, Nils Dunlop has kind of taken on that mantle for himself.
Absolutely, yeah. Corviknight, I mean, it is one of the bulkiest Pokemon, and one Pokemon that we said it before early on the broadcast. It is one of the only Pokemon that fares well against Ursaluna and Ursaluna Blood Moon. It fares well against Garchomp. It fares well against Dragonite. So maybe this was the time to shine for Corviknight, and Nils found a creative way to blast through this bracket, taking down Eduardo Cunha, a world champion, taking down Giuseppe in top 4, a regional champion, and now in the finals, as we just saw, also taking down Victor Medina.
And although it's heartbreaking for Victor Medina that he wasn't able to get that champion spot, he was at least able to get into the grand finals. That's one step closer than he's done before in the Masters division. Who knows, with this kind of momentum, because he came off a top 32 finish in Dortmund, he's come off a second place finish here in Lille. Who knows what step could be next?
Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of prizes also going towards Victor, and I am sure that this will not be the last time that we are seeing him here. And of course, at the same time, for both Victor and Nils, they have kind of ingrained themselves now in VGC history, making this final appearance. And I'm sure that this is a battle that a lot of trainers and players at home will watch, will take their notes, will learn something from, and that we will reference in years to come.
Well, there was so much to learn from that particular match. You had weather, for example. You can talk about that. We had terrain interactions. We also had status effects come into play, as well as a whole different bunch of Pokemon with kind of your physical and special attacking ranges as well. If you want to study a match, maybe you're newer to the video game scene, this was a masterclass of all the different interactions and intricacies that Pokemon VG has to offer.
Absolutely. And also, of course, some of the other players that made it far into the bracket. I'm sure we will see more of Max Waterman, Fabian Kuhl, Johan Garcia, Eduardo Cunha, and Mark Cotter as well as Giuseppe, of course. So stay tuned, of course, to follow along these trainers' journeys over the course of this season.
Yes, we're still very early on in the 2025 season. This is only the second event in the European scene. So there's so many events to go through the rest of the season, as well as those international championships, LAIC just around the corner. And I feel like if any of these trainers are going there, they've definitely carved out a mark to be players to watch.
Absolutely. And of course, acquiring some of the prizes, and eventually everything will lead to our World Championships. And one player that we now know for sure has already that golden ticket is going to be Nils Dunlop, qualifying for the World Championships.
That's so true. If you get #1 in the regional, you already lock in that ticket, as well as championship points and prizes as well. But that must be such a relief. All of our trainers, particularly at a high level, really want to make sure that they get into those top 75 spots that you have in the Masters division to qualify for the World Championships in Europe. But one way to kind of bypass the stress of that system and maintaining your position throughout the year is to win a regional. And Nils has done that so early on.
And Nils has done that with a Corviknight, with a Magmar, with an Indeedee,
with a Tyranitar,
with an Excadrill. I mean, you can almost call out every single Pokemon on Nils' team as being unique, at least in the role that Nils is kind of using it for. And one thing that I also want to stress is Nils' Corviknight was frozen twice. Nils kept cool throughout the series. He was like, okay, my Corviknight is taking a timeout. He's chilling down. I'm gonna do the same. I'll keep cool. I'll try to play out to my odds. Maybe Corviknight unfreezes, maybe not. Maybe it's the time to call back Corviknight, switch it out, actually reset that Psychic Seed boost to the special defense. This was not something that he could have recovered.
True.
Nils was fine giving that up, but he knew that if he could set up this board position with the Indeedee and the Sneasler, there was nothing standing in his way, and that's how it went, and that's how Nils Dunlop became our champion.
And I think you make a valid point as well. That Corviknight, particularly in Game 1, was frozen for about 4 or 5 turns. Even if it was able to unthaw in any of those moments, there really wasn't a lot of pressure that Victor's team was applying to the Corviknight anyway. Yes, there were the blizzards coming through, but at the end of the day, they weren't dealing a lot of damage. The main risk was that they would freeze you again, and you'd be stuck in that same scenario. So staying calm, cool, and collected with a frozen Pokemon on the field was definitely a winning strategy for Nils.
And Victor, on the other hand, one step closer to the big goal of becoming a champion in a major tournament. I mean, I said it before and I'll say it again. This is definitely not the last time we've seen Victor. He will keep improving. He will keep practicing. I think he really likes this team, he told me, and he thinks that if the circumstances are right, he can take on any player on any given day, no matter what they're using. I think Corviknight is a Pokemon that maybe he has to think a little bit about how to deal with it, especially if it now becomes more popular, if players are trying to copy what Nils was doing. But at the same time, I mean, we have some more events coming up in the Regulation Age, and Victor Medina is going to be there, and he's going to be a favorite at any tournament that he enters.
And you were saying as well, the 6 Pokemon that Victor was bringing have already been tried and tested in Regulation Age. They've already had a lot of success in the season so far, and today was no different. A runner-up spot is still a prestigious spot for that Pokemon to be in. If we take a look at the top 8 Pokemon as well, you can actually see a little bit more how the Lille meta has really been able to shape up. In our final standings here, look at all these different Pokemon that our top 8 trainers were bringing.
Yeah, we have that Hisuian Samurott. I feel like I haven't talked about it enough. Like, that is also one of those unique picks on Eduardo Cunha's team here in 5th place. That is also definitely something that players should take note, should check out, as well as that Baxcalibur run by Johan. We have that cool team composition by Giuseppe. We have an Exeggutor here in the top 8. Of course, also Fabian Kuhl has a really cool team with that Archaludon. And it's not actually, if I remember correctly, it's not that Assault Vest, but maybe he's using it with leftovers. So some cool sets going on there. And of course, as these teams will be published, a lot for players at home to take away from this tournament.
Yes, you might find a source of inspiration, whether you are a veteran player, maybe going to LAIC and trying to figure out what team to use, or maybe a new player seeing a Pokemon here and being like, hey, I didn't know that was competitive. I want to use it because there's such a range of Pokemon here. Basket Legion as well on Max Waterman's team. That's a Pokemon I haven't seen in a while, but can really benefit from being in that rain mode. And for me, Weather really has come out on top here at this tournament. You've got the Torkoal in there as well. Obviously, Tyranitar went and won the whole thing, but there's also some Alolan Ninetales in there to sprinkle some snow on the field.
Yeah, and then there's, of course, the Sun team by Mark Cotter. I mean, it finished in the top 4 in Louisville just the other weekend. Now it's back in here in the top 8 at Lille. Do we have to accept that Exeggutor, Torkoal, that is a standard team now?
I think so. Exeggutor's meta. Is that something we're actually bold enough to say? But I think any Pokemon paired up with Torkoal that can benefit from that Sun ability does make it a viable partner in this particular Regulation Age. We've seen it as well with Jumpluff, for example, that came runner-up in Louisville. We were able to see Jumpluff and Torkoal earlier today as well. So being able to see Exeggutor, maybe not the wildest thing I've seen all tournament.
Yeah, and I definitely want to get back to the drawing board and use some of the inspiration here from Lille to iterate on some of my own team building and trying out some of these teams that we've seen now, some of the other teams that we featured over the course of the weekend. And yeah, I think that this is not the end of the metagame developments, and I'm sure there will be more unique strategies coming out of this regulation.
And although there is a lot of uniqueness, what I actually like a lot about Nils' team is the inspiration taken from previous formats. Tyranitar and Excadrill have been a really dynamic duo in the past, being able to have that Sand Core and apply a lot of different offensive pressure. We've seen it in previous Dynamax tournaments as well, and now actually in this Regulation Age where we don't have that mechanic, we have terrestrialization, the duo is still able to benefit successfully together.
So, if we have a look at these top 8 teams and some of the most popular Pokemon that we've had coming out here in Lille. I think the question, of course, is, okay, what happens next? I mean, we still need to give our prizes to our winners, so you don't want to go anywhere to not miss that. But I really wonder how this tournament then will influence the metagame, and if some of the Pokemon that we've just discussed, if they will rise in popularity and will really, if players will have to adapt to those new threats.
What I'm going to be interested about is actually the local scene, because I feel like the local scenes are where you can really test the grounds, maybe see if a Pokemon archetype is working for you and you're vibing with it or not. And then if you're maybe going to LAIC, the Latin America International Championships, you don't want to obviously test there, you want to be prepared.
Yeah.
And some of these Pokemon choices, although they might be interesting, although you might have seen success, sometimes it's about how you pilot them. And if it's not your playstyle at the end of the day, it's not always going to be effective. So I reckon the locals are where I'm going to see these Pokemon picking up, and then I wonder which ones will actually make it all the way to LAIC.
Yeah, I wonder if Nils is going to make it all the way to LAIC. I mean, I guess now he doesn't have to anymore. He's already qualified now to the World Championships. And
that's true.
I also wonder what he was feeling like seeing his Corviknight getting frozen twice, going for that expanding force on the Garchomp. Was he expecting that to be enough for a knockout or not? There were some really, really tough calls in that finals, but Nils was able to handle them perfectly, and I can't wait to hear from him.
Nor can I. Should we go over to the ceremony?
Great idea.
Let's kick it over there.
It's been thrills and chills this Lilloween, and what an incredible weekend it's been. Please welcome to the stage someone who... Please welcome to the stage the finalist that's all the rage. It's Victor Medina! Welcome, Victor. Congratulations. How are you feeling, Victor? You were able to reach the finals.
I'm feeling amazing. This has been a perfect tour. It's so good. But now, more than ever, I really want to win that tournament. I'm going to come back stronger and keep learning from my mistakes. I think this run has felt amazing. Thank you so much to all the Spanish crew supporting me, helping me. Thank you for all the viewers. Thank you for making this possible. I felt amazing this tournament. Yeah.
Perfect words, Victor. Thank you so much. And we know that there'll be far more in store for you in the future. Give it one more time. Victor Medina, everybody. Thank you. And now it's time for the winner no trainer could stop. Your regional champion, Nils Dunlop! Nils, you did it. You're the Lille regional champion. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling insane. It feels really fun, and I did not really expect this. I just wanted to think one step at a time, and here we are, I guess.
Yeah, we certainly are. And with that team as well that you were running, you saw your Corviknight get frozen twice over the course of that set. How did you feel when that happened?
I guess it's the game we play, and I thought hey, the story, if I still manage to win, would be even better. So let's just try my best, and here we are.
There we go. You kept your composure, and you did so very well. We know you're on a bit of a timer here, Nils, so finally, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Thank you to my brother. Insane support. I love him for my whole life, and as well my mom for being amazing. Also the Team US for being super kind and just rooting me on. It's amazing. This feels really fun. Also, I had a master's thesis that I'm going to do later in the year, so actually very fitting that I managed to win so I then can still get an invite, so I'm happy.
Oh, well, congratulations. Good, that paves the way for some more time later on. Congratulations, Nils. Well then, the end of the weekend. Now it's time to wrap up the show, as well as this rhyme, but give it up once more for the trainer that no one could stop. It is the one and only Nils Dunlop!
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGCs in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players, and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought of. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca is your 2024 World Champion.
Respect to Corviknight, frozen in 2 games in its final set, and yet its team prevails through. Thank you, everyone.
The game's over. We can unthaw.
We can unthaw, exactly.
Good game.
We're all done. Good game, everybody. Wow, what a weekend we have had. Everyone worried about Diaclaw forcing people to go to sleep, and yeah, everyone's been sleeping on free spam. And despite that, oh my goodness, they've pushed through so well. With that Corviknight, the Indeedee, the Sneezer, Nils Dunlop has done it again, a 3rd regional title. Charlie, you've just spoken to him as well. Like, how did he seem after that?
To be honest, he seemed fairly well composed. I think, you said it earlier, he came here expecting to have fun, just try out a few things, and then happened to go all the way. And we see it time and time again. That trainer who keeps that mental composure takes the pressure off themselves, just here to have a good time. And fundamentally, that's why we're all here playing Pokemon, just having fun.
Exactly. It was just having fun as well until, yeah, everything gets frozen. But even then, the love of your Pokemon can still push through. Marcus, what did you take from that? Did you expect anything like this to win a regional?
Well, if we're later on talking about Orcasa's prediction, of course I had the Magmar and the Indeedee male on there. But truthfully, I didn't expect them to be on the same team. I was kind of thinking about maybe some different teams, so just covering my bases there. But yeah, awesome team coming out of Nils. Incredible play and very deservingly winning the tournament.
Well, let's have a look at him on that championship graphic that we've got next to all of our other EU event winners, which is Davide Maraglia in Dortmund there. Still got a few more to go, but Nils Dunlop is no stranger to the podium there. Look at him. Lou, how did you feel after this incredible event?
I'm not going to lie, my life's never going to be the same again. I've been doing this a long time now, and the 2 top 4 matches we got to see, ending in that grand final, honestly, it's just probably one of my highlights in a very long career doing this. And I have to say a big thank you to Nils and Victor Medina for that grand final. This photo you see of Nils, we've seen it before. We've seen it on international graphics. We've seen it on regional graphics. And I am pretty sure this will not be the last time we see Nils' photo up here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, given his track record as well. And it's great that he was shouting out his brother as well in some of the other interviews too that kind of helped him along the way. And to actually think of that kind of power trip option on the Corviknight, which was so awesome. And yeah, you did well on the predictions too. I had Corviknight on there as well, Marcus.
Nice job there.
Thank you so much. But it was like nothing near as to what you, like, as you said, nothing near to what I'd expected to do well on top of sand and everything too. So, like, obviously still congrats to Nils, but obviously congrats to Victor Medina, who has still not won any major event quite yet, but has now actually gotten to the finals of somewhere. And so that is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think, as I was saying to you earlier, David, just breaking through that psychological barrier of, I've come all the way to top 4 before, I've never quite reached the finals. This in itself is a win for Victor, getting through to that final stage. And now, you know, I really do think that the only way is up for Victor. The season is still so young as well, so there's still plenty of opportunity in 2025.
Exactly, and so let's see where we are actually in the calendar itself across EU. There is Gdansk shortly coming up, and Lille coming to a close there for our spooky season here. Marcus, take us through it.
Yeah, Gdansk, I mean, it's just, what, 2 weeks away? It's going to be another amazing tournament there, and I really enjoyed my time there last year, so I will be back as a player, actually. And then, of course, we have LAIC happening in Sao Paulo just shortly after that, and then more and more tournament. Stuttgart Regionals is going to be the last tournament that we will play in Regulation H, and then in January, Regulation G is coming back. Some more regionals, internationals. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait to cast, watch, play in some of those events.
Yeah, I love it. I still find it amazing that you can kind of do all 3 of those, Marcus, still so consistently.
Especially the watching. How do you do it?
Well, like, maybe watching LAIC, maybe depending on, yeah, how the season will go. Maybe NAIC is another one, of course, of our major tournaments. It's always so incredible to watch 3 days of action. And then finally, of course, the World Championships in Anaheim in August.
Yeah, like back to Anaheim as well, which should be very exciting as well, especially for our US contingent, who is probably a little bit closer for a lot of people as well, which is kind of nice. And it also looks very lovely over there on that far right side with all those fountains as well. Very refreshing for that time of year too.
Yeah, I think that is actually the exact convention center that it's going to be at. Looks familiar from, I think, when was it? 2017, the last time we've been there. Definitely a good time.
It was a good time, wasn't it? Ugh. Fantastic to see, and hopefully we'll see some of our trainers here from the EU region also qualifying for that. Obviously that top 75, and Nils Dunlop also just guaranteeing that now with just his amazing win here. So you said you're all about the watching as well as the competing and the casting, Marcus. Let's see what you might be able to watch next week on the Twitch schedule, as we've got a lot of Pokemon action across Twitch as well. Lou, why don't you take us through it?
Well, it has been a spooky weekend here in Lille as it is, but that spooky action will continue with Pokeween thrills and chills. You've got the Pikachu, hoping that you're going to join it in the viewing of this action from Tuesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Lots of amazing Pokemon and Halloween action going down. And then my favorite part, to be honest, is the recap on Wednesday of the 2023 European International Championships for Pokemon Go and Pokemon Unite. Obviously, we're here on the Pokemon video game side of the broadcast, but there's a lot of other Pokemon games out there, aren't there, Charlie?
Yeah, certainly are. Pokemon Unite is a game that we rarely get to see at one of these regional level events. The energy is absolutely unmatched in Pokemon Unite, and the way the casters handle it all. A group sport, of course, and really does add a whole new dimension to the game. Speaking of new dimensions, Pokemon DP, Sinnoh, League Victors going on Thursday as well. Fans of Dialga and Palkia, and indeed Giratina, rejoice. Saturday, though, Kyurem going all the way through to Generation 5. Kyurem and the Sword of Justice.
Yeah, the Sword of Justice bringing back those Musketeers, you could say, the Virizion, Cobalion, and that Terrakion as well, which all got some Paradox forms this generation. So all of which have had a decent amount of use in previous regulations. So I'm looking forward to using those once again. Have you got a favorite one of the Deers, Marcus, that you like to use?
I'm definitely looking forward to maybe catching that movie, actually. That's one of the few that I haven't seen. I really like Terrakion. I think Beat Up and Justified, powerful rock slides. Also, shout out to my friend Sebi. That's a strong combination for sure.
Yeah, he's done very well there, obviously, as well. So plenty of inspiration as well, even if you're really focused on VG itself. So obviously our next event is Gdansk Regional Championships in a couple of weeks, as you mentioned, Marcus, as well, where we'll have a very similar setup here to Lille, basically. And look at that lovely city there, Charlie. Any favorite memories from Gdansk?
Gdansk last year was a snowstorm, and that was really wonderful to see. Absolutely magical city already, then add a layer of white snow on top of that, and you have you're on to a winner, absolutely. I wonder if we're going to see more snow this year. We could well do. Early November, of course, things really starting to chill down there. We're through the scary season and into more of the festive season. So it's going to be the action, though. That's going to be what's heating things up.
It definitely is, and a really good opportunity to kind of practice a lot of teams at that regional for the international that will be coming very soon after that, LAIC as well, which we're all very excited for. We've got a little video to show you about that, so have a look at this.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Argent, a smile on his face. Prince.
You hold. Fabio Musican, Robbie, Marco Hafata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
What an amazing event that looks like. I remember last year, Marco Silva taking it all in that final there. From EU as well. I wonder if we'll get another representative over there too. And it's such an incredible event, that international level. Like, I've really been like chomping at the bit, to be honest, for that since NAIC. And now we're finally getting it later this year. It's going to be great, Lou, right?
Oh, 100%. And seeing Marco Silva get the double, as it were, because he previously won the Oceania International Championships, being able to then win the Latin America International Championships, did really solidify him, if you weren't already kind of aware, that he was one of the best players out there. And he's someone who you want to watch throughout the rest of the 2025 season, whether it is at international level or regional level. But those internationals, there's really nothing like them. It's such an incredible event to have trainers all over the world who you maybe wouldn't have been able to battle up against before, and you can test your skills against them too.
And so many more prizes and championship points on the line for those international events as well. They're really important if you're trying to get those championship points to get to the Worlds really in Anaheim, to be able to get there. So for the US contingent though, we've got Sacramento coming up very shortly. That'll be November 22nd to November 24th. So shortly after Gdansk, after a few weeks or so. So get ready for that as well. They might be taking a little bit of inspiration from us over here, I'd say.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, are we going to see more snow? The thing is, the metagame can shift so much between now and then. That's over 4 weeks away right now, or there or thereabouts, maybe 4 weeks itself. And so LAIC is certainly going to be crucial determining the metagame heading into Sacramento.
Yeah, 100%. There's still so much like to explore in this format, and it's proven every single time we have a new regional, right? Like, it's just something that we don't expect. We have our predictions, obviously, and you've got the teams that you need to prep up against from the previous regional, but then it's always something fresh that kind of comes through. So I'm really excited to see what the USA area can do as well, and even at LAIC as well. Maybe people are even saving something for an international level event rather than a regional level event as well. But what you can certainly do, though, at home is let us know how you're prepping, actually, and what maybe your next regional is, how you found this weekend too, and where you're going next too. And that you can also follow us along using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well. We love to see your art, who you're with, family, pets as well, or any Pokemon that you've loved along the way, and any who your players here that you would have liked to win, who you want to win future events too. There's still so much Pokemon action to be had.
Speaking of the hashtag #PlayPokemon, pleased to announce the winning name for Spinnerack here sitting on my shoulder, Sebastian. Please welcome Sebastian, everybody. It was Sourdough the Persian yesterday. Thank you to Poker Replays VGC for suggesting that. Sebastian, the Spinnerack, loves his new creepy, webby little name.
Love it.
What a tournament we've had, honestly. Like, Marcus, like, Neil's done up all the way to the final, like, yet again. Like, it's incredible, right?
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And I think Nils' story is one that was maybe a little bit overshadowed, at least worldwide. I think in Europe, we always kind of knew how strong of a player he was, but he had this amazing run a couple years ago where he went, I think it was like top 16 in 2016 in seniors, and then top 8 at Worlds 2017, all the way to a top 4 at Worlds in 2018. Somewhere around there, and Wolf Glick, good friend of mine, actually kept saying like, hey, like I think Nils is like one of the absolute like best players in the game. And for a couple of years after that, well, Nils, he won 2 regional championships, but he wasn't really considered to be like at the absolute like very top. Like we're talking about like top 5 players worldwide at any given point in time. But now that he has won EUIC last year, and now that he has won his 3rd regional championships, I think that like, yeah, Wolf's prediction as often became true this time. And I think, yeah, definitely Nils, yeah, in contention of being maybe the best player at the moment in Europe, and also having such a long legacy in this game. Really amazing.
Yeah, it is really amazing. And well said from our own kind of EU veteran here as well, Marcus, well said. Well, that's all of us from here in Lille. Happy Pokeween, everybody, and we'll see you at Gdansk very shortly. Bonne nuit.